Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Fairy Tale. I am the strongest. 1ts. Chapter 1. The End of the Dragon Race, please collect. P.S. The new book has just been published, I beg all readers to collect it. July 7th, X377. A large number of dragons are flying in the sky of Ishgar continent, and each dragon exudes an extremely terrifying aura. Each dragon has the top power except for its own kind. It can be said that any member of the dragon family is enough to be described as the peak compared to the strong people of other races. However, at this time, the dragons that could almost sweep away everything in the past gathered together as if they were facing a great enemy, and the existence they faced was just a human who had never looked down on before. If someone had said in the past that a large number of dragons gathered together as if they were facing a great enemy because of a human, it would definitely be regarded as a joke by others, but if it is now, no one will question it. A mere human, a mere ant, dare you be so presumptuous? Today, Alfred, the Thunder Dragon King, and others will bury you here. Fellow dragons, roar with all your might. Let me show you our power. In the sky, a golden dragon that was much stronger than other dragons seemed impatient, or wanted to suppress the strong uneasiness in his heart, and roared at the human standing on the ground like an ant. The golden dragon slowly opened its mouth, and golden light began to flash inside its mouth. The extremely huge magic power began to boil in the body of the golden dragon, and terrifying electric currents continued to surge in the body of the golden dragon. Along with the movement of the golden dragon, the extremely huge magic power also began to emerge from the hundreds and thousands of other flying dragons in the sky, and colorful lights began to flash continuously in the sky of Ishgar. The unprecedented magic power of thousands of dragons seemed to resonate at this moment. The earth began to tremble and crack as if it could not bear even the weakest pressure aftershocks. Even the sky became gloomy and dim, a scene of the end of the world. In fact, for this world, the destruction caused by the collective violence of thousands of dragons can indeed be said to be the end of the world. The blood and tears you brought to our clan, we will return 100 times, 1,000 times, and 10,000 times. The roar of the Thunder Dragon King. As the voice fell, countless beams of light with a destructive aura rushed towards the person who had been standing quietly on the ground, and the sky roared, the earth was silent, and the ocean was silent. Facing the roar of thousands of dragons, everything in the world seemed to become eclipsed. Ji Yun looked at the thousands of beams of light with an extremely destructive aura rushing towards him, and his mouth curled up slightly. His slender palm gently placed on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and smiled. The dragons who have always been arrogant actually gathered together because of me and attacked me together. Interesting, it's really interesting. The proud dragons are afraid, right? Fear of me, a mere ant. Although he was talking with a smile, Ji Yun's eyes did flash with an unprecedented cold light. You have high wisdom but have lived like beasts for countless years. In other words, you are just beasts that can talk and cannot be educated. Faced with humans who also have high intelligence and live much better than you not only did not study hard, but bullied them wantonly. Do you want to prove something? Rely on your natural strength to prove your strength. Born with high intelligence and the world's top power, you have such excellent conditions but you are willing to degenerate. Just an ant, ha 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 ha, what a mere ant. No roar, no ferocity, no madness. Faced with the roar of thousands of dragons, Ji Yun's heart was left with only calmness and indifference, absolute calmness and absolute indifference. Just as the dragons said, facing ants, is it necessary to roar with anger and madness? If the ants want to die, then you only need to kick them to death. Draw the sword and unsheath it. At this moment, there was silence between heaven and earth. At this moment, the world seemed to have lost all its colors at once, and everything stopped at this moment. When everything returned to normal, Ji Yun had long disappeared, and the thousands of dragons that had gathered together before also disappeared, as if they had never existed from the beginning. However, everyone was shocked to find that the Ishgar continent, which had existed for countless years, was divided into two parts at some point, a larger and a smaller continent. The larger continent inherited the previous name Ishgar, and the smaller continent was named the Western Continent. At the same time, in front of an extremely huge gate, 5 dragons were standing, and in front of each of the 5 dragons was a comatose human child. Compared to the current situation, everyone already knows that the same race has completely angered that guy, and there is no room for easing. Everyone has long recognized the horror of that guy. One of the red dragons, who looked very strong, said with a serious face, with a complex look in his eyes. After hearing the words of the red dragon, the other dragons all nodded with a serious face. If that's the case, then let's get started. I'll leave the rest up to you, Anahafatelia, Zirf Dragneel. The red dragon turned around and said something to the 2 people standing not far away, then turned into a red light and entered the body of a boy with cherry-colored hair. Accompanying the red dragon's actions, the other 4 dragons also turned into light and entered the body of the human child in front of them. After all the dragons were small, the huge door slowly opened, and after the 5 human children entered, it slowly closed again, as if nothing had happened from the beginning. Zirf, do you think they can do it? I don't know. Chapter 2. The Strongest Collection Request. P.S. This book is inspired by the introduction of Pirates. I am the ancestor of celestial dragons, and it is a tribute to Pirates. I am the ancestor of celestial dragons. Standing on the top of the mountain, Ji Yun looked at the world in front of him, looked at the continent that he had divided into 2, and subconsciously was a little dazed, and fell into memories. There was no surprise. Ji Yun was a time traveler, and he traveled to this world, the world of fairy tale, 23 years ago. To be honest, as a otaku, I was really a little excited when I first knew that I had come to the world of fairy tale. Unlike anime such as Naruto, One Piece, and Dragon Ball, in the world of fairy tale, there are basically no casualties of ordinary people. It can be said that as long as you are smart, cautious, and careful, it is completely possible to survive to the end. If there is anything disappointing, it is probably that there is no gold finger and it is not wearing a body. Ji Yun directly traveled to a baby, and it takes a lot of time just to grow up. However, after growing up a little, Ji Yun realized that he seemed to have traveled through time a little too early. He did not travel to the relatively peaceful era in the main plot of the original novel, but came to the era 400 years ago when the dragons dominated the world and acted recklessly. Especially after a brown dragon descended on the city where Ji Yun was, saying something like, "Human, come and please me," it directly woke up Ji Yun, who still had a little fantasy. This is not a beautiful world, but a world that is cruel to the extreme. Thinking of this, Ji Yun shook his head gently. He is now standing on the top of the world, and the dragons are completely frightened by him. It is better not to think about the past. After all, Ji Yun's famous battle was to cut the brown dragon into pieces in front of millions of humans. Just now, Ji Yun killed thousands of dragons with one sword. The dragons that made him extremely scared back then have unknowingly become like ants, and there is no need to care about them at all. But, no matter what, there is still something missing. The world 400 years ago is still not as interesting as the world after the main plot of the original novel begins, and because of the Dragon Clan, human entertainment facilities are also very few. It seems that except for a very few existences, no matter how strong they are, they cannot achieve immortality. At the beginning, Ji Yun just wanted to survive in this cruel world. Later, when the Dragon Clan did not give Ji Yun any chance to survive, he began to practice magic hard, wanting to control the powerful power to stand on the top of the world and watch the clouds roll and unfold. Now, Ji Yun has done what he wanted to do before, but Ji Yun is not satisfied. Although he has the strongest power to subvert the world, and even killed the world overlord Dragon Clan with his own power, but compared with the vast and long history, a lifespan of only 100 years is too insignificant. Even if Ji Yun has the power to subvert the world, what does it matter? At most, he could only leave behind an extremely glorious life and achievements for future generations to admire, while the dragons that he killed casually like ants could easily enjoy hundreds or thousands of years of life. This really made Ji Yun a little unwilling. He must live and must achieve eternal life. Looking at the vast world in front of him, Ji Yun firmly believed in this idea. Time flies, and more than 400 years have passed in a flash. Now, it is the year X791. In Magnolia, In the cultivated land on the hillside behind the Fairy Tale Guild headquarters, a girl with dark purple hair, wearing a turquoise suspender top and a white short skirt is wielding a hoe to cultivate the land. This is Kanana, one of the members of Fairy Tale. Because the guild is already unable to make ends meet, Kanana will take care of the cultivated land to increase food output in her spare time. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, it is now X791. Since the main force of Fairy Tale went to Tinlong Island to participate in the S-Class Wizard Assessment 7 years ago, and encountered the Black Dragon Acknowledger of the Wings of the End and never came back, the Fairy Tale Guild has been getting worse and worse every year. Guild members have left and scattered, and only a few big fish and small fish are left today. The disappearance of the main force has led to a decrease in task commissions, which in turn has led to a decrease in guild members, and the decrease in guild members will lead to even fewer task commissions. In this vicious cycle, Fairy Tale is no longer the strongest guild in Fury 7 years ago. With fewer task commissions completed, the guild does not have enough commissions to maintain itself. It can be said that it is really a miracle that the Fairy Tale Guild can barely maintain itself to this day. Of course, the persistence of the last few remaining guild members in the Fairy Tale Guild is also indispensable. For example, Kanana tried her best to do her part for the guild. It's harvest time again. It looks like we can harvest a lot of food this year. Kanana looked at the golden scene on the cultivated land, exhaled lightly and murmured happily. After that, Kanana swung the hoe in his hand again, but this time the hoe made a crisp sound before it went deep into the ground. Hey, there is something hard under the cultivated land. Is it a stone? Kanana curiously poked the top layer of soil on the cultivated land, and a deep blue light was imprinted in Kanana's eyes. After finding out that there was really something under the cultivated land, Kanana became more curious and began to try to dig out the thing that was shining with deep blue light under the ground. As this, a coffin. Chapter 3. The Ruined Guild, 1/3, please bookmark. Kanana could sense the extraordinary nature of the ice coffin that he found by chance, so at this time, Kanana's decision was naturally to call everyone in the guild together to discuss how to deal with the ice coffin. You know, in the Fairy Tale world, the most abundant thing is the ruins of various magic eras. These ruins are often very dangerous, and you can be killed if you are not careful. Many wizards died in the dangers contained in the ruins themselves when they discovered the ruins. Ji Yu Yun said before that the Fairy Tale world is a safe world only relatively speaking. After all, this is a real world. If you take the initiative to die, there is no need to say what the consequences will be. Even the protagonist Natsu and his group in the original work have 3 different futures, right? The first future is that they were wiped out by the Black Dragon Acknowledger of the Wings of the End in X798. The second future is that they were wiped out in the invasion of 10,000 dragons led by the Great Magician in X791. The third is a bright and hopeful future. In short, after thinking for a while, Kanana was ready to move the ice coffin she found to the guild to show it to others, and then Kanana easily lifted the ice coffin. The wizards in the Fairy Tale world are different from the magicians in the general Western world. The wizards in the Fairy Tale world are more like a kind of magic warrior. Because the magic power and vitality in the Fairy Tale world are closely related, the vitality of wizards with strong magic power is also very strong. Not only can they prolong their lives to a certain extent, but they can also make their bodies stronger and very resistant to beatings. The fact that there are few deaths in the original book is also related to this. Just as Kanana was carrying the ice coffin she found and walking towards the guild, Kanana did not notice that a very fine crack had quietly appeared on the ice coffin she was carrying, and this crack was constantly expanding. Well, it does look like a very unusual coffin, and it should have a long history. In the Fairy Tale Guild headquarters, a middle-aged man with black and purple hair looked at the ice coffin in the middle of the guild and said a little seriously, "We don't know who is lying in the ice coffin, and we don't even know whether he is really dead or alive. Relics are too dangerous and we can't deal with them. So, let's notify the Magic Council and let them deal with it, even if every relic symbolizes huge wealth." The middle-aged man standing in the Fairy Tale Guild with a cautious face is the 4th-generation president of Fairy Tale, Macau Conbolt. Of course, this president is not official yet, and an acting prefix must be added before the president. Although he has no strength and is just a B-level wizard, in the original book, the reason why Fairy Tail was able to survive those tenacious 7 years can be said to be largely due to Macau Conbolt. After all, sometimes, a guild cannot be established with just enthusiasm. Before, Fairy Tail was so high profile that many people were unhappy with it. Fairy Tail without a high-level position is easy to bully. Almost no one thought that the main force of Fairy Tail on Tinlong Island could survive. It was not easy for Macau Conbolt to support Fairy Tail. Then give this ice coffin to the Magic Council. I remember that the Magic Council will give some compensation to the wizard guilds that voluntarily hand over the ruins or provide the location of the ruins. After hearing Macau's words, a fat man with black hair who was eating 2 huge pieces of barbecue in his hand said vaguely, "I think with that compensation, our pressure in the recent period should be much less. It can more or less deal with the greedy ghosts of the Dusk Ghost. But even if we give this ice coffin to the Magic Council and get a compensation, it is still not enough to repay all the debts. If we can't repay the debts of the greedy ghosts of the Dusk Ghost, I'm afraid." The yellow-haired man sitting next to the black-haired fat man was a little pessimistic. Because the yellow-haired man knew very well how much foreign debt the Fairy Tail Guild had owed by forcing it to run. Even though the compensation reward for handing over the ruins by the Magic Council has always been very generous, the generosity of the compensation reward is also based on the grade of the ruins. Obviously, even if the ice coffin Kanana found is a relic, it is probably a small relic, and it cannot get too much compensation from the Magic Council. At least it is definitely not enough to repay the debt owed by the Fairy Tail Guild. Jet, at least the compensation from the Magic Council is better than nothing. With the compensation from the Magic Council, we can at least breathe a sigh of relief. We should worry about the future later. In my opinion, it's just that Droy, you are too relaxed. Look at you, how fat you are. What, are you trying to say that I'm fat again? What else? The 2 fat and thin duos who quarreled for no reason are members of the Lane Engine team that teamed up with Levy in Fairy Tail. They are Jet, who uses the magic of Divine Feet, and Droy, who uses plant magic. Hey, it's still a sum of money. Let's go, Macau, and contact the Magic Council. Looking at the quarreling Droy and Jet, the uncle smoking not far away said helplessly to Macau. Bang! At this moment, the already slightly worn-out door of the Fairy Tail Guild was kicked open, and 5 ruffian figures appeared in the sight of the Fairy Tail people. The originally harmonious atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. These 5 uninvited guests were the magicians responsible for collecting debts from the Dusk Ghost. Nothing good would happen every time they came. It's still the same as usual, so deserted in broad daylight. At this time, the cracks inside the ice coffin had begun to spread wildly, and a few pieces of ice began to fall off the ice coffin quietly, and no one noticed this series of changes in the ice coffin. Chapter 4. The Dragon Slayer 400 years ago, 2/3, please bookmark. P.S. I went out for a whole day on Singles Day. The Ghost of Dusk is a new guild that quickly replaced Fairy Tail after its decline. When Fairy Tail encountered difficulties before, it lent Fairy Tail a loan to help it continue to support itself, but it was unexpected that the loan was a loan shark, which completely trapped Fairy Tail. It can be said that the fact that Fairy Tail could fall to such a level is largely related to the Ghost of Dusk. After all, Fairy Tail is not what it used to be. It can only barely pay the interest every month. Even now, because there are no missions commissioned every month, even the monthly interest can no longer be paid. The next thing naturally became simple. The Wizard of the Ghost of Dusk came to collect the debt, and since Fairy Tail had not paid the debt at this time, of course it really had no money to pay the debt. The Dusk Ghost Mage, who couldn't collect the debt, naturally couldn't leave Fairy Tail happily, and started to smash things in the Fairy Tail Guild. As the party who owed money and debts, the Fairy Tail members could only clench their fists and endure, even though Fairy Tail was in such a state that it could still beat the Dusk Ghost. So useless, is this the Fairy Tail, the first guild in Fury? The leader of the Dusk Ghost debt collection team, the mage holding a huge mace in his hand, looked at the Fairy Tail people who were enduring and said with disdain, "It's really funny, let's go back, huh? Putting a coffin in the guild is really interesting, what? Are you going to give up and run away?" Because the furniture in the Fairy Tail Guild had been smashed, the ice coffin standing in the middle of the guild became more eye-catching. The mace wizard looked at the fairy tale people and grinned. This is not okay. You can give up, but no one can run away when they owe us dusk ghosts money, understand? As he spoke, the mace wizard swung the mace in his hand towards the ice coffin. Hey, wait, this is... Macau's face suddenly changed after seeing the mace wizard's actions, and he was about to stop the mace wizard's actions, but it was too late. With a bang, the ice coffin placed in the center of the hall was directly smashed by the mace wizard and hit the wall. At the moment the ice coffin was smashed, the crack inside the ice coffin that was constantly spreading also reached its peak. A clear cracking sound was heard by everyone present, and a crack appeared on the ice coffin that was originally smooth and shining with light blue light. And this crack spread wildly in the moment after it appeared, and it didn't take long for the surface of the ice coffin to be covered with cracks. Jet, it seems like something is about to come out. Looking at the cracks that kept spreading on the ice coffin, Droy swallowed his saliva subconsciously. The 5 debt collectors of the Dusk Ghost didn't know, but the people of Fairy Tale knew that this ice coffin was not an ordinary ice coffin but a relic of a certain magic era. Now the ice coffin is about to break. Who knows what will jump out of it? After hearing Droy's words, Jed nodded nervously, and a light golden magic circle flashed quietly under his feet. The magic of the magic foot was ready. If there was anything wrong, he would contact the Magic Council immediately. Everyone retreat and leave here first. This place is very dangerous now. Contact the Magic Council first. Macau also came back to his senses at this time. Looking at the cracks that kept spreading on the ice coffin, he shouted nervously. Compared to Fairy Tale's actions, the 5 debt collectors of the Dusk Ghost felt a little inexplicable. What the hell, do you think that you can just make a coffin that breaks at the touch and contact the Magic Council and everything will be fine? The Mace Wizard looked at the Fairy Tale people and said in confusion, it seems that the lesson just now did not make you understand what the situation is now, or maybe this coffin gave you the confidence. Then I will show you how I can completely break this broken coffin. After saying that, the Mace Wizard of the Ghost of Dusk once again swung the mace in his hand towards the ice coffin that was already full of cracks. At this time, the Mace Wizard found that he could no longer swing the mace in his hand halfway, and an unprecedented palpitation emerged from the depths of the hearts of everyone present. It was as if the magic dragon that had been sleeping for countless years slowly opened its eyes and once again opened its fangs to the world. And he was the person standing in the front and watching the fangs most directly. Everyone present felt a pair of invisible hands pressing their necks tightly, and they couldn't breathe at all. What kind of existence was released? Macau felt the oppression from the ice coffin and said hesitantly. This oppression was far less than that of Jupiter who faced the Phantom Lord back then. Before Macau could continue to say anything, the ice coffin that caused all this completely shattered, and a young man with long white hair appeared in the sight of everyone present. With the appearance of the young man in the ice coffin, the pressure on the scene disappeared at once, but for some reason, the palpitations in the hearts of everyone present became more serious. The deduction degree is 99.9%. You, damn it! The young man looked at the Mace Wizard and said word by word, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Chapter 5. The First Appearance, 3/3, please bookmark. This young man with white hair is Ji Yun who froze himself 400 years ago. As for why the style of the ice is the style of a coffin, it is just Ji Yun's unilateral bad taste. 400 years ago, after Ji Yun completely killed the dragons and frightened them, Ji Yun began to plan for his own life. You know, even the most ordinary dragons can have a lifespan of hundreds or thousands of years. It doesn't make sense that he can only live for 100 years and turn into a pile of yellow earth after 100 years. So Ji Yun began to study magic that can make him live long or even immortal. Unlike other magicians in the fairy tale world, Ji Yun can experiment one by one through various conjectures on the earth about prolonging life, longevity and immortality. For example, first achieve physical immortality through magic, and then achieve spiritual immortality by studying the soul and strengthening the soul. The combination of the two is the real immortality. Although the general goal was very simple, when Ji Yun really started to study and do it, he found it was very difficult. It was definitely not something that could be studied thoroughly in a short time or even in his lifetime. If there was no time, then try to give yourself more time. So under the premise of ensuring that the mind could function normally, Ji Yun froze himself in an ice coffin and began to study the magic of immortality. Ji Yun did not need to worry about the lifespan of the soul and spirit for the time being. In fact, the reason why most people died was not because of the soul and spirit, but because the body was no longer able to continue to function. After 400 years of research, Ji Yun had already achieved physical life extension and longevity, that is, to increase the strength of cells and increase the number of cell divisions, so as to achieve the purpose of longevity. However, just when Ji Yun was about to study infinite cell division, he was interrupted by a mace from the Mace Wizard. You must know that immortality is easy to obtain, but immortality is hard to find. Immortality is something that can only be encountered but not sought. If he is unlucky, even if Ji Yun's research progress has reached 99.9%, the last 0.01% progress will never be reached in his lifetime. How can Ji Yun not be furious? The unprecedented materialized magic power is boiling wildly in Ji Yun's body, and the earth begins to tremble and crack wildly. The originally cloudless sky suddenly becomes gloomy, and the oppression far exceeds that of thousands of dragons, making the world tremble. This kind of magic is horrifying. Even the 10 wizard saints are far inferior to it. What era is that ice coffin from? What kind of existence in that era can have such powerful strength? I have never felt such fear. Even if Urza and the others are still here, they are as fragile as children in front of this guy. Compared to the other fairy tale people who were stunned by the extremely terrifying oppression of Ji Yun, Macau came back to his senses earlier. Looking at the guild that was shaking wildly and making a piercing sound, he shouted madly. Don't be in a daze. Go. This place is going to collapse. After hearing Macau's crazy shouting, all the people who were stunned barely came to their senses and tried to run out of the guild. Ji Yun did not stop these irrelevant people, but the Mace Wizard who disturbed Ji Yun could not do it. But then again, the Mace Wizard was the closest to Ji Yun. The Mace Wizard standing in front of Ji Yun could not even move a finger, let alone run away. Damn it, I can't move. Don't kill me, I didn't mean it. The Mace Wizard looked at Ji Yun, who was in a rage, and tears flowed directly, begging frantically. At this time, how could the Mace Wizard not know that he had provoked an incredible existence? This kind of oppression was a sense of oppression that even the 10 wizard saints could not achieve. The 10 wizard saints still had to do it themselves to achieve the effect of destroying the world, and Ji Yun could achieve the same result with just the momentum of the magic burst. Didn't you mean it? After hearing the words of the ruffian Mace Wizard in front of him, Ji Yun became even more furious. If it wasn't intentional, he was going to hit me with a second hammer. Die. Ji Yun frowned as he looked at the Mace Wizard in front of him, who was crying and even smelled a little like urine. He just waved his hand at the annoying guy in front of him, and a red magic circle appeared under the feet of the Mace Wizard. A red light column that shot straight into the sky wrapped the Mace Wizard in it. At Ji Yun's level, he had already reached the realm of subtle control in the novel. Ji Yun pursued the intensity of attack rather than the fireworks roar of the Dragon Clan, otherwise the Dragon Clan 400 years ago would not be so powerless in front of Ji Yun. At the same time, the doomsday scene just now gradually subsided after Ji Yun killed the Mace Wizard. Molecular reorganization. Looking at the messy environment around him, Ji Yun also felt a little uncomfortable, and directly used the magic he had researched to reorganize and renovate everything around him. So, in the astonished eyes of Macau and others outside, the originally dilapidated guild building suddenly became brand new, and even the furniture that was smashed by the 5 members of the Dust Ghost Debt Collector group was repaired and reorganized by Ji Yun. After restoring the building that was about to collapse to a brand new look, Ji Yun poured himself a glass of juice at the bar and sat down at a random seat, and began to look at the surrounding environment. 99.9% is 99.9%. Anyway, even if the body really achieves immortality, the soul still needs to spend more time to study and research. But then again, it's really a coincidence that the place where I woke up was actually in the Fairy Tale Guild. Ji Yun, who was leisurely drinking a sip of juice, also noticed the guild emblem in the guild building at this time, and chuckled. It seems that I have been sleeping for a long time. Fairy Tale has also appeared. I don't know what year it is now. Chapter 6. Clouds moving in all directions, 1/3, please bookmark. P.S. Hey, please give me a collection. Closing square bracket. No one can endure hundreds of years of loneliness, so when Ji Yun froze himself to study the magic of immortality, he was in a state of concentration. Only by focusing wholeheartedly can he endure countless years of loneliness. Of course, it was because of this that Ji Yun did not feel the passage of time, just like a long period of days. When he came to his senses, he found that hundreds of years had passed and the sea had turned into mulberry fields. And just as Ji Yun was sighing in the new fairy tale guild building, the series of effects caused by Ji Yun's anger just now did not end because of Ji Yun's calmness. You must know that the world tremble caused by the boiling magic power in Ji Yun's body just now because of Ji Yun's anger was not just a verbal statement. In the original anime, the earth-shattering caused by the full firepower of the 10 wizard saints was just an exaggerated modifier. If Ji Yun really let the magic power in his body explode and boil in all directions, then it would really be enough to destroy the world. Therefore, the series of impacts caused by Ji Yun just now have just begun. For example, after Ji Yun calmed down, the highest supervision organization of wizards on the Ishgar continent was responsible for inspecting various wizard guilds, punishing guilds that violated the rules, and reaching offensive and defensive alliance agreements with various countries. Meeting room of the Magic Council headquarters. You all have seen the Magic Factor data report just now. In the conference room, a white-bearded old man wearing a cowboy hat and with 2 wrinkles on his face said seriously, "Extremely powerful magic factor fluctuations have appeared in Magnolia, Fury Kingdom, which are far more powerful than the limit." And just now, the Magic Council branch of Fury Kingdom also received news that the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild claimed to have found a relic item, an ice coffin, and a white-haired man emerged from the ice coffin, which is extremely dangerous. Everyone, please express your opinions. The powerful unknown magician may have even violated the laws made by our Magic Council. The life and death of the sea-level magician Debo, who currently represents the dust ghost of the Magician Guild in Magnolia, is unknown. The white-bearded old man who spoke first is the current Magic Council speaker Gulen Doma. 7 years ago, after the previous Magic Council was destroyed by Jelil and Ultir, he successfully ascended the throne of the Magic Council speaker. HMPH, what else can we do? After hearing what Speaker Gulen said, a middle-aged counselor next to him sneered and chuckled. Of course, we need to confirm whether the other party is dangerous, and then confirm whether the other party has violated the magician law formulated by our Magic Council. If the magician law is violated, should our Magic Council pretend that nothing has happened? I just read the report. The unknown magician who came out of a certain ruins may have killed the sea-level magician Debo of the Dust Ghost, and has obviously violated the magician law formulated by our Magic Council. For such dangerous magicians who violate the magician law, our Magic Council will naturally impose sanctions and trials. However, the magic factor fluctuation just now was indeed very strong. Let's not talk about whether the magic factor fluctuation of this degree was caused by human beings, but for the sake of safety, we should send the Crescent Knights over. Indeed, this level of magic factor fluctuation is indeed horrifying. I have never seen such a strong magic factor fluctuation. By the way, the 4th Forced Supervision Force is free, so let the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Force, Lahar, lead the 4th Forced Supervision Force and the Crescent Knights. Agree, if necessary, we can directly imprison them by force to ensure the dignity of our Magic Council. Second. Seeing that the results had been discussed, the chairman of the Magic Council, Gulen, spoke again. It seems that everyone has already reached a result. I also second the result of this meeting and will not use the veto power. The captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Force, Lahar, will lead the 4th Forced Supervision Force and the Crescent Knights to Magnolia, the Kingdom of Fury, to investigate the situation and confirm whether the target has violated the magician law. If necessary, they can be directly forcibly imprisoned. This meeting is over. As the meeting between the chairman of the Magic Council and the members ended, the council started to turn rapidly like a clockwork gear. The 4th Forced Supervision Force and the Crescent Knights, led by the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Force, Lahar, quickly rushed towards Magnolia, the Kingdom of Fury. At the same time, after seeing the actions of the Magic Council, the other alarmed forces all calmed down and prepared to wait and see what would happen between the Magic Council and the existence that caused such a big commotion just now. Originally, because the main force of Fairy Tail disappeared, the world that was like a dead pool of water came alive again. Ji Yun's awakening was like a spark that was about to set the prairie on fire, igniting this fuse in advance. At the same time, the Fairy Tail people who had already passed the message to the Magic Council looked at the guild that was suddenly renovated inexplicably, but they didn't know what to do next. The other 4 members of the Dusk Ghost debt collection team didn't know what to do next. Should they abandon their captain whose life or death was unknown or leave? At this time, these Dusk Ghost wizards had completely lost their temper when they smashed things in the Fairy Tail Guild building. They were at a loss like children. Speaking of which, should we go in and take a look? At this time, Kanana looked at the silent people and the renovated building and said hesitantly, or should we wait here for the people from the Magic Council to come? Of course, we should wait here for the people from the Magic Council to come and deal with this matter. You have seen how terrible that guy was just now. If we go back now, we will definitely die a very ugly death. After hearing Kanana's words, Droy directly objected, with a look of horror on his face, and he was obviously frightened by the commotion Ji Yun had just made. Chapter 7. The Most Evil Person, 2/3, please bookmark. P.S. I am a newbie, I don't know if what I wrote suits your taste, if it does, can you give me a collection to encourage me? Closing square bracket. PS2. Well, I heard from other authors that they must rush to the weekly collection list every Monday. Tomorrow is Monday. I decided to change from 3 updates a day to 4 updates a day. Seeing how hard I work, please don't hesitate to collect it. Closing square bracket. No, let's go back. At this time, Macau, who always seemed to be timid, cowardly and submissive, gave a different response. After seeing the stunned eyes of everyone around him, Macau explained seriously, I believe everyone has just seen the strength of that person. If that person really wants to kill us, can we escape? No, even my magic of divine feet can't escape from that guy, and I can't even move. Jet also expressed his opinion at the side. Just now, when Ji Yun was furious because he was interrupted by the Mace Wizard at the most critical moment of his research, Jet wanted to directly activate his magic of divine feet to quickly leave the guild and inform the Magic Council, but found that he couldn't activate magic in front of Ji Yun. Facing the unprecedented pressure of magic power, the condensed magic circle collapsed instantly at the moment of condensation, and the magic could not be activated. So, since we have no way to escape, why are we so scared? Macau looked at everyone present and said with a smile, besides, they helped us renovate the guild building, so they are more or less guests of our Fairy Tail Guild. How can we all run away when there are guests sitting inside? At this time, Macau threw away his previous cowardly and submissive image and showed a strong courage that had never appeared before. It must be said that there is a reason why the Fairy Tail Guild was able to survive in such a difficult 7 years. After hearing what Macau said, everyone in Fairy Tail thought about it for a while and found that what Macau said was indeed very reasonable. Maybe they were still a little afraid of Ji Yun, but they all agreed with Macau's idea of going back. Then, in the eyes of the remaining 4 wizards of the Dusk Ghost who looked at him as if he was mentally retarded, Macau led the remaining members of Fairy Tail to walk back to the direction of their own guild building that had been inexplicably renovated. Finally, after Macau and the others returned to the guild, they saw a guy sitting in his own guild drinking juice. He even said something very familiar. Welcome back. Ji Yun looked at Macau and the others who had returned to the guild and said with a smile, I helped you renovate the dilapidated guild. It should be okay to drink some of your juice as a reward. No problem. Macau looked at the guild in surprise, and was even a little absent-minded. Ever since Makarov took Natsu and most of the main forces to Tinlong Island to take the S-class wizard assessment and never returned, the Fairy Tail Guild building has become more and more dilapidated year by year. It looks so new now, and it was only seen 7 years ago when everyone was still there. After a little sigh in his heart, Macau immediately came back to his senses. Although he was very happy that the guild was renovated, Macau still had one most important thing to confirm. Hey, I want to ask, where is Debo? Macau looked at Ji Yun with a serious face, His face was full of a serious expression that he had never had before, and asked seriously, "Where did the mace-using wizard who just disturbed you and made you angry go?" As Macau's voice fell, the other fairy tale people who were still curiously observing the guild that suddenly looked new also reacted at once, and their slightly relaxed expressions became tense again. "Yes, where is Debo?" Just now, the fairy tale people and the other wizards of the Dusk Ghost did not run far, and they did not see Debo, the mace-using wizard, leaving the newly renovated guild building at all, but now Debo was not seen in the guild. So there is no need to say what the situation is now. In fact, Ji Yun did not hide anything, nor did he feel that there was any need to hide anything. Of course he died. Ji Yun looked at Macau and others who were horrified and chuckled, saying, "It's really lucky that they disturbed me at the most critical moment. I have to say that the wizard named Debo was lucky." As he spoke, Ji Yun drank a sip of juice in front of everyone. The main plot time period in the original fairy tale is indeed very peaceful and there is nothing wrong with it. After all, there are wizard laws formulated by the Magic Council to constrain all wizards in the open. However, the world where the Dragon Clan dominated the world 400 years ago was different. The saying that all humans gathered together to fight against the dragons in the face of a great enemy was a complete joke from the beginning. It was an extremely cruel world. Because the Dragon Clan was rampant, everyone was in danger. Most humans wanted to enjoy themselves before being toyed to death by the Dragon Clan, especially the wizards who mastered extraordinary powers. You know, there was no magic council to supervise the world 400 years ago, and there was no magic law to constrain magicians. Magicians with strength far beyond that of ordinary people could really do whatever they wanted. That was an era when evil spirits were rampant, and it was an era when evil spirits were more terrifying than dragons and demons. Some of the evil spirits' behavior even made those dragons feel a little chilled, and those demons felt a chill in their hearts. Ji Yun killed many dragons, yes. However, Ji Yun killed more evil spirits in human skin. It can be said that although history calls Ji Yun a dragon slayer, 90% of the blood on Ji Yun's hands is the blood of evil spirits of the same race. Ji Yun is not only a dragon slayer, but also an executioner, and the most vicious person. Of course, having said that, the times are indeed different from 400 years ago. There are clear laws to constrain the powerful wizards. So after hearing that Ji Yun killed the mace wizard named Debo, everyone looked at Ji Yun with a different look. This guy is really dangerous. Chapter 8. Oversleeping, 3/3, please bookmark. Dead, dead, dead. Droy trembled a little after hearing Ji Yun's matter-of-fact answer. It's just a little disturbing you. There's no need to kill anyone, just teach him a lesson. Hey, shut up, Droy, do you want to anger this guy? Droy's partner Jet stepped on Droy secretly after hearing what Droy said, and whispered, "Look at that guy saying, kill, and die, so casually, don't you understand what's going on? This guy is the kind of dark wizard who kills without blinking an eye. In this situation, can you use your brain to speak? Has your brain turned into fat in the past few years? Oh, sorry Jet, I didn't expect that someone would die." Looking at Jet with a nervous face, Droy asked quickly, "What should we do next?" "It depends on how the president handles it." Jet whispered, "This guy should be different from ordinary wizards. I don't think the matter should be too serious." Then the scene suddenly fell into a strange silence. Everyone looked at Ji Yun nervously, fearing that Ji Yun would do something out of the ordinary. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, the times were different. It was not the chaotic era of the Dragon Clan 400 years ago. The wizards who acted recklessly in this era were all rats crossing the street and everyone wanted to kill them. Ji Yun looked at the scene that suddenly fell into silence and roughly knew what Macau and others were thinking. When Ji Yun saw the emblem of the fairy tale guild in the building, he knew that his action of killing the mace wizard would definitely cause him a lot of trouble. However, just like the protagonist in a certain urban cultivation novel that Ji Yun read on Earth. Why should I, Chen, explain my actions in my life to others? Kill, just kill, no explanation. Single quote. After all, he is the strongest in the world. In addition to the fact that the god Anxur Ramel who cursed Zirf in the original book is too unknown, Ji Yun really doesn't believe that there is anything in this fairy tale world that can pose a threat to him. There is nothing wrong with being submissive when you are not as strong as others. However, Ji Yun is the strongest now. Since he is the strongest, does Ji Yun still need to consider the feelings of others? As for the so-called Magic Council, Jackal, who is just one of the Tartaro's 9 demon gates in the original book, can kill all the members and the speaker of the Magic Council. If Ji Yun wants to do it, it will be easier. The only thing that makes Ji Yun a little wary is the core technology of the Magic Council, the magic wizard power of super time and space destruction. This magic only appears once in the original book, but it is the strongest output in the original book. In short, Ji Yun, who has been frustrated for more than 10 years in the fairy tale world before he shines, is not going to continue to be frustrated. Whatever the magic wizard power of the Magic Council is, of course, with one's own mind, as he wishes. Of course, Ji Yun was relaxed and comfortable, but the fairy tale members standing in front of Ji Yun didn't think so. Instead, they looked at Ji Yun as if they were facing a great enemy. In that case, I can only say that I am very sorry. Killing people will cause trouble to our fairy tale guild. Although I am very grateful for your renovation of our guild's building, I still hope you can understand. However, after a while, Macau took a deep breath and said, "Can you please leave?" As Macau's voice fell, the already quite depressing atmosphere solidified instantly. Whether it was Droy, Jet, or Kanana who discovered Ji Yun, all of them became nervous involuntarily. Everyone was ready to fight at this moment. It's funny to say that the fairy tale members can endure the bullying of the Dust Ghost, but they are mentally prepared to fight at any time when facing Ji Yun, the murderer. That's right, whether it is Macau or other members, they are very excellent. This is something that cannot be denied. After all, if they don't do this, fairy tale may not survive the blank 7 years. Without the powerful strength, fairy tale will definitely die ugly if he continues to do things like before. But it is not wrong. Even if it is because of the different standpoints, Ji Yun still feels inexplicably funny. Okay, don't be so nervous. I didn't plan to stay here for long. After all, the world is so big, it would be a pity if I don't walk around and take a look. Although it has changed from the second dimension to the third dimension, Ji Yun still roughly recognizes the identities of the people standing in front of him in the original anime. Now the one who has the courage to talk to him directly should be the 4th generation president of Fairy Tale, Macau, and the little girl who found him should be Kanana, the snake of the poisonous dragon slayer. The fat man who questioned him just now should be the guy who used plant magic in the Lane Engine team in the same group as Levi, and the other one is the wizard who used divine foot magic. Of course, Ji Yun also found that he overslept and had slept through all the plots in the first season of the original work. If Kanana hadn't found him, Ji Yun felt that after he had deduced the last 0.01% of the magic of immortality, it would not be impossible for him to sleep until the end of Fairy Tale. However, before I leave, I have another very important thing to ask you, so as not to miss the wonderful show. Ji Yun looked at Macau and others and asked with a smile, "This year is?" But at this time, the ground, which had originally calmed down, once again felt a slight vibration. Ji Yun swallowed the words that he had not yet finished speaking. Through the things coming from outside, Ji Yun roughly knew what time period he was in. Chapter 9. Variables 1/4, please bookmark. P.S. I said I would update 4 more chapters, so I beg you to collect them. Closing square bracket. Ignoring the people of Fairy Tale who were frightened behind him, Ji Yun slowly pushed open the door that had become brand new, and looked up slightly at the top of the guild building. At this moment, at some point, a huge spaceship appeared in the sky above the Fairy Tale guild building. On the bow of the spaceship is a pure white Pegasus building with wings spread out, which is one of the symbols of Blue Pegasus, one of the very powerful regular wizard guilds in the original book. And this spaceship itself is also a landmark building of Blue Pegasus, the magic crit boat, Chris Stingnia, which has a very good long-range attack capability. Looking at the magic crit boat, Chris Stingnia, of Blue Pegasus in the sky, Ji Yun subconsciously frowned. Because of some experiences 400 years ago, Ji Yun subconsciously associated it with the Lofty Dragon clan. In the era of 400 years ago, there was no high-tech gadget like magic attack boat. The only ones that could fly in the sky were very few magicians and birds with specific attributes, and the dragons, the former world overlords, were the dragons. In general, if the era of the main plot of the original novel is equivalent to the modern Earth, then the era of 400 years ago is equivalent to the ancient Earth, and because of the reckless behavior of the dragons, the world 400 years ago was quite boring and ancient. Thinking of this, Ji Yu-yun shook his head lightly and didn't think about these things anymore. Forget it, since the magic attack boat of Blue Pegasus came here at this time, now should be the plot time period at the beginning of the second season of the original novel. Ji Yu-yun touched his chin and began to think, because Ji Yu-yun was different from other time travelers and didn't have the relationship of Goldfinger, so Ji Yu-yun often thought about some things, such as how to survive and how to become stronger. Similarly, Ji Yu-yun often reviewed the plot in the original novel and learned new things, even if Ji Yu-yun didn't think that he could live to the day when the original plot began. By recalling the plot of the second season of the original novel, Ji Yu-yun first determined the time point where he was, which was the beginning of the second season in X791. In the original novel, the people from Blue Pegasus came here because they found out about the Tinlong Island that had disappeared for 7 years, and came to tell the remaining members of Fairy Tail. Blue Pegasus. After seeing Ji Yu-yun come out, Macau and others followed carefully. Looking at the magic attack boat, Christina, floating in the sky, Macau muttered to himself with a surprised look, why did Blue Pegasus come here at this time? Things after that naturally became simpler. Although the process of the plot was completely different from that in the original novel due to Ji Yu-yun's intervention, the result was still similar. This time, the top team of Blue Pegasus came, the funny and handsome group Tri-Mens who had previously cooperated with Fairy Tail, led by Blue Pegasus's most powerful magician Yi. Of course, Yi is also professional in comedy. He jumped directly from the magic attack boat, Christina, and landed on his face. It was very smooth. This made Ji Yu-yun, who saw the familiar scene again after many years, couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. However, when Yi was greeting Fairy Tail and others with his team, Yi also found something wrong. Yi was funny, but as the signature S-level wizard of Blue Pegasus, he was still very professional. Well, not in terms of comedy, but only in terms of his professionalism as a wizard. And Fairy Tail and others didn't hide anything. Yi could clearly feel that Fairy Tail was afraid of something when they were greeting him and others. What were they afraid of? Those debt collectors of the Dusk Ghost not far away. Only 4 people. 1 person was missing, which was a bit strange. But would the Fairy Tail members be afraid of the Dusk Ghost wizards? It's unlikely. Yi knew that Fairy Tail owed the Dusk Ghost a lot of money, but if someone said that Fairy Tail was afraid of the Dusk Ghost, Yi really didn't believe it, and the Dusk Ghost's wizards were just like that, just a small guild. In terms of strength, in fact, even the ruined Fairy Tail guild was slightly inferior. The reason why Fairy Tail was bullied so badly by the Dusk Ghost was entirely because the Fairy Tail members owed money and dared not resist. Where did this fear come from? Yi was puzzled. Similarly, Yi could see the problem, and Ji Yu-yun could naturally feel the unnaturalness of the Fairy Tail members. After all, the shock that Ji Yu-yun brought to everyone just now was too strong. Thinking of this, Ji Yu-yun shook his head helplessly, and was unknowingly frightened. 400 years ago, although Ji Yu-yun was feared and terrified by many people, there were more people who regarded Ji Yu-yun as a savior-like existence, the only peerless strongman who could face the Dragon Clan head-on. Since he had disturbed others, Ji Yu-yun was not going to stay here any longer. Now was the beginning of the second season of the original story, and there were still several days before the return of the main force of Fairy Tail. Ji Yu-yun took advantage of these days to take a good look around Magnolia. After all, compared with 400 years ago, the main storyline of Fairy Tail 400 years later was completely equivalent to a modern society on the magic side, which gave Ji Yu-yun a sense of nostalgia. It would be even more perfect if he could research computers and networks on the magic side. However, at this moment, Ji Yu-yun slowly stopped his steps, and the variables came. Men, sir, can you please stop for a moment? Can you tell me where you hid Mr. Debo? Yi's voice came slowly from behind Ji Yu-yun, and standing behind Yi were the 4 debt collectors of the Dusk Ghost. Chapter 10. Conflict breaks out. 2 quarters, please bookmark. P.S. I heard from other authors that the collection is very good, but the author is not sure. Although I have only written 10 chapters and 20,000 words, I still look forward to the readers who have read it to give some opinions in the book review area. Closing square bracket. There is no doubt that the 4 Dust Ghost debt collectors told Yi what happened just now. If it was just like this, it would not be a big deal. In the past, Fairy Tail often knocked out wizards from other guilds and waited for people to pick up the body in a corner. Everyone was an adult, so what was there to worry about if they disappeared for a while? But if this time is combined with the inexplicable surge in magic factor fluctuations and the inexplicable fear of the Fairy Tail people, then it will be different. Although the reason for coming to Fairy Tail this time is to tell Fairy Tail people about the matter of Tinlong Island, Yi is also very concerned about the super violent magic factor fluctuations that occurred in the middle of the way. Connecting these 3 clues, Yi can draw a conclusion that Ji Yun is a dangerous person. Moreover, Ji Yun may have made quite dangerous moves, such as the sudden fluctuation of magic factor and the disappearance of the wizard named Debo in the Twilight Ghost. Mr. Debo. After hearing Yi's question, Ji Yun slowly turned around, looked at Yi's serious expression and chuckled. If the Mr. Debo you are talking about is the wizard with the mace before, then I can only tell you with great regret that I think Mr. Debo has been hidden in heaven or hell by me. I think, if it depends on himself alone, then I think Mr. Debo will definitely not come back. As Ji Yun's voice fell, the scene that was barely harmonious suddenly became weird. Fairy Tail was slightly better. Ji Yun's previous performance had made everyone in Fairy Tail more or less mentally prepared. As for the Blue Pegasus and Twilight Ghost guilds, they were truly shocked and stunned. No one expected that Ji Yun would admit it so casually. He had killed a person, but he said it as if he had killed some grass. At the same time, after being shocked and stunned, an inexplicable chill rose from everyone's heart. As wizards, all the wizards present were prepared for their companions to be killed or killed. After all, even the so-called regular wizard guilds would encounter situations where they had to resist and could die ugly if they let up a little. It's just that killing or being killed, everyone will more or less value life. In Zaref's words, that is, more or less know the preciousness of life and have more or less respect for life. But Ji Yun is different. The era of the main plot of the original Fairy Tail was an era of sound legal system. Not to mention that the wizards of the so-called regular wizard guild had few opportunities to kill people. In fact, even the wizards of the Dark Wizard Guild did not have many opportunities to kill people in this era of sound legal system. Therefore, it can be said that there are very few people like Ji Yun who kill people to the point of numbness to life. It's not that there aren't any, but generally speaking, people like this will be forcibly imprisoned and tried by the Magic Council, and won't have any chance to come out and do evil. Master Yi, Teacher Yi, Big Brother Yi, what should we do now? Should we just take action? X3. After hearing what Ji Yun said, the 3 members of the Tri-Men's team rushed over to block Yi and took a fighting stance against Ji Yun. However, when they saw Yi's expression, they all consciously quieted down, because they saw an unprecedented serious expression on Yi's face. They knew that Yi was angry, and the fury was unprecedented. In the original work, Yi, who always appeared in a funny way, once became serious. It meant that Yi was really angry. The more serious he was, the angrier he was. There was no situation that could make Yi so serious. Men. Yi looked at Ji Yun seriously. This young man with white hair and extreme indifference to life said slowly. Killing is not a joke. I hope you can reorganize your thoughts and words before speaking. Otherwise, I am afraid that you can't leave like this today. I will personally detain you to the Magic Council for forced imprisonment. After that, a huge pressure began to slowly emerge from Yi. This was the pressure brought by the huge boiling magic power in Yi. As an extremely old S-class wizard, it must be said that the magic power in Yi is already very close to the level of 10 wizard saints. Or, if there are only 10 places for 10 wizard saints, then Yi might be the 11th 10 wizard saints, with the terrible magic power that changes the sky, boast, and the earth, Zhong, Shu color, Shi. Oh, that's interesting. Then, Blue Pegasus Yi, I'm curious about how you can keep me here. He waved his hand at the ground and shaped a throne made of soil. He controlled the cup in the fairy tale guild building to pour himself a glass of juice. Then he leaned on the throne leisurely and chuckled. You want me to stay here by being funny? You are not allowed to be disrespectful to Teacher Yi Yi like this. Since you don't deny what Teacher Yi Yi said, it means that you admit to the murder. A fair-skinned blonde handsome guy in front of Yi Yi couldn't stand it anymore and roared at Ji Yu Yun. Let the pure snow punish you, white roar. This is one of the members of the Tri-Men's team led by Yi Yi, Ivan Tyram codenamed Holy Knight. He has snow magic and can control snow at will. He is a veteran A-level wizard with quite good strength. The white spiral wind wave composed of snow quickly attacked Ji Yu Yun. The cold wind blades alone made people feel like they were being stabbed by a blade. One can imagine how terrible it would be if it really hit the body. It can be said that he is worthy of the strength of a veteran A-class wizard. But, too naive. Another dimension. Chapter 11. Absolute Crush 3/4, please bookmark. P.S. After reading the comments, there is absolutely no identity hidden. As for how the identity was revealed, it is an S-level secret. In the shocked eyes of everyone around, Ji Yu Yun gently extended his index finger and gently drew an invisible line in front of him, blocking all the impacts. No, it can't be said to be blocked, but it is similar to the effect of being close yet far away in the fairy martial arts novels. The magic launched by Ivan did not show any signs of being blocked. It continued to attack the direction where Ji Yu Yun was, but it could not fly. It was obviously just a very short and fleeting distance, but it was like an invisible natural chasm. It's really a clumsy use of magic. But this can't be blamed on you. After all, it's not just you. Most of the magicians in this world use magic so crudely. I was troubled by this matter for a long time. Ji Yu Yun looked at Ivan with a horrified face, chuckled, sighed a little, and recalled the bitterness of the past. Because of the lack of gold finger, Ji Yu Yun had a very difficult time when he first came to the fairy tale world 400 years ago. Facing the era of extreme chaos and everyone being like evil spirits, Ji Yu Yun naturally wanted to become stronger. Ji Yu Yun's goal at the beginning was really simple, just to have the power to survive. Then in the process of searching for power, Ji Yu Yun encountered the most annoying thing when he watched fairy tale on Earth before, that is, although all humans in the fairy tale world have magic power in their bodies, not all of them are wizards, and not all of the magic power in their bodies can release magic, especially combat magic. And those powerful wizards either have powerful magic because of some opportunity or are born with powerful magic. To be honest, Ji Yu Yun was really splashed with dog blood at that time. No wonder the humans in fairy tale 400 years ago were bullied so badly by the dragons. So becoming strong depends on natural. In the fairy tale world, magic is intertwined with vitality, so most wizards rely on the growth of age and vitality to naturally enhance magic. Even the growth of magic, which is closely related to magic, is like this, not to mention magic. Magic is almost always a certain flame, a certain ice cube, or a certain light column. In short, it is all about releasing magic, and all of them are quantitative changes. Quantitative change to a certain extent can indeed cause qualitative change. Ji Yu Yun does not deny this, but if it can cause qualitative change, why not start with qualitative change? For example, what Ji Yu Yun is doing now. The use of snow magic is not just to create a blizzard. If you can control the molecular structure of snow and reorganize it, then snow magic can also do the same. Maybe it's too early for you to talk about molecules now, so let's put it another way, pure extreme compression. In the shocked eyes of everyone around, a large amount of snow condensed and compressed in front of Ji Yu Yun, and finally a huge ice blade appeared in front of everyone. It was obviously snow, but it turned into ice directly after extreme compression. After casually picking up 2 small ice cubes and putting them into the juice, Ji Yu Yun waved his hand casually in the direction of Ivan, and the huge ice blade directly cut through the white roar of snow magic released by Ivan like cutting tofu. The vast white torrent had no way to shake the huge ice blade condensed by Ji Yu Yun. Ivan, be careful, air barrier. After seeing the ice blade released by Ji Yu Yun easily cut through Ivan's big move, a member who used air magic quickly blocked in front of Ivan and released defensive magic. This is another member of the Tri-Men's team, Lian Qiyu, codenamed Kongye, who is also a veteran A-level wizard with very practical air magic, and has made achievements in both attack and defense. But the more shocking situation came. Even the defensive magic air barrier released by Lien emphasized. This is a man still couldn't stop the ice blade from advancing a little bit. It was still as easy as cutting a piece of tofu. Although Ji Yu Yun was just a piece of ice blade condensed casually, its hardness and strength had long exceeded the absolute ice purity released by Uru in the original book by consuming all his vitality. In fact, let alone A level, even S level, 10 wizard saints level existences can't break it. If it is a strong man at the level of Hades, he can try it a little. At this time, Yi Yi, who had been wearing a serious expression on the side, naturally would not continue to watch by the side. The magic power in his body that was extremely close to the level of 10 wizard saints burst out and instantly came to Ivan and Lien. Yi Yi, who was completely serious and solemn, was definitely a powerful and terrifying wizard, and was definitely worthy of the title of the strongest man in Blue Pegasus. Well, the president of Blue Pegasus, Bob, was a say, not a man. Men, this is no longer an enemy you can handle. Leave it to me, Yi Yi. You, Fairy Tale, and the dust ghost over there, leave here quickly. This person is the most vicious person I have ever seen in my life. His disregard for life is chilling. No matter how strong you are, I will personally detain you in front of the Magic Council today and force you to be imprisoned. Feel my charming fighting scent, enhanced scent, zero distance inhalation, power scent. Yi Yi directly inserted 2 test tubes emitting yellow breath into his nostrils. Yi Yi, who was less than 1.4 meters tall, instantly turned into a muscular giant of 3 meters tall, roaring at Ji Yu Yun. Men. Boom. A huge roar sounded, and in the horrified eyes of everyone, the old S-class wizard who burst out with all his strength, the strongest man in the Blue Pegasus Guild, Yi Yi, was pushed nearly 100 meters away by the ice blade condensed by Ji Yu Yun and fell in a ruin. Chapter 12. Fighting seriously or killing time, 4 quarters, please bookmark. P.S. I said 4 updates, so I will update 4 updates. Dear readers, please give me a collection. Master Yiya, Big Brother Yiya, Teacher Yiya, are you okay? X3. After seeing Yiya being defeated by Ji Yu Yun so decisively, the 3 members of Yiya hurried to Yiya's side and looked at Ji Yu Yun, who had not moved since the beginning and was leaning on the throne drinking juice, with a vigilant look. And the Fairy Tale people and the remaining 4 debt collectors of the Dust Ghost all looked at the scene in front of them with horror. You know, that was Yiya, the strongest man of Blue Pegasus, a veteran S-class wizard, a powerful wizard whose strength is extremely close to that of the 10 wizard saints. The strongest wizard among all the people present is undoubtedly Yiya. Although in the magic world, Yiya is very unruly and funny, but Yiya's strength is definitely recognized by everyone. His unique scent magic and powerful auxiliary ability are a difficult existence for everyone. Well, the premise is that it is a serious night. If it is a normal night, ordinary people can do it. Jane, I can't believe it, no. It's totally unbelievable. After everything happened, Macau looked at the messy scene and barely came back to his senses. He said with some difficulty, Mr. Yi Yi was defeated so easily. This is Mr. Yi Yi. So, President, what should we do next? Should we fight that guy? Jet also said hesitantly. Blue Pegasus has helped us a lot in the past few years, and often helps to find Natsu and the others' creeks. It's not good for us to watch from the side now. Fight. Don't be ridiculous, how can such an existence fight? After hearing Jet's slightly hesitant voice, Droid jumped up and objected. Whether it was before or now, everyone should have seen the gap in strength between us and that guy. It's impossible to beat that guy. Yi Yi is the strongest man in the Blue Pegasus Guild, but even in this state, he was still easily killed by that guy. This is something that 10 wizard saints can't do. But, are we really just going to watch from the side? Have you forgotten Blue Pegasus helps us? Mr. One Night told us to evacuate first. JIC Council's communication has been for some time. At that time, these things will be handed over to Magic Council to deal with it. Although I said this, it was a bit sad. Fairy Tale, which was still a bit noisy, suddenly quietly came down. Jet and he was quarreling. Droid seemed to have remembered something at this time and fell silent. Yeah, What ability does Fairy Tail have to take care of other people's business now? Just to support the Fairy Tail Guild from disbanding is already a great effort. Ji Yu-yun ignored the Fairy Tail people who were inexplicably pessimistic, but still looked at the direction where Yi fell with interest. Ji Yu-yun has always been more tolerant of interesting guys who can make him feel interesting. Just like a precious toy, even if it will be thrown away one day in the future, it will be cherished for a while before. Ji Yu-yun still feels quite good about a professional funny guy like Yi. So the ice blade was blunt before, and Ji Yu-yun did not add the sharp attribute, otherwise there would not be such a mess now, but everything was cut in two without a sound. Just like 400 years ago, Ji Yu-yun split the Ishgar continent with one sword and killed thousands of dragons with one sword. There was no so-called roar, no so-called light and shadow characteristics, just a quiet sword, everything was cut in two. Considering the fact that the strength of Fairy Tail's vitality is closely related to magic power, even though this scene looks quite big, Yi will not suffer any fatal injuries, and it is unlikely that he will even suffer any serious injuries. Although Yi is very powerful, his scent magic is actually more inclined to the auxiliary type, enhancing strength, speed, defense, etc., and even has a scent that can heal injuries. It is because of this that Ji Yu-yun is sure that Yi will be fine and can continue to please himself. Ji Yu-yun doesn't mind letting Yi kill some of his boring time. These days, Otherworld doesn't have internet Wi-Fi or computers, so he can only find something to entertain himself. President Macau is right, no matter what we do, we need to do it within our capabilities. Leave the next thing to us, Blue Pegasus. You don't have to worry at all. I am Yi, the strongest man of Blue Pegasus. Ye, under the healing fragrance, is invincible. Ye, in the state of a devil muscle man, stood up again from the ruins. Surrounded by the green fragrance, the flesh wounds on his body disappeared rapidly, and he inserted 4 test tubes into his nose again, saying, and because of my height, my nose has also become larger, increasing the speed fragrance and defense fragrance. Men, Chapter 13. Desperate Gap 1/4, please bookmark. P.S. I have to go out and hand in the contract during the day, so the remaining 3 updates will be put in the evening. Closing square bracket. Since Yi has made it so clear, the Fairy Tail people standing next to them began to slowly retreat under the leadership of Macau. Although most of the Fairy Tail members were very unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Compared with the unwilling Fairy Tail people, the 4 debt collectors on the side of the Dust Ghost were more natural and had no psychological burden at all. Although on the surface, the Dust Ghost is a regular wizard guild recognized by the Magic Council, in fact, the Dust Ghost is a wizard guild that lends money at high interest rates. Since it can be related to loan sharks, the nature of the guild is self-evident. As for moral integrity, these 4 Dust Ghost wizards have long lost it. Even if they knew that Ji Yu-yun was so strong that even Blue Pegasus was no match for him, I guess these 4 would not dare to tell Yi about it. Maybe now these guys are already regretting it in their hearts. But halfway through the run, Macau seemed to have thought of something and stopped. He looked at Ji Yu-yun, who had been sitting on the throne drinking juice, with some hesitation, then gritted his teeth and reminded Yi loudly. Mr. Yi, this terrible guy came out of an ice coffin ruins. I think Mr. Shang can use ancient document magic to check the relevant information and maybe find some useful information. After that, Macau did not wait for Yi to reply, and left quickly without looking back. After all, he had seen Ji Yu-yun's performance just now, and Macau was not sure whether his reminder to Yi would anger Ji Yu-yun. In Macau's eyes, Ji Yu-yun was the kind of guy who didn't take human life seriously and was chilling. But Ji Yu-yun didn't care about this kind of thing. Anger himself. Don't take yourself too seriously. Ji Yu-yun really doesn't think there are many people who are qualified to anger him. Not every weak person can be as lucky as the wizard with a mace to disturb him. Men, the ice coffin ruins. The guy who came out of the ruins. After hearing Macau's words, Yi nodded slightly in a daze, and probably understood why Ji Yu-yun was so indifferent to life and why he didn't take human life seriously. Yi also knew about some of the chaos in the past era. If a person from the past era suddenly came to the present, then such indifference to life would not be incomprehensible. After all, The Magic Council only completely stabilized the order and formulated the magician law in the last 100 years. Ivan, Lien, you two come with me to hold this guy. Shang, you use the ancient document magic to check the guy's information. Such a powerful existence cannot be left without leaving traces in history. The enemy knows something about us, but we know nothing about the enemy. This is not a good thing. I know, Teacher Yi. A handsome guy with golden hair, dark gold, like Ivan replied seriously after hearing Yi's order. I will start investigating historical data immediately. This is the last member of the Tri-Men's team, Shang Lidis, codenamed by Yi, who has ancient magic ancient documents and can search for all knowledge and information. To be honest, this magic is quite perverted. He can have all the knowledge but is in such a mess now. It has to be said that there are really many weirdos in the fairy tale world. Then Shang began to quickly use the magic ancient documents to search for information about Ji Yun, but until now Ji Yun has been a mysterious existence. Shang doesn't know anything about his name or anything else. He can only search based on Ji Yun's appearance and the strength he has shown so far, so the search process will be very slow. However, this kind of thing is not important, because Shang successfully attracted Ji Yun's attention. In other words, Zhang's magic ancient documents successfully attracted all of Ji Yun's attention, including the three-dimensional panel composed of golden magic power, and the paired virtual buttons and screens. In Ji Yun's eyes, this is not the so-called ancient book magic, it's completely computer magic. God sees pity, Ji Yun, who can't live without a computer for more than 20 years. Originally, Ji Yun has been used to the days without a computer for such a long time, but when he saw something similar to a computer appear in front of him again, Ji Yun couldn't help it anymore. He stood up from the throne and appeared in front of Shang in an instant. Looking at Shang, who was frightened by his instant approach, Ji Yun said lightly, Shang Lidis, right. Your magic is very good. Tell me how to learn this magic. You have no right to refuse. Men. Yi's reaction was also very fast. He reacted the moment he saw Ji Yun coming to Shang. The full strength burst combined with Yi's speed and fragrance made Yi seem to turn into a stream of light full of power, and rushed towards Ji Yun with a momentum that was extremely terrifying to ordinary magicians. Forget it, to save some trouble, I'll just show you a little bit. Looking at Yi who attacked him without thinking, Ji Yun frowned. Because he was eager to get Zhang's ancient book magic, Ji Yun's patience had been completely exhausted. Feel it well, think carefully, what will be the consequences of rejecting me? Ji Yun completely let go of his control over his momentum, and the bloodthirsty breath of slaughtering millions of lives directly made Yi and others' minds blank. Like a sleeping prehistoric beast opening its eyes, Yi, Shang, Ivan and Lien knew what kind of terrifying existence they were fighting against. Boom. The pressure far beyond the limit even caused an effect similar to gravity magic. Yi and others could not bear this oppression at all, and they knelt down directly. Even the force was too strong, and the ground where Yi and others' knees touched cracked like a spider web. The gap between the two sides was so huge that it was despairing. New. Chapter 14. Magic is in hand, 1/5, please bookmark. P.S. I am extremely dissatisfied with the 141,516 chapters that I wrote due to my poor condition. I have deleted and rewritten them. I will make up for the 3 updates I owed to you with 5 updates every day in the next 3 days. Men. Yi struggled to stand up from the ground, but as he continued to struggle, he gradually fell to the ground, sinking deeply into the cracked ground. The sense of oppression revealed by Ji Yun alone has already exceeded Yi's endurance limit. You should know that Yi is now using the defense fragrance and power fragrance. It is not an exaggeration to say that Yi has the combat power of the 10 wizard saints level when he explodes to the limit. However, even in this state, he still cannot withstand Ji Yun's momentum. Since even the strongest man of Blue Pegasus, Yi, is already like this, the other members of Yi Tri-Men's team are naturally even more unbearable. Except for Shang, who has the magic that Ji Yun needs and is taken care of by Ji Yun a little bit, the other 2 guys fainted directly because they could not withstand the bloodthirsty breath on Ji Yun. How is it? Ji Yun grabbed the collar of Shang Lidis who was lying on the ground, and brought Shang to him, chuckled. Your teacher Yi and his companions all fell in front of me. As long as I want, they can all go to one of the two places that everyone will eventually go to, maybe heaven or hell. I never force anyone, everything is voluntary, come, choose. After saying that, Ji Yuyun just threw Shang aside and waited for Zhang's choice. However, Shang could clearly feel that the palpitations in his heart did not subside even a little bit, but instead increased at a more violent speed. As long as he dared to say no, then Ji Yuyun would kill his teacher Yi and his companions. What on earth do you want to do? Thinking of this, Shang roared at Ji Yuyun, who was standing quietly without saying anything. From the beginning, I didn't understand what your purpose was. Whether it was to kill the wizard Debo of the Dusk Demon Wizard Guild or to fight with us now, you couldn't get anything. What else can you do except to cause trouble for yourself? Purpose. Didn't I tell you my purpose? After hearing Shang Lidas's roar, Ji Yuyun chuckled and said, my current purpose is to get the magic you just used. Come on, tell me your choice. My patience is not as long as you think. The almost materialized magic began to condense in Ji Yuyun's hands and quickly transformed into the blue color of the wind attribute. Finally, it materialized into a light ball emitting blue light, which spun wildly in Ji Yuyun's hands, driving the surrounding airflow. Then, in front of Shang, Ji Yuyun casually threw the green light ball in his hand towards a distant mountain. The green light ball, which was only the size of a palm in Ji Yuyun's hand, instantly turned into a huge light ball with a radius of more than 1,000 meters and composed of green wind blades. Boom! Wind blades cut through any obstacles they encountered crazily, and finally a hill hundreds of meters high disappeared completely in front of Shang. Yes, that's right, this is the S-level magic Rasengan developed by Ji Yuyun alone. It has been said before that in the fairy tale world, whether it was 400 years ago or 400 years later, the use of magic power and magic was extremely crude and inferior, so when Ji Yuyun first started learning magic 400 years ago, he began to think whether he could apply some other animation moves to create magic in this world. For example, the electromagnetic cannon composed of magnetic force created by coins plus lightning, for example, by changing the structure of water molecules, learning 3 kinds of magic of water, snow and ice at the same time, and for example, the magic version of Rasengan used now. After all, the Rasengan in Naruto is almost to make the chakra rotate at high speed to achieve the purpose of killing the enemy, and compared with the ninjutsu in the Naruto world, the magic in the fairy tale world can have corresponding property changes from the beginning. It can be said that as long as the research on the Rasengan is successful, it will be a Rasengan of property change level directly. Moreover, the magic power in the body of the wizard in the fairy tale world is either increased naturally or by chance, while Ji Yuyun himself is trying to actively systematize the magic power in the air, just like the immortal cultivators in the immortal cultivation novels on Earth. The success of these ideas finally made Ji Yuyun have the current invincible strength. Relying on the absorption and compression in the immortal cultivation novels to improve the quality and quantity of magic power, Ji Yuyun easily possessed more excellent and powerful magic power than the Dragon Clan. At the same time, because magic power and vitality are intertwined, Ji Yuyun's vitality is also passively enhanced under the growth of magic power. In the end, even if he only relies on his body, he can directly defeat the Dragon Clan. It has to be said that the ideas in the animations on Earth are very good, and many of them can be put into practice. Okay, I will tell you how to learn the magic ancient text. Shang Redis looked at the small mountain that had completely disappeared with a look of horror on his face. Even though he had guessed Ji Yuyun's strength, he couldn't help but be horrified when he really saw the scene of destroying a mountain at will. It's not a dimension at all. Shang can surrender to evil forces without caring about his own life, but he can't ignore the lives of his guildmates, so after seeing the absolutely crushing destructive power displayed by Ji Yuyun at this moment, he surrendered directly. The ancient magic ancient text is not complicated, at least in Ji Yuyun's eyes. After all, Ji Yuyun has been studying magic since 400 years ago. In the 400 years of freezing, he has also conducted various magic researches to perfect the magic of immortality. So after Shang finished talking about the practice method of the ancient text magic, Ji Yuyun directly performed it in front of Shang. In Zhang's numb eyes, a 3-dimensional screen composed of magic power and matching buttons appeared in his sight. Not bad, not bad, it's almost what I imagined. Ji Yun looked at the screen in front of him and nodded, very satisfied. Although it was at most equivalent to a computer in the early 1990s, Ji Yun was confident that he could continuously optimize it. It was really a waste to use it only to check information. Just when Ji Yun was thinking about how to optimize the ancient book magic, the troops from the Magic Council finally arrived in Magnolia and quickly rushed towards Ji Yun. New, Chapter 15. The Arrival of the Magic Council, 2/5, please bookmark. P.S. The new Chapter 15, with 3 more chapters to go, the author is updating like crazy. Closing square bracket. Although he had long been accustomed to the other world without computers, mobile phones, and the internet, when something like a computer really appeared in front of him, Ji Yun couldn't help but get excited. The most important thing is that computers are not only for entertainment, but also for assistance. For example, the incomplete immortality magic that Ji Yun had spent more than 400 years to research. If Ji Yun could first get the ancient book magic and then improve it to a certain extent to become computer magic. Finally, let the computer assist him in deduction, and give all those complicated things that do not need to be integrated to the computer. Then the incomplete immortality magic that Ji Yun had spent 400 years to complete may only take a few decades or even more than 10 years. In this way, the time spent on studying magic can be greatly reduced in the future. Thinking of this, Ji Yun murmured to himself happily, many magic settings that I had in mind before can be deduced by computers after I optimized this ancient book magic into a computer form. I only need to be slightly responsible for the most critical parts. But there is no need to think so much now. Let's think about how to optimize the ancient book magic first. At this time, a blue beam of light attacked Ji Yun. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and dust filled the field where Ji Yun was. Mr. Yi, Mr. Shang, Mr. Lien, and Mr. Ivan, are you all okay? A young man wearing glasses and a white uniform shouted to Yi and others who were not far from Ji Yun, and then said to Ji Yun with a serious face, "You are the guy who came out of the location ruins. I have heard about the crimes you committed. No matter how powerful you are, no matter what era you originally lived in, killing is absolutely not allowed in our era. Today, I, the captain of the 4th Forced Detention Unit, Lahar, will detain you and wait for trial." As Lahar's voice fell, the 4th Forced Supervision Unit and the Crescent Knights behind Lahar began to act. Although the magic spirit power of the Magic Council is very powerful and is a strategic weapon that can shock the world, since it is said to be a shock, it can be known that the magic spirit power cannot be used easily. So the Magic Council is also very strong in other aspects, such as the Crescent Knights of the Magic Council. Perhaps the individual members of the Crescent Knights may not even be as good as B-class wizards, but once they are formed into a large scale, they can temporarily share magic power through a special magic circle, which is absolutely a terrifying existence. Yi and others have been rescued by the members of the Magic Council's forced supervision team and temporarily settled aside. Ji Yun was too lazy to care about the small actions of the supervision team. He waved his hand to dissipate the dust in the sky and looked at Lahar, who said he would judge him. "Judge me." Ji Yun looked at Lahar, who was interrupting his thoughts, and the 4th Mandatory Supervision Force of the Magic Council and the Crescent Knights around him, and said lightly, "I didn't expect that after that idiot, someone would disturb me when I was thinking and researching. It seems that 400 years is a little too long, so long that you have completely forgotten what kind of existence I am, and you are so presumptuous in front of me. Hee, it turns out to be an old antique from 400 years ago. No wonder you dare to break the law and kill people at will." After hearing Ji Yun's words, Lahar also laughed angrily and said angrily, "No one can wantonly kill people and break the law in this peaceful world. I will take you down and let the Magic Council publicly judge you and judge your crimes." The 4th Mandatory Supervision Force forms a formation. The Crescent Knights form a formation. As Lahar's voice fell, the 4th Mandatory Supervision Force of the Magic Council and the Crescent Knights quickly surrounded Ji Yun in the middle to form a huge magic formation, and the green light turned into a huge light column that rushed straight into the sky. The magic power of thousands of wizards gathered together at this moment to resonate. This is the difference between the Wizard Guild and the Wizard Army. The wizards of the Wizard Guild learn different magics, but the wizard army learns the same magic and has the same magic properties, which makes it easier for the wizards in the wizard army to resonate with magic. However, at this time, someone's face changed drastically after hearing the conversation between Ji Yun and Lahar. This person is Shang Ladis, a member of the Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's team who was asked by Ji Yun for magic training methods before. An antique from 400 years ago. After hearing the conversation between Ji Yun and Lahar, Shang Ladis muttered to himself with an ugly face, "Didn't the Dragon Clan dominate the world 400 years ago? If it is a strong man from that era, it should be easy to find." Launch magic, ancient documents. Search direction, 400 years ago, white-haired wizard, decisive in killing, extremely powerful, strength positioning, comparable to a dragon. Start searching. As the magic continued to search, Shang Ladis, who originally had a slightly ugly face, began to sweat slowly. Although no information about Ji Yun has been found for the time being, Shang Ladis began to understand what a terrible existence 400 years ago was. The Dragon Clan teased and slaughtered humans wantonly, and humans did not have even the slightest ability to resist. Perhaps humans 400 years ago did not have any entertainment activities, but the offensiveness of human magic 400 years ago was far beyond that of the current era of magic. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many wizards chasing after the illusory lost magic. Still nothing. Found it. Strange. Since it's from 400 years ago, there should be corresponding information. Why isn't there? Even if it's destroyed, as long as it still exists, then the ancient documents should be able to be searched. New. Chapter 16. The Forgotten History, 3/5. Please bookmark. P.S. The 3 newly written chapters look much better than the deleted ones. There are still 2 more chapters to come. Don't worry, dear readers. It should be finished in the early morning. Closing square bracket. Looking at Ji Yun and the Magic Council, who are already in a complete fight, Shang Ladis has a very bad feeling in his heart. The era 400 years ago was an extremely dangerous era, and it was also an era when magic was extremely dangerous. In order to deal with the dragons, the human magicians at that time really racked their brains to improve the destructive power and offensiveness of magic. Various weird magics were also endless. Even the extremely evil and perverted time magic and space magic appeared in that era. It can be said that the magicians of the era 400 years ago may be slightly inferior to the magicians of this era in terms of magic power, but if they really want to compare strength, they can definitely beat the magicians of this era in various ways. It is not impossible for the B-level magicians of 400 years ago to fight the current A-level magicians to be evenly matched or even narrowly win. What's more, the extremely terrifying magic power just felt. Yes, that guy is from the era of 400 years ago. Although the magicians of the era of 400 years ago were generally very powerful in combat, they were relatively weak in magic power. However, this guy has magic power that is countless times stronger than that of Teacher Yi. It goes without saying what this means. The magic possessed by this guy is far more weird and destructive than ours. Even the magic power is several dozen times more terrible than we imagined. Such a guy is definitely not unknown. Search direction. 400 years ago, white-haired magician, decisive in killing, strong positioning, the strongest. After Shang Ladis once again determined the search direction, the virtual panel composed of golden magic began to flash a series of magic codes frantically, and finally froze on a picture. The picture showed an extremely dilapidated and ancient book. Just looking at the appearance of the book, you can feel the sense of history. After finally finding a result, Shang Ladis quickly chose to use the ancient book magic to read the contents of the book, and then the title of this book full of historical sense appeared on the virtual panel. The Prosperity of the Human Race. Shang Ladis quickly read the contents of the book. The general content of this book is about the destruction of the dragon race and the prosperity of the human race. At first glance, it seems to have nothing to do with what Shang Ladis wants to find, but Shang Ladis's face is getting uglier as he reads. From the beginning, the whole book vaguely introduces an extremely terrifying existence and the power of the dragon race. The decline of the dragon race is not a gradual decline, but a direct decline from the peak period. The reason for this is also introduced in this book, because of a holy war that determines the final fate between the dragon race and the human race. At that battle, the dragon clan had thousands of dragons participating in the battle, and there were even more dragon kings participating in the battle, which could be counted on one hand. The lineup was unprecedentedly strong. You should know that whether the total number of dragons at that time was 5 digits was a question. The dragons participating in the battle were the best among them, and each dragon was far more powerful than the limit. On the human side, there was only one person, yes, only one person who made the dragon clan deal with it as if it were facing a great enemy. No one knows the final result, but since then, the Ishgar continent, which was originally like a whole, has been divided into 2 parts. The larger one inherited the original name and is now the continent where the Kingdom of Fury is located, Ishgar, and the slightly smaller one is called the Western Continent. After that battle, the dragon clan began to decline, and even disappeared completely after a short period of time. Because of the disappearance of the dragon clan, the human race became the new king of this world and ushered in an unprecedented prosperity. Seeing this, Shang Lightus's face became paler and paler. Could it be? Could it be? Shang Lightus's mind began to surge with extremely absurd thoughts. It was also 400 years ago, and the strength was also extremely terrifying. Even the teacher Yi Yi, who had the strength of 10 wizard saints, was killed instantly. Could it be that this person in it? Finally, when Shang Lightus finished reading all the contents of the book and saw the last page, he stood up directly. Stop! Shang Lightus shouted loudly to Lahar. Mr. Lahar. Stop it quickly. This guy is. Looking at the content of the last page of the book displayed on the virtual panel of the ancient document, Shang Lightus broke out in a cold sweat. This person has white hair and magic that makes the world tremble. Single quote. The decline of the dragon race and the prosperity of the human race are all because of this person, but not everyone thinks that this person is a hero. Instead, quite a number of people think that this person is a devil and will hold hands. Single quote. History has mixed opinions about this person, but one thing is certain. Although his hands are stained with the blood of countless dragons, the blood that he has stained the most is still the blood of his own people. Single quote. After the Holy War, this person disappeared completely like the dragons. Although the prosperity of mankind is all due to this person, as the author, I also hope that this person will disappear forever and never appear again. Single quote. Because. Single quote. This person's indifference to life even made the dragons at that time feel chilled. Single quote. This person acts recklessly based on his own preferences. Single quote. Although most of the humans he killed were bad people, it was not because he was righteous. It was just that good people were more honest than bad people, and most of those who provoked him were bad people. Single quote. This person is the most vicious person I have ever seen, and the root of chaos. Single quote. This person has no name, but we all call him the Dragon Slayer. Single quote. This person is the strongest in the absolute sense. Single quote. At the same time, an extremely blurry figure's back appeared on the last page of the book, and this back instantly overlapped with Ji Yun's back now. Then everything was too late. Ji Yun completely ignored the shouting of Shang Lightus not far away, and said to Laharl and the surrounding forced supervision troops and the Crescent Knights. Kneel down. Chapter 17. Death Penalty 4/5. Please bookmark. P.S. Click, the 4th update. There is one more update, don't worry. Closing square bracket. A sound like glass breaking sounded. As Ji Yun's voice fell, the huge magic circle formed by the 4th Forced Supervision Force and the Crescent Knights on the Magic Council shattered, and the huge green light column that shot straight into the sky turned into starlight and disappeared. Before Lahar and the magicians of the 4th Forced Supervision Force and the Crescent Knights understood what was going on, the oppression they had felt the night before was like a towering mountain pressing on everyone. Boom. At this moment, everyone knelt down because they could not bear the unprecedented oppression. At this moment, everyone seemed to feel an invisible big hand pressing their necks tightly, making them unable to breathe. This feeling of suffocation was something no one had ever felt before. Laharl felt the seemingly endless pressure on his body and struggled with all his might to stand up from the ground. However, as Laharl continued to struggle, the pressure on his body became heavier and heavier. The ground could no longer bear the pressure and began to crack like a spider web. Laharl's muscle fibers began to be strained and even collapsed. Even as Laharl struggled desperately, The bones in Laharl's body began to squeak like rusty springs, as if they could be completely broken and collapsed at any time because they could not bear the pressure at all. This is, what kind of pressure? Lahar looked at Ji Yun, who was standing there without moving, and said with gritted teeth, "Damn it, as a law enforcer of the Magic Council, how can I kneel down in front of a guy like you? Get up, get up." The extremely subtle cracking sound began to emanate from Lahar's body. If someone could see the bones in Lahar's body directly at this time, they would be able to see a trace of extremely subtle cracks spreading in the bones in Lahar's body. But it must be said that under Lahar's desperate struggle, Lahar really stood up slowly with the pressure on Ji Yun, becoming the only man standing in the whole audience. However, these were of no use to Ji Yun. "Since you don't want to kneel, then just lie down." Ji Yun looked at Lahar, who stood up with a crazy obsession, and said expressionlessly, "If I tell you to kneel, kneel down honestly. If I tell you to lie down honestly. Lie down, for me." Caw, caw. In the eyes of everyone in fear, Lahar's arms and thighs were all twisted due to the sudden increase in pressure. Lahar, who had struggled to stand up, lay down just as Ji Yun said. And the gravity did not weaken even a little because of Lahar's lying down. Lahar's arms and thighs were all twisted under the pressure of gravity, and finally became a pool of meat paste. Ah! Lahar began to wail constantly. The strong vitality that every magician possessed made Lahar not faint even after suffering such a heavy blow, but continued to wail and roar to vent the pain he felt. Sinner. The extreme pain had made Lahar numb to the pain. Instead, the rage in his heart made Lahar ignore the pain in his body. He looked at Ji Yun, who seemed to be fine, and roared, "We, the Magic Council, will definitely judge your crimes. No one dares to be so reckless under the management of the Magic Council. Dark wizards can't do it. The strongest Dark Wizard Guild Alliance, the Ramal Alliance, can't do it. You can't do it either. It's bad." After hearing Lahar's hysterical roar, Shonglitus, who was already very pale, became even paler. Shonglitus, who had already looked up some information about Ji Yun through the ancient book Magic, said a few words about Ji Yun's character. This person's disregard for life even made the Dragon Clan feel chilled. Single quote. This person acts recklessly based on his own preferences. Single quote. Although most of the humans killed by this person are bad guys, it's not because he is righteous. It's just that good people are more honest than bad people, and most of the people who provoke him are bad people. Single quote. This person is the most vicious and evil person I have ever seen, and he is the root of chaos. Single quote. Shonglitus really wanted to stop Lahar from continuing to commit suicide, but at this time, Shonglitus really had difficulty breathing, let alone stopping him. Even speaking and reminding him was impossible. He could only watch desperately from the side, losing his composure and moving in an unknown direction. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, it's really interesting. How long has it been since someone said this to me? Ha 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 ha. Ji Yun looked at Lahar, who had completely crippled his limbs, and still barked at him like a mad dog, and then he laughed directly. As Ji Yun laughed, everyone found that the pressure on them disappeared. Feeling the disappearance of the pressure on his body, Shonglitus was pleasantly surprised and wanted to remind Lahar not to continue to do stupid things, but soon the surprised expression on Shonglitus's face became stiff. Although there was no pressure on his body, but his body was inexplicably imprisoned and could not move at all. Is this the power of the legendary Dragon Slayer who brought prosperity to the human race? Shonglitus looked at Ji Yun, who was laughing, and his face became colder than ever before, and he felt desperate. I suddenly feel a little bit excited, looking forward to the day when the Magic Council will judge me. Ji Yun snapped his fingers lightly, and an ice throne exuding a cold breath slowly emerged behind Ji Yun. Ji Yun gently leaned on the ice throne and said with a chuckle, "So, in order to give you some motivation, I decided to sentence you." Death Sentence. Chapter 18. Cruelty, 5/5. Please bookmark. P.S. Let me talk about the update time under normal circumstances. At present, I have no manuscripts saved, so I can only wait for the author to go home to update at night. When I have the opportunity to save manuscripts in the future, I will set a time every day for automatic update. Closing square bracket. After saying this, Ji Yun waved his hand lightly, and endless cold magic began to gather madly in the sky. As the endless cold magic gathered in the sky, a large number of ice swords with cold and sharp breath condensed and emerged from the sky. Let me think, what should this move be called? Ji Yun thought about it for a while, chuckled and muttered to himself, let's call it a low-quality version of Infinite Sword System. After saying this, Ji Yun didn't care about the horror in the eyes of everyone around him, and directly pressed his palm down lightly. The endless cold ice blades slid quietly from the sky, and the extremely sharp ice blades quietly cut through everything that blocked in front of them, but the blocking in front of them was trees, rocks, land, or the body of the wizard, all cut through. Except for Blue Pegasus and others who were not related to the Magic Council and Lahar who was left behind by Ji Yun, the Magic Council's 4th Forced Supervision Force and Crescent Knights brought by Lahar were completely wiped out, and the ground was covered with blood. The Crescent Knights and the 4th Forced Supervision Force of the Magic Council were eliminated, and the scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone was dazed, stunned, and chilled as they looked at the ground in front of them that was dyed red with blood. Lahar, who had been barking at Ji Yun just now, was trembling and speechless at this time. Lahar, who did not know Ji Yun's identity and past, had never thought that Ji Yun could do such a thing, taking away the lives of thousands of people. Similarly, Yi and others on the Blue Pegasus side also fell silent when looking at the scene in front of them. What else can they do when they encounter an unprecedentedly powerful existence that they cannot beat no matter how hard they fight? They can only be silent. Shang Redis looked at Ji Yun sitting on the ice throne, and his heart was constantly chilled. This time, whether it was Shang or the others, their hearts were really chilled. No matter how they described it, it was not as good as seeing it with their own eyes. Although they had found some information about Ji Yun in the ancient book Magic before and knew what kind of person Ji Yun was, they were still shocked and trembling when they really saw what Ji Yun did. However, since things have come to this point, Shang Lightus was too lazy to care about it. Anyway, how bad can it be? The only thing that made Shang Lightus a little fortunate was that he and his companions in Blue Pegasus were not affected. Or maybe this is the root of human inferiority. In this way, the scene was silent for a long time, and Ji Yun was not impatient. He looked at Lahar, who had sworn to judge him before, with great interest. Ji Yun even took a deep breath. Well, the familiar taste is really nostalgic. Ji Yun sighed slightly in his heart. How dare you do this? After an unknown amount of time, Lahar, who had collapsed on the ground, came back to his senses. He looked at the bloody ground in front of him with bloodshot eyes and asked with a hoarse and trembling voice. These are the lives of thousands of people. How dare you do this? How cold and dark is your heart? Don't you have even a little hesitation? BD, answer me. Hesitation. After hearing Lahar's questioning, Ji Yun just laughed. Just like ants. Who would hesitate or even cry because they accidentally stepped on a bunch of ants? At this point, the smile on Ji Yun's face slowly calmed down, and he said lightly. Just now you just attacked me simply because of your sense of responsibility as a law enforcer of the Magic Council. How could that kind of attack have any effect on me? Without hatred as a driving force, you have no way to make me feel even a little bit of fun, but now you are beginning to make me look forward to it. Sure enough, hatred can give anyone unlimited possibilities. Come on and try it. Do your best to do what you said before, judge me. If you can't do it, then enjoy endless regret for the rest of your life. As he spoke, Ji Yun slowly stood up from the ice throne and walked away. Ji Yun felt a little tired of the things here. As for where to go next, Ji Yun himself doesn't know. Ji Yun has always lived alone, and he will go wherever he goes. Sometimes Ji Yun will miss the life with companions. Ji Yun is not so indifferent to everything from the beginning. When he was on Earth, Ji Yun was also a very normal person. Even in the early days when he just mastered the power, Ji Yun still wanted to become a hero. To use a sentence in the novel, he would use his sword to deal with all the injustices of the time, uphold justice, punish evil and promote good. Then, he experienced many things in the middle, which cannot be described and summarized by a sentence. After a period of training, he finally became the strongest in the world. But that is a thing of the past after all. Ji Yu Yun had companions, but they were just different. If I pity others, then who will pity me? Single quote. So, I don't need others to pity me, and I won't pity others. Single quote. Shake your head and shake out those inexplicable thoughts in your mind. The next step is to find a place to study this ancient book magic. Since we have already lived a very long life, we can't be too bored. We must promote the magic network and magic computer. Ji Yu Yun still yearns for a life of lying at home watching cartoons, eating melon seeds and playing games. After all, even if you deduct the more than 400 years of sleep, Ji Yu Yun has not played a computer for more than 20 years. At the same time, the destruction of the Magic Council's fourth forced supervision force and the Crescent Knights swept through every corner of the Ishgar continent like a storm. Chapter 19. The world is shocked, 1/5, please bookmark. P.S. Nah, I'm going to start typing like crazy. Please don't be anxious, dear readers. I'm asking for your collection. Closing square bracket. As a world-class organization, the Magic Council is definitely not bad at all. Although it has almost no top-level combat power under its direct control, the combined strength of the magician army and troops it controls is definitely far greater than that of most magician guilds. Otherwise, the dark magician guilds in the original work would not be hiding like rats crossing the street. Forget about the dark magician guilds such as Grimoire Heart and Oracion Cease. Even Tartaros, which has been active in the world for 400 years, chose to lie dormant, which can clearly show the problem. Not to mention that Tartaros is afraid of fear. After all, the Tartaros headquarters can revive demons at any time, but it is absolutely true that the Magic Council is difficult. Such a large army and troops are also difficult even for undead demons. Finally, the strategic nuclear magic elf power of deterrence has determined the current position of the Magic Council in one fell swoop. Now, the fourth mandatory supervision force of the Magic Council and part of the Crescent Knights were killed, and the Magic Council law enforcer Lahar was crippled. The pressure of the Magic Council for hundreds of years has been challenged unprecedentedly. How can it not attract attention? And at this time, Shang Lidis of the Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's team also revealed some information about Ji Yu Yun that he had obtained from the ancient book magic. The information from the Dragon Slayer 400 years ago was like adding fuel to the fire, which completely ignited this topic. Everyone was discussing everything about Ji Yu Yun crazily. Even if the main force of Fairy Tail, which had disappeared for 7 years, returned again, it only attracted the attention of a very small number of people. Compared with the shock caused by the return of Urza Natsu and others, the relationship between Ji Yu Yun's killing of the fourth mandatory supervision force of the Magic Council and the Crescent Knights is like a drop of water falling into the sea, causing a very small circle of ripples and then calming down again, as if nothing had happened. While the outside world was having a heated discussion about the matter between Ji Yu Yun and the Magic Council, the Magic Council also held an unprecedented serious meeting because of Ji Yu Yun's behavior and strength. I think everyone already knows the theme of this meeting. The speaker of the Magic Council, an old man with a long white beard and a cowboy hat, looked at the councilors who had already prepared and said seriously, "This time, our Magic Council has been provoked unprecedentedly. If we don't respond, I think our Magic Council status will be seriously affected. Yes, this matter is too serious, Mr. Speaker. I suggest that we use all the troops of our Magic Council to encircle and kill the so-called Dragon Slayer of 400 years ago, and we must let the world know the determination of our Magic Council." A bald councilor immediately jumped out and gave his own suggestion. "I don't think it's appropriate to use all the troops. Haven't you read the report on the battle in Magnolia?" After hearing the bald councilor's suggestion, a younger councilor sitting opposite the bald councilor objected rationally. The opponent easily crushed Blue Pegasus's Holy 10 Reserve Ichiya Vandalay Kotobuki, and the fourth forced supervision force led by Captain Lahar and part of the Crescent Knights were killed instantly. With this kind of strength, I think no matter how many armies are there, it will not be enough. Even if we really rely on a large number of troops to kill the Dragon Slayer, in the end, it will be an unprecedented blow to our Magic Council itself. At this time, another white-haired councilor who looked a little older also nodded in agreement. In Magnolia, our Magic Council had 1,000 troops killed instantly, and the other side was very easy. And currently our Magic Council has about 80,000 wizard troops. If we just pile them hard, it is indeed possible to kill the other side, but our Magic Council's army will also be at least half killed and injured. At that time, our Magic the Council's control over the local area will be greatly reduced, and then it will be really troublesome. Quote, in other words, it is very unreliable to rely solely on the army to encircle and kill such a powerful wizard. We need to use stronger and more deterrent forces to make the world quiet again. As the voice of the elderly white-haired counselor fell, the scene suddenly fell into absolute silence. It was unknown how long it took before a slightly hesitant voice sounded. Do you want to use the magic spirit power? Will this not be too bad? What if the other party is in the city? Do you also need to use the magic spirit power? If possible, most of the Magic Council members are unwilling to use the strategic nuclear weapon magic spirit power. After all, this is not a single target magic, but a large-scale group magic. Once the Magic Council uses the magic spirit power to do something bad, such as Ji Yun using the magic spirit power while wandering in a city, then what kind of consequences will be can be easily guessed. At that time, the Magic Council's position will be shaken. No one wants a regulatory organization that takes human life lightly. At that time, everyone will be in danger, and even gather together to overthrow the Magic Council. So even if the magic spirit power is in the hands of the Magic Council dare not use it easily. In this way, the meeting of the members of the Magic Council suddenly fell into a deadlock. No one is willing to bear the consequences of using the magic spirit power at all costs. Then let's do it this way. We on the Magic Council should not act rashly. First of all, we should comfort the families of the members of the 4th Forced Regulatory Force and the members of the Crescent Knights who died in the line of duty. About this, Dragon Slayer, everything will be considered in the long run. Finally, the Speaker of the Magic Council ended this meeting. But what all the members and the Speaker did not notice was that the Magic Council's law enforcer Lahar, who had almost recovered under the healing magic, was standing outside the door of the meeting room with a ferocious face, and a crazy look in his eyes. Chapter 20. The Increasingly Turbulent Undercurrent 2/5. Please bookmark. Healing magic can heal Lahar's wounds, but it cannot eliminate the hatred in Lahar's heart. When Lahar thought of the scene where thousands of colleagues were ruthlessly killed by Ji Yun under his leadership, the guilt in Lahar's heart could not be calmed down, and he blamed himself madly. Lahar, who really couldn't calm down, knew that the members of the Magic Council and the Speaker were meeting in the conference room against Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer, from 400 years ago. Lahar was ready to come over to eavesdrop, eager to know how the Magic Council was going to deal with this matter. Then he heard the words of the Magic Council Speaker Gulen, everything should be considered in the long run. What a joke. What is the long-term plan? How can justice succumb to evil? If you succumb like this, then what about the thousands of colleagues who died in the hands of that guy? And how should I deal with myself? Lahar's mentality completely exploded at this moment. Just as Ji Yun said before, if there is no hatred between Lahar and Ji Yun, then Lahar might really listen to the decision of the Magic Council this time and stop caring about Ji Yun. Lahar can take action against Ji Yun because of his responsibility as the law enforcer of the Magic Council, and he can also leave Ji Yun alone because of the decision of the Magic Council. If it really develops like this, wouldn't it be too boring? However, soon, the distorted expression on Lahar's face slowly calmed down, and he turned around and left here. It seemed that Lahar calmed down all of a sudden. Although Lahar's face regained its original calm expression, the depth of his eyes did reveal an extreme madness, like a pitch-black flame that was about to burn everything. No, I won't take a long-term view. Even if it's really the Dragon Slayer from 400 years ago, isn't he just like an ant in front of the magic spirit power? If the Speaker and the other counselors can't make a decision, then I'll do it for you. I, Lahar, will bear the consequences. In short, with the decision of the Speaker of the Magic Council is temporarily in a wait-and-see attitude towards the outside world's saliva. Lahar has not made any moves for the time being. Even if he really wants to seek revenge on Ji Yun at all costs, he must first find Ji Yun's location. If he can really find a person's specific location so easily, then there won't be so many dark wizard guilds in the fairy tale world. And the top leaders of the Magic Council have also said that they will watch the fire from the other side for the time being. Even if Laharl wants to make trouble, he can only do it in secret. At the same time, the forces lurking in the darkness around the world began to stir after seeing the silence and inaction of the Magic Council. However, every dark force that had just shown signs of wanting to make trouble was uprooted by the Magic Council, which had long been secretly angry. The Magic Council could not do anything to Ji Yun for the time being, so could it not do anything to you guys. In this way, under the high suppression of the Magic Council, the dark forces that were originally a little restless once again chose to stay dormant honestly. Anyway, they have been dormant for so many years and don't care about staying dormant for a little longer. Everyone with a little eye knows that if the information and news revealed by Sean Ledius of the Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's team are really true, then the world will soon become chaotic. And now they just need to be a little patient and wait for a while before the world becomes chaotic. Of course, although the world has become calm again on the surface, it is not the case in the dark. Deep in a dark building floating in the sky. How is it? A man in a black robe and with long black hair sat on a skeleton throne and looked at a charming figure with green hair half kneeling in front of him and asked with a chuckle. Has the former old man of the Magic Council agreed? Lord Gear, the old guy is still hesitating. After hearing the black-haired man's inquiry, the charming green-haired figure replied respectfully, but I think if I continue to persuade for a while, there should be results. The old guy is also dissatisfied with his current life. Speed up, Kyoka. The black-haired man nodded, looked at the news in the newspaper in his hand, and chuckled. Now the world is really becoming more and more interesting, so interesting that even I, the Hades-marred Gear, can't help but want to join in the fun. Dragon Slayer. Just a human. ... Western continent. Obara's empire. Dragon Slayer. Ji Yun, is that you? A woman wearing a black cape, holding a white antler-shaped wand with black spots, with crimson hair and a face that looks strikingly similar to the fairy queen Urza Scarlet, murmured in a slightly daze. I regret it, but is it any use to regret it now? It's probably too late. ... Compared to the outside world that is constantly turbulent because of her own affairs, Ji Yun's side is much more normal. It is still the same as before. The only difference is that Ji Yun spends most of his time studying magic. After all, the ancient book magic obtained from Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's team member Sean Ledius once again triggered Ji Yun's otaku soul, so after leaving Magnolia, Ji Yun spent most of his time on ancient book magic in addition to rushing on the road. How to make ancient book magic more like a qualified computer, this is Ji Yun's first stage goal. Chapter 21. The Calm Before the Storm, 3/5, please bookmark. P.S. Please collect, the 4th and 5th updates will probably be a bit late. Readers who want to continue waiting for updates can go to bed first and read tomorrow. Don't stay up late. Closing square bracket. However, the most difficult goal is the first one. After all, Ji Yun was not a professional when he was on Earth. His understanding of computers was only about how to use them, not how computers are specifically made. The most important thing is that Ji Yun's impression of computers is a technological thing. It is indeed quite difficult to realize it in the magical world of fairy tale. The ancient text magic has completed the most basic general structure, but there are still many things that Ji Yun needs to study by himself, looking for magic texts or magic codes that can be replaced. In addition to the first goal of realizing the computer of the technological world in this magical world, Ji Yun also needs to study the network of the magical world, so that it can completely change the era of magic network. At that time, he will take a little lead and promote the development of entertainment in this era, so that Ji Yun can return to the life before crossing, eating, drinking, playing games, reading novels and anime at home all day long. This is a relatively complicated task. Ji Yun has no way to make the picture in his imagination appear in the fairy tale world in a short time. In addition to taking a certain amount of time every day to study and perfect the magic of ancient documents, all Ji Yun needs to do is to enjoy life. 400 years ago, Ji Yun was always under high pressure and didn't enjoy much. Either studying magic or studying magic power, and then fighting with powerful dragons, there was no time to enjoy leisurely, especially after Ji Yun luckily killed a dragon. As for why Ji Yun has white hair, it is because he has to passively overdraw his vitality and fight with the entangled dragons. When Ji Yun was studying magic and practicing magic power, he had the idea of having some life-saving trump cards because of those immortal cultivation fantasy novels on Earth. After all, many protagonists in novels can have various life-saving trump cards and fight back against adversity. Ji Yun felt that he also needed a life-saving trump card like the protagonist in the novel. The easiest way to understand it is to gain strength by overdrawing vitality, and because magic and vitality are closely related in the fairy tale world, this is also very easy to achieve. In addition, the time was really tight at that time. Ji Yun directly studied a magic that gained extremely huge magic by overdrawing the vitality in the body, and finally, under the repeated pressure of the dragon, he broke out. Directly consuming a large amount of vitality to convert into extremely high-quality magic with the Rasengan that combined the wind attribute change and the fire attribute change, he killed the first dragon, which shocked the world in the end, but also completely angered the high-ranking dragons. What happened afterwards was the same as the protagonist of the evil fantasy novel. Ji Yun and the dragons fled and fought all the way, and became stronger all the way. In the end, the dragons that crushed him at the beginning were completely crushed by him without knowing it. Haha, now that I think about it, I might really have the aura of a protagonist. But my hair has turned completely white without me noticing, and even if my lifespan is greatly extended now, it can't recover. Sitting on the snack street in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Ji Yun murmured to himself while drinking afternoon tea. It doesn't matter. White hair makes me look more elegant. And if I hadn't developed the magic of overdrawing vitality at the beginning, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking tea leisurely now. After leaving Magnolia, Ji Yun didn't know which places in the fairy tale world were more interesting. There was no detailed introduction to the map in the original book, so Ji Yun decided to come to the capital of the Kingdom of Fury to take a look. As the capital of a country, it must be one of the most prosperous cities in the country. Since it is one of the most prosperous cities, there must be a lot of interesting things. So after not deciding where to hang out, Ji Yun decided to go to the capital of the Kingdom of Fury to take a look. Facts have proved that Ji Yun's decision was not wrong at all. The Kingdom of Fury is more prosperous than Ji Yun imagined. As a neutral country, the economic system of the Kingdom of Fury can be said to be very perfect, not to mention the entertainment facilities. Except for the lack of digital technology similar to computer movies, other entertainment facilities on Earth are basically available here, and even more interesting than on Earth because of magic. As for the money you need to pay to enjoy life, Ji Yun doesn't need to worry about this problem. When he left Magnolia, Ji Yun had already considered the issue of money. He went directly to the vault of the current representative guild of Magnolia, the Twilight Ghost, and emptied the vault of the Twilight Ghost. Ji Yun didn't know how much money there was, but it was definitely enough for Ji Yun to spend arbitrarily. If you have money, don't use it. The capital of the Kingdom of Fury is pretty good. Let's settle here for a while. Ji Yun stretched his waist and made plans with a smile. In a while, it will be time for the Kingdom of Fury to hold the grand magic show. Since the Magic Network era cannot be realized in a short time, the real drama cannot be missed. And, at this moment, Ji Yun frowned and turned his head to look at the other side of the street. A figure wearing a black cloak appeared in Ji Yun's range. Looking at this figure wearing a black cloak, Ji Yun said in a slightly strange voice, "The breath of time, no, the time of this person is incompatible with the time around him." Chapter 22. Lahar, 4/5, please bookmark. P.S. To be honest, the transition chapter of this chapter is very confusing. Do you think you can read it? Closing square bracket. When people decided to study the magic of immortality, they would normally think of time. After all, other means can be used to prolong life, but if it is immortality, it is difficult to achieve it with means other than time. So when Ji Yun first froze himself to study the magic of immortality, he studied time magic for a long time. The reason why Ji Yun was able to sleep for more than 400 years was because he spent a long time studying time magic. Although Ji Yun could not make the time magic reach his initial expectation until the end, it does not mean that Ji Yun has done nothing at all. For example, Ji Yun has already achieved a deep attainment in time magic. For example, Now Ji Yun felt that the meaning of time was wrong for a while and found this guy who was incompatible with the surrounding time. However, after a while of being surprised, Ji Yun immediately came to his senses. Since the Kingdom of Fury has begun to prepare for the great magic director Wushu, the person who appears now should be Rogue 7 years later. Although it takes a long time to update each plot from the beginning to the end and then to the beginning of the next plot in the original work, in fact, if you really count it in the animation, the time in the animation is not long. In the original work, from the return of the main force of Fairy Tail 7 years later to the beginning and end of the Key of Time chapter and finally to the beginning of the Great Demon Director Wu chapter, it will definitely not exceed a month. Therefore, it is not impossible for the Shadow Dragon Slayer Rogue Cheney to appear here 7 years later. He may even have appeared long ago and has fooled the Emerald Princess of Fury Kingdom. Ji Yun looked at the future rogue standing on the other side of the street and thought about it, then turned around and drank his afternoon tea again. Although he was a little surprised that he would meet the future rogue here, it did not arouse Ji Yun's interest. The next things naturally became simple. Originally, Ji Yun planned to travel around the world, but after getting the ancient magic book from Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's member Shang Ladis, Ji Yun decided to find a good place to settle down and enjoy life while studying and perfecting the magic of the ancient book. The conflicts between Ji Yun and the Magic Council in Magnolia made Ji Yun a person in the limelight, and the name of the Dragon Slayer spread throughout the continent again. Some believed it, while others disdained it. But in fact, few people knew what Ji Yun looked like. The Magic Council decided to wait and see for the time being. Naturally, it was impossible to post Ji Yun's appearance to the whole world. Blue Pegasus and Fairy Tail were also very honest and did not make any moves. Of course, except for a hot-blooded BD who wanted to challenge Ji Yun and ask about the news of the Fire Dragon King Igneal. And the attention of this hot-blooded BD was soon diverted to Lucis, sister, who came with the accessories of the Key of Time. The chapter of the original Key of Time finally unfolded. Well, from the beginning to the end, it had nothing to do with Ji Yun. Ji Yun's daily life was a straight line. During the day, he would walk around in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, then find a nice and quiet place to have afternoon tea, and at night he would study ancient documents. Until the end of the chapter of the Key of Time in the original book, Ji Yun was like this. At most, he would watch the free meteor shower on a certain night. Occasionally, Ji Yun would also meet the future rogue who was wandering around in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury. If he was lucky, he could also meet Jelil and Ultir who were chasing the future rogue. Similarly, with Ji Yun's disappearance, the topic about the Dragon Slayer and the Magic Council gradually faded, just like entertainment gossip. If he didn't come out to make trouble, he would be forgotten by the audience sooner or later. Apart from Lahar, even the members and the speaker of the Magic Council seemed to have forgotten about Ji Yun. There was nothing they could do about it. At the last meeting, all the members and the speaker understood that Ji Yun was a very difficult guy. If they were not careful enough, they would break a lot of teeth. Therefore, as long as Ji Yun did not continue to make trouble, the top leaders of the Magic Council, as politicians, decisively chose to keep things quiet and pretend that nothing had happened. To be honest, this was a very correct choice, but it was different for another guy, that is, Lahar, the enforcer of the Magic Council who hated Ji Yun very much. As one of the few people who knew what Ji Yun looked like, Lahar secretly asked the people of the Magic Council to look for Ji Yun in secret from the first day he returned to the Magic Council. As the enforcer of the Magic Council, Lahar had such a right. Although it was very difficult to find someone who was unknown in such a big world, the Magic Council, as a global regulatory organization, still had a very strong regulatory power over the capitals of various countries on the Ishgar continent. Ji Yun had been staying in the capital of Fury Kingdom from the beginning and had never changed his position. In addition, most people didn't know what Ji Yun looked like and only knew some very common features. So after spending some time, Lahar finally found Ji Yun's location, the capital of Fury Kingdom. The capital of Fury Kingdom. Looking at the intelligence report handed over by his subordinates, Lahar gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, walking and drinking afternoon tea every day. Damn it, such an evil person must be punished. At this point, Lahar's expression became calm or indifferent again. He threw the explosion in his hand on the table on the side and walked towards the office of the chairman of the Magic Council. Usually, there is no special situation. The chairman usually drinks tea and reads newspapers in the chairman's office. Chapter 23. Blacken 5/5. Please bookmark. P.S. Well, Blacken, I beg you to collect it. Closing square bracket. Lahar walked to the door of the chairman's office of the Magic Council slowly and knocked gently. Everything was no different from usual, at least on the surface. Except for what happened in Magnolia last time, there was nothing particularly big happening on the Magic Council side, so after Lahar knocked on the door, he quickly got a reply from the chairman Gulin. Please come in. Gulin opened the door and walked slowly. Lahar, who had picked him up, did not find anything wrong. He put down the teacup in his hand and asked seriously, "It's Lahar. What happened to you to come to me at this time and report it to me?" As the chairman of the Magic Council, if there is nothing special and important, Lahar, as the law enforcer of the Magic Council, can handle it directly. So in Gulin's opinion, Lahar must have something important to report to him at this time, otherwise Lahar would definitely not disturb him so easily. Yes, Mr. Speaker. After hearing Gulin's question, Lahar said seriously, "The members of the third mandatory supervision team found the location of the Dragon Slayer, so I came here to report to you, Mr. Speaker, what should be done next." The fourth mandatory supervision team of the Magic Council was completely removed because of Ji Yun and was in a state of waiting for reorganization. So after consideration, Gulin directly made Lahar the captain of the third mandatory supervision team. The members and the speaker of the Magic Council were very confident in Lahar, and he was a confidant. Everything was no different from usual. Although the Magic Council had not taken any action against Ji Yun recently, as the speaker of the Magic Council, Gulin was still very concerned about Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer. After all, what Ji Yun did before was not something that a quiet person could do. So, after hearing Lahar's report, Gulin pondered for a while and asked, "Where is this Dragon Slayer? What is he doing now?" The Dragon Slayer is in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Meruclea's note. This is the name of the palace. If the name of the capital cannot be found, the name of the palace will be used instead. He is not doing anything dangerous at the moment. His daily activities are basically going out for a walk, drinking afternoon tea, and staying in the rented villa at night. Lahar did not distort Ji Yun's behavior because of his hatred for Ji Yun, but reported it directly and truthfully. To some extent, Lahar still has his own insistence on justice, which is gradually twisted. Walking and drinking afternoon tea, it's really leisurely. He is indeed a guy who doesn't take human life seriously. Gulin frowned. It was less than a month since Ji Yun killed 1,000 magicians of the Magic Council. He didn't expect Ji Yun to be able to maintain such a leisurely state and not be troubled by his own actions. This kind of person usually does everything based on his own heart. If he is happy, he may do good things and become a good person in the eyes of others, but if he is unhappy, he may become a devil in the eyes of others. Such people will have their own set of behavioral rules when doing things, and will not be shaken by the words of others. For example, if everyone around says to a person, "You are wrong to do this," you are wrong. Normal ninjas will think whether they are wrong. If everyone around says that I am wrong, then I must change. But people like the Dragon Slayer will not, they will only think that everyone around them is wrong. Such people may not really be the kind of demon king who likes to destroy the world, but they are definitely extremely dangerous. In the last second, they may be the savior that everyone is grateful for, and in the next second, they may become the hand that everyone fears, just like the evaluation of the Dragon Slayer in history. It is the Dragon Slayer who brought the prosperity of human magic, but not many people thank the Dragon Slayer, but more people are afraid. Thinking of this, Gulin sighed deeply and exclaimed, "Really a dangerous person. It seems that we really need to take action." Gulin did not realize that after he said this, a light of surprise flashed in the depths of Lahar's eyes. Let the captain of the First Forced Supervision Force lead the First Forced Supervision Force to the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Meruclea's, to monitor the Dragon Slayer's every move. If the Dragon Slayer does not have any dangerous behavior, do not act rashly. Instantly, Lahar, who was originally a little surprised, became extremely disappointed after hearing Gulen's order. To be honest, Lahar is not the kind of person who does not know how to adapt, but now he is blinded by hatred. So, for the first time, Lahar raised objections to his boss, Speaker Gulen. Mr. Speaker, why do you do this? Unconsciously, Lahar looked at Gulen with an indifferent face and asked, I don't quite understand why you let the darkness go and wait until the darkness makes any dangerous moves before taking action. Since you know from the beginning that it is impossible to just give up, why do you have to compromise to a certain extent? Although there have been no big troubles during this period, small troubles have come to us continuously. Isn't it because our Magic Council treats the incident of the Dragon Slayer some time ago as if it never happened? We Magic Council show our strength and the courage to never let go of any darkness, so that those rat scum can know what fear is. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, please take a rest for a while. I, Lahar, will bear all the consequences afterwards. Lahar, you. Chapter 24. Magic Council's Actions 1/4, please bookmark. P.S. Because forcing the 5th update will make the author feel a little exhausted, I will not make up for it in the short term. 4 updates should be the limit of the quality that the author can guarantee at present. Then the author will add a few hundred words every day on the basis of 4 updates, and save them bit by bit, and finally pay them off all at once. Closing square bracket. In the following period of time, everyone was surprised to find that the Magic Council, which had always felt very calm, suddenly became unprecedentedly radical. The mandatory supervision troops and the Crescent Knights, who were originally supposed to supervise the situation all over the world, were all summoned to the Magic Council headquarters, which was eye-catching. For a while, the dark forces that were originally preparing to do something small saw the Magic Council's big move and gathered tens of thousands of troops, and suddenly became honest. Anyone with eyes can know that the Magic Council is going to take real action. It is better to be honest during this period. On the Ishgar continent, the Magic Council represents the general trend. Once the real power is in operation, no strength can confront the Magic Council head-on. Tartaros can't, Grimoire Heart can't, and Oracion Cease can't. Of course, if Tartaros, Grimoire Heart and Oracion Cease had not been broken up by the protagonists and united, they would not have been hopeless. However, there is only one Tartaros left in the Balam Alliance, and it would be a death wish to jump out and cause trouble. Even Tartaros in the original book only chose to assassinate the high-level officials. Now Tartaros' plan has not been completed, so facing the sudden mobilization of the Magic Council, he chose to hide, even though the Magic Council had overwhelmed many of its own wizard guilds because of its inexplicable explosion. These dark wizard guilds were discovered and recorded by the Magic Council a long time ago. In order to clean them up at one time, the Magic Council has been monitoring these dark wizard guilds and is not prepared to alert them. Once it finds that some dark wizards are about to do something bad, it will clean them up. At the same time, while cleaning up the dark wizard guilds, the Magic Council also began to contact the high-level officials of the Kingdom of Fury. What? All the people in the capital of our Kingdom of Fury must be evacuated. And we need to use magic spirit power here. After hearing the announcement from the Magic Council's envoy, the Frogman, the Princess of the Kingdom of Fury, Emerald E. Fury, angrily objected. You can't do this. It will cause huge losses to our Kingdom of Fury. The capital of our Kingdom of Fury is one of the most prosperous cities in our Kingdom of Fury. The number of civilians is also very large. Once the magic spirit power is used here, everything will be destroyed. Sorry, Princess. After hearing the angry voice of Emerald E. Fury, the Frogman said lightly, the Dragon Slayer is in your city. The Dragon Slayer is the most vicious person in history. We, the Magic Council, will definitely surround and kill him. Princess, please don't worry about the losses. Our Magic Council will compensate your country for the losses. Tomorrow, our Magic the Council's troops will arrive here. I hope your country can make the corresponding preparations before tomorrow. Tomorrow. At this time, Princess Emerald was no longer angry, but horrified. Looking at the Frog Man with a calm expression, Princess Emerald said with a horrified face, it is not enough to evacuate the civilians in the city in just one day. Are you going to use the magic spirit power here directly? What's the difference between what you did and that Dragon Slayer? Please watch your words, Princess. After hearing what the Emerald Princess said, the Frog Man's face changed, and he said angrily, "Tomorrow, our Magic Council's law enforcer, the captain of the second mandatory supervision unit, Lord Dorabart, will come here to help you evacuate. Don't worry about the problem of evacuating all civilians in one day. At that time, you just need to find a reason to gather everyone together." Doranbolt is the member of Fairy Tail in the original book, proficient in space magic, teleportation, and mental magic, memory. In the original book, because Makarov felt that Fairy Tail's perception on the Magic Council was getting worse and worse, and his friend Yujima was old and would retire sooner or later, he asked Doranbolt, a member of his guild, to erase his memory and sneak into the Magic Council to pass on the news of the Magic Council to Makarov. As an old man in his 80s or 90s, Makarov naturally couldn't be as careless as the protagonist group Natsu and others. Instead of passively handing everything over to the Magic Council, it is better to control it in his own hands. Once the Magic Council really takes action against Fairy Tail, Makarov is even ready to make Fairy Tail a Dark Wizard Guild. Fairy Tail is a warm home for guild members, so it can't be disbanded like this. Hearing this, Princess Emerald's mood was barely calmed down. Princess Emerald also roughly understood the idea of the Magic Council. It was nothing more than using Doranbolt's magic to teleport all the civilians of the Kingdom of Fury away at once, and then take the next step against the Dragon Slayers staying in the Kingdom of Fury. Since the Magic Council has already done this, what can Princess Emerald object to? After all, compared with the Kingdom of Fury, the Magic Council with the power of magic elves is the stronger party. Okay, I know. Princess Emerald looked at the Frog Man in front of her and said helplessly, "Tomorrow I will gather all the civilians in the city together." The next day, the news that the Kingdom of Fury was going to hold a super large celebration spread throughout the city. Every civilian in the Kingdom of Fury could participate and get rich prizes. This news also attracted Ji Yu-yun's attention. As a native of Daxia, Ji Yu-yun still likes to join in the fun, and Ji Yu-yun himself feels a little bit wrong. Interesting, a celebration. Feeling the Kingdom of Fury running at full capacity, Ji Yu-yun thought thoughtfully. Chapter 25. The Fall of Former Speaker Crawford, 2/4, please bookmark. Lord Crawford, what have you thought about our affairs? In the residence of the former Magic Council Chairman Crawford Shim, a charming figure wearing a mask, armor and green hair persuaded with a serious face. "I hope, Lord Crawford, you will make a decision quickly." This is the enhanced demon goddess of the slave planet Kyoka, the head of the 9 demon gates of Tartaros. The actual president of Tartaros, Pluto Mardgear Tartarus, wants to revive the strongest demon end and needs to use the Magic Council's previous deterrent weapon White Heritage Fez to make the magic power of the world disappear. Compared with the Magic Guide Spirit power, White Heritage Fez is a real nuclear weapon that will perish together. The Magic Council has always been very serious and strict in dealing with White Heritage Fez. And in order to launch White Heritage Fez, it is necessary to go through the former Magic Council Chairman Crawford Shim, so Tartaros has been persuading the former Magic Council Chairman Crawford Shim. I hope that the former Speaker Crawford can cooperate with Tartaros, and then Tartaros will let Crawford take the throne of the Speaker of the Magic Council again. It's just that Crawford has been very hesitant and has not given a clear answer to Tartaros. After all, Crawford knows very well what the consequences will be if he does this, so Crawford is very hesitant whether to cooperate with Tartaros, the head of the Dark Wizard Guild that he had to deal with when he was in office before. Becoming the Speaker of the Magic Council again, this condition is indeed very tempting. The former Speaker Crawford looked at Kyoka sitting in front of him and said hesitantly, "But the matter about the White Legacy FEIs is too serious. This consequence is not something I can bear. I still need to think about it carefully. Lord Crawford, I don't know what you want to consider." After hearing Crawford's words, Kyoka was a little anxious. If he couldn't get a clear answer from Crawford, then Hades would be difficult to pass. Kyoka has been Hades' subordinate for hundreds of years, and he knows very well how cruel Hades Mardgear is. Pluto Mardgear always felt that emotions would hinder thinking, so he was extremely ruthless and cruel in dealing with everything. He was a thorough strategist with a very deep mind. Kyoka had to admit that even though he was a demon and was feared by others, he was also afraid of another demon, Pluto Mardgear. Thinking of the consequences of not getting a clear answer from Crawford this time, Kyoka stood up a little excitedly and said, Master Crawford, don't you understand yet? Once the White Legacy Fez is activated, everyone in the world will lose their magic, and all wizards will lose their combat effectiveness. At that time, with the support of us Tartaros, it will be a very simple thing for you to become the chairman of the Magic Council. I really can't understand what you are hesitating about, Master Crawford. This is because. If you say that you will be infamous in history, Master Crawford, you don't have to worry at all. All the heroes and strong men in history are actually not as great as described in history. As if he knew what Crawford wanted to express, Kyoka did not wait for Crawford to finish his words and replied, the strong are the ones who really decide history. No matter what you do, your image in history will be positive. You will be a hero of mankind. So, now, please tell me your decision, Lord Crawford. This is the last time I ask you, Lord Crawford. If Crawford wants to continue to live this kind of life that no one cares about, if Crawford wants to continue to live in this corner until he dies, I have nothing to say. As Kyoka's voice fell, the scene suddenly became quiet. Crawford's hesitant eyes gradually became firm, and the light of extreme danger was revealed in the depths of his eyes. Yes, as long as the White Legacy Fez is successfully launched, then all the magic in this world will disappear. At that time, who can resist me with the support of Tartaros? History will also be written by myself, and I will be the greatest person. Since you have said this, Kyoka. Crawford looked at Kyoka and said calmly, I agree. However, Crawford had never thought that once he really helped Tartaros achieve this, what kind of end he would encounter. At that time, he would be a piece of fat meat that could be slaughtered at will without any value. This is what happened to Crawford in the original book. He was killed directly by goddess of the slave planet Kyoka because he lost his usefulness. At the same time, in the central square of Merucleas, the capital of the Kingdom of Fury. Because of the celebration today, the central square was already crowded with people at this time. Everyone looked at the podium in the middle of the central square with expectation and excitement. Oh, it's really amazing. Basically, more than 90% of the people in the city have gathered here. Ji Yu Yun also stood in the crowd, looking at the podium in the center of the square with a little interest. Compared with the crowded situation of others, Ji Yu Yun's side was much more relaxed. Then, in the expectation of everyone and Ji Yu Yun's surprised eyes, a man wearing a white robe of the Magic Council law enforcer and a scar on his face stood on the podium. This is the law enforcer of the Magic Council, the captain of the 2nd Forced Supervision Unit, and the member of the Fairy Tale Guild, Doranbolt. Chapter 26. Courage 3/4, please add to favorites. Doranbolt swallowed subconsciously when he saw the huge crowds of people in front of him. Because he was proficient in the space magic, teleportation, Dorabart was asked by Lahar to come to the Kingdom of Fury to evacuate the people. Doranbolt will use magic to teleport all the people in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury. As for whether Doranbolt can teleport all these people away and whether he will teleport Ji Yu Yun away together, there is no need to worry at all. At that time, the magic crystal with magic elf power in Doranbolt's body will replace the magic power in Doranbolt's body to release magic, and the magic effect dominated by magic elf power will be greatly enhanced. However, because the Magic Council has not yet studied and controlled the magic elf power deeply, Doranbolt, as a carrier, will suffer serious injuries at that time, and even if it is a little serious, it may be directly disabled. Honestly, if he hadn't known that Laharl was very concerned about what happened in Magnolia, Doranbolt might not have done this. After all, magic elf power is too dangerous, and serious consequences can occur if you are not careful. Even though the Magic Council has a deeper understanding of the research and application of magic elf power in recent years and has been able to roughly apply it to magic, it is still too dangerous to let the wizard borrow the magic elf power directly. The wizard's body can hardly withstand the extremely high quality of magic elf power, which is called the power of God. Originally, the Magic Council was going to study it for a few more years to see if it could achieve the goal of wizards using magic elf power to use magic in a few years. Of course, from the original book, the Magic Council was wiped out by Tartaros's attack, which shows that the goal of letting wizards use magic with magic elf power is a distant goal. It's really troublesome. But since Lahar has asked me to do that, I'll give it a try. After taking a deep breath, Doranbolt slapped the hand containing the magic spirit power directly on the ground of the podium, smashing it, and activated the space magic, teleportation. Boom! The ground was shaking wildly, and a super large magic circle emerged, directly covering the entire central square in the center of the capital of the Kingdom of Fury. You know, the central square of the capital of the Kingdom of Fury can accommodate millions of people, and the area is very large. I didn't expect Doranbolt to be able to directly create such a huge magic circle. Ji Yu-yun, who had been watching the show, finally changed his expression. If Doranbolt, who was in Ji Yu-yun's sight, was very stable before and was very harmonious with the surrounding environment, he suddenly became extremely unstable at this moment. The magic power in Doranbolt's body boiled in an instant. No, it evaporated in an instant, and then a very high-quality magic power was forcibly filled into Doranbolt's body. Doranbolt, who was harmless like a sheep in Ji Yu-yun's eyes, turned into a wolf cub with milk teeth at this moment. Well, although there is still no threat at all, at least it has changed from a herbivore to a carnivore. Although he didn't know what the effect of this magic circle was, Ji Yu-yun never let others decide his future, so Ji Yu-yun just waved his hand slightly, ready to directly interrupt the magic that destroyed Doranbolt. With Ji Yu-yun's action, the magic circle on the ground composed of magic spirit power shook violently, but what surprised Ji Yu-yun happened. The magic circle on the ground did not collapse and become invalid because of Ji Yu-yun's action, but it was still running. Although this had nothing to do with Ji Yu-yun's power, it should be known that there are very few magic circles in this world that can withstand Ji Yu-yun's interference. No, it's not because the magic circle is too stable. Ji Yu-yun's attention was immediately attracted by the magic circle on the ground, and he murmured to himself a little seriously. It's because the magic power that constitutes the magic circle itself is too stable, and more importantly, the quality of this magic power exceeds me. And it has the two supreme attributes of time and space. This special attribute, this extremely high quality, is this magic elf power. You should know that the magic power in Ji Yu-yun's body has been constantly compressed, refined and simplified, and during the time when Ji Yu-yun froze himself, Ji Yu-yun's body was still constantly absorbing and refining magic power. After 400 years, the quality of the magic power in Ji Yu-yun's body has become amazingly terrifying. It can be said that the current Ji Yu-yun can beat himself who cut off the continent with a sword 400 years ago. But even so, the quality of the magic power in Ji Yu-yun's body is still not as good as the magic power that constitutes the magic circle. What else can it be except the magic elf power that is blown to the sky in the fairy tale world? Then in the next moment, the super large magic circle that enveloped the entire central square was activated, accompanied by a huge space wave, and the capital of the Kingdom of Fury suddenly became silent. The central square that was originally crowded with people suddenly became empty, leaving only Ji Yu-yun and Doranbolt lying on the podium, and the army disguised as normal people before. Oh. Looking at the Magic Council army that surrounded him not far away, Ji Yu-yun chuckled. You must have used the magic spirit power just now. It seems that your Magic Council is quite courageous. You directly pulled most of your Magic Council's troops here. Looking at Doranbolt lying on the podium and panting, Ji Yu-yun said with a smile. Then I wonder if you are prepared to lose most of your troops. Chapter 27. Judgment Action, 4 quarters, please bookmark. You are the heinous person, Lahar said, right? The legendary dragon slayer. After hearing Ji Yu-yun's words, Doranbolt touched the corner of his mouth with faint bloodstains and smiled. The forced use of magic spirit power just now caused Dorabart to suffer serious injuries. If he doesn't slow down and recover a little, he can't use the magic spirit power again immediately, even at the risk of completely collapsing his body. Unlike Lahar, who has been blinded by hatred, although Doranbolt came here to execute the order to capture Ji Yu-yun, the legendary Dragon Slayer, the legend about the Dragon Slayer is too horrifying. Even if we ignore the authenticity of historical data for the time being, the historical data about Ji Yu-yun, the Dragon Slayer, is exaggerated, but Ji Yu-yun's record of killing 1,000 wizards in one blow in Magnoria can't be exaggerated. Since Ji Yu-yun can kill 1,000 wizards in one strike, the strength of 1,000 wizards is far from the limit of Ji Yu-yun's strength. It may be 1,001, but it may also be 10,000 or even 100,000. Dorabart cannot ignore these things. After all, As the commander of this operation, Dorenbolt needs to be responsible for the lives of his subordinates. At least, if there is a situation that cannot be defeated, a way out must be left. This is the vast majority of the power of the Magic Council, and it must not be lost here. Therefore, after a few heavy breaths, Dorenbolt did not rush to let the surrounding Magic Council troops take action, but prepared to talk to Ji Yun for a few words to recover. Dragon Slayer is just a title given to me by others. Personally, I don't really want to acknowledge this title. Ignoring the Magic Council army that had formed a magic circle around him, Ji Yun smiled and said, "After all, compared to the word, kill, which describes a weak person killing a strong person in adversity, I prefer to use the word, slaughter, to describe it. The so-called dragons are as weak as ants to me. Although I can't say that I can kill a bunch of them with just a step, I can still kill dragons as easily as taking something out of a bag. So compared to the word, kill, I prefer the title of Dragon Slayer." Dragon Slayer. After hearing what Ji Yun said, Dorenbolt suddenly fell silent and looked at Ji Yun. Yun's eyes suddenly became serious, and he said seriously, "It's really amazing. With such powerful magic, he has brought a magical heyday to mankind. You are worthy of being a Dragon Slayer, no, a Dragon Slayer. But, with such strength, why do you become what you are now, an executioner who kills people at will? Why don't you want to be a hero? Become a hero who brings unprecedented glory to mankind." Ji Yun felt a little funny looking at Dorenbolt, who was talking nonsense to him. Do the guys from the Fairy Tale Guild have the habit of talking nonsense? One by one, they want to say a few words of truth before the battle, but Dorenbolt's talking nonsense skills are too low. Ji Yun not only has no fluctuations in his heart, but even Ji Yun wants to laugh. Compared with Mavis's strongest talking nonsense, Dorenbolt's talking nonsense is far worse. Okay, no need to talk about these nonsense. Everyone has a completely different point of view on killing or not killing, casual or not. After a slight yawn, Ji Yun said lightly, "And my point of view is different from yours. The most important thing is, even if I really listen to your sudden awakening and want to become a hero who is beneficial to mankind, what? You just take these guys away honestly. Don't always say something that makes people feel a little stupid. Now the civilians around have been teleported away by you using space magic. You don't need to have any concerns at all. Come on, let me see, how many dragons can your Magic Council match? 1 or 2, or even less than 1. After hearing that Ji Yun didn't want to continue chatting, Dorenbolt took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He looked at the Crescent Knights and the Forced Supervision Force, who had already set up their formation, and said loudly, "Then let's speak with strength. All members of the Crescent Knights, form a formation. All members of the Forced Supervision Force assist, and share magic power." Boom. The marble floor of the central square of the capital of the Kingdom of Fury began to crack one after another because it could not withstand the huge pressure. A super large light column with a radius of several thousand meters, far exceeding that of Magnolia, rushed straight into the sky. In an instant, with this huge movement, the eyes of the world began to pay attention to the capital of the Kingdom of Fury. Similarly, with the power of the Magic Council army, the Magic Council law enforcer Lahar could no longer hide from other counselors that he had privately instigated the army to attack Ji Yun, the unfathomable Dragon Slayer. All the counselors who were drinking tea, enjoying food, or planting flowers rushed to the door of the office of the Speaker Gulen at the Magic Council headquarters as quickly as possible, and then found the sleepy Speaker Gulen and Lahar standing next to him. "Chairman Gulen, you directly." "Lahar, what's wrong with Chairman Gulen?" "Lahar, you should know what happened. The right to dispatch the army on the Parliament side has always been in your hands. Why didn't Chairman Gulen choose to take action against the Dragon Slayer without going through the meeting? Although I agree with this behavior. Yes, I agree, but Chairman Gulen shouldn't directly bypass us and directly intervene in the major events of the Magic Council. Otherwise, what's the point of this Parliament having us as members?" Chapter 28. Laharl's Calculation 1/4, please bookmark. Most of the councillors were not particularly dissatisfied with the Magic Council's action against Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer. If it weren't for the last meeting where Speaker Gulen had decided to wait and see, the Magic Council might have taken action long ago. After all, although Ji Yun killed 1,000 wizards in one go, all the councilors felt that killing 1,000 wizards in one go was Ji Yun's limit. Even if he was stronger, he wouldn't be much stronger. There was no need to be timid because of Ji Yun's matter. The reason why these councilors reacted so strongly now was entirely because Speaker Gulen bypassed them and directly controlled the Magic Council without going through the meeting. Although Gulen was the speaker and had the highest status in the Magic Council, this was not a reason for Speaker Gulen to bypass them and directly control the Magic Council. The Magic Council was not a one-man show, and other councilors were even less likely to watch the Magic Council become the one-man show of the incumbent speaker, because it was related to their own vital interests. Only those who had a say in the Magic Council would curry favor with and bribe themselves because of their status as Magic Council members. Therefore, even the most inactive members of the Parliament would be very concerned about the Speaker's decision to do something big without holding a meeting. I can understand the feelings of the members. Looking at the members who were quarreling in front of him, Lahar was much calmer and said seriously, "It's just that there is a special reason for this situation this time. It is not convenient to explain the specific reason to the members of the Parliament at present, but after this matter is over, I will explain it to the members of the Parliament in person. As for the next thing, please follow me to the meeting room. Maybe after some force majeure, the Magic Council will use the magic elf power to bombard the target." All the members looked at Lahar and Speaker Gulen, who was sleeping on the seat next to him, with surprise. Using the magic elf power is not a small matter. You must know that in the history of the Magic Council, the number of times the magic elf power has been used is few and far between, and each time it must be approved by more than half of the members before it can be used. The background forces behind each councillor are different, and there will be considerable conflicts in interests, so that the Magic Council can correctly use the magic spirit power. Even 7 years ago, the Magic Council collapsed because it was used by Jelal. If the fact that Speaker Gulen secretly bypassed us to mobilize the army can be regarded as a trivial matter, and we can listen to your explanation after the matter is over, Lahar, then the use of magic spirit power is not a trivial matter. Well, if you don't give a reason, I will definitely not agree to use the magic spirit power. That's right, Lahar, wake up Speaker Gulen quickly. We must hear the reason for preparing to use the magic spirit power. You know, the magic spirit power can easily destroy cities and countries. Once we really use the power of magic spirits, other countries will definitely ask our Magic Council to give an explanation. If there is no legitimate reason, then it will be really troublesome. Yes, Speaker Gulen. Stop pretending to sleep here. Hurry up and give me every explanation, otherwise I will use the power of impeachment. After a while of silence, the members of the Magic Council suddenly became excited, and regardless of whether Speaker Gulen was really sleeping next to them, they started shouting in the direction of Speaker Gulen. But soon these members found that the situation seemed to be more complicated than they imagined. No matter how they shouted at Speaker Gulen, who was lying on the table, Speaker Gulen did not respond at all. Even if he really fell asleep, he couldn't sleep so soundly. He should have thought that he was awakened by the intrusion of others. Okay, all the senators, please stop arguing. I will temporarily take over the affairs of Speaker Gulen before Speaker Gulen wakes up. Next, let's take a look at the capital of the Kingdom of Fury. Lahar looked at the members of the Magic Council and said with a smile, "The situation in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury will affect our Magic Council's decision on whether to use the magic spirit power. As for whether innocent people will be hurt, please rest assured, all the irrelevant people in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury have been evacuated by Doranbolt's space magic, teleportation. In addition to the need to compensate for the destroyed city, we don't need to worry about other things." While speaking, Lahar took out a crystal ball, and the picture of the capital of the Kingdom of Fury appeared in the crystal ball. Although they knew that the movements of the Magic Council army during this period were a bit too tough, because Lahar could conceal it, the senators present actually didn't know what Lahar was going to do this time. Looking at the councillors whose attention was drawn to him, Lahar continued to say with a smile, "This is the topic discussed in the last meeting, the Dragon Slayer. Now our Magic Council's army has completely confronted this Dragon Slayer. If our army loses, then Doranbolt will use the space magic, teleport, to take everyone away, but at this time, simply choosing to escape will not solve any problems. At that time, we may be found by this extremely powerful dragon slayer. So, when it comes to whether to use the power of magic spirits, I still hope that all the counselors will think carefully about it. As Lahar's voice fell, the counselors who were a little noisy suddenly became quiet. No one would be stupid, and everyone knew the seriousness of the problem. If the Dragon Slayer really showed a powerful force far beyond the limit, and even the Magic Council's army could not beat it in a head-on battle, these counselors who had offended the Dragon Slayer would definitely be unable to sleep or eat. Even if they were not the ones who made this decision. Chapter 29. Lucy from the Future, 2/4, please bookmark. The first reason why the Magic Council rarely uses magic spirit power is that the destructive power of magic spirit power is too great, so the Magic Council needs to think carefully every time it uses it. However, the real main reason is that there is no existence that can directly threaten the Magic Council. If there is really any dangerous and terrible existence that threatens the Magic Council, then the Magic Council will definitely use its ultimate weapon, magic spirit power, without hesitation. Meetings are just symbolic. This is almost the case now. 100% of the Magic Council's troops have been transferred to the capital of the Kingdom of Fury to hunt down or even kill the Dragon Slayer who killed 1,000 wizards of the Magic Council's army some time ago. The strength of the Dragon Slayer and some historical data legends have more or less been understood by the counselors present in this month. Even if you don't believe the exaggerated descriptions of Ji Yun's image and strength in historical data, what happened in Magnolia has already given everyone a rough understanding of Ji Yun's strength. No matter what, Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer, is at the top level in the world, whether it is the instantaneous defeat of Blue Pegasus's Holy 10 reserves or the instant killing of the Magic Council's 1,000 wizards. Therefore, after knowing that the Magic Council was fighting with Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer, all the council members present focused their attention on the picture in the crystal ball. Although they were very dissatisfied and did not believe that Ji Yun could defeat the tens of thousands of troops of the Magic Council, if even the tens of thousands of troops of the Magic Council could not defeat Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer, then in the case of having completely offended Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer, they could only choose to use the Magic Council's trump card magic spirit power. In the central square of the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Merucleas, the Magic Council's army was still confronting Ji Yun who was surrounded in the central area. The magic power of tens of thousands of wizards, who were not too weak, gathered together at this moment, and the extremely huge magic light column even made the whole city begin to tremble slowly. The huge amount of magic power merged by tens of thousands of people is enough to achieve the degree of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Yes, that's it. Standing on the podium in the central square as the guide of the magic circle, Doranbolt commanded with a serious face. Now complete the part of the magic power that you should do according to the content of the performance. Complete the super large magic, purgatory shattering. Under Doranbolt's command, an extremely huge dark golden magic circle appeared under Ji Yun's feet. Purgatory shattering, similar to the status of magic guide spirit power, is composed of the attribute magic power of the four basic elements of the world: fire, earth, water, and wind. It can produce extremely huge dark fluctuations. Just a single person can use purgatory shattering to destroy half of the city with one blow. Now that tens of thousands of people's magic power are used together to use purgatory shattering, the movement caused can be imagined. Perhaps, the only magic that can surpass the power of purgatory shattering performed by tens of thousands of people is the ultimate strategic weapon of Magic Council, Magic Guide Spirit Power. As the dark gold magic circle symbolizing the breaking of the absolute destruction magic purgatory was formed, the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Merucleas, began to tremble even more violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Oh! Ji Yun looked at the dark gold magic circle that appeared under his feet and asked with a little curiosity, "The power of the magic of purgatory shattering is indeed good, but it seems that you have also surrounded yourself. Are you so determined that you are willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of troops to kill me?" "Of course not." After hearing Ji Yun's words, Doranbolt smiled and said, "This is an improved purgatory shattering. This huge magic circle is just to share everyone's magic power and mobilize it together. The magic circle that truly represents absolute destruction is this." As Doranbolt's voice fell, In addition to the super huge dark gold magic circle under Ji Yuyun's feet, a bright gold magic circle appeared on the basis of the dark gold magic circle. Compared with the scale of the dark gold magic circle, the range of the bright gold magic circle is relatively small, with a radius of only about 50 meters, which only wrapped Ji Yuyun in it. As for the surrounding Magic Council's army, it has no effect at all. Boom! The capital, which was only slightly shaking, began to shake violently the moment the bright golden magic circle appeared. It was like an earthquake. But at this moment, in the underground of the palace of the Lantern Palace in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Merucleas, a huge door with a sun logo and hundreds of meters high was slowly pushed open in the shaking, and a girl with beautiful blonde hair and delicate face slowly walked out of the huge door. The girl's cheeks were full of tears and despair, and she was very embarrassed. Even her right arm was empty. If Ji Yuyun was here at this time, he would be able to recognize that this girl with tears and despair on her face and even a broken arm was the heroine Lucy Haffatelia in the original work, or Lucy Haffatelia from the future. Natsu, Levi, and everyone in the guild, what should I do now? Lucy looked at everything around her with a confused face and muttered to herself. At this time, Lucy, or future Lucy, did not realize that she had passed through the eclipse portal and arrived in the past, but was immersed in pain, sadness and memories. Chapter 30. Desperate Future, 3/4, please bookmark. Facing the invasion of 10,000 dragons, the world where Lucy is in the future has no power to resist at all, whether it is Fairy Tale, Fury Kingdom or Magic Council, none of them have any power to resist. The world where Lucy is in the future has been ruled by the dragons again, and everything seems to have returned to the era of 400 years ago. Humans are once again ruled by the dragons, and this time there is no terrifying dragon slayer in history. Even though humans are generally much stronger than 400 years ago, they are not powerless to resist the dragons of the Dragon Clan. The Magic Council also has the powerful magic spirit power, and the 12 holy shields of the Ilbara's empire are all very powerful. However, compared with the dragons that number up to 10,000, they are too small. Even the black dragon Aknologia, known as the Wings of the End, was just following Ji Yuyun and finally transformed into a dragon. And all the truly powerful beings in the Dragon Clan had been killed by Ji Yuyun because they had troubled Ji Yuyun. In addition, Aknologia was not fighting against Ji Yuyun alone, so he was able to destroy the Dragon Clan. But this time it was different. Tens of thousands of dragons appeared directly to teach Aknologia how to be a human, not a dragon, and all kinds of hammers. If one can't beat it, okay. Then two will come together. If two can't beat it together, that's fine. 10 of them will surround it and kill it. In this way, the strongest boss in the fairy tale world was also knocked down by the Dragon Clan's Dragon Sea tactics. If there is only one existence that has the opportunity to defeat 10,000 dragons, it is the last trump card of fairy tale, Luminous Starlight. Lumen Starlight, also known as Photon Reconstruction, is collectively called the Fairy's Heart. It is the secret magic of the Fairy Tale Guild and an absolutely forbidden magic that can possess infinite power and infinite magic. Just the word, infinite, can tell how powerful and terrifying this absolutely forbidden magic is. If the lowest power magic elf power is the sum of the magic power in all the wizards on the continent, then once the Fairy's Heart is activated, the highest power magic elf power can be used infinitely, which is terrifying to the extreme. This is the only way for humans to resist the 10,000 dragons or even annihilate them in the face of the invasion of 10,000 dragons. It's just a pity that because it was the great magician who was fighting, all the fairy tale members were in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, and they encountered the 10,000 dragons that appeared from the Eclipse Gate at the first time, and were finally completely annihilated. Makarov Dreyar, the third-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild who was the only one who knew how to use the Fairy's Heart, died directly in the first full-scale battle between humans and dragons after 400 years. There were only 2 people who survived the Fairy Tale Guild, 2 people who had no idea about the Fairy Tale Guild's biggest secret, the Fairy's Heart, Levi and Lucy. Lucy missed Natsu and the others so much that she unknowingly came to the Eclipse Gate where Wanlong appeared, and finally inexplicably opened the Eclipse Gate and came to the era where Ji Yuyun is now. No, why is the ground shaking so much, and the light has suddenly become dim? As the ground shook more and more, future Lucy, who had been in sadness and memories, also came back to her senses at this time, and murmured in surprise, I really want to remember this place, here. Isn't this the underground where the Eclipse Gate was originally stored in the Wudang Palace in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury? How did I suddenly come here? But, hasn't the Kingdom of Fury been destroyed long ago? This underground has also been destroyed a long time ago. It can't exist. No, I must have not figured out something. Future Lucy was very surprised that the environment around her changed in a trance, and more importantly, the surroundings suddenly became a scene that had been destroyed and no longer existed, which had to surprise future Lucy. However, as the underground vibration became stronger and stronger, future Lucy also realized that this place was very dangerous, and temporarily put aside the doubts in her heart, and hurriedly ran up to the ground along the route she remembered before. Finally, she ran to the palace of the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, the Lantern Palace, and was horrified by the light column that shot straight into the sky not far away. Not only was she horrified by the terrible magic power, but she was even more horrified that the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Malu Alex, which had long been destroyed by the roar of thousands of dragons, still existed. The only thing that surprised future Lucy was that there was no one in the entire Lantern Palace, and the street not far away was also empty. This made future Lucy a little doubtful whether she had really returned to the past. No matter what, although it seems very dangerous over there, I must know the answer. Biting her teeth, future Lucy looked at the huge light column in the distance that exuded a terrible sense of oppression and muttered to herself with a firm face. ... This is the last chance. Looking at Ji Yu-yun wrapped in the bright golden magic circle, Doranbolt was slightly relieved, as if everything was settled, and smiled easily. Admit your crime and accept the trial of our magic council, then your life will not be in danger. Think about it carefully. How about it? No need to say these meaningless nonsense. Come on, let me see your strength. After hearing Doranbolt's persuasion, Ji Yu-yun said with a smile, I am suddenly interested in the magic elves of your magic council. Give me all the information about the magic elves, and I will let you go. How about it? I have always been very trustworthy. For example, the guy from Blue Pegasus gave me the ancient book magic, so I let them go. Think about it carefully. I said I would let you go, and I will definitely let you go as long as I am satisfied. It seems that you are stubborn. Doranbolt's face turned cold, and he said lightly, Activate. Purgatory Shattered. Chapter 31. The Smoke-Free Injury Theorem, 4 quarters, please bookmark. P.S. After reading the comments, it is true that putting corresponding pictures at the right time can improve the reading experience. Tomorrow, the author will ask the editor to modify the permissions to add pictures. By the way, thank you again for your 70,000 VIP points support 2,017,001. Closing square bracket. The bright golden magic circle under Ji Yu-yun's feet is blooming with unprecedented light. However, don't just look at the bright golden light and conclude that this is some kind of light attribute magic. Although it looks extremely bright, Ji Yu-yun can feel the deep dark breath from it. Just like the name and the introduction just now, Purgatory Shattering is a magic composed of the 4 basic elements of magic, which can produce huge dark fluctuations. In the fairy tale world, all magic is born from darkness, also known as miracles. The brighter the light at this time, the more powerful the power of Purgatory Shattering will be, which is almost similar to the situation in martial arts novels where the positive pole produces the negative pole. The extreme of darkness is light, and the extreme of light is also darkness. It's really powerful. Let's not talk about whether it can affect me. Ji Yu-yun looked at the magic circle under his feet that was temporarily emitting extreme light, and chuckled. Based on the pure destructive power, this magic is unqualified and does not have enough deterrence. No matter how powerful the magic you release is, as long as the magic does not contain spatial attributes, or simply the attack strength that directly shatters the space, it is impossible to have even the slightest impact on me. As he spoke, Ji Yu-yun just drew a line in the air at the direction under his feet, just like when he dealt with the attack of Ivan, a member of the Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's team in Magnolia, and left it alone. Ji Yu-yun directly cut a small hole leading to the other dimension at the middle of the contact between his feet and the magic circle. The other dimension is infinite. As long as any attack does not have the attribute of space or is strong enough to shatter the space, Ji Yu-yun's defense is invincible. No attack can pass Ji Yun's defense and cause any impact on Ji Yun. If there is a wizard who is proficient in space magic at this time, it can be seen that the space under Ji Yun's feet is incompatible with other spaces, just like a small hole in a plastic bag. No, coincidentally, Doranbolt is proficient in space magic. The space under this guy's feet is wrong. I can't sense the space coordinates under this guy's feet. Doranbolt's originally relaxed expression suddenly became serious again. He stared at the ground where Ji Yun was standing in the light and said, "It's like, there's one more or one less space in the normal space." Unfortunately, although Doranbolt is proficient in space magic, it is only a branch of space magic, teleportation. Therefore, even if Doranbolt noticed that something was wrong, he still couldn't think of any solution. In fact, it was because Doranbolt was a half-baked space wizard that Ji Yun was so indifferent. There are perverted magics in the fairy tale world, but these magics seem to be disassembled into parts one by one and used separately by wizards. For example, Doranbolt, who is now staring at the ground under Ji Yun's feet with horror, uses space magic that only has the branch function of teleportation. He doesn't use any other space magic such as Space Blade and Space Collapse. Otherwise, Ji Yun would have to be more or less troubled when facing this super large Purgatory Shatter. Doranbolt didn't have much time to think. The Purgatory Shatter that gathered the magic power of tens of thousands of wizards completely erupted. In this unprecedented extreme light, everyone saw the dark light born in the light. This dark light was as dark and deep as a black hole, as if it traced back to the origin of magic, darkness. Darkness was born in the extreme of light, and finally became the extreme of darkness. As a touch of darkness emerged in the golden light, the surrounding golden light was quickly swallowed up by this touch of darkness, and finally in the eyes of everyone, Ji Yun was swallowed up by the extreme darkness. There was not even a trace of roar, but it made people feel unprecedented fear from the bottom of their hearts. Haha. It seems that this so-called Dragon Slayer is not as scary as imagined. That's right, I just saw him so relaxed and thought he had some way to deal with the forbidden magic Purgatory Shattering performed by tens of thousands of people. Now I think he was completely scared by that scale of magic. Even if this guy is really the Dragon Slayer mentioned in history, he is an antique from 400 years ago. Although this guy is indeed very powerful and invincible 400 years ago, being invincible 400 years ago does not mean that he is invincible today 400 years later. In this case, since this guy was able to defeat the legendary Dragon Clan 400 years ago, then the so-called Dragon Clan may be just like that now, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Okay, Lahar, since this Dragon Slayer has been solved, you can also explain to me what is going on now. Speaker Gulen should not have simply fallen asleep. What is going on? The council members who have been keeping a close eye on Ji Yun's situation in the Magic Council saw Ji Yu after Yun was completely swallowed by the darkness. They all breathed a sigh of relief. To vent their anger, everyone began to wantonly mock Ji Yun, who had made them nervous before, regardless of whether Ji Yun, who was far away in the sky, could hear their mockery. They also began to ask Lahar. After all, Speaker Gulen, who was obviously abnormal, was still lying there not far away. However, Lahar did not pay attention to the questions of the surrounding members, but still kept his eyes on the crystal ball, on Doranbolt's increasingly ugly face in the crystal ball. Chapter 31, Theorem. The bright golden magic circle under Ji Yun's feet was shining with unprecedented light. However, don't judge this magic of light attribute directly from the bright golden light. Although it looks extremely bright, Ji Yun can feel the deep dark breath from it. Just like the name and the introduction just now, Purgatory Shattering is a magic composed of 4 basic elements of magic, which can produce huge dark fluctuations. In the fairy tale world, all magic is born from darkness, also known as miracles. The brighter the light at this time, the more powerful the power of Purgatory Shattering will be, which is almost similar to the situation of positive pole giving birth to negative pole in martial arts novels. The extreme of darkness is light, and the extreme of light is also darkness. It's really powerful. Let's not talk about whether it can affect me. Ji Yun looked at the magic circle under his feet that was temporarily emitting extreme light, and chuckled. Based on the pure destructive power, this magic is unqualified and does not have enough deterrence. No matter how powerful the magic you release is, as long as the magic does not contain spatial attributes, or simply the attack strength that directly shatters the space, it is impossible to have even the slightest impact on me. As he spoke, Ji Yun just drew a line in the air at the direction under his feet, just like when he dealt with the attack of Ivan, a member of the Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's team in Magnolia, and left it alone. Ji Yun directly cut a small hole leading to the other dimension at the middle of the contact between his feet and the magic circle. The other dimension is infinite. As long as any attack does not have the attribute of space or is strong enough to shatter the space, Ji Yun's defense is invincible. No attack can pass Ji Yun's defense and cause any impact on Ji Yun. If there is a wizard who is proficient in space magic at this time, he can see that the space under Ji Yun's feet is incompatible with other spaces, just like a small hole in a plastic bag. No, coincidentally, Doranbolt is proficient in space magic. The space under this guy's feet is not right. I can't sense the spatial coordinates under this guy's feet. Doranbolt's originally relaxed expression suddenly became serious again. He stared at the ground where Ji Yun stood in the light and said, "It's like, there's one more or one less space in the normal space." Unfortunately, although Doranbolt is proficient in space magic, it is only a branch of space magic, teleportation. So even if Doranbolt noticed that something was wrong, he still couldn't think of any solution. In fact, it is because Doranbolt is a half-baked space magician that Ji Yun is so indifferent. There are perverted magics in the fairy tale world, but these magics seem to be disassembled into parts one by one and used separately by magicians. For example, Doranbolt, who is now staring at the ground under Ji Yun's feet with horror, uses space magic that only has the branch function of teleportation. He can't use any other space magics such as space blades and space collapse. Otherwise, it would be more or less troublesome for Ji Yun to face this super large purgatory shatter. Doranbolt was not given much time to think. The purgatory shatter that gathered the magic power of tens of thousands of wizards completely erupted. In this unprecedented extreme light, everyone saw the dark light born in the light. This dark light was as dark and deep as a black hole, as if it followed the origin of magic, darkness. Darkness was born in the extreme of light, and finally became the extreme of darkness. As a touch of darkness emerged in the golden light, the surrounding golden light was quickly swallowed by this touch of darkness, and finally Ji Yun was swallowed by the extreme darkness in the eyes of everyone. There was not even a trace of roar, but it made people feel unprecedented fear from the bottom of their hearts. Haha. It seems that this so-called Dragon Slayer is not as scary as imagined. That's right, I just saw him so relaxed and thought he had some way to deal with the forbidden magic purgatory shattering performed by tens of thousands of people. Now I think he was completely scared by that scale of magic. Even if this guy is really the Dragon Slayer mentioned in history, he is an antique from 400 years ago. Although this guy is indeed very powerful and invincible 400 years ago, being invincible 400 years ago does not mean that he is invincible today 400 years later. In this case, since this guy was able to defeat the legendary Dragon Clan 400 years ago, then the so-called Dragon Clan may be just like that now, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Okay, Lahar, since this Dragon Slayer has been solved, you can also explain to me what is going on now. Speaker Gulen should not have simply fallen asleep. What is going on? The council members who have been keeping a close eye on Ji Yun's situation in the Magic Council saw Ji Yu after Yun was completely swallowed by the darkness. They all breathed a sigh of relief. To vent their anger, everyone began to wantonly mock Ji Yun, who had made them nervous before, regardless of whether Ji Yun, who was far away in the sky, could hear their mockery. They also began to ask Lahar. After all, Speaker Gulen, who was obviously abnormal, was still lying there not far away. However, Lahar did not pay attention to the questions of the surrounding members, but still kept his eyes on the crystal ball, on Doranbolt's increasingly ugly face in the crystal ball. Chapter 32. The Shocked People and the Decision. 1/4. Please bookmark. P.S. Yes, I'll write one more chapter before I go out, and start saving drafts. Closing square bracket. Why does Doranbolt look so ugly? Lahar subconsciously wanted to breathe a sigh of relief like the counselors around him, but after seeing Doranbolt's ugly face, Lahar felt that things might not be as simple as he thought. It might be a little unbelievable, but it's possible that Ji Yun really took a purgatory-shattering attack of tens of thousands of people. After all, until now, the Magic Council didn't know what the upper limit of Ji Yun's strength was. Ji Yun has not made a few moves since he appeared. It was in Magnolia that he showed the combat power of killing the 10 saints and the Magic Council's 1,000 wizards in one night. If this is the upper limit of Ji Yun's strength, although it is still very strong, it is not particularly outrageous. The Magic Council can still deal with it. However, this is not the upper limit of Ji Yun's strength. On the contrary, this is still the lower limit of Ji Yun's strength. In historical materials, the description of Ji Yun's strength as a dragon slayer 400 years ago is even more exaggerated. Well, exaggerated. No one is willing to believe that Ji Yun is really as described in history books. A battle split the continent in half, even if Ji Yun is called the strongest in history that can never be surpassed. After all, compared with Aknologia, the black dragon of the End Wings, and Zirf Dragneel, the ancestor of the Black Wizard, the pain that Ji Yun brought to the world is not enough. In other words, compared with Zirf and Aknologia who have been active in the world, Ji Yun disappeared for too long. For more than 400 years, Ji Yun didn't even show up. Hey, Lahar, are you listening to us? Now you have to give us an explanation. It seems that Lahar, you are very abnormal. Even if you are our Magic Council's law enforcer, you really went too far today. That's right, Lahar, if you don't explain to me what's going on now, I will apply to Speaker Gulen to revoke your position as law enforcer and go to the grassroots troops to gain more experience. Wait, something seems a little wrong. Of course something is wrong. If it were right, I wouldn't rush here. You know, I haven't watered my flowers yet. Yes, I have guests at home. If the situation is normal, I wouldn't leave the guests and run here to make trouble. No, I mean something is wrong in the crystal ball. That guy, what can be wrong in the crystal ball? The Dragon Slayer has been refining it for a long time. In front of the purgatory shattering, the darkness devoured him without leaving any residue. How is it possible? Impossible. Even if this guy is really strong, how is it possible not to have any injuries? You have to know that this is the purgatory shattering performed by tens of thousands of people sharing magic power. There is really no magic more destructive than this except for the magic elves. But how can such a destructive magic have no effect at all? From the picture sent from the crystal ball just now, that extremely deep darkness. Purgatory shattering must have been launched successfully, but why is it like this? It's really unbelievable. With the reminder of one of the counselors, the other counselors who were making a fuss once again turned their attention to the crystal ball. When they saw the scene in the crystal ball, all the counselors shouted in horror. Then they fell into a dead silence. All the counselors didn't know what to say at this time, and even all the counselors couldn't help but feel a sense of panic in their hearts. The Magic Council actually provoked such a terrible enemy. Can the magic spirit power really deal with such an existence? All the council members had no time to care about what was right or wrong at this time. The most important issue now was how to deal with Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer. You know, the purgatory shattering that was launched just now was the strongest power of the Magic Council besides the magic spirit power, but even so, there was still no way to deal with Ji Yun. It seems that the counselors have understood what is going on now. Lahar stared at Ji Yun who appeared in the crystal ball, then took a deep breath to divert his attention from the crystal ball, and said to all the counselors around him with a serious face, "The army composed of tens of thousands of wizards is the strongest force of our Magic Council except for the magic elves. And now even if there are tens of thousands of wizards sharing magic power to use the purgatory shatter, it has no effect. Except for the magic elves, we have no way to deal with this Dragon Slayer from 400 years ago. I have said just now that if our Magic Council army loses, then Doranbolt will once again forcibly borrow the power of magic elves to launch a super large teleportation magic to take all the troops away. Then it's time to vote. First, on behalf of Speaker Gulen, I vote in favor of using magic elves against the Dragon Slayer." After hearing Lahar's words, the members of the surrounding council looked at each other, hesitated for a while, and became firm. "If you don't kill the snake, you will suffer from it. If you don't remove the grass, it will grow again. Since it has come to this point, why not do it more radically? Second. Chapter 33. Magical Spiritual Power, 2/4, please collect. Soon all the counselors agreed to use the magic spirit power. After all, it was already this time. Even if they didn't want to use it, they couldn't. Lahar took a look at Doranbolt in the crystal ball and chose to activate the magic spirit power. Just as they had agreed, after finding that it was impossible to stand still, they immediately activated the teleportation magic to take all the troops of the Magic Council away from the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Meru Alex, and then the Magic Council used the magic spirit power to attack Ji Yun. Following Lahar's choice, the satellite magic array that had been quietly floating outside the atmosphere began to charge and locate Ji Yun's location. The capital of the Kingdom of Fury began to charge and activate the magic spirit power. This guy guided the dark wave of Purgatory's shattering to another space. After turning his attention to Ji Yun again and seeing Ji Yun who had experienced the dark wave of Purgatory's shattering but was unscathed, Doranbolt roughly understood what Ji Yun had done. For now, except for using the last trump card magic elf power, we have no means to break through the space defense magic. Looking at Ji Yun who stood there without moving from the beginning to the end, Doranbolt muttered to himself with a serious face, "It seems that we can only retreat. Most of the power of the council is here, and there can be no mistakes. Although my body is still a little weak, the number of people is much less than the previous crowds, so it should be possible." After understanding the gap between himself and Ji Yun, Doranbolt knew that he and others could not have any impact on Ji Yun. As a user of teleportation magic, a branch of space magic, Doranbolt deeply knows how powerful and terrifying a magician who is proficient in using various space magics is. The most important thing is that because of the scarcity of time and space magic, the Magic Council actually has very little experience in fighting time magicians and space magicians. Doranbolt is just a half-baked space magician. The only hope left is to put the magic spirit power. The magic spirit power has the dual attributes of time and space. It is a super space-time destructive magic. The method used by this guy just now is ineffective in front of the magic spirit power. But, is it really that simple? No matter what, the most important thing now is to retreat quickly. There is no point in staying here any longer. Thinking of this, Doranbolt did not hesitate anymore. He directly held the other magic crystal containing the magic spirit power in his hand. Just like the situation of teleporting all the people in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury just now, he slapped the ground again and forcibly mobilized the magic spirit power known as the power of God. Activate. Space magic. Teleport. A magic circle much smaller than before appeared under everyone's feet. At the same time, the Magic Council army also increased the magic suppression on Ji Yun at this moment. Doranbolt still remembers that Ji Yun almost interrupted the teleportation magic just now. The magic circle was formed smoothly, and ripples began to appear in the space. It would be able to be activated successfully in the next moment. Did I say that I would let you go just like that? At this time, a very calm voice came over, without giving Doranbolt any time to react. The magic circle that had been formed on the ground shook violently, making a series of dense cracking sounds and then shattered. Just now, I just didn't use much force, so you succeeded in teleporting. If I really let you teleport under my nose this time, I will have no place to put my face. Ji Yun looked at Doranbolt, who had been lying on the podium and couldn't stand up after forcibly using the magic spirit power twice in a row, and said with a smile. After that, Ji Yun turned around and drew a line in the air with his hand. The magic power position composed of tens of thousands of magicians in the Magic Council also followed the footsteps of the teleportation magic circle and shattered. Everyone was horrified to find that the space around them seemed to be imprisoned and could not move. All of you will be my hostages from now on. If you, the Magic Council, do not agree to hand over the relevant data of magic spirit power to me, I will kill you. The higher the quality of magic power, the greater the power of magic. After hundreds of years of refining, the magic power in Ji Yun's body has already reached a very high level in quality. From the beginning, it was gaseous, then misty, and then slowly developed into liquid, reaching the current level of almost substantiality. However, even so, Ji Yun found that the quality of his magic power was still quite different from the magic spirit power known as the power of God. The magic spirit power was solid state level, or even higher level magic power. The magic spirit power still has a certain degree of research value. Looking up at the sky suddenly, Ji Yun found that he seemed to underestimate the courage of the Magic Council. I don't know when an extremely huge magic circle appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky, and as time passed, the magic power fluctuations of this magic circle became more and more intense. Looking at the super large magic circle in the sky, Ji Yun was surprised. If Ji Yun remembered correctly, the magicians of the Magic Council who surrounded him now accounted for more than 90% of the Magic Council's current army. I didn't expect the Magic Council to be so decisive and directly plan to activate the magic spirit power to destroy him and Dorenbold and others. But Ji Yun would never have thought that according to the normal plan, Dorenbold would take everyone away, and then the Magic Council would activate the super space-time to destroy the magic spirit power. As a result, because he trusted Dorenbold too much, or didn't expect Ji Yun to directly destroy the magic circle that had been successfully activated, he chose to activate the magic spirit power directly after Dorenbold successfully activated the teleportation magic circle. Now, the Magic Council is actually in a mess. Chapter 34. Just strong, just invincible, 3/4, please collect. The power of magic spirits is irreversible. So at this time, even if the Magic Council is in chaos, it is useless. Whether it is Lahar or the other counselors, they all look at the scene in the crystal ball with mixed feelings. Especially Lahar, his mood is extremely complicated. On the one hand, he hopes that Ji Yun can die under the bombardment of the magic spirit power, and on the other hand, he hopes that his best friend Dorenbold will not die under the bombardment of the magic spirit power. A-hole, Lahar punched the wall heavily. It's over, the Magic Council is over. Dorenbold, who was lying on the podium, looked at the increasingly fierce magic circle in the sky and said with despair. Once the magic spirit power descends, although it is very likely to keep Ji Yun, the extremely dangerous Dragon Slayer, here forever, 90%, or even 95% of the Magic Council's army will also be wiped out. By then, the Magic Council would only have one magic elf and hundreds of magicians left to protect itself. Having lost most of its army, the Magic Council would have reduced its control over the local area to the lowest point. It might even reproduce the chaotic era 100 years ago when the Magic Council was not strong. Just think about how chaotic it would be if the dark magician guilds that were suppressed by the Magic Council and dared not show their heads in the darkness came out to take advantage of the drastic weakening of the Magic Council to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Dorenbold closed his eyes in despair, without any hope. However, at this moment, Dorenbold, who had closed his eyes in despair, suddenly opened his eyes again and looked at where Ji Yun was. An unprecedented sense of oppression suddenly rose from Ji Yun. The magic power that seemed to be real was burning and boiling crazily on Ji Yun's body. The ground of the central square was cracking like a spider web. All the surrounding buildings were shaking and collapsing, including the podium where Dorenbold was lying, which also collapsed in a violent shaking. What kind of magic power is this? What kind of existence is this? Dorenbold was lying in the ruins after the collapse of the podium, looking at Ji Yun with horror. At the same time, Dorenbold also remembered some of the introductions about Ji Yun that he had seen in historical materials before. At that time, except for the analysis of his personality, he actually didn't believe the other introductions to his battle records. But at this time, Dorenbold couldn't help but believe it. The oppression of magic power that erupted from Ji Yun's body alone actually exceeded the oppression of magic power that tens of thousands of troops of the Magic Council had just had. Interesting. Ji Yun looked at the huge magic circle in the sky and chuckled. Since it has the attributes of time and space, the trick of the alien space will have no effect, so, let's fight hard. As Ji Yun's voice fell, a sword made of ice condensed in Ji Yun's palm, and the satellite magic circle in the sky also completed its energy storage at this time. The light column like a divine punishment fell from the sky with an extreme destructive breath. Ji Yun could clearly feel that with the descent of the magic spirit power, the surrounding space was shaking violently, and a trace of extremely subtle and extremely obvious, like glass shattering sound was emitted. The magic spirit power with the dual attributes of time and space has completely made the world unbearable. Of course, although the magic spirit power is very terrible, Ji Yun is much calmer, because Ji Yun is very clear that this level of magic spirit power will never threaten him. The use of magic spirit power by the Magic Council is too crude, which is to constantly gather the magic spirit power and release it once and for all. So I said, this crude method of use, no wonder humans were beaten by the dragons 400 years ago. Looking at the light column falling on him, Ji Yun said helplessly, and then just like the scene 400 years ago, he drew his sword, unsheathed it, and swung it in the direction of the magic spirit power. SLA. The extremely terrible scene happened. As Ji Yun swung his sword, the space in front of Ji Yun was directly torn apart like a piece of rag, revealing the deep darkness behind the space like a black hole. And this space crack was still spreading wildly in the direction of the magic spirit power, and then in the horrified eyes of everyone, the magic spirit power emitting an extremely terrible aura was cut in half by Ji Yun's sword, and then shattered by the torn space crack. At this moment, whether it was Doranbolt and the magicians of the Magic Council army present, or Lahar and the counselors who were watching through the crystal ball in the Magic Council, or other forces hiding in the dark and observing secretly, all fell silent. Why is the Magic Council able to have such a high status in the world? Isn't it because of the magic spirit power of super space-time destruction? If it weren't for the existence of the magic spirit power, which is absolutely shocking, the Magic Council would have been destroyed countless times. You should know that in the original book, Jackal, who is not very strong, is just one of the Tartaro's 9 demon gates, and can wipe out all the high-level people in the Magic Council. There are really many wizards stronger than Jackal. Okay, now I think you Magic Council should be desperate. Ji Yun looked at the sky without any movement, turned around and looked at Doranbolt lying in the ruins and said with a smile, "Now all of you are my hostages. If you don't want me to kill you, then give me a set of research materials related to the magic spirit power. That's about it. You can teleport back directly to report the news. The teleportation magic just now was interrupted by me, so I think your body should not be so bad that you can't use magic. My patience is very limited." Chapter 35. The Parliament is completely convinced. 4 quarters, please bookmark. At this point, Doranbolt had nothing to say. After all, the Magic Council had completely lost. Barely controlling his body that was about to fall apart due to the 2 forced uses of magic spirit power, and exhausting the little magic power that he had just barely recovered, Doranbolt disappeared from the spot with an extremely faint magic circle under his feet. Although Ji Yun wanted the research data and data of the Magic Council's core secret magic spirit power, considering that Ji Yun now had most of the Magic Council's troops as hostages and Ji Yun himself was more terrifying and powerful than the magic spirit power, Doranbolt felt that the Magic Council still needed to consider it. After all, now I am the fish on the chopping board, and Ji Yun's strength was fully demonstrated just now. If he split the magic spirit power with one sword, then the whole continent with one sword. Although it is still unbelievable, it makes people a little suspicious. In short, the Magic Council has no ability to resist Ji Yun, so what if they don't hand it over? I'm afraid it will be even more embarrassing if Ji Yun comes to the door directly. Anyway, it's better than being killed by Ji Yun directly. After seeing Doranbolt disappear, Ji Yun shook his head. Although there are many good things in the fairy tale world, it is indeed a deformed and terrible world. It's okay to use magic like a barbarian. It's hard to find some good magic, such as time magic and space magic, but it's just a branch of time or space or even just a certain characteristic of magic. Thinking of this, Ji Yun shook his head, looked at the mess around him, and used the ready-made materials to assemble a sofa. He sat on it comfortably and said with a smile, "Don't hide, I've seen you, little girl. Yes, don't think about whether to call me, I'm calling you." Just now, when Ji Yun was confronting Doranbolt and others, he had already sensed the arrival of an individual whose time was incompatible with the time around him, just like the future Rogue. In the future, Rogue had already been teleported away because of Doranbolt, so the identity of this individual who was out of tune with time was obvious, and it was Lucy from the future. Ji Yun estimated that it would take some time for the Magic Council to discuss it. After all, the magic spirit power was one of the most core secrets of the Magic Council, and even at this point, it was impossible to agree casually. So Ji Yun was going to find someone to chat with to kill time. There was no other way. The people in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury had just been teleported away by Doranbolt using teleportation magic, and after a series of situations just now, the capital of the Kingdom of Fury had already become a mess. Except for the Palace of the Lantern, which had some magic arrays with a solid effect, most of the buildings had collapsed, not to mention afternoon tea. Then a girl who was in a mess, with her clothes torn a lot, well, slightly exposed, appeared carefully in Ji Yun's sight. She was covered in dust and looked dirty, but she still couldn't hide the exquisiteness of her face. This girl who looks very embarrassed is the future Lucy in the original Great Magic Director Wushu chapter. Because the future is too tragic, she was immersed in the memories of the past and came to the past through the Eclipse Gate. Ah, hello. Future Lucy looked at the white-haired young man sitting on the sofa and said nervously, My name is Lucy, I don't mean anything else, I just want to ask some small questions. Of course, if you don't want to answer, I don't mind at all. I will leave here immediately and won't disturb you. The conflict between Ji Yun and the Magic Council just now, Future Lucy saw the whole process, especially Ji Yun's record of cutting the magic spirit power in half with a sword, which made Future Lucy horrified. Future Lucy is also a person who has experienced the Tower of Heaven incident. It can be said that the power of the magic spirit power is very clear. The despair of Future Lucy is still fresh in her memory, but now Ji Yun actually broke the magic spirit power with a sword in front of her, which is really scary. And if Future Lucy is not mistaken, the people fighting Ji Yun seem to be the Crescent Knights of the Magic Council. Although Future Lucy does not know that the Magic Council and the Crescent Knights, which have long been destroyed by the dragons, still exist, there is no doubt that Ji Yun is the enemy of the Magic Council, and the enemies of the Magic Council are generally not good people. So, just like this, Ji Yun has been labeled as a big bad guy in the heart of Future Lucy. Ask a question. Looking at Future Lucy who slowly moved in front of him carefully, Ji Yun smiled and said, Don't be so nervous, I think you should want to ask what year it is now, right? Huh. After hearing what Ji Yun said, Future Lucy immediately remembered her purpose, looked at the mess around her, and then asked nervously, what year is it now? Future Lucy was very cautious and did not tell Ji Yun about her strange and long-destroyed Fury Kingdom. She only asked Ji Yun about the current era and time. Anyway, she only needed to know what year it was now, so Lucy could know the doubts in her heart. It is the year X791. Using wood-shaping magic and water magic to pour a glass of water for herself and her future Lucy, Ji Yun said slowly, Congratulations, you have returned to the past and got the opportunity to change your life and reach the pinnacle of life. But I also have a small question for you. Is there a legend of the Dragon Slayer in your future? Chapter 36. A Different Future, 1/4, please bookmark. Ji Yun didn't just want to kill time to chat with Future Lucy. After discovering Future Lucy, Ji Yun suddenly remembered some things that he cared about, such as the 3 different routes of development and future in the original book. The first future is the future of Future Lucy. In the future of Future Lucy, the invasion of 10,000 dragons occurred, and the world was once again ruled by dragons. Then Future Lucy returned to the past without Future Rogue's future and closed the Eclipse door to spend 7 years in peace. The second future is because Future Lucy changed the future, causing the world to change and thus producing the future of Future Rogue. Because there was no invasion of 10,000 dragons, 7 years later in X798, the Black Dragon Acknowledge dominated the world for unknown reasons. No one could resist the notification of the Black Dragon Acknowledge, so Future Rogue chose to go back to the past. The third is the normal main plot in the original book. Future Rogue returned to the future that Future Lucy returned to. After a series of events, the 7 Dragon plot occurred. P.S. I watched Fairy Tail again and found that the previous order was wrong. The first one was the future of Lucy in the future. It was because Lucy in the future changed the future that there was the future of Rogue in the future. Then Rogue in the future also used the Eclipse Gate to go back to the past, and finally the future in the main plot of the original book, where both Lucy in the future and Rogue in the future existed, happened. All of this would happen without Ji Yun. So, after discovering Lucy in the future, Ji Yun was a little concerned and curious about whether he existed in the future of Lucy in the future. After all, Ji Yun traveled to the world 400 years ago. According to common sense, whether it was the future of Lucy in the future or the future of Rogue in the future, he would exist. If he had himself, then the future Lucy or Rogue in the future would not have happened at all. Whether it was 7 dragons or 10,000 dragons, it didn't matter. If he wanted to make trouble, he could do it with one sword. 400 years ago, Ji Yun was able to cut off the continent with one sword and kill thousands of dragons. 400 years later, Ji Yun, who became more powerful, could not have faked the so-called tens of thousands of dragons. If he wanted to make trouble, he could just kill them again. Then the question is, in the future Lucy's future, does she exist or what is she doing? Really? After hearing Ji Yun's words, future Lucy suddenly became excited and said excitedly, "What month and day is it in X791? Has the annual Grand Magic Martial Arts Conference of the Kingdom of Fury been held? No, that's not right. If it is really X791, I don't remember such a big thing happening in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury in X791. In my memory, there is no memory of you fighting with the Magic Council at all." Although very excited, future Lucy quickly calmed down, because future Lucy found that there were many situations that did not match her memory, the most obvious of which was the battle between Ji Yun and the Magic Council, and the magic spirit power launched in the sky of the Kingdom of Fury. If so many explosive events really happened in the future where future Lucy was, then future Lucy felt that it was impossible for her not to know these things, so future Lucy quickly calmed down. The situation did not seem to be as simple as she imagined. It seemed to have returned to the past, but this past was not the past that future Lucy knew. And, future Lucy looked at Ji Yun and asked with a puzzled look, "Why, you seem to know my origin from the beginning, and know that I am from the future. Because the time on your body is incompatible with the time around you, it is too conspicuous." After hearing the doubts of future Lucy, Ji Yun smiled and said, "And this is not the most important thing. You haven't answered my question yet. Tell me, is there anything about the Dragon Slayer in your future?" Dragon Slayer. Future Lucy touched her head a little confused and began to recall. "It seems that I haven't heard of this name." "No, although I haven't heard of this name, I seem to have heard them say this name when the 10,000 dragons invaded. What damn it Dragon Slayer dared to do this and that." After that, those dragons began to attack the Kingdom of Fury. In a hurry, the Kingdom of Fury had no power to resist. In fact, even if the Kingdom of Fury was fully prepared, it would not work. Chapter 37. Shocking Change 2/4, please bookmark. P.S. I was going to take a nap, but I overslept. Ha ha ha, I am updating like crazy. After all, the butterfly effect means that even a small error in the past will cause unprecedented changes. In the future where Lucy is, or even the future where Rogue is, it is very likely that Ji Yun did not wake up from the frozen state. For example, Kanana in Fairy Tale did not find the ice coffin that froze Ji Yun, so he would not be disturbed by the mace wizard of the Dusk Ghost. Although Ji Yun had already studied the progress of immortality magic to 99.9%, the last 0.01% of progress was really up to fate. In short, in the future where Lucy or Rogue is, Ji Yun probably did not finish studying immortality magic, nor was he disturbed by the discovery of the Fairy Tale Guild members. Therefore, those two future selves probably overslept and missed all the plots. Thinking of this, Ji Yun smiled and shook his head. But compared to Ji Yun's ease and comfort, future Lucy's mood is heavier and more depressed. When she thinks about experiencing the despair she once experienced again, future Lucy's heart trembles. No matter what, future Lucy feels that at least everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild must survive. As long as they can survive, there will be hope. On July 7th, X791, 10,000 dragons will come to the Kingdom of Fury. Future Lucy recalled the bad meetings during the Great Magician's martial arts, and secretly made up her mind to be well prepared before that. The first person she needs to persuade is this guy who is so powerful that he can break the magic spirit power with one sword. Since this guy knows that he comes from the future, he should believe what he said. Dot 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 dot. At this moment, in the Magic Council, after seeing Ji Yun shatter the magic spirit power with a sword in a relaxed manner, Lahar found in despair that he really had no way to deal with Ji Yun. In addition to the panic and constant pressure from the surrounding counselors, Lahar could only choose to tell all the counselors the cause and effect and wake up the sleeping Speaker Gulen. Speaker Gulen, who had already woken up, was having a meeting with other counselors. After Doranbolt came back, he told them that Ji Yun wanted the relevant information about the magic spirit power. At this point, although Speaker Gulen was very angry, he still chose to hold an emergency meeting to discuss whether to hand over the core technology of the magic spirit power of the Magic Council. Of course, although it was an emergency meeting, in fact, both Speaker Gulen and other counselors knew very well that handing over the core technology of the magic spirit power was inevitable. After all, the Magic Council had no way to deal with Ji Yun, and Ji Yun still had most of the Magic Council's troops as hostages. Now it is just a discussion on what form of handing over the magic spirit power would be more decent. Okay, what do you think about the Dragon Slayer using tens of thousands of wizards as a threat to obtain the magic spirit power? Speaker Gulen looked at the silent members sitting in their seats and said helplessly. To be honest, if possible, Speaker Gulen really didn't want to clean up this mess. Speaker Gulen even began to doubt whether it was a wrong choice to run for the Speaker of the Magic Council. If the core technology of the magic spirit power was handed over, it would definitely become a sinner. Even after hearing Speaker Gulen's question, the other members sitting in the meeting room remained silent. After all, everyone has seen that handing over the magic spirit power is inevitable. At this time, of course, they must try to remain silent and try to distance themselves from this incident. Looking at the situation in front of him, Speaker Gulen couldn't help but take a breath again. And just when Speaker Gulen was about to say something, the door of the meeting room was pushed open, and a panicked frog man in a white uniform ran in. What happened? Speaker Gulen looked at the panicked frogman and asked curiously, "Why do you look so panicked?" "Oh no, Speaker and all the members." After hearing Speaker Gulen's question, the frogman said in a panic, "Outside." Boom! A golden flash appeared, accompanied by a huge roar. The frogman who broke into the meeting room and was about to report the situation to Speaker Gulen and several other members was blown away and fell not far away and stopped moving. Ha 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 ha, what a pleasant explosion. After a puff of smoke, a person wearing a green vest, with yellow hair, wolf ears and a cat tail appeared in front of Speaker Gulen and the members. And this is Jackal, a member of Tartaro's 9 demon gates, the demon of the Book of Zirf, who has the explosion spell. Jackal looked at Speaker Gulen and other counselors who were looking at him in horror and said with an unhappy face, "It is very unpleasant to think that you trash have been suppressing us Tartaros. So, this time you all die." Boom 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 boom. Long before he appeared, Jackal had already filled the building of Magic Council with his own explosion seals. With the activation of the explosion seals, the entire Magic Council building turned into a ruin in an instant. Tartaros found that the power of Magic Council was extremely empty, and with the former Speaker Crawford's early surrender, he chose to take action at this time and eliminate all the high-level officials of Magic Council in one fell swoop. With Ji Yun waking up from the ice coffin, everything has become different. Chapter 38. The Butterfly Effect, 3/4, please bookmark. Originally, Tartaros was going to stay dormant for a while, but Lahar sent most of the Magic Council's troops out, leaving the Magic Council with a lack of power. In addition, there was a nice insider like former Speaker Crawford. If they didn't do something, it would be a shame for the former Speaker Crawford to join. In addition, the Magic Council was unprecedentedly empty, so Tartaros was not going to let go of such a good opportunity. Therefore, the scene just now happened. With the information provided by former Speaker Crawford, Jackal, one of the 9 demon gates, easily sneaked into the Magic Council and directly wiped out all the high-level officials of the Magic Council. At present, although Tartaros launched an attack in advance under the influence of Ji Yun, the process is still not much different from the plot in the original book. Jackal pretended to be AB in front of Doranbolt, so Doranbolt used teleportation magic to run away. Because Doranbolt is actually a member of the Fairy Tale Guild, even if he took the initiative to erase all his memories about Fairy Tale, he still subconsciously ran to the Fairy Tale Guild at this time, and reported the current situation to the 6th-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild, Funny Makarov Drayar, with a panicked look. In an instant, the fairy tale people who were originally thinking about participating in the annual Great Magic Director Wu held by the Kingdom of Fury to get the first prize to pay off their debts suddenly became nervous. But just like in the original book, the fairy tale people did not know Tartaros's purpose, and did not know how to stop Tartaros for a while. After all, no one knew what Tartaros would do next. Of course, it was not only the fairy tale people who were in a state of worry, there was another guy hiding in the dark, Rogue Cheney from the future. You must know that since the future Rogue came to the present time, he has been carefully maintaining the original direction of history, for fear that something completely different from the original history would happen, which would cause the past he knew to be no longer familiar. However, the series of events that followed were completely beyond control. First, in Magnolia, Ji Yu-yun woke up from the ice coffin and had a conflict with the Magic Council's law enforcer Lahar, and instantly killed 1,000 Magic Council wizards, which made future Rogue feel that something was wrong. You know, the death of thousands of Magic Council wizards is not a trivial matter, but future Rogue remembers very clearly that these things did not happen back then, and what kind of nonsense did the so-called Dragon Slayer come from? Damn, it's completely different. It's completely different from the past I know. Future Rogue looked at the environment that changed drastically because of Doranbolt's use of the super-large teleportation array, and said angrily, "We must speed up the progress. Since this past is completely different from the past I know, I don't need to continue hiding it like this. Some things I do in person will be more effective. It's just that, but future Rogue is still a little afraid of this so-called Dragon Slayer. You know, future Rogue also saw the magic spirit power in the sky just now. If I guessed correctly, it should be the means used by the Magic Council to deal with this so-called Dragon Slayer, but I don't know what it was. The strength of this Dragon Slayer is indeed quite terrifying. But while being afraid of Ji Yu-yun, future Rogue also had the same doubts as future Lucy. Ji Yu-yun's strength is so strong, why has he never heard of Ji Yu-yun's name in the future where he is? The most important thing is that everything has changed. Future Rogue doesn't know if Fairy Tale Guild can still get the first place as he knew in the past once the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference is held again. However, future Rogue thought about it carefully again. The reason why Fairy Tale was able to get the first place was not luck but strength. Even at the beginning, Fairy Tale's luck was quite bad. So even if the past he came to was completely different from the past he knew, future Rogue still felt that Fairy Tale had a great chance of getting the first place in the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference again. At that time, the Emerald Princess of the Kingdom of Fury will completely believe everything he said and open the Eclipse Gate according to the method he said, together with the era when the Dragon Clan dominated the world 400 years ago. Thinking of this, future Rogue's eyes flashed with unprecedented brilliance. All this is for the purpose of becoming the overlord of the world. At this time, Ji Yu-yun, who was chatting with the future Lucy in the ruins of the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, did not know what happened in the Magic Council. He did not know that the Magic Council was wiped out by Jackal, one of the Tartaro's 9 demon gates, just like the plot in the original book while he was chatting with the future Lucy. However, Doranbolt obviously did not dare to ignore Ji Yu-yun, who had just brought him unprecedented shock. So after reporting the information about the Magic Council to the members of the Fairy Tale Guild, Doranbolt did not care about resting and quickly used the teleportation magic to return to Ji Yu-yun. Originally, Doranbolt wanted to explain the current situation of the Magic Council to Ji Yu-yun, but after being teleported, he was immediately attracted by the future Lucy. If Doranbolt remembered correctly, he seemed to have seen Lucy in the Fairy Tale Guild. How come there is also a Lucy on Ji Yu-yun's side now? Lucy. Doranbolt looked at the future Lucy sitting in front of Ji Yu-yun and asked in confusion, "Why are you here? Weren't you with Natsu and the others just now? Why did you suddenly come here?" Chapter 39. Tartaros makes trouble in advance, 4 quarters, please collect. She is Lucy from the future. After seeing Doranbolt's puzzled expression, Ji Yu-yun chuckled and said, "I think you Magic Council should know the relevant information about the Eclipse Gate. And she came to the present Lucy through the Eclipse Gate in the future. There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Anyway, the situation of Lucy in the future will be known by Doranbolt sooner or later. Eclipse Gate. After hearing Ji Yun's explanation, Doranbolt fell into deep thought. The Magic Council also knew that the Kingdom of Fury had the Eclipse Gate. After all, the Eclipse Gate could not be ignored. The biggest use of the Eclipse Gate is to travel through time. It needs the key of the Zodiac to open it. Traveling through time to change the past is a very dangerous thing. Therefore, since the Kingdom of Fury held the first Grand Magic Director Martial Arts Conference, the Magic Council has been monitoring the Kingdom of Fury. However, monitoring is monitoring. In fact, the Magic Council does not know whether the Eclipse Gate can travel through time. Therefore, the Magic Council has always taken a monitoring attitude towards the movements of the Kingdom of Fury. After all, the Kingdom of Fury is a country, and the Magic Council is only an organization that supervises wizards. If there is no dangerous action, the Magic Council is not convenient to take care of these things too much. Well, the matter about the Eclipse Gate is actually not important. Looking at Doranbolt, who was deep in thought, Ji Yun interrupted. You came back so soon, it seems that it is you. The Magic Council has agreed to my request. Are you willing to hand over the relevant information about the Magic Elf power? Now Ji Yun is more concerned about the issue of Magic Elf power. Although Ji Yun's current strength should be regarded as unparalleled in the world of fairy tale, no one would mind becoming stronger, right? Moreover, there are still some existences in the fairy tale world that are more vigilant, such as the god Anxur Ramel who cursed Zirf, which makes Ji Yun more concerned and vigilant. After all, from the original book, except for the curse of death hunting for Zirf and Mavis, he has never taken action at all. There is no upper limit to his strength, and he is a true god. Ji Yun is not sure whether he can do the so-called god-killing now. I'm so sorry. At this time, Doranbolt came back to his senses and thought about the most important thing at the moment. Compared with the fact that all the high-level members of the Magic Council were wiped out by Tartaros, it was completely unimportant whether Lucy in front of him came from the future. Thinking of his best friend Lahar who had died in the first wave of Jackal's attack, Doranbolt couldn't help but show a sad expression on his face. Just when our Magic Council speaker Gulin and other members were discussing whether to give you the data on magic spirit power, someone from Tartaros suddenly broke in. To be honest, I'm still very curious about how he broke in. It's very likely that there was a traitor in the Magic Council. You know, the headquarters of the Magic Council is not that easy to break into. But that guy basically encountered no obstacles along the way and went straight to the conference room to attack the speaker and the members. So, Lord Dragon Slayer, the magic spirit power you want may not be given to you in a short time. Now all the high-level officials of the Magic Council have died, and only the high-level officials of the Magic Council know the relevant information about magic spirit power. Doranbolt honestly explained the current situation of the Magic Council to Ji Yun. After all, Ji Yun's strength had been fully demonstrated before, not to mention that Ji Yun still had tens of thousands of magician troops in the Magic Council. Now that all the high-ranking officials of the Magic Council have been killed, Ji Yun's tens of thousands of wizards are needed to calm the situation. Ji Yun must not be allowed to choose to kill because he cannot get the magic spirit power, otherwise the Magic Council will really be finished. As the enforcer of the Magic Council, Doranbolt is still very loyal, and now that all the high-ranking officials of the Magic Council have been killed, the only one who can take charge is Doranbolt, the enforcer of the Magic Council. Tartaros. Ji Yun was a little surprised after hearing what Doranbolt said. If I remember correctly, Ji Yun remembered that the plot of Tartaros should have happened after the Great Demon Director Wu. Why is it that now when there is no sign of the Great Demon Director Wu, he directly rebelled, and just like the situation in the original book, he killed the entire high-ranking officials of the Magic Council with one blow? And the future Lucy was more horrified. If I heard correctly, Doranbolt actually called the white-haired young man in front of him the Dragon Slayer that was sought by thousands of dragons. Lucy can still remember the scene when 10,000 dragons appeared, and the extremely strong dragon leading the way kept roaring, asking where the Dragon Slayer was and whether it would tear the Dragon Slayer alive or something like that. I roughly know what you mean. Looking at Doranbolt, who lowered his head and dared not look at him, he stretched and stood up and said with a smile, that is to say, if I want to get the relevant research data on magic elves' power now, I must start from the top of the Magic Council, right? Although I am a little surprised that Tartaros is making trouble now, I don't mind destroying them completely if they hinder me, but I think there should be many former top leaders of your Magic Council who are still alive. As former chairman or members of the Magic Council, I think they still know something about the magic elves' power of your Magic Council. Go first and tell me the residence of the previous chairman and members of your Magic Council. Chapter 40. Ants should look like ants. 1/4, please bookmark. Since the top leaders of the Magic Council have been wiped out, there is no point in staying here now. Ji Yu-yun is going to look for the former speaker of the Magic Council, Crawford Shim, who was in cahoots with Tartaros in the original story and then was abandoned by Tartaros. As the former speaker of the Magic Council, Crawford Shim knows a lot of secrets about the Magic Council, otherwise the Magic Council in the Tartaros chapter of the original book would not be so miserable. It can be said that the reason why Tartaros lost in the original book was entirely because he gave up. The former speaker Crawford Shim created a great advantage for Tartaros in the early stage of the Tartaros chapter. The next thing will naturally become simple. Even Fairy Tale in the original book can find the residence of the former speaker Crawford Shim by searching on his own. Dorenbolt, as the law enforcer of the Magic Council, is naturally unlikely to be unaware of it. Soon Dorenbolt told Ji Yu-yun the residence of the former speaker Crawford Shim. The home of Crawford Shim, the former speaker of the Magic Council. It's really rare. I didn't expect that I would have a guest to visit me. An old man with a round face and a long white beard poured a cup of tea for the white-haired young man in front of him, and then sat down slowly. This round old man with a white beard was Crawford, the former speaker of the Magic Council. As for the white-haired young man, there is no need to explain. He is naturally our protagonist Ji Yu-yun. It's just that although it's a bit inappropriate to ask such a question at this time, there are very few people who know where I live, so I'd like to ask, how do you know where I live? Crawford looked at Ji Yu-yun and asked seriously, with a businesslike expression. People who don't know him might think that Crawford is a very good old man. Of course, someone from your Magic Council told me. Ji Yu-yun looked at Crawford, who looked serious, and said with a bit of amusement, I think you know my identity, so there is no need to say more nonsense. As long as it does not affect me, I have no time to care about the mess between you and Tartaros. Give me the relevant information about the core technology of your Magic Council, the Magic Guide Elf Power. Knowing about the affairs between Lord Crawford and his Tartaros, we can't let you go like this. Just as Ji Yu-yun's voice fell, a slightly gloomy voice came out, and a woman with a charming figure but extremely cold eyes slowly walked out of the room behind Crawford. This is the enhanced demon goddess of the slave planet Kyoka, the head of the Tartaros' 9 demon gates, who has relatively strong strength. Kyoka looked at Ji Yu-yun and said coldly, You are the dragon slayer from 400 years ago that people say outside. You dare to be so arrogant just because you killed a few human armies. When Ji Yu-yun became famous, there were no demons. At that time, Zirf did not feel guilty because of the curse of death hunting. Instead, he felt inexplicably happy because he had gained unlimited time. It was not until a long time after the battle between Ji Yu-yun and the Dragon Clan that Zirf had the idea of suicide and began to try to create a demon that could kill himself. Therefore, no matter how much Ji Yu-yun is praised outside, Tartaros is actually the same as the previous Magic Council. Before they really see despair, they will not think whether Ji Yu-yun is really particularly powerful. After all, no one saw Ji Yu-yun's battle against the army of tens of thousands of magicians of the Magic Council and the destruction of the magic spirit power with one sword. Except for the future Lucy and Dorenbolt and the army that lost to the Magic Council, other people's understanding of Ji Yu-yun is still at the level of Ji Yu-yun killing thousands of magicians of the Magic Council in Magnolia. This also applies to Crawford Shim, the former chairman of the Magic Council. After all, whether it was Ji Yu-yun suppressing tens of thousands of wizards or shattering the magic spirit power with one sword, it was just what happened. When I'm talking, ants don't come out to seek a sense of existence. Ji Yu-yun looked at Kyoka standing behind Crawford and was impatient. He pressed his hand down in the air and said lightly, As an ant, you should kneel down honestly when I'm talking next to you. Don't even move, understand. After hearing Ji Yu-yun's words, Kyoka sneered and was about to say something, and then an unprecedented pressure suddenly pressed on him, leaving him no time to react. Boom! As the wooden ground shattered, the enhanced demon goddess of the slave planet Kyoka, the head of the Tartaros 9 demon gates, knelt in the sawdust, or was suppressed by Ji Yu-yun, kneeling on the ground and unable to move. Of course, Ji Yu-yun did not burst out with momentum or anything. It is very tiring to burst out with momentum every day, causing the world to shake and tremble. It is more convenient to use gravity magic directly. For example, now, Ji Yu-yun decisively gave the head of the 9 demon gates of Tartaros a 30-fold gravity package, making this enhanced demon with SM attributes lying on the ground and unable to stand up. Not bad, it looks much more comfortable now. Looking at Kyoka, who was lying on the ground and struggling to stand up, Ji Yu-yun chuckled and said, "Remember it well, this is called the consciousness of an ant." Chapter 41. Instant Kill 2/4, please bookmark. A-hole, it's just a mere human. Mere human, don't be so arrogant. Kyoka, who was lying on the ground, began to struggle frantically. A green light began to bloom on Kyoka's body. This was the strengthening spell that belonged to goddess of the slave planet Kyoka, the head of the 9 demon gates of Tartaros, which could increase his power sharply. 400 years ago, Zirf gave Kyoka the strengthening spell in the hope that Kyoka could infinitely increase his power and finally achieve the goal of killing himself. It was a pity that Kyoka's strengthening spell did not infinitely increase his power, otherwise Kyoka would not be just one of the 9 demon gates in Tartaros. However, even so, Kyoka's strengthening spell was still very powerful. Ji Yu-yun could feel Kyoka's rising power under the strengthening spell, and the whole house began to shake violently under Kyoka's struggle. But what shocked Kyoka was that no matter how much he strengthened his strength, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not stand up from the ground. Every time he strengthened his strength, the pressure and gravity on his body increased. Now his strength was 3 or 4 times that of the beginning, and the gravity on his body also increased 3 or 4 times. Moreover, the increase in strength does not mean that the body's ability to withstand can also be increased. Even if the demon has a very strong physical fitness, it can no longer bear it, and the bones in the body begin to make a very subtle cracking sound. How is it possible? Former Speaker Crawford had no time to feel sorry for his house. He swallowed his saliva subconsciously when he saw the scene in front of him, and muttered to himself, "This is the enhanced demon of the head of the 9 demon gates of Tartaros. How could it be suppressed so easily? Although it is a dragon slayer, it has a very strong combat power that can kill thousands of wizards in seconds, but the 9 demon gates in Tartaros are also not bad. Basically, all of them are demons in the Book of Zirf, and they also have powerful power. How can the gap between them be so huge?" Crawford really couldn't believe it. You know, as a demon in the Book of Zirf, it can also fight against thousands or even tens of thousands of wizards. Just think about the demon Dai Lionra who destroyed several cities more than 10 years ago. You know, although Dai Lionra is powerful, he is definitely not ranked among the 9 demon gates of Tartaros. That's why Crawford was so confident after knowing Ji Yu-yun's identity. After all, the enhanced demon goddess of the slave planet Kyoka, the head of the Tartaros 9 demon gates, was in his home. However, Crawford's confidence had long disappeared without a trace as Kyoka was crushed from all sides. It seems that this is almost your limit. Ji Yu-yun looked at Kyoka, whose strength was still increasing, but whose body began to gradually collapse and couldn't bear it, and chuckled. The enhanced spell is indeed a good thing, but it's a pity that it is not perfect. When you go back to revive, learn from this lesson and think about what you should do as an ant. After saying that, Ji Yu-yun pressed his palm down again. Boom! The pressure far beyond Kyoka's limit suddenly pressed on Kyoka's body. The bones in his body were shattered at this moment, and his body completely collapsed under the dual pressure of the enhanced spell and external gravity. Then, everything became quiet. It's a pity that I don't have any research on souls, otherwise she wouldn't even have a chance to revive. Ji Yu-yun took a sip of the tea that the former Speaker Crawford had poured before, and then said to Crawford with a smile. "So, former Speaker Crawford, the biggest traitor in the Magic Council, can you now give me the relevant research data on the Magic Council's core technology, the Magic Elf power?" I think the former Speaker Crawford who betrayed the Magic Council, will definitely not keep any secrets for the Magic Council anymore, right? Prison Beast, Allegria. This is the Tartaros base camp that the Magic Council had never found no matter how hard they searched. At this time, in the Prison Beast's body, in the laboratory where the core of hell is stored. It's incredible, it's incredible. A woman with short black hair and a pair of rabbit-like hair on her head, who looks a little funny, began to shout loudly. This Lammy, who plays the role of a regeneration and transformation demon in Tartaros, is an extremely nervous guy. And it is also a demon in Zeref's book, and possesses the spell, Slippery. To be honest, I am very curious. When Zeref created Lammy, he wanted Lammy to kill him. Master Sayla, it's incredible. Master Kyoka appeared in the Hell Core. It's incredible. I don't know who killed Master Kyoka. Lammy looked at Kyoka, who appeared in the Hell Core, with a look of surprise. Master Kyoka. Not far away, a woman with a graceful figure, a pair of horns and long black hair on her head, after hearing Lammy's voice, directly threw away her favorite book in her hand, and hurried to the front of the Hell Core. Seeing Kyoka appearing in the Hell Core, she screamed in surprise. This is the command demon goddess of the Chill Moon Sayla, one of the members of Tartaro's 9 demon gates, who is responsible for managing the Hell Core used to resurrect demons. Well, she is also the mistress of goddess of the slave planet Kyoka. Lord Kyoka, didn't you go to the former chairman of the Magic Council? Sayla looked at Kyoka, who was waiting for resurrection in the core of hell, and said in surprise. How did it become like this? Who killed Lord Kyoka? At this point, Sayla's face became extremely gloomy. Chapter 42. Information obtained, 3/4, please bookmark. Okay, Sayla. After hearing Sayla's voice, Kyoka became gentle and said, resurrect me first, and then I will report what happened this time to Lord Hades. As for who killed me, Sayla, you are not even as good as me, and you still want to avenge me. Anyway, I am not really dead, I just resurrected after a short time. Although he is a demon, he has his own emotions, which is rare. Even the so-called Hades Mard Gear, who abandoned all emotions and was very cruel and cold, would be very excited when he saw Zeref, and even shed tears when he was destroyed by Zeref. But, Lord Kyoka, no need to say more, Sayla. Seeing that Sayla wanted to say something, Kyoka shouted coldly and said seriously, although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that guy is really powerful. I think only Lord Pluto can defeat that guy. Why is Lammy still standing here? Unlike the unwillingness shown at the house of former Speaker Crawford, after calming down a little, Kyoka could feel Ji Yu-yun's terrible strength. You know, from beginning to end, Ji Yu-yun didn't really fight. Even if he didn't use all his strength to release all the cursed power in his body and transform into the demon form of the Book of Zeref, Kyoka knew very well that even if he really transformed into the demon form of the Book of Zeref, it would be useless. The great thing is to make Ji Yu-yun, who didn't fight against him, become a little active and then crush him. The calmed-down enhanced demon goddess of the slave planet Kyoka still has a considerable degree of self-knowledge. Is it really that powerful? After seeing Kyoka's serious expression, Sayla opened her mouth to say something, but she didn't say it. At the same time, deep in the prison beast, the man who had been holding a book with an ancient atmosphere and leaning lightly on the skeleton throne raised his mouth slightly, chuckled and murmured to himself. Can Kyoka be easily killed? Interesting, interesting, it's really getting more and more interesting. It's really interesting to be able to make me, Mard Gear, who has abandoned all emotions, feel emotions again. Dragon Slayer. Mard Gear is very curious whether the Dragon Slayer can really kill dragons. At the same time, Ji Yu-yun also learned from the former Speaker Crawford about the whereabouts of the research materials related to the Magic Council's core technology, the Magic Elf Power. In order to prevent being fooled by Crawford, Ji Yu-yun personally took Crawford to find it. The guys in the fairy tale world are all good at committing suicide, especially the villains, who are more good at committing suicide than the others, and they force the game that is sure to win to a complete collapse. Ji Yu-yun really can't guarantee whether the former Speaker Crawford, a typical expert in committing suicide, will risk his life to fool him. After all, the former Speaker Crawford is already risking his life to cooperate with Tartaros as an insider. I've already told you that I didn't lie to you, but you still insisted on bringing me here. Former Speaker Crawford looked at Ji Yun, who had already obtained the research materials related to magic elves, and complained a little. Now everyone knows that I brought you here to find the research materials on magic elves. Then I should be fine now. In exchange, you must not tell others about the cooperation between me and Tartaros. It is because I brought it that no one dares to gossip. Ji Yun looked at the research materials on magic elves in his hand and thought about it, and then said to former Speaker Crawford with an impatient look, "Okay, now go back to where you came from. Just don't disturb me, I don't have time to care about your shit." Then Ji Yun disappeared directly from the sight of former Speaker Crawford. If possible, Ji Yun didn't want to say too much to the idiot. In fact, Ji Yun had one more thing he didn't say to Crawford, that is, Tartaro's plan would definitely disturb him. After all, once the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Fizz explodes, it can destroy the magic power of the entire continent. There is nothing special about Ji Yun. Although the magic power in Ji Yun's body is forcibly snatched from the outside world, it will not be affected by Fez, but it does not mean that it is really unaffected. Once the White Legacy Fez explodes, the magic power in Ji Yun's body will not disappear, but it will not be replenished again, unless it is used with vitality, otherwise it will be used less and less. If it were not for the fact that he did not know the specific location of Tartaros, Ji Yun would have slashed it with a sword from a distance. Ji Yun is very confident in fighting, but he is not good at some auxiliary aspects. 400 years ago, because of the repeated pressure from the Dragon Clan, Ji Yun has been desperately improving his strength. Ji Yun does not know anything about some magic that is of no help in fighting. In short, with a series of actions by Tartaros, the impact of the series of events before Ji Yun soon passed, and everyone focused their attention on the fact that all the high-level members of the Magic Council were attacked by the Dark Guild Tartaros, and the speaker and all the members were killed. The annihilation of the high-level members of the Magic Council is not a small matter. At the same time, the former Speaker Crawford also moved directly to the prison beast in the Tartaros base camp after the Ji Yun incident, and this was also the request of Tartaros. After all, before the launch of the White Legacy Magic Pulse Bomb Faith, the former Speaker Crawford played a very important role. Before the former Speaker Crawford's value was completely exhausted, everyone in Tartaros would treat him politely. Of course, once there is no use, there is no need to say what the result will be. The main members of Tartaros are basically demons. What good can come of cooperating with demons? Chapter 43. Absorption and Purification of Magic Power, 4 quarters, please collect. The following things naturally became simpler. Although Ji Yun knew that Tartaros's plan would definitely hinder him, considering that he was not very good at tracking, Ji Yun did not take Tartaros's matter to heart for the time being. If the Fez was really activated, then all the Fez could be smashed with one sword. And it is possible that Tartaros's affairs do not need to be intervened by himself from beginning to end. After all, the disappearance of magic power will not only have a considerable impact on Ji Yun, but also on other existences. It is even more fatal. For example, the Black Dragon Acknowledger, which did not appear in the Seven Dragons incident in the Great Magic Director Wu chapter in the original work, actually appeared after the full launch of the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Fez. What does this mean? Ji Yun is very clear. Obviously, the reduction of the world's magic power has a huge impact on Acknowledger. From the situation that the Fire Dragon King Igneal fully suppressed the Black Dragon Acknowledger during the launch of the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Fez, Ji Yun is even more certain of this. Because of the special nature of Fire Dragon King Igneal, White Legacy FEs did not have any impact on Fire Dragon King Igneal during the activation period. In other words, it is almost the same as Ji Yun's situation. The power in the body is absolutely his own and will not be affected by the disappearance of external magic power. At most, it will be a little less and will not be replenished. After not paying attention to Tartaros's affairs, Ji Yun began to study how to further purify the magic power in the body based on the relevant information of Magic Guide Spirit Power. To be honest, the purity of Ji Yun's magic power in his body can be said to be the purest magic power among the life in the fairy tale world after hundreds of years of continuous purification and refining. Otherwise, Ji Yun would not have been able to crush the Dragon Clan back then. You know, The reason why the Dragon Clan is so invincible is because the quality and quantity of magic power far exceeds that of humans. In fact, it can be seen from the comparison of body size that all wizards in the fairy tale world are born with it. Except for some secret methods with a price or very rare opportunities, wizards in the fairy tale world can only become stronger naturally over time, and it is almost the limit after adulthood. The reason why Ji Yun was able to crush the Dragon Clan was that he relied on his own brain to actively absorb and purify magic power, so that the quality and quantity of his magic power gradually exceeded that of the world's dominant Dragon Clan at that time, and then successfully possessed dragons and even surpassed dragons and finally completely crushed the dragon's combat power. Then even in this case, Ji Yun had to admit that there was still a considerable difference in quality between his magic power and the magic guide spirit power known as the power of God. If you have to describe how big the difference is, then use the magic power form of the cultivation level as an analogy. Generally, wizards are in the gaseous state of practicing qi, while Ji Yun is in the liquid state of building foundation, and the magic guide spirit power is naturally the solid state of golden elixir. At present, Ji Yun is stuck at the level of changing from liquid to solid. It can't be said to be stuck. The main reason is that it takes a lot of time for Ji Yun to continue to absorb and purify from liquid to solid, so Ji Yun is ready to make a try. Since he can increase the amount of magic in his body by absorbing the magic factors in the atmosphere and then compress it to improve the quality, then can his magic, which is now in liquid form, absorb higher level magic, such as directly absorbing the magic elf power called the power of God to speed up the process of changing from liquid to solid. Originally, Ji Yun didn't have such an idea, but after seeing the scene where Doranbolt directly used the magic elf power to enhance the magic effect he used, Ji Yun had such an idea in his mind. Although Doranbolt suffered a lot or even serious trauma because of the forced use of the magic elf power, Ji Yun can also understand that if the body is strong enough, can it ignore the damage caused by the magic elf power? And in the fairy tale world, who has a stronger body than Ji Yun? Ji Yun felt that he could give it a try. If he succeeded, the time for the magic power in Ji Yun's body to turn from liquid to solid would definitely be greatly shortened. Even if he failed, with Ji Yun's current physical fitness, the so-called side effects could be basically ignored. The immortality magic that Ji Yun spent 400 years researching was no joke. The extreme enhancement of cell lifespan and strength as well as the number of divisions. Ji Yun's lifespan was at least in the tens of thousands. He could live for tens of thousands of years purely on his body. So it was easy to imagine how strong this body was. It was definitely not just an old turtle or salted fish that lived a long life. In this way, during the period when Tartaros and Fairy Tail launched a full-scale offensive and defensive battle, Ji Yun created the first magic crystal containing magic elf power according to the research data of the Magic Council. Imitating the way Doranbolt used magic elf power at that time, Ji Yun directly held the magic crystal containing magic elf power in his hand and crushed it directly, and directly absorbed the magic elf power that flowed out into his body. Ji Yun could clearly feel that as he absorbed the magic spirit power floating in the air into his body, the magic power that was originally very stable under his control began to heat up uncontrollably and then boiled completely. It was just different from the magic power that evaporated in Doranbolt in an instant. The liquid magic power in Ji Yun's body was of extremely high quality, and the magic spirit power that Ji Yun absorbed was not much, so the magic power in Ji Yun's body only boiled for a few seconds before cooling down again, because the magic spirit power absorbed into the body had been absorbed and neutralized by the magic power in Ji Yun's body during this period. And through extremely subtle control of the body, Ji Yun could feel that the total amount of magic power in his body had slightly decreased and thickened. Feeling this, Ji Yun couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. It is feasible to accelerate the time for magic power to transform from liquid to solid by absorbing higher-level magic spirit power. Chapter 44. Tartaro's Advantage 1/4, please bookmark. Next, Ji Yun even put some effort into the research and improvement of ancient magic, and began to manufacture a large number of magic crystals containing magic spirit power to absorb, and quickly purify and improve the total amount and quality of magic power in the body. These are some old habits of Ji Yun, because 400 years ago, when he was not completely strong, He was often chased by crazy dragons and had no way to go to heaven or earth, so Ji Yu-yun still subconsciously desires to become stronger. Even if Ji Yu-yun's current strength is already invincible in the world of fairy tale. Turn your attention back to Tartaros and fairy tale. Because Ji Yu-yun had a relationship with him before and showed a strength far beyond the head of Tartaros 9 Demon Gates goddess of the slave planet Kyoka, even with the participation of former speaker Crawford, Tartaros did not start to waste as shown in the original book after taking a huge advantage. Tens of thousands of magicians from the Magic Council also took action under the leadership of Dorenbolt. Although they didn't know what Tartaros's purpose was or where Tartaros's base was, they only needed to do what Tartaros wanted. Every former member of the Magic Council was protected by 1,000 magicians. Even Fairy Tail sent out elite main members to assist. After all, Makarov knew very well that Dorenbolt was a member of Fairy Tail, and now Dorenbolt was the most powerful person in the Magic Council. There was no need to say more about what this meant. Under the protection of the Fairy Tail main force and the Magic Council's Magician Corps, it became extremely difficult for Tartaros to assassinate every former member of the Magic Council. Of course, despite the difficulties, Tartaros relied on the information constantly betrayed by the former speaker Crawford, who was an insider, and coupled with its own advantages, it was still able to continue to assassinate former members of the Magic Council under the double obstruction of the Fairy Tail main force and the Magic Council army. After all, if you can't beat them, then self-destruct. This trick is really unsolvable. After all, they can be resurrected. For example, Jackal, one of the 9 demon gates of Tartaros, can destroy the entire city with his self-destruction power. In this case, no matter how many magician armies there are, it is useless. In short, under the self-destruction offensive of Tartaros, Fairy Tail and the Magic Council were gradually suppressed. Slowly, almost all the former members of the Magic Council were assassinated. The only ones left alive were Makarov's old friend Ujima and the extremely powerful Jelal. Damn it! In Magnolia, at the Fairy Tail headquarters, a muscular man with a very tough appearance and white hair punched the wall heavily. Let those guys from Tartaros succeed again. A man can't be so useless. The muscular man said as he punched the wall again with his fist. The muscular man who kept shouting, "Manly," was Elfman, one of the main elites of Fairy Tail. With the soul of the Beast King in his whole body, he had the top strength of A level, and even reached S level in the later period. Elfman, don't blame yourself like this, there is nothing you can do about it. A girl who also had white hair and looked very gentle hurriedly stepped forward to hold Elfman. This was Elfman's sister Mirajan. Mirajan looked at the wounded companions around her and said helplessly, "Those guys from Tartaros will self-destruct as soon as they find that they can't beat them. There is no solution at all, and they can continue to revive. We are still lucky. There are not tens of thousands. The Magic Council has suffered a lot of casualties because of the continuous self-destruction of those guys from Tartaros. This is not a solution at all. Because of Tartaros's step-by-step pressure, the former members of the Magic Council could no longer withstand the pressure of death and told Fairy Tail the information about the Magic Council's real absolute secret white legacy magic pulse bomb faith. At the bar in the Fairy Tail Guild Hall, a short, half-bald old man and a very cute little Lolita in a pink cape were also discussing something. These two were the 6th funny president of Fairy Tail, Makarov Drayar, and the 1st president, Mavis Vermilion. Makarov, how many former members of the Magic Council are still alive? Looking at the wounded Fairy Tail members, Mavis asked Makarov beside her with a serious face. I think the former speaker of the Magic Council, Crawford Shim, may have defected to Tartaros. What? Makarov, who was also a little troubled, was surprised after hearing Mavis' words, and said in disbelief, how could the former speaker defect to Tartaros? You know, there are great conflicts between Tartaros and the Magic Council, especially the speaker. How could the former speaker? I thought about it, Makarov, this is no longer very likely, but a certain possibility. After hearing Makarov's unbelievable voice, Mavis's expression became more serious, and she said seriously, even the former members don't know the residences of other former members, and the current members and the speaker of the Magic Council are all dead. How does Tartaros, as a dark guild, know the precise addresses of every former counselor? Quote, you know, Even the intelligence collected by Fairy Tail for many years cannot know the addresses of all former counselors so quickly, but the people of Tartaros can know it directly, which is a big problem. Quote, first generation, you mean? Quote, Makarov's pupils shrank suddenly. There must be a high-ranking traitor on the Magic Council side. Quote, and considering that most of the former counselors have died and the top leaders of the Magic Council have been wiped out, this high-ranking traitor is the former Speaker Crawford Shim. Quote, Chapter 45. White Hot 2/4, please collect. P.S. It will be available at 12 o'clock tonight, please subscribe. Closing square bracket. Get ready for the decisive battle, Makarov. The decisive battle. Yes, the decisive battle. It is unlikely that Tartaros will assassinate the former counselor under our heavy protection, so there is no other way except to send all members to kill him by force. So, I think Tartaros may launch a general offensive soon. By understanding some of the current situations, Mavis can be sure that the war with Tartaros has become completely intense this time, and Tartaros will soon have a big move. After all, the Magic Council is not just watching from the sidelines. Jelil, who is elusive, is temporarily ignored. As a former 10 Wizard Saints, Jelil has a very strong strength, so there is no need to worry. But the former counselor Yujima has been protected by a group of people. Even if Tartaros self-destructs, it will be useless with tens of thousands of wizards. You can find him from a distance and kill him in advance. In fact, Tartaros had already assassinated Yujima many times. Each time, he was discovered far away from Yujima, and then Fairy Tail and other powerful S-class wizards went to entangle him, and the Magic Council's army surrounded and killed him, reducing the damage of Tartaros's self-explosion to the minimum. It can be said that if Tartaros still relied on this form of assassination one by one, and self-explosion when the assassination failed, then there would be no results even if the assassination lasted for a year. After all, after so many self-explosions, the Magic Council had already taken corresponding measures for Tartaros's self-explosion. For example, the self-explosion magic barrier particles of the disaster demon storm would be collected and sealed by a specific collection magic, and Jackal's self-explosion would be directly teleported to a distance by Doranbolt using teleportation magic. The reason why Tartaros was able to assassinate successfully before was simply because there were too many former counselors who needed to be protected, which led to the dispersion of power in Tartaros's success. Now, most of the former members of the Magic Council have been assassinated, and only Yujima is left with the exact location, so all they need to do is focus on protecting Yujima, and it will be difficult for Tartaros to succeed. It is worth mentioning that perhaps because he felt unprecedented powerlessness in front of Ji Yun, or because Tartaros did not capture the Fairy Queen Urza Scarlet and the Demon Mirajan in Fairy Tail as in the original book, the former speaker of the Magic Council Crawford did not tell the people of Tartaros that he could transfer the key. It is even more impossible for him to transfer the key to himself, because the former speaker Crawford suddenly thought that he actually had no power to resist in front of Tartaros. Now he has nothing to do and is treated politely because he is still worth cooperating with, but what if he is no longer worth cooperating with? Former Speaker Crawford began to regret cooperating with Tartaros, but he also knew that he had boarded Tartaros' pirate ship and there was no way back. So even though he began to regret cooperating with Tartaros, he could only continue cooperating. Or, he hoped that Tartaros would keep its word after achieving its goal. Anyway, because of former Speaker Crawford's various doubts and thoughts, Tartaros decided to go to Magnolia to kill Yujima directly after a discussion. Humph. Just a human. After hearing Kyoka's report, Pluto Mardgear's eyes flashed with coldness. I can't wait any longer, President End. Looking at the ancient book with the word End printed on it, Hades Mardgear chuckled and murmured to himself. I guess you, who have been sealed for hundreds of years, can't wait any longer, President End. Don't worry, it will be fine soon. Soon, President End, you will be able to unseal and see the light of day again. All this is for the Great Zirf. This time, Tartaros's acting president, Hades Mardgear, decided to take action himself. Magnolia, in a restaurant called 8 Island. Oh, it's really a magical dish. It tastes really good. Ji Yun finished the soup in front of him and said contentedly, I've been busy recently and haven't rewarded myself well. Now it's really comfortable to have a big meal. Really, It's also very happy to be praised by customers. A little old man with a hoarse face who looked about the same size as Makarov said happily after hearing what Ji Yuyun said, "This is my ancestral magic skill, but there are many repeat customers. Before, I wasted a lot because of my work in the Magic Council. Now I can't continue to waste it. Yes, this is the last former counselor Yujima who survived besides Jelal. Well, having a good cooking skill makes Ji Yuyun feel quite good. In this era without the internet, satisfying the desire for oral food is one of the few pursuits of Ji Yuyun besides becoming stronger. At this time, it has been almost half a month since Ji Yuyun got the relevant research data on magic elf power from the Magic Council through former Speaker Crawford. Because he had been paying attention to the Tartaros incident, when he felt that things were about to reach a white-hot stage, Ji Yuyun came directly to Magnolia to wait. Of course, Ji Yuyun came out for more than just this reason. Another reason was that Ji Yuyun had no money. Chapter 46. The Arrival of Tartaros, 3/4, please bookmark. P.S. I went for a full-body checkup this morning. It will be available tonight at 12 o'clock. Please subscribe. Closing square bracket. There is a saying on Earth that a cannon shot is worth a fortune. This saying is very applicable to the fairy tale world, especially to the magic spirit power, which is called the power of God. The reason why the Magic Council rarely uses magic spirit power is that there is no suitable reason to cause a serious chain reaction, and the cost of using magic spirit power every time. This cost is absolutely huge. According to Ji Yuyun's spending during this period, the money unit required to send out the magic spirit power of the level that attacked him last time is definitely in the billions, or even billions. In just less than a week, Ji Yuyun has almost spent the money he got from the Dusk Ghost. Although the quality of the magic power in Ji Yuyun's body has also improved a lot in this week. If Ji Yuyun can continue to absorb magic spirit power into his body, then in 2 years or even a year at most, the magic nature of Ji Yuyun's body will completely change from the original liquid to solid. At that time, Ji Yuyun's strength will once again leap forward, from the original invincible to even more invincible. However, the cost of a series of materials required to make the magic crystal containing the power of magic elves is a huge amount that is a bit of a headache. Robbery or robbing is a good way, but it is very troublesome. If it can be robbed in one go, Ji Yuyun certainly won't mind, but robbery does make money quickly, but it is not the fastest. It is difficult for Ji Yuyun to get enough money for his magic power transformation through robbery at one time. And compared with robbery, another way to actively let people send money to you is better, so this time, in addition to Tartaros's matter, there is also the matter of making money. For the matter of making money, Ji Yuyun has roughly some ideas of his own. After all, this is a world of magic. Although it is far inferior to the world of science and technology in some ways, it is far superior to the world of science and technology in some ways. In fact, magic can be completely called black technology that science cannot explain for the time being. Many of Ji Yuyun's ideas on Earth can be accomplished with the help of magic, especially in the field of entertainment. Ji Yuyun is absolutely confident that he can make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Ji Yuyun's mouth curled up slightly, and he began to plan what kind of entertainment he should use to make money after the Tartaros incident. By the way, he can also develop the entertainment industry, which will also be of great benefit to the magic network era that Ji Yuyun imagined in the future. Then, can I ask, is the famous dragon slayer really just eating here? Yujima put away the spatula in his hand for cooking, looked at Ji Yuyun and asked happily. Or is there any other purpose? Old men are a little curious when they are old. After all, the recent Tartaros incident really made me sleepless all the time. Although most people in the world only know Ji Yuyun's name, Yujima, as a former member of the Magic Council, can still know what Ji Yuyun looks like, and ordinary people cannot come to Yujima who is currently surrounded. It is the existence of Ji Yuyun, an irresistible force, that can do this, otherwise even the members of the Fairy Tale Guild will be symbolically checked. After all, Yujima is related to the comfort of the world. Once the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb FEIs is launched, all the wizards in the world will suffer from magic deficiency, which is fatal and has no solution. At that time, most of the wizards in the world will die from magic deficiency. After all, everything is relative. Since vitality has been greatly enhanced due to magic, almost every wizard is an indestructible cockroach. Once the magic disappears completely, every wizard will become like thin paper and break at the touch. Even Ji Yu Yun himself is the same, but unlike other people, the magic power in Ji Yu Yun's body is plundered. The magic power in Ji Yu Yun's body is marked with Ji Yu Yun's label, and will not be affected by the disappearance of the world's magic power. At most, as mentioned before, it will never be replenished unless Ji Yu Yun uses vitality to replenish it. As for the purpose, there is nothing wrong with it. Of course, it's because of Tartaros. After all, your Magic Council's White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Faith will cause me a lot of trouble. Otherwise, I really don't want to get involved in these trivial matters. I am still easy to talk to. As long as I am not provoked, it doesn't matter to me who rules the world. After hearing what Yujima said, Ji Yu Yun said with a little annoyance, then think about making money. My daily expenses are still very high, and I must make more money. Really, it seems that the Magic Council has indeed caused a lot of trouble for everyone. Yujima also sighed. Yujima is also a veteran of the Magic Council. He also knows the history of the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Faith. The Magic Council has existed for 400 years. Almost not long after the Dragon Clan disappeared, the Magic Council was established, and the Magic Council has only had the Magic Elf power for more than 100 years. What did the Magic Council rely on to survive for nearly 300 years before? It is the self-destructing artifact of the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Faith. It can be said that the success or failure of Magic Council depends on the White Heritage. In the past, Magic Council survived the historical torrent with the White Heritage, but now it has suffered a near-destructive blow because of the White Heritage. Before Yujima could continue to sigh, a huge explosion sounded from afar. What happened? Yujima adjusted the chef's hat on his head and asked in a panic, Tartaros. Ji Yu Yun smiled and said, yes, Tartaros. Chapter 47. The sad ending of the former speaker, 4 quarters, please bookmark. P.S. Well, it will be available at 12 o'clock tonight, please subscribe. Closing square bracket. In the sky not far from Magnolia, tens of thousands of magicians from the Magic Council are constantly trying to attack a huge square building with a strange big mouth in the sky. This is the base of Tartaros. The prison beast, which is controlled by the power of Hades' marred gear, can fly in the air and has the ability to decompose and collapse buildings. Because the prison beast is too obvious, the moment the prison beast appears in the air, the magician army surrounding Magnolia discovered the existence of the air prison beast and tried to attack it. It must be said that the magic circle used to share magic power when fighting Ji Yu Yun still has a considerable effect. Under the leadership of Doranbolt, the prison beast floating in the sky became shaky. But even so, the prison beast in Tartaros's base camp still did not make much movement, and I don't know when, a young man in a black robe with long black hair appeared on the top of the prison beast. This young man is the demon in the Book of Zirf, the actual ruler of Tartaros, Hades' marred gear. Humans who are struggling hard in despair are so pleasing to the eye. Hades' marred gear looked at the wizard army that was constantly attacking the prison beasts below and chuckled. It is really rare that humans who are like ants can make me marred gear so happy. Although Hades' marred gear spoke very softly, whether it was Doranbolt, the wizard army, or everyone in Magnolia, they could hear Hades' marred gear's voice very clearly. Reading. Doranbolt, who was commanding the battle on the ground, muttered to himself with a little confusion after hearing what Hades' marred gear said. Whose voice is this? Who are you? Hades, marred gear. Hades' marred gear was still concerned about Doranbolt, the leader, so he answered immediately after hearing Doranbolt's question. But you don't need to remember this name. Pluto marred gear stood at the highest point of the prison beast and looked at the densely packed grindstone army on the ground like ants and said lightly, because you can't see the sun tomorrow. As a reward for my pleasure, everyone is in joy. Joy. As Pluto marred gear's voice fell, the ground where Doranbolt and the surrounding magician army stood began to shake wildly, and the pink viscous substance kept emerging from the ground, pulling and wrapping the magicians standing on the ground one by one, and finally formed pink statues. In just a moment, the Magic Council's tens of thousands of magician troops were completely transformed into a pile of pink statues, and only Doranbolt escaped by teleportation magic. Just a moment, tens of thousands of wizards are all over. Looking at the figure standing at the highest point of prison beast, Doranbold muttered to himself in disbelief. Such an existence, how can such an existence be so frequent? Doranbolt's sense of time has really begun to collapse. It's okay that Ji Yun, an invincible dragon slayer from 400 years ago, appeared before, but he didn't expect that there would be a Hades who could kill tens of thousands of wizards in seconds. When did this world become so terrible? Is this really the peaceful world supervised by the Magic Council? Did one escape? Hades' marred gear looked at Doranbolt, who used teleportation magic to escape from danger instantly, and said with interest, "It's quite interesting magic, but the rest of the time is up to you. Don't let marred gear wait too long." After that, Hades' marred gear didn't even bother to look at Magnoria, and went straight back to the body of prison beast and sat on his own skull throne. In the eyes of Hades' marred gear, it was just a mere human being, not even worth his action. Similarly, the former speaker Crawford, who had been hesitating, finally made up his mind at the moment when the Magic Council was completely defeated. Since he had decided to become an insider and cooperate with Tartaros, he could only go all the way. If Tartaros's plan failed and was defeated because of his hesitation, then his fate would not be much better, so it would be better to surrender directly and be more thorough. At this point, he could only bet on whether the devil was trustworthy. Former Speaker Crawford chose to use his former Speaker authority to transfer the key to unlock the White Legacy Magic Pulse Bomb Faith from Jelil to his own body. Next, he only needed to find a scapegoat. However, it was a pity that everything was similar to the situation in the original book. When the last use value disappeared, it was the time when former Speaker Crawford died. When he knew that the last key to unlock the White Legacy Magic Pulse Bomb Faith had been transferred to the body of former Speaker Crawford still met his own end. The only difference was that this time, because the 9 demon gates were out fighting, it was Hades' marred gear who personally ended the life of former Speaker Crawford. As former Speaker Crawford met his own tragic end, the White Legacy Magic Pulse Bomb Faith, which had been sealed under the continent, was also activated. 2TS Chapter 48. One Sword. First update, please bookmark. PS. First update, please subscribe. It's better to subscribe automatically. The 10th of December 2017. A new character illustration has been added. You can take a look. At this moment, in every city in the world, there are one or several magic pulse bombs FEIs, and everyone is attracted by the sudden change. And because of the strange and even hideous face of the White Legacy Magic Pulse Bomb FEIs, no one would think that these things would be a good thing. President End, did you see it? After casually killing the former Speaker Crawford, Hades' marred gear looked at the white giant face sculpture that emerged outside the prison beast and smiled and muttered to himself. The magic power of this world will disappear without a trace, and your seal will also be completely unsealed with the disappearance of the magic power. You will be able to regain your freedom soon. I think, President End, you can't wait to fulfill the long-cherished wish of my Lord Zirf. Quote, kill, Zirf Dragneel. Quote, however, in the next moment, an unprecedented palpitation suddenly emerged from the heart of Pluto Marred Gear, a feeling that Pluto Marred Gear had never felt before. At this moment, it seemed that everything stopped. Pluto Marred Gear felt that the wind that had been blowing around him had stopped. The light that illuminated the entire world had stopped, and even the ubiquitous time and space had stopped at this moment. The whole world seemed to have lost its color at this moment. The world became quieter than ever at this moment, so quiet that it made people crazy, so quiet that Pluto Marred Gear felt a panic that he had never felt before, and felt an emotion called panic. What's going on? What happened? Why did everything seem to become forbidden? What is the situation with this palpitation in my heart? Just when the world fell into silence and Pluto Marred Gear was roaring wildly in his heart, a sword light that was extremely bright appeared in the sight of Pluto Marred Gear, so dazzling. In fact, it was not just Pluto Marred Gear who had this feeling. At that moment just now, everyone in Magnolia was shocked to find that at some point, the world around them suddenly lost the color it was supposed to have, and the world became quieter than ever before. Then a sword light that was extremely bright appeared within everyone's range of perception. In this world without color, this sword light was so dazzling. Boom! There was a white silence between heaven and earth. In the absolutely quiet world, the roar was so clear. Then after an unknown amount of time, everyone felt that the gray world that had lost its color had regained its original color at some point. The fluttering wind continued to flutter as if nothing had happened, and the light irradiated the entire world as usual, and time passed as normal as before. However, the 2,000 white heritage magic pulse bombs faith that were spread all over the world were cut in half at some point, and fell to the ground after the world restored its original color, attracting the attention of everyone around. The extremely strong white heritage fists, which could be ignored even by the full power attack of Blue Pegasus magical critical attack boat Christingia, was chopped into pieces like paper in front of the white sword light. And most importantly, the 2,000 white heritage magical pulse bomb fists scattered throughout the world were cut off together. Pluto Marred Gear looked at the scene in disbelief, as if he had not recovered from the state just now. At the same time, Black Archbishop Keyes, who had been using the body of former Speaker Crawford, also began to report to the host. 0. Lord Pluto, through the control of the former Speaker's body, it seems that all the white heritage magical pulse bomb fists were destroyed in the white light just now. It seems that our plan to resurrect End President seems to have failed. Pluto Marred Gear, who was originally in a daze, came back to his senses after hearing the report of Black Archbishop Keyes, and then his whole body began to tremble wildly. This is not fear or anything else, it is just pure anger. Unprecedented anger is burning wildly in the heart of Hades Marred Gear. Who is it? Who is it? Oh, I Marred Gear have never felt such anger before. Without the white heritage magic pulse bomb FEs, there is no way to unseal End President from the book. Our long-cherished wish will become extremely far away. Rage needs to be vented thoroughly. Let this city be the first place where I Marred Gear discovers anger. Leave no one behind. The unprecedented anger completely burned out the rationality of Hades Marred Gear. Finally, these troublesome things have appeared. All solved and finished. Next we should think about how to make money. At the same time, when Pluto Marred Gear was roaring wildly, Ji Yun stretched his body while looking at the broken and collapsed white heritage VC not far away. After the white heritage magic pulse bomb VC finally emerged from the ground, Ji Yun, who had been waiting for a long time, certainly would not be polite, and directly cut off all the VC with a sword. That's why the scene just now happened. Because of the absorption of magic spirit power before, Ji Yun has become more terrifying than before, and can achieve the effect of affecting time and space with a sword. Chapter 49. Crazy Pluto and Power, second update, please bookmark. P.S. Please subscribe automatically, and don't worry, the author took a nap from 8 to 10, and is updating frantically. I went out for a full body check today, so I don't have much time to write. Closing square bracket. As for the fierce battle in Magnolia, Ji Yun was too lazy to care, even if the furious Pluto Marred Gear personally took part in it. Does a dance between ants need to care about how strong and tough the ants are? And compared to those things, I don't seem to have eaten enough just now. Although I don't have much money, I have helped so much. It shouldn't be a problem to treat me to a meal. Ji Yun touched his belly and returned to Yujima's restaurant while saying with a smile, I said, 710, the white legacy problem you have been worried about has been solved by me. As a thank you, as the former chairman, it's reasonable for you to treat me to a meal. The kind that can fill you up. I think the only one who can cause the terrible scene just now is you who can break the magic spirit power alive. After hearing Ji Yun's words, Yujima also said happily, young people nowadays are really amazing. Although you may be much older than me, who makes me look a little older. Of course there is no problem if you treat me to a meal, but you should eat as much as you can, and don't waste food. Quote, in short, while extremely fierce battles were taking place in other parts of Magnolia, Ji Yun was enjoying food in the center of the city, feeling the one-sided battle under the full force of Hades Marred Gear. Now Gray does not have the Ice Demon Slayer technique passed down by his father. Without the restraint of the Ice Demon Slayer technique, the real combat power of Marred Gear is fully unleashed. Even if he releases all his cursed power and transforms into the demon form in the Book of Zirf, Hades Marred Gear can still easily beat any member of Fairy Tail. Makarov, as the president of Fairy Tail, and 10 Wizard Saints, were the first to fight against Hades Marred Gear, but he was driven away after only 5 or 6 moves. After all, Makarov's strength has not changed much from 7 years ago, and the main force of Fairy Tail has already opened the second magic source with the help of Ultir, a member of Witch's Sin. It can be said that Makarov and Fairy Tail are very close. The gap in strength between Tail's main elites is not particularly huge, and the second-generation President Krekt, who didn't even open the Demon Eye 7 years ago, was able to crush Makarov in a few moves. There is no way around it. Makarov is very old, and there is nothing like the Demon Heart to provide strong vitality, so a serious decline in strength is not something that is unacceptable. After Makarov collapsed, he was completely defeated. After all, the furious Hades Marred Gear did not leave any chances, but simply vented continuously, and continued to completely crush Fairy Tail with absolute strength. From here, Ji Yu-yun once again confirmed that if the villains in the Fairy Tail world are not arrogant, then the Fairy Tail world must be dominated by villains. However, most of Ji Yu-yun's attention is on a crimson figure, that is, Urza Scarlet, the Fairy Queen in the Fairy Tail Guild. The third purpose, Ji Yu-yun actually cares about Urza Scarlet, the Fairy Queen, not because Ji Yu-yun is very fond of this character in the original work, and there are actually more complicated reasons. Let's not talk about the grudges and hatreds of the past for the time being. President, are you okay? Leave the next thing to us. Urza saw Makarov was defeated by Hades Marred Gear and quickly got rid of her opponent, rushed to Makarov and stopped Hades Marred Gear from moving forward. Looking at Hades Marred Gear, who looked at her and Makarov with interest, Urza said angrily, "I will definitely defeat this guy." Armor of the God of Tenichi, huge, even not inferior to Makarov's magic power, rose from Urza's body, and even the earth trembled slightly in front of Urza, who was exploding in all directions. 7 years ago, Urza was already a top-level strongman among S-class wizards. Now, with the help of Ultir, he has opened the second magic source and has a more powerful and huge magic power. And the armor of the God of Tenichi, as Urza could only use the super armor after opening the second magic source, because the magic power required to wear this super armor is too huge, and it is rare to see someone who can control this armor in 10 years. Everyone who can control this armor will become an unparalleled sword that can cut through everything. Then she wore a crown like a princess, tied her hair with a headband, and her shoulder armor was a hexagonal 3-dimensional lion head. There was a ribbon behind her that was as long as her ankles, like a heavenly dress. Urza, holding a Fang Tian Hua Ji, appeared in everyone's sight. This is Urza's strongest and most gorgeous armor. Oh, ants wearing beautiful clothes. After feeling the oppression coming from Urza, Pluto Marred Gear said with a little interest, "Come on, struggle as much as you can, and only in this way can I be a little happy." It's not just struggling. Quote, after hearing what Pluto Marred Gear said, Elsa roared loudly, "I will knock you down completely." After that, she turned into a residual image and rushed towards Pluto Marred Gear. Boom! A huge roar sounded. What? Urza looked at Pluto Marred Gear, who blocked her Fang Tian Hua Ji with only one finger, and said in horror, "How is this possible?" Humph! Looking at Urza's horrified expression, Pluto Marred Gear sneered, "You are just a human being, just an ant, just struggle honestly." Quote, don't be so arrogant here. Chapter 50. Past Events, third update, please subscribe automatically. Hades Marred Gear had no feelings of sympathy for women. After blocking Urza's full-strength attack, a white light with black dots appeared in his hand, turning into crescents and crashing into Urza's body. Urza! All the Fairy Tail Guild members around shouted loudly after seeing this scene, trying to remind Urza to dodge quickly, but how could she dodge such a close attack, and it was impossible for the companions around to rescue her. Just shouting and reminding was already a matter of time. Haha, it's useless. It's just a wizard guild that dares to go against us Tartaros. Kyoka looked at the demon Mirajan who was confronting him and sneered. Although our Tartaros' plan may have failed, as a guild that has interfered with us again and again, we Tartaros will not let it go. However, I think you have the potential to be a demon. I can make the decision for you to join us Tartaros to be transformed into a demon. You will have more powerful power and lifespan, which is no longer comparable to humans. As Elaine, after seeing Mirajan transformed into a demon, Kyoka had to admit that she was a little attracted to Mirajan. After all, female demons have always been very rare. Although it is really good to play with Goddess of the Chill Moon Sayla all the time, it is also a pleasant thing to change the taste occasionally. Just thinking about it, Kyoka's face inexplicably flushed. We fairy tale will not be defeated so easily by you. After hearing Kyoka's persuasion, the demon Mirajan said stubbornly, we fairy tale will definitely win in the end. As the demon Mirajan's voice fell, a huge roar came again not far away, and a figure broke through several walls in a row and finally fell in a ruin. It's useless to just say it with your mouth. After hearing the huge roar, Kyoka said confidently, in front of our Lord Pluto, you fairy tale will not have any ability to resist. This is an absolute crushing. What? How is this possible? Lord Pluto, how could he be? Before he finished speaking, Kyoka's confident expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned around to look at the ruins where the figure had just fallen. If he sensed correctly, the breath coming from the ruins was not the breath of Urza, but the breath of the banquet host Mardgeir, which he was already familiar with. Kyoka quickly turned his head again to the place where Pluto, Mardgeir and Urza were just now, and then Kyoka's pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in horror, is it him? The Dragon Slayer. There is really no way. Ji Yu-yun turned around slightly and looked at Urza, who was staring at him blankly behind him with a slightly complicated look, and said helplessly, after all, they are too similar, both in appearance and personality. You, who are you? Urza looked at the white-haired young man standing in front of her and asked with a little confusion. For some reason, Urza felt a very reassuring and safe atmosphere from Ji Yu-yun, a feeling that she had never felt even in the Fairy Tale Guild. In the Fairy Tale Guild, Urza felt more warmth, and a sense of security was something that she rarely felt. Maybe she would feel a little from Makarov occasionally. As for me, I should be considered a familiar person. I have a good relationship with your mother. Well, maybe it's better than you think. Quote, after hearing Urza's question, Ji Yu-yun touched his head and chuckled. If your mother knew that I was watching you being beaten by others, I would be embarrassed, so I came out to help. My mother. Urza became even more confused after hearing Ji Yu-yun's words, but soon turned confusion into excitement, and asked excitedly, do you know my mother? If possible, can you take me to see my mother? I have a lot of things to say to my mother, and I have a lot of questions to ask her. This is a bit embarrassing. To be honest, Ji Yu-yun doesn't want to see Urza's mother in the short term. Although Ji Yu-yun still cares about Urza and Urza's mother Irene Belsarion, the incident in the past also makes Ji Yu-yun feel uneasy. Therefore, Ji Yu-yun still needs to think about this matter carefully. Fortunately, Hades Mardgeir was very sensible and took the initiative to come over to help Ji Yu-yun out. Hades Mardgeir, who had been unlucky in everything, was already in a very violent state after experiencing a series of events just now. Very good. You are the Dragon Slayer Kyoka mentioned. Hades Mardgeir climbed up from the ruins leisurely, patted the dust on his body and chuckled. You are indeed proud enough to have the strength to crush the head of the Tartaro's 9 demon gates. There are almost no people who can do this among humans. Sometimes, it's quite pleasant to meet an ant that can resist a little bit. Looking at the indifferent Pluto Mardgeir, Ji Yu-yun's mouth twitched. In fact, when Ji Yu-yun was reading the original book, he had a vague feeling that Pluto Mardgeir was a star who would die if he didn't pretend to be cool. The anger in his heart was about to break through the sky, but he had to pretend to be cool here. I say, don't speak nonsense so easily. Ji Yu-yun looked at the elegant Pluto Mardgeir and said with a smile, this will only reveal your weakness. Chapter 51. Ji Yu-yun's Horror, 4th update, please subscribe automatically. This time, Pluto Mardgeir could no longer pretend, and began to slowly reveal a strong sense of oppression. In the fairy tale world, there are all kinds of gods and titles of gods everywhere, but there are very few people who have the title of king. The king has a very sacred meaning in the fairy tale world, such as the Fire Dragon King, Celestial Spirit King and Pluto. Each of them can be said to have the top or even the top power in the world, especially the Celestial Spirit King, who is said to be invincible. As long as the 12 zodiac keys can be broken at the same time, the Celestial Spirit King summoned as an invincible existence. In the original book, the destructive power of the Celestial Spirit King summoned by the breaking of a key has reached max. Of course, it is also unlikely to break the 12 zodiac keys at the same time. How long has it been since I heard such words? How long has it been since someone dared to say such arrogant words to me, Hades Mardgeir? Hades' marred gear looked at Ji Yun and laughed wildly, saying, "Interesting, really too interesting. I really didn't expect a mere human, a mere ant, to be so courageous. It seems that you are really very interesting. I have decided that you will be my Hades' marred gear's toy in the future. However, before becoming my Hades' marred gear's toy, I, Hades' marred gear, need to teach you what respect and inferiority mean. A mere toy cannot always call the master by name. You should call him master." Underworld tree. After saying that, Hades' marred gear waved his hand in the direction of Ji Yun, and a huge green plant like a mountain range pressed down on Ji Yun's body with an unstoppable momentum. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone including Pluto marred gear, Ji Yun only used his index finger to touch the bottom of the landing of the underworld tree, and then the underworld tree, which was as big as a mountain, was lifted up one by one, and the whole process looked extremely relaxed and comfortable. "Not bad, it's just a little lighter." Ji Yun looked at the underworld tree that he lifted up with one finger and said with a smile, "If it can be 100 or 200 times bigger, maybe I need to use magic power. Is this the legendary strength of Pluto marred gear? Very disappointing." To be honest, Ji Yun suddenly found that sometimes it is very interesting to tease Pluto marred gear, who is in the late stage of Chunabu and will die if he doesn't pretend to be cool, especially when he is full of anger and pretends to be calm. "You're kidding me, you can lift up such a big tree with just one finger." A delicate girl with beautiful blonde hair not far away looked at Ji Yun with a look of horror. This is the heroine Lucy Hafatelia in the original book. "Hey, this guy seems really strong. I'm going to challenge him after this matter is over." Natsu, who was standing not far from Lucy, said excitedly after hearing Lucy's words. "Just thinking about it makes me feel like my whole body is burning." "Natsu, you guys should quickly put this idea to rest. You just came back from the seal of Tinlong Island not long ago. You don't know what kind of existence this guy is. Don't be so stingy as to provoke him." The fourth-generation President Macau was frightened when he heard Natsu's challenge declaration. "You know, Ji Yun is a man who never shows mercy to killing people. Isn't it courting death for Natsu to challenge him rashly?" Then Macau told Lucy and Natsu's puzzled eyes about what Ji Yun did in Magnolia, such as killing the Dusk Ghost Mace Wizard Debo who disturbed him right after he was released from the ice coffin. Then he clashed with the Magic Council law enforcer Laharl who led 1,000 wizards to enforce the law, and killed the 1,000 wizards in front of Laharl. He is a moody and extremely dangerous guy. The Dragon Slayer from 400 years ago. Natsu looked at Macau and asked curiously, "Macau, do you think this guy is likely to know my father Igneal? Since he is a Dragon Slayer, maybe they have fought each other." Backquote. This is not the point at all, okay. In short, the Dragon Slayer is very dangerous. Natsu, don't provoke him casually later. When he thought of the scene caused by Ji Yun at that time, Macau shuddered subconsciously. Is it really that scary? I don't think this guy is a bad guy. He just saved Urza. Quote. Natsu's idea was very simple. Since Ji Yun had just saved Urza from the hands of Hades' marred gear, then Ji Yun was a good person. As for the other members who were not suitable for the guild, Natsu didn't care at all. After all, Natsu didn't see the scene at that time with his own eyes. However, compared with the simple and stubborn Natsu, Lucy was much smarter. During this period of time, Lucy also learned some information about the Dragon Slayer. After all, Lucy usually has a hobby of writing novels. Yes, the Land Dragon Slayer is so terrible. Mavis, who floated to Lucy's side at some point, explained seriously after hearing Lucy's discussion. I once accidentally saw some information about the Dragon Slayer when I was reading a book. Quote, this made me interested in the existence of the Dragon Slayer. What kind of existence is it that brings unprecedented magic prosperity to mankind, while being feared by more than half of mankind? This is a very contradictory question. At first, I even thought that the Dragon Slayer was an evil person. Quote, while speaking, Mavis turned her attention to Ji Yun who was not far away. Chapter 52. Still Crush 5th update, please subscribe automatically. P.S. Ahem, it is now 3 a.m. on the 25th. 5 chapters is the limit of the author's current state. The next update will continue after the author wakes up. It is expected to update 2 to 5 chapters. By the way, I recommend a good novel, Zombie Supreme of Zombie Covenant. In fact, no one has ever said that the Dragon Slayer is a devil or something, but no one has ever said that the Dragon Slayer is a good person. In fact, everyone thinks that the Dragon Slayer is a more dangerous person than the devil. The biggest feature of the Dragon Slayer is that it does whatever it wants, or it is unpredictable. No one can guess what the Dragon Slayer is thinking. Once the Dragon Slayer is slightly angered, then the Dragon Slayer will kill without hesitation. Quote, although most of the people killed are bad guys, there are also good people who died at the hands of the Dragon Slayer. The reason why the Dragon Slayer is so terrible is that the Dragon Slayer will give up everything he can give up for a goal. Among them, there is a sentence that the Dragon Slayer said when he used a secret method to consume a lot of vitality to obtain sea magic to kill the first dragon. I admire it very much, and I am also very scared. Quote, people who can't give up anything can't change anything. In front of millions of people, the Dragon Slayer directly consumed 60% or even more than 70% of his vitality to kill the dragon. At the end, even Mavis herself subconsciously felt a chill in her heart. How could such a person who was so cruel to himself not be scary? Turn your attention back to Ji Yu Yun. The battle between Pluto Mardgear and Ji Yu Yun is still going on fiercely, but it is Pluto Mardgear who is attacking crazily, and all the attacks of Pluto Mardgear are easily blocked by Ji Yu Yun with one finger. In everyone's eyes, the extremely powerful Pluto Mardgear was being played around with like a child in front of Ji Yu Yun, which made Pluto Weldgear's anger grow. What Ji Yu Yun found most interesting was that even though he felt that all his attacks were useless, Pluto Mardgear still tried to keep a relaxed and casual look without using his power. This made Ji Yu Yun sigh once again that the children in the late stage of Chunabu were very interesting. So, this is what you call powerful. Ji Yu Yun looked at Pluto Mardgear who was attacking him crazily but had no effect at all and said lightly, although it is fun to play with the weak, I gradually feel bored after playing for so long. If it is just like this, then I can announce your exit, Martu Gear. Really, see that my emotional control is not very complete. After hearing Ji Yu Yun's words, Pluto Mardgear also stopped his meaningless attack and chuckled. But, you are just a human, it is really too early for you to brag. Do you think that your power can still struggle in front of the true face of me, Pluto Mardgear? Let my toy see the true power of me, Mardgear Tartarus. Quote, the dark purple cursed power began to boil crazily in the body of Hades Mardgear. Hades Mardgear, who was already quite powerful and terrifying in the perception of ordinary people, began to become stronger at an extremely fast speed. Then a demon with a pair of demon wings appeared in front of Ji Yu Yun. This was the second strongest demon among all the demons created by Zirf, the absolute demon Mard AICD, Gear Tartarus. Lord Hades began to release all his cursed power to open the demon form of the Book of Zirf. That human is dead. Quote, a demon with a very funny appearance said with gloating expression after feeling the terrible breath of Hades Mardgear. Once Hades is angry, how much is the loss worth? How much is it worth? This is one of the demons of Tartaros' 9 demon gates, Franmalth of Hard Armor, who uses a spell that can absorb the souls of others and gain their abilities and appearances. He can even absorb and use magic. He is a very difficult character. If the ability is used well, it is simply an unsolvable existence. Well, the outcome of this battle is already doomed. After hearing Franmalth's gloating voice, a demon with red skin next to him nodded and agreed. Facing Hades who has released all his spell power, humans will not have any chance. Quote, this demon is also one of the demons of Tartaros' 9 demon gates, the Dark Torafuzar, who uses water spells and has excellent close physical combat power, and is very good at water battles. It is worth mentioning that if the soul of Hades and Torafuzar were swapped, perhaps Tartaros would be able to win the final victory in the original book. He is a very steady demon, and if he is a friendly army, he is a very reliable existence. Because Ji Yu Yun and Hades Mardgear are in a one-sided fierce battle, everyone around them subconsciously slowed down the pace of their battles, and everyone focused on Ji Yu Yun and Hades Mardgear. The victory or defeat between them and Hades Mardgear will determine the outcome of this war. No matter whether Ji Yu Yun or Hades Mardgear actually has the ability to push the entire battlefield, so at this time it is actually not important whether to continue fighting or not. You only need to pay attention to the outcome between Ji Yu Yun and Hades Mardgear. Then, in the eyes of everyone's horror, the whole body of the spell power was released and revealed the high-spirited Hades marred gear in the demon form of the Book of Zirf was kicked by Ji Yun, and then stepped on his head by Ji Yun, and his head was pressed firmly into the ground by Ji Yun. Chapter 53. Despair, 6th update. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. Wow, here comes the 6th update. Closing square bracket. Everyone who has been following the battle between Ji Yun and Hades marred gear was shocked at this moment. You should know that the fighting power displayed by Hades marred gear before was absolutely at the level of force majeure. Even Makarov, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild and known as the 10 Wizard Saints, could not hold on for long. Urza Scarlet, the Fairy Queen, who wore the strongest armor, the armor of the One God, did not even have the ability to resist. Now Hades marred gear, who had just crushed the whole field, was crushed in an instant after further greatly improving his fighting power. Although Ji Yun was a dragon slayer from 400 years ago, Hades marred gear is also a demon from 400 years ago. We are all ancient beings from 400 years ago. Why is there such a big difference? It's really scary. Monsters are fighting against even more powerful monsters. Is this the dragon slayer that was rumored some time ago? Why would the dragon slayer help us? Yes, I am actually a little curious why the dragon slayer would help us. Isn't it said that the dragon slayer is a lawless and vicious dark wizard? Nonsense. Once the White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Faith is launched, whether you are a dark wizard or not, you will all suffer from magic deficiency, and you will die at that time. That's right, but although I already know that the dragon slayer is a very powerful guy, I didn't expect that his strength would be so strong. Even the Hades of Tartaros was crushed. Just now, the Hades killed tens of thousands of wizards in the Magic Council in seconds. The Dragon Slayer only killed magic in Magnolia in seconds before. Thousands of wizards from the council. Everyone put down their battles at this time and discussed with a look of shock. After seeing Tartaros's Pluto marred gear show his power and even 10 wizard saints Makarov was no match for him, everyone felt desperate. They didn't expect the plot to turn around so quickly. Compared to the surprise on the human side, the Tartaros 9 Demon Gates demons were horrified. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. I must have been too tired recently. How could Pluto, who has released all his magic power, be kicked down by a mere human? How could Pluto be so vulnerable? Obviously, he is just a human. How can he have such a powerful force? Franmalth rubbed his eyes violently after seeing the situation of Ji Yun and Pluto marred gear. Franmalth couldn't believe that his own Pluto would be so vulnerable. You know, in Franmalth's impression, Pluto marred gear's strength has always been unfathomable, and he is known as an absolute devil, but no one expected that Pluto marred gear would be beaten so badly by Ji Yun. Although as long as there is the hell core in the body of Prison Beast, it doesn't matter if it dies. It can be resurrected from the hell core anytime and anywhere, but now it is very important to know that Prison Beast is floating in the air. How could the people around just watch Prison Beast floating in the air? Thinking of this, cold sweat began to break out on Damar's forehead. Lord Kyoka, goddess of the chill moon Sela looked at Ji Yun who stepped on Pluto marred gear and narrowed her beautiful eyes, saying, "Is this the human who killed you last time?" Legend has it that the Dragon Slayer who ended the world's overlord Dragon Clan 400 years ago. Yes, although it is very unwilling, the strength of this human is indeed very terrifying. Quote, Kyoka felt mixed emotions when he saw Pluto marred gear being stepped on by Ji Yun. Kyoka never thought that even his own Pluto would be so helpless when facing Ji Yuku. It seems that things are indeed getting worse. Quote, the gloomy Torfuzar saw this and said seriously, "We must do something, otherwise once Hades is killed, we will not be able to escape death." 1 APA, Torfuzar, who is rare among the demons with a calm personality, quickly understood the key point now. 0. Please give flowers. Since Hades marred gear alone cannot defeat Ji Yun, then other demons should provide some assistance. Whether it is the strengthening spell of the strengthening demon goddess of the slave planet Kyoka or the command spell of the command demon goddess of the chill moon Sela, they can play a good auxiliary role for others. 2. Thinking of this, Torfuzar's eyes flickered. Then, I am beginning to feel bored. Quote, Ji Yun looked at Pluto marred gear who was struggling madly but couldn't get up under his feet and said with a little boredom, although he is indeed strong for ordinary people, he is still too weak for me. 0. I heard you shouting. Just a human, happily, but I didn't expect that you are just so strong. A-hole, it's just. After hearing what Ji Yu-yun said, Pluto Marred Gear immediately began to burst out the curse power in his body madly, and wanted to stand up from under Ji Yu-yun's feet. But what made Pluto Marred Gear feel powerless was that no matter how crazy he burst out the curse power, Gu's foot stepping on his head didn't move even a little bit. It was as if he couldn't even make Ji Yu-yun's body shake. In fact, it was really like this. Ji Yu-yun didn't even use his magic power. He just relied on the strength of his body to suppress Pluto Marred Gear. If that's the case, then it's time to end it. My time is precious. At this moment, a sharp figure rushed towards Ji Yu-yun and launched his attack on Ji Yu-yun. This was Torafuzar, a demon who was quite sensible among the Tartaros 9 demon gates. Ji Yu-yun tilted his head casually, and looked at Torafuzar, whose attack was missed by brushing against his hair, and chuckled. Your courage is commendable. Chapter 54. The End of Hades 7th update. Please subscribe automatically. It's just that you are brave. After a little praise, Ji Yu-yun casually waved at Torafuzar, and the attributeless magic power was transformed into wind attributed blue magic power in Ji Yu-yun's hand, turning into a blue light blade. Then, in the horrified eyes of everyone around, Torafuzar, who can be said to have the strongest defense among the Tartaros 9 demon gates, was directly cut in half by Ji Yu-yun, and did not even have the chance to self-destruct and return directly to the core of hell to wait for resurrection. It seems that this is the end. Ji Yu-yun looked at the Hades Marred Gear who was struggling under his feet again, and said lightly, at this point, it should be the limit of you Tartaros. 79-7, BD. It's not over yet, it's far from over, all this is just the beginning. Under the feet of Ji Yu-yun, Hades Marred Gear roared. I am Hades, the king of Hades, and I am the absolute demon created by the great lord, Marred Gear Tartarus. How can a mere human being? Before Hades Marred Gear finished roaring, a green beam of light ruthlessly penetrated the heart of Hades Marred Gear, ending his life. Although he is a demon, he will die if he is fatally injured. I'm Marred Gear. How could it be? I'm already feeling bored. Ji Yu-yun looked at Pluto Marred Gear, who was slowly losing consciousness, and said lightly, so, you can leave. As a toy, you've made me feel bored. But as a reward for pleasing me, I'll personally put an end to your life. After saying that, Ji Yu-yun turned around and waved at the prison beast floating in the sky. Rushiku 10-like blue magic gathered in Ji Yu-ku's hand. Then, an unprecedented blue light blade appeared in the air, and in the horrified eyes of everyone, the prison beast floating in the sky was directly cut in half. Since he was already bored, Ji Yu-yun naturally couldn't leave the prison beast floating in the sky alone. Ji Yu-yun knew that the prison beast had the core of hell in its body, and all demons could be resurrected in the core of hell after death. So Ji Yu-yun directly destroyed Tartaros Lang's greatest confidence. After destroying the prison beast, Ji Yu-yun kicked the dead Hades Marred Gear to the side. With the complete demise of Hades Marred Gear, all the people and demons around him became completely quiet, especially the demons in Hades who were extremely confused. Ji Yu-yun had easily killed his own boss, Hades, and the Hell Core used to revive the demons in the prison beast was also destroyed by Ji Yu-yun. The White Heritage Magic Pulse Bomb Faith used to awaken End was destroyed at the beginning for unknown reasons. Under such a premise, all the demons became extremely confused. Should we continue to fight or retreat? At this time of decision, all the remaining demons in Tartaros 9 demon gates set their sights on the enhanced demon goddess of the slave planet Kyoka, the leader of the 9 demon gates. The enhanced demon goddess of the slave planet Kyoka is not only the strongest existence in Tartaros besides Hades Marred Gear, but also the person in charge of Tartaros is basically the enhanced demon goddess of the slave planet Kyoka. Most of the time, Hades Marred Gear is in a daze holding the ancient book with the word End printed on it in his arms. His role as a mascot is far greater than that of a manager. Therefore, after Pluto Marred Gear was killed directly by Ji Yu-yun, all members of Tartaros hoped that goddess of the slave planet Kyoka would lead everyone to make a decision at this time. However, compared with the nervous Tartaros demon, Ji Yu-yun was attracted by another thing at this time. That is, after Ji Yun kicked Pluto Mardgear's body to the side, the ancient book with the word end printed on it that Pluto Mardgear had been holding in his arms also fell to the ground. End. Ji Yun looked at the book on the ground and muttered to himself with a little curiosity. By the way, if I remember correctly, in the original book, it seems that even until the end, this book called End has never been opened. The strongest demon of the Book of Zirf, the flame demon End, seems to be quite interesting. While talking, Ji Yun looked at the cherry-haired boy Natsu Dragneel from the Fairy Tale Guild with interest. If, at this moment, I open this Book of Zirf with the word End printed on it, what interesting things will happen? Just thinking about it feels very interesting. Thinking of this, Ji Yun was about to pick up the Book of Zirf with the word End printed on it on the ground, and just when Ji Yun was about to pick up the Book of End, the Book of End 4.7 directly turned into a residual image and disappeared. Then a very gentle voice came. I'm really sorry, this book is mine, so I need to take it back, I can't give it to you. A gentle man with short black hair and gray eyes, wearing black clothes and a long white cloth tied on his chest with a pendant, slowly walked out, and the suddenly disappeared Book of End was in the hands of this gentle man. As everyone saw the gentle man's appearance clearly, the originally very quiet environment completely fell into absolute silence. All the demons of Tartaros became extremely excited. Chapter 55. Zirf, the first black mage, 1/4, please subscribe automatically. P.S. After all, 5 updates are too rushed, so I will keep it as it is, 4 updates a day. Please subscribe automatically. No demon can forget this gentle-looking black-haired man. Or every demon has been following this figure for 400 years after being created, the ancestor of the black magician, Zirf Dragneel, who has been wandering the world for 400 years. This is my lord, Zirf. Kyoka, who was thinking about what to do next, went blank the moment he saw the black-haired man appear. Kyoka never thought that Zirf, who had disappeared for a long time, would appear at this time. The command demon goddess of the Chill Moon Sela standing next to Kyoka was also excited at this time. It can even be said that there is a feeling of crying with joy. In hundreds of years, the demons really just want to fulfill Zerif's dream and see Zirf again. Yes, Lord Kyoka, it's really our Lord Zirf. This kind of magic and this kind of breath cannot be mistaken. Looking at Zirf holding the Book of End, goddess of the Chill Moon Sela said with a little regret, I really didn't expect to see our Lord again here, but Lord Hades and Torafuzar can't see him. How much is it worth to see our Lord Zirf again? How much? Franmalth, who always appears as a funny character, is also very excited. He looked at Zirf and said, it can't be measured by value. As long as we can see our Lord again, we will pay no matter what the price is. Whether it is a demon who is usually calm or a demon who is usually very violent and manic, they all become extremely excited at the moment when Zirf appears. Even the fact that Hades Mardgear was killed instantly by Ji Yun before was temporarily forgotten by all demons. Likewise, it wasn't just the demons of Tartaros who were excited. The members of Fairy Tale also had a big reaction, especially the main force of Fairy Tale, who had fought many battles with Zirf. Zirf. Lucy looked at the black-haired man who appeared in front of everyone with a surprised face and looked very gentle. She asked strangely, is this the legendary Zirf? Why don't I feel that Zirf is as terrible as recorded in history? This is indeed Zirf, a legend among legends, and more mysterious than the land dragon 400 years ago. Mavis, who had been watching the battle near Lucy, said seriously after hearing Lucy's question. Although there is no relevant information about Zirf, who is known as the most violent and evil black wizard in the history of the magic world, some of the deeds of Zirf in history are not all false, most of them are real things that happened. It can easily create all kinds of terrible demons, that is, the demons in the Book of Zirf that you just fought with you. Each demon is very powerful to others, and these are just toys he made at will. Mavis looked at Zirf holding the Book of End with a complicated face. There was another sentence that Mavis did not explain to Lucy and others, that is, Zirf is actually one of the few people in the history of magic who cherishes life. Things are really becoming more and more difficult to figure out. Makarov, who was not far away, also slowed down a little at this time. Looking at the gentle man who suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield, he said very seriously, First, the demon who had been causing trouble for 400 years appeared, then the dragon slayer from 400 years ago appeared, and now even the most mysterious black wizard ancestor in the history of magic, Zirf, has appeared. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like an hour. What is the reason for these extremely ancient beings to appear one after another? But then again, who is stronger between these two guys? Natsu was very stubborn and didn't notice the change in the atmosphere on the scene at all. Instead, he asked curiously, "Last time on Tenro Island, no matter how I attacked this black-haired guy, it didn't have any effect. I don't know if I can defeat this black-haired guy now." Hey, Natsu, at this time, why do you care who is stronger? Quote, Lucy heard Natsu's slightly eager tone and said helplessly, "You are not going to challenge these two scary guys now, have you forgotten what the first president said just now?" "I don't know." Although it was a question from an unreliable guy like Natsu, Mavis still explained, "Both the Dragon Slayer and Zirf were extremely scary and deified 400 years ago. So, I don't know who is stronger between the Dragon Slayer and Zirf." Quote, while all the people around were talking to the demons excitedly, Ji Yu-yun was a little unhappy. Even if he was one of the final bosses in the original book, he would still beat him if he was unhappy. "So, you want to steal my spoils?" Ji Yu-yun looked at the black-haired man who snatched the end book that he was interested in front of him and chuckled. "Where does your confidence come from? This is distressing. This is obviously my thing, but it has been placed on my bookshelf before." After hearing Ji Yu-yun's voice, Zirf smiled apologetically again and said, "The end book is a very important book to me, and I can't let a mysterious existence like you, the Dragon Slayer, hold it." Quote, while speaking, Zirf touched the pendant on his chest, which contained a photo of Zirf and Natsu when they were children 400 years ago, and a photo of Natsu before he died and lost his memory of being Zeref's younger brother. Then, Zeref's eyes turned scarlet in the next moment, and his scarlet pupils kept flashing, revealing an extremely dangerous aura. He looked at Ji Yu-yun and said lightly, "But if you insist on saying that I snatched the spoils from you, that's fine." Chapter 56. Fighting 2/4. Please subscribe automatically. Oh, as soon as the voice fell, Ji Yu-yun's figure instantly appeared behind Zirf, and he waved his hand at Zeref's back. The blue magic power condensed and formed at Ji Yu-yun's fingertips, turning into an extremely sharp blue light blade. However, Zirf disappeared out of thin air the next moment he was about to be hit, and appeared at another coordinate. Seeing this, Ji Yu-yun stopped his action. To be honest, Ji Yu-yun had forgotten how difficult Zirf was. Ji Yu-yun had sighed when he was confronting tens of thousands of magicians from the Magic Council in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Malu Alex. If Doranbolt was a real space magician at that time, then Ji Yu-yun would not be so relaxed that he did not even move once. Obviously, you are such a real space magician. Not even just a simple space magician. Judging from the various high-end and classy styles of Zirf in the original work, Zirf is also a real-time magician. Whether it is a time wizard or a space wizard, they can be said to be typical difficult ones. Even just one of the branch abilities is extremely troublesome. From this, we can roughly understand how difficult Zirf is. What a terrifying speed, or really enviable. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't use any magic when you moved just now, just relying on your body to achieve this level. It's incredible. I can even feel the incredible life history in your body. Quote, even though I have forgotten the preciousness of life, the curse in my body has begun to stir, as if it wants to explode regardless of everything and plunder the endless vitality from your body. Zirf, who used space magic to instantly move to a place not far away, looked at Ji Yu-yun and said with a little sigh. To be honest, I have expected more than once that the Dragon Slayer who cut off the continent with a sword 400 years ago and personally pulled the dragon race down from the position of world hegemony may really be able to end my extremely humble life. However, since the holy war between the Dragon Slayer and the dragon race 400 years ago, the Dragon Slayer has completely disappeared. No matter what, there is no way to find out about the Dragon Slayer until now, 400 years later. Is it the black magic curse of the god Anxur-Ramel? After hearing Zeref's words, Ji Yu-yun frowned slightly. Whether it was the so-called behind-the-scenes big boss, the black mage Zirf Dragneel, or the most powerful boss, the winged black dragon of the end, acknowledge, Ji Yun never took the existence of these two seriously from the beginning. Ji Yun really cared about the god Angser Ramel, whose name only appeared once from beginning to end in the original work. He thought that the true god was the one who could make the strongest genius Zirf unable to get rid of his existence just by cursing. However, even Angser Ramel was no more than that. Otherwise, he would not have cursed Zirf, so Ji Yun quickly put aside the idea of God Mu. Interesting. Ji Yun looked at Zirf and said calmly, "Can I understand your words as you are here to die? Foe, if it was 7 years ago, maybe I would really ask you, the Dragon Slayer, to kill me." After hearing Ji Yun's words, Zirf smiled and said, "But now I have given up the idea of suicide. I still have a lot of things to do. I can't just go and die casually. The reason why I came here today is to see what my bookshelves can do. It's really just a little bit away. If it weren't for the Dragon Slayer, maybe the strongest demon end would have come out. Then, by the way, make an end with Natsu." While speaking, Zirf looked at the cherry-haired boy Natsu Dragneel not far away, and a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. After hearing Zerif's words, Natsu also quickly took a fighting stance. "But if the Dragon Slayer is here, I don't think I can do what I want." "No, Zirf Dragneel." Ji Yun looked at Zirf, who had been talking in front of him for most of the day, and chuckled. "What makes you so confident that you can talk to yourself in front of me? Is it time magic, or space magic, or is it the black magic curse of the god Angser Ramel, the Death Hunt? Even if the black magic curse of the god Angser Ramel can really make you immortal and have eternal life, then I can seal you forever. Whether it is time magic or space magic, I can do it." Looking at Zirf, Ji Yun said word by word. After that, the magic power in Ji Yun's body boiled again, and an unprecedented sense of oppression surged from Ji Yun's body. The sky in the front suddenly became gloomy, and the earth was shaking wildly and cracking constantly, and the cracks like spider webs were spreading continuously. After absorbing the magic spirit power for nearly a week, Ji Yun's strength has become more terrifying than before, and he has even reached the level of changing the terrain just by relying on the simple magic burst. Good Wang Jiao time prohibition, space confinement. Ji Yun stopped the time around him at this moment, and completely solidified the space around Zirf. What? Zirf really didn't expect that Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer, could master both time magic and space magic at the same time. In this way, things really became tricky. However, Zirf, as a black magician who is also proficient in time magic and space magic, broke through the blockade the next moment after being prohibited from time confinement by Ji Yun. But Ji Yun looked at Zirf, whose scarlet pupils suddenly shrank in front of him, and gently pressed the blue light ball in his hand on Zerif's abdomen, chuckling, "Not bad, it broke through faster than I thought. Although, this is useless. Non-magic array magic, wind blade spiral ball." Chapter 57. The Curse of the God Angser Ramel, 3/4, please subscribe automatically. P.S. Na 360° Thomas turn, I beg all the readers to subscribe automatically. Closing square bracket. From the beginning, Ji Yun just thought that Zirf was difficult to deal with. Although Zirf is proficient in time magic and space magic, Ji Yun is also proficient in time magic and space magic, and Zirf can't have much impact on Ji Yun in terms of weirdness. On the contrary, Ji Yun only needs to use time and space magic to slightly interfere with Zirf, so Ji Yun can take advantage of the time when Zirf is untied to launch a fatal attack on Zirf. Just like now, even if Zirf is untied almost at the next moment when he is imprisoned by time and space, Ji Yun can attack Zirf in time. Boom! An unprecedented roar sounded. The moment Ji Yun pressed the cyan light ball in his hand against Zerif's abdomen, the magic power in the cyan light ball completely exploded, forming an energy circle with a radius of hundreds of meters. It was as if the materialized cyan magic power was madly rampant in the energy circle, tearing apart everything in the energy circle except Ji Yun. As Zirf was attacked head-on, he directly suffered the greatest damage. When the energy circle disappeared, a circular hole with a radius of hundreds of meters appeared in everyone's sight, and what was even more shocking was Zirf lying motionless in front of Ji Yun. At this time, even the people who were shocked by the events today could not help but be shocked again. You know, The one who fell in front of Ji Yun this time was not some random person, but Zirf, who was also famous in history, the ancestor of the Black Magician, and was known as the most violent and evil Black Magician in the history of magic. In history, Zirf was more terrifying than Ji Yun, who suddenly fell silent and frozen for 400 years. 400 years ago, he descended on the ancient continent, raised the black magic to the extreme, and created countless dark magic and demons, causing humans who had just escaped from the oppression of the Dragon Clan to fall into chaos again. In fact, it has been discussed countless times whether Zirf is the strongest in history in the true sense, but because Ji Yun's historical record is too horrifying, he is temporarily defined as an existence that has the ability to destroy the world and is almost invincible. Now, this existence with the ability to destroy the world and is almost invincible was easily knocked down by Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer, and lying on Ji Yun's body. Yun's body looked immobile. The biggest reaction was of course the books of Zirf, Tartaro's demons. After all, in the hearts of Tartaro's demons, Zirf was supreme, Zirf was extremely powerful. How is it possible? Kyoka looked at the scene in front of him with disbelief, and said, if it was Lord Pluto, it would be fine, but why even our Lord Zirf would be suppressed by this guy like this? My Lord Zirf, who created us, has the power to destroy the world. Lord Kyoka, after hearing Kyoka's unbelievable words, looking at Zirf lying motionless in front of Ji Yun, Sayla also said hesitantly, my Lord Zirf seems to be no match for the land dragon from 400 years ago. But, in this way, our long-cherished wish seems to be fulfilled, fulfilling the wish of our Lord Zirf. Quote, as Sayla finished speaking, the demons who were originally horrified and even unbelievable suddenly came to their senses. All the demons created by Zirf have only one purpose and one long-cherished wish, which is to fulfill Zerif's wish. And Zerif's wish is to hope that there will be a being who can kill him. Now Ji Yun, a dragon slayer who seems to be able to defeat Zirf, has appeared. What can he be unhappy about? Yes, although it is a bit embarrassing to let humans help us fulfill our long-cherished wish, what is the value of fulfilling the long-cherished wish of sound? How much is it? Franmalth jumped up excitedly after hearing Sayla's words. After all, the demons were created by Zirf, they were instilled with a supreme command by Zirf, which was to do everything possible to kill themselves. So, after coming to their senses, the demons not only did not feel nervous after seeing Zirf lying motionless in front of Ji Yun, but began to get a little excited, and looked forward to Ji Yun being able to completely get rid of Zirf. Because, all this is Zerif's wish, the long-cherished wish of all demons. Ignoring the inexplicable expectations of the Tartaros demons around him, Ji Yun frowned deeply as he looked at Zirf lying in front of him. Unscathed. That's right, unscathed. Zirf, who had just endured Ji Yun's wind escape funny Rasengan, had no scratches or cuts on his skin except for his clothes being torn. But Ji Yun could clearly feel the pain when Zirf was enduring his attack. You should know that Ji Yun didn't let him off at all. Although it was a wind escape Rasengan, it was just to describe it appropriately. In fact, the magic version of Rasengan that Ji Yun had just released, which was condensed by the blue magic power according to the Rasengan training method in Naruto, was definitely countless times more powerful than any wind escape Rasengan. So, is this the effect of the black magic curse, Death Hunt of the god Anxur Ramel? However, it's just the effect of a layer of black magic curse, how can it stop me? Ji Yun looked at Zirf, who seemed to be unconscious in front of him, and his eyes flashed with unprecedented sharpness. The green magic power surrounding his body instantly turned into ice blue cold magic power. The unprecedented cold breath was still slowly revealed from Ji Yun's body. Chapter 58. Shocking Change, 4 quarters, please subscribe automatically. P.S. Akakakakaka, I beg you all to subscribe automatically in the next Kangwon Dashang. Ice blue magic power continued to condense in the air, and then an extremely sharp ice sword was materialized and fell into Ji Yun's hands. Maybe it was because of some feelings when he first crossed over to this world. Ji Yun liked to use the sword every time he used a big move, even if the essence of the big move was still magic. Well, a mild second-year disease. I heard that once you are cursed by the black magic curse of the god Anxur Ramel, you will suffer endless pain for eternity, and this kind of pain is called eternal life by most people. Holding the ice sword with a cold breath in his hand, Ji Yun looked at Zirf lying in front of him in a coma and chuckled and said, "Then everything will end here, the so-called immortality. It's just a joke." After that, Ji Yun used the ice sword in his hand without any hesitation to stab Zerif's heart. Ji Yun didn't know whether immortality really existed. However, there was one thing Ji Yun was very clear about, that is, it was just a black magic curse. Then it would definitely not stop him, and the black magic curse of the god Angser Ramel, the death hunt, would definitely not be able to save Zirf in front of him. Since he decided to provoke, he had to be responsible for the consequences of his choice. The cost of provoking Ji Yun depends on Ji Yun's mood. If he is in a good mood, nothing may happen. If he is in a bad mood, then the consequence is death. It is a pity that Ji Yun is not in a particularly good mood now. The tip of the ice blade began to touch the skin on Zerif's chest. There was no surprise. Since the body was cursed by the black magic curse of the god Angser Ramel 400 years ago, it had never suffered even the slightest injury. The ice sword in Ji Yun's hand was pierced into it like a piece of tofu. At this time, a dark, evil and disgusting breath burst out from Zerif's body. Even the ice sword in Ji Yun's hand that had been pierced into Zerif's chest could not stop under the burst of this breath, and even retreated to the outside. Ji Yun felt the dark breath that suddenly burst out from Zirf and was slightly interested. He chuckled and said, "It seems that this should be the form of the so-called black magic curse of the god Angser Ramel, the real form of death hunting. Because you feel that the host is about to die, you start to burst out desperately to try to stop me. But, can you stop it?" After saying that, Ji Yun directly withstood the pressure brought by the crazy burst of breath in Zerif's body, and forced himself to let the ice sword in his hand pierce into the heart of Zerif's chest. Facing Ji Yun, even the so-called black magic curse of the god Angser Ramel, the crazy burst of death hunting could not be resisted. Ji Yun continued to break through the direction, and the tip of the ice sword approached the heart in Zerif's chest little by little. Just as the ice sword in Ji Yun's hand was about to pierce Zerif's heart, Zirf, who had been in a coma since just now, suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils became more and more scarlet as he stared at the sword that was about to pierce his heart, and then the world turned gray again. Time stopped at this moment, and the space around Ji Yun also solidified at this moment. Everything was no different from the trick Ji Yun used against Zirf just now. "Use the trick I used just now to deal with me." Before he could figure out why Zirf, who was in a coma, suddenly woke up, Ji Yun sneered at the sudden change in the surrounding environment, and then continued to stab Zerif's heart with the ice sword in his hand. The confined space and forbidden time around him did not affect Ji Yun even for a moment, and finally Ji Yun stabbed hard, but missed directly. "Zero, please give me flowers." After feeling that the sword had pierced nothing, Ji Yun frowned slightly, and directly slashed the surrounding space with the ice sword in his hand. After a sound like glass breaking, the world around him, which had originally returned to its original state, turned gray again, and Zirf was looking at him with a smile not far away. "It seems that it is not just a simple space confinement." Ji Yun looked at the smiling Zirf and said a little seriously. For some reason, when Zirf suddenly woke up from his coma, Zirf actually brought him a sense of threat. After taking a look at the end book that fell on the ground, Ji Yun had an answer in his heart. This guy is definitely not Zirf, and definitely not the brother control pervert Zirf Dragneel. And the look this guy gave him was also very perverted, the kind of eager look. "It's really surprising. I didn't expect there would be such a mortal who makes people drool. I really want this kind of hot and huge vitality. But your strength is unexpectedly strong. Even this shell is far inferior. It's really a pity. Why did this happen?" Zirf looked at Ji Yun and said with a smile. He didn't pay attention to Ji Yun's question. His scarlet eyes were full of greed for Ji Yun, an uncontrollable greed. "Mortal." After hearing the words of Zirf in front of him, Ji Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and a gleam of light flashed quietly, revealing a dangerous light, and said lightly, "Who are you? Is it Zirf Dragneel, or, quote, Angser Ramel Godin?" Chapter 59. The God Who Controls Life and Death, 1/4. Please subscribe automatically. The people who had been watching the fight were really stunned. Although the fight between Ji Yun and Zirf seemed to have lasted for a long time, in fact, it all happened in a flash. First, Ji Yun killed Zirf in a short moment and put Zirf in a coma. Then, when Ji Yun was about to hit Zirf in the name of the name, something suddenly broke out from Zirf. Finally, Zirf, who was in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes and avoided Ji Yun's attack. More importantly, according to Ji Yun's words, it seemed that the Zirf standing in front of everyone was not that Zirf, but some god Anxur Ramel. Anxur Ramel god, Lucy, who had been watching the battle, said a little strangely after hearing Ji Yun's words. What is that, a god? However, the guy's style of speaking after suddenly waking up seems to be different from before, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling, as if he has become a different person. After hearing Lucy's words, Natsu also sniffed in the direction of Zirf. As a dragon slayer, Natsu's sense of smell has always been very sensitive, and then Natsu covered his nose with a nauseous look. Ugh, what a disgusting smell. Natsu looked in the direction of Zirf, and said with a nauseous look, the smell on this guy has become disgusting. Although it was not particularly good just now, it was not as bad as it is now. It's a bit disgusting. Urza, who was not far away from Ji Yun, looked at Ji Yun with a little worry. Although she didn't know why, it was just the first time they met, and he was a bad guy who was rumored a while ago, but Urza was subconsciously a little worried. God Anxur Ramel. Mavis frowned and began to think quickly after hearing Ji Yun's words. Mavis had been closely watching Ji Yun's movements just now. Ji Yun's behavior of killing Zirf was a bit complicated. After all, strictly speaking, Zirf was Mavis's teacher, and Mavis was very grateful to Zirf. After all, if Zirf had not taught her magic, there would not be a guild like Fairy Tail. Similarly, as someone who knew Zirf very well, Mavis could see that the current Zirf was indeed not the Zirf she knew. Except for the appearance, the Zirf in front of her was different from the Zirf she knew in every other place. Moreover, Mavis was very familiar with the name of God Anxur Ramel. Oh right, the black magic curse of death hunting that Zirf and I were hit with is the black magic of Anxur Ramel. Mavis looked at the smiling Zirf, standing in front of everyone with a horrified face and said, could this guy be the legendary god who controls life and death? But, why? Why does the legendary god who controls life and death appear here? Is it because the black magic curse of death hunting is about to be broken? Although the fight between Ji Yun and Zirf was not very clear to most people because of the relationship between time and space magic, everyone saw the ice sword in Ji Yun's hand piercing Zerif's chest just now, and Mavis also saw the scene of the black magic curse on Zerif's body bursting out crazily to stop Ji Yun. It was at the moment when Ji Yun was about to pierce the ice sword in his hand into Zerif's heart that Zirf, who had been in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes. Zirf, who suddenly opened his eyes, was like a different person. Things suddenly became complicated. Mavis began to think about the purpose of the god Anxur Ramel. It seems that Anxur Ramel cursed Zirf not just because Zirf created the R system that reversed life and death and the eclipse gate that played with time. It seems that there is something deeper or a purpose. Turn your attention back to Ji Yun and Zirf. Yes, among the many names given to me by mortals, there is indeed a name called Anxur Ramel God. Mortal, you are not only so tempting that I can't resist, but your strength is also so strong that it exceeds my understanding of mortals. It has vaguely touched a certain limit and is about to surpass it. After hearing Ji Yun's slightly affirmative words, Zirf said happily, this is a bit distressing. It is so tempting and so powerful, but it is very uncomfortable to just watch from the side. But there is nothing we can do about it. This body is still very important to me. I can't just die here casually. Goodbye, mortal who makes people linger. Although he said a lot of things, Anxur Ramel God could clearly understand that the body he controlled did not have much resistance in front of Ji Yun, so after he finished speaking, 810 directly prepared to withdraw. You seem to have misunderstood something. Ji Yun looked at Zirf who was about to slip away and said lightly, you said a lot of nonsense in front of me. Where do you get the confidence to escape from me? Depending on those little tricks of using space magic just now. Oh my, the drooling mortal seems to be angry. Zirf still had a smiling expression and said, otherwise, mortal, what are you going to do? How is it possible? Looking at Ji Yun who rushed in front of him in an instant, Zirf directly drew one space confinement after another around Ji Yun, just like what he did just now. But what shocked Zirf happened. No matter it was one or two, the space confinement collapsed directly when it was about to touch Ji Yun, and it didn't even have the effect of blocking it a little bit. Ji Yun looked at Zirf who showed a horrified expression in front of him and chuckled, saying lightly, "You said too much." Quote. After saying that, Ji Yun directly cut off the waist of Zirf, in front of everyone's horrified gaze. Chapter 60. The Sudden End 2/4. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. The Tartaros chapter is over, and Anxur Ramel is just a pit. I don't know if I will have the chance to use it in the future. By the way, I am begging for automatic subscription. Just like the so-called black magic curse of Anxur Ramel, god that was used to hunt for death was powerless against Ji Yun, even the person who is using Zerif's body now is the legendary god Anxur Ramel who controls life and death. The so-called immortal body was cut in half by Ji Yun as easily as cutting vegetables with a machete. Mortal, no matter how much you make people drool, you are finished. You have angered the greatest god in history who controls life and death. Zirf looked at his body that was instantly split into two by Ji Yun's sword, and the smile on his face began to slowly calm down. He felt that his vitality that he had stored and plundered for many years began to decrease rapidly, which was extremely painful. There is no other way. Since the undead special effect of Anxur Ramel's own black magic curse of death hunting is no longer effective, Anxur Ramel can only use his huge vitality to ensure that his shell will not die. After all, Zirf is still very useful to Anxur Ramel, and he can't just be killed like this. Oh, looking at Zirf, who seemed to be fine after being cut in half by him, Ji Yun was really interested and asked with a little curiosity, "Interesting. It seems that he is really immortal. His life breath is still not weakened even a little after being cut in half." While talking, Ji Yun's hands did not slow down at all, and he continued to cut Zerif's body a few times. Faced with the rapidly accelerating consumption of vitality, the god Anxur Ramel really wanted to curse. "Very good, mortal, I will remember you." Zirf looked at Ji Yun and said coldly, "I will definitely make you live a life worse than death. There will be a day like that." After saying that, Zirf also knew that he could not continue to dawdle here like this. Ji Yun's strength was far beyond his ability to deal with. If he continued to let Ji Yun cut him like this, he would collapse sooner or later. In just a short time, the vitality that Zirf had plundered in the past few decades was exhausted. We must get away from Ji Yu as soon as possible. So, while Ji Yun was slightly distracted, Zirf disappeared from everyone's sight. It must be said that although his strength is not very good, he is still very strong in the use of time and space magic. At least it is difficult for Ji Yun to catch up with Zirf, who is running away at all costs. Run away. Ji Yun was stunned by the sudden disappearance of Zirf, using space magic. Seeing that Zirf was so furious, Ji Yun thought that this legendary god Anxur Ramel would come in person to fight with him for 300 rounds, but he never thought that Zirf would be so single and run away directly. Although Ji Yun himself also admired such a single style, thinking back to 400 years ago, Ji Yu at the beginning, Yun would run away if he couldn't win when facing the various sieges and pursuits of the dragons, and would go up and kill if he was alone. After all, only caution can survive to the end. In short, although it was very abrupt, the incident about Tartaros finally came to an end. The Hades Mard Gear who led all the events was killed instantly by Ji Yun, and even Zirf, who had followed for more than 400 years, couldn't beat Ji Yun. The other demons in Tartaros didn't have any thoughts of resistance at all. However, the Magic Council was completely defeated. In the previous offensive and defensive battle with Tartaros, it had lost a lot of troops. In the final decisive battle, the Hades Mard Gear of Tartaros directly used a large-scale spell of joy to kill 10,000 magicians. This 10,000 magician army was not as lucky as Fairy Tale in the original book. They were quickly digested and homogenized without the help of the 18 stars Kong Guanghui of the Star Lord. It can be said that after this battle, the Magic Council, which supervises all the magician guilds on the continent. The council is truly dead in name only. After the battle with Tartaros, only a few thousand magicians were left in the Magic Council's magic army. The top leaders and all the former members of the Magic Council were killed by Tartaros. Only Yujima and a missing Jelil were left alive. Before new members were elected, the existence of the Magic Council would fade away infinitely. After all, there were only a few thousand magicians left in the magic army, and even the magic spirit power could not be used because of the lack of the relationship between the speaker and the members. How could the Magic Council have deterrent power? Many countries that have long been dissatisfied with the Magic Council naturally cannot listen to the arrangements of the Magic Council. If it were not for all the rules, these countries might directly send troops to attack the Magic Council. You know, the magic spirit power of the Magic Council has been coveted by these countries for many years. But Ji Yuyun didn't care much about these things, Wang Zhao. Anyway, as long as it didn't affect him, Ji Yuyun didn't care whether the sky was falling or the earth was breaking. Compared to these things, what gave Ji Yuyun a headache was the matter in front of him. In Magnolia, in a cafe, looking at the scarlet figure sitting in front of him with a serious face, Ji Yuyun said helplessly, "So, what do you want?" "Didn't I say it? When the time is right, you will meet your mother, don't bother me anymore." The scarlet figure that gave Ji Yuyun a headache was naturally not someone else, but Urza Scarlet, the fairy queen of the fairy tale guild. If it was someone else who bothered him so much, Ji Yuyun would really chop him with a sword. Chapter 61. Memories 3/4. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. Ask a question. If there is a prequel story in this book, are you interested? One more thing. Please subscribe automatically. At this time, it has been nearly half a month since Ji Yuyun killed the Hades Marred Gear. Because Magnolia did not suffer the devastating destruction of Tartaro's prison beast as in the original book, and Ji Yuyun was more nervous about the money for researching and manufacturing magic elves. Therefore, Ji Yuyun did not decide to leave Magnolia immediately after the Tartaros incident. Anyway, Ji Yuyun did not decide which city to settle in from the beginning, so he simply stayed in Magnolia to continue studying the ancient documents he had obtained from the Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's team. The brain hole of the technological world is combined with the magic of the magic world. Ji Yuyun feels that there are many good ideas that can make him a lot of money. The most typical example is the illusion magic used by Mistogan, the Jelil in the Edalus world, in the original work. If we change the way of understanding, what will happen if 613 understands the illusion created by illusion magic as a holographic virtual world in the science fiction world? Even if computer systems cannot be realized in a short time, creating a script world through illusion magic is equivalent to a movie in the science and technology world, and people can watch it. Ji Yuyun doesn't believe that he can't make money. In short, for various reasons, Ji Yuyun just rented a house in Magnolia and lived there. Urza has been helping Magnolia for a while. In addition, Ji Yuyun left a very deep impression on Urza that day, so Urza began to try to contact Ji Yuyun, the very scary dragon slayer in the legend. After a while, Urza found that Ji Yuyun was not as difficult to talk to as the legend said. In the end, Ji Yuyun also had something that Urza was very interested in, the news of her mother whom she had not seen since childhood, so Urza pestered Ji Yuyun. It can't be said that she pestered, anyway, she often disturbed Ji Yuyun. That being said, I still care a lot. Urza looked at Ji Yuyun's slightly impatient expression and was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "After all, I grew up alone in the village and have never seen my mother. Now that I suddenly know that Mr. Dragon Slayer knows my mother, of course I care a lot. As for being impatient to meet, it's not the case. After all, I have been here for so many years. I just want to listen to Mr. Dragon Slayer introduce my mother and what kind of person she is. By the way, I still don't know what my mother's name is." Quote. After hearing Urza's words, Ji Yuyun's impatient expression froze for a moment, and then he turned his head slightly unnaturally, sighed 10 times quietly. The stronger Urza acted, the more unnatural Ji Yuyun felt. Because the process of becoming stronger is bound to be extremely sad, not to mention Ji Yuyun, who has read the original anime. Ji Yu Yun's indifference is only to strangers. Urza is not a stranger to Ji Yu Yun. Well, the things here can be turned into a new century primetime ethics drama. Your mother's name is Irene Dorogunov. It's just that it was a name a long time ago. Because she has experienced many things, your mother's current name should be Irene Belsarion if there is no accident. Your mother was once the queen of the Dorogunov kingdom. Quote, Ji Yu Yun looked at Urza's delicate and resolute face, and recalled a little, saying, Your mother Irene Belsarion is a very brave, very calm girl who can give people a very strong sense of security. It's just that your mother doesn't have a big picture view, her sense of justice is too strong, and she is too kind. She is unwilling to give up anything, but wants to change everything. Quote, Speaking of this, Ji Yu Yun's brows furrowed deeply, and some memories that Ji Yu Yun did not want to recall and bury deep in his heart emerged in his mind. The situation was very complicated at that time. Generally speaking, it was the first time that Ji Yu Yun and Irene had an unprecedented quarrel and contradictory ideas since they met. It was almost like Irene wanted to take care of everything, but Ji Yu Yun thought it was impossible. If you want to take care of everything, you must give up something, and Irene did not listen to Ji Yu Yun's persuasion. The final result was that because of Irene's immature idea, the wise dragon Belsarion died in battle. Without the protection of the wise dragon Belsarion, the most prosperous country of mankind, Dorogunov, was just a joke. Even shortly after the wise dragon Belsarion died, a dragon came to the capital of the kingdom of Dorogunov. That was the first time Ji Yu Yun killed a dragon. Ji Yu Yun sacrificed 70% or even 80% of his life and killed the dragons who came to the Dorogunov kingdom. In front of millions of people in the Dorogunov kingdom. Then Ji Yu Yun parted ways with Irene and began his escape. Ji Yu Yun sacrificed most of his life and successfully killed the dragon. In that shocking battle, Ji Yu Yun sacrificed his life, and Irene was abandoned by Ji Yu Yun. In the end, it was the scene that appeared at the beginning. Ji Yu Yun escaped and became stronger, and finally turned the tables. However, until the end, Ji Yu Yun, who had become the strongest, froze himself and did not look for Irene again. It has been more than 400 years now. To be honest, if it weren't for Urza's face, Ji Yu Yun really didn't want to recall this bad memory. Irene Belsarion. After hearing Ji Yu Yun's brief introduction to Irene Belsarion, looking at the complicated expression on Ji Yu Yun's face, Urza nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask any more questions. Since Ji Yu Yun, the Dragon Slayer, said that he would definitely meet her when the time is right, then he should wait for the time to come. Although he cares about his mother's affairs, compared with his mother, Urza Dinga cares more about the tale of his own male fairy. Chapter 62. The Great Magician's Martial Arts, 4 quarters. Please subscribe automatically. After all, Fairy Tail has been in debt for the past 7 years. Especially because Ji Yu Yun emptied half of the Twilight Ghost's treasury some time ago. Even though Fairy Tail had taught Twilight Ghost a lesson before, Twilight Ghost kept asking Fairy Tail for debts. The only difference is that because of the severe lesson given by Makarov and others, Twilight Ghost's wizards only dared to ask for debts in a soft voice, fearing that they would be beaten up by Fairy Tail again if they were not careful. Although Twilight Ghost's attitude is very gentle and even cowardly, it is natural to pay back debts, so during this period after Tartaros, Fairy Tail has been troubled by the debt repayment. If it were 7 years ago, it would be fine. Fairy Tail had a lot of spare funds. As the strongest guild in the Kingdom of Fury, it could easily pay for the maintenance of a city. It's not just talk. But now, 7 years have already consumed the foundation of the Fairy Tail Guild. So the Fairy Siege Guild is discussing participating in this year's Grand Magic Martial Arts. Yes, that's right. After half a month of repairs, the capital city that was in a mess due to Ji Yu Yun's battle with the Magic Council's wizard army has been completely repaired. After all, this is a magical world. Of course, this is also related to the efforts of Future Rogue, whose presence has always been very low. Because Future Rogue constantly brainwashed the Emerald Princess of the Kingdom of Fury, making the Emerald Princess half believing and half doubting the fact that 10,000 dragons will invade the world soon, the Emerald Princess of the Kingdom of Fury will ensure the smooth progress of the Grand Magic Martial Arts as soon as possible and repair the capital city quickly regardless of the cost. After all, The cost of repairing the capital city is paid by the Magic Council. Council contracted it. As long as you can win the Grand Magic Martial Arts competition, you can get more than 21 million bills, which can not only pay off the debt owed to the Dusk Ghost in one go, but also have a lot of money left to renovate the guild building. So after knowing the reward for the Grand Magic Martial Arts competition champion, Fairy Tail's last Fujinchang Makaro did not even think about it and directly announced his participation in the Grand Magic Martial Arts held in the capital of the Fury Kingdom this year. Well, sorry to bother Mr. Dragon Slayer, I'll take my leave first. Thinking of this, Urza stood up and said to Ji Yu-yun with a little respect, the annual Grand Magic Martial Arts competition held by the Kingdom of Fury is about to be held, and it's time for me to prepare well. Quote, after saying that, Urza went to the bar of the cafe to pay the bill, and then walked out. Ji Yu-yun ignored Urza who had already left, and fell into deep thought. It's been so long, should I go to the Elbara's Empire in the Western continent to see her? Ji Yu-yun muttered to himself with a little hesitation. 400 years have passed, for me it's just like sleeping and being in a very long days, for her, I guess she can't even sleep. Quote, Ji Yu-yun still remembers some personal introductions about Irene in the original work quite clearly. Due to some special reasons, such as the dragon power, Irene Belsarion could not sleep after she turned into a dragon. To be honest, Ji Yu-yun's vitality was consumed to the limit in the continuous battles with the dragons. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to freeze himself to study the magic of immortality so soon after the battle with the dragons was completely over. Unexpectedly, this research has already lasted for 400 years. But soon Ji Yu-yun shook his head and gave up his idea. Now he should solve the problem of money first. Ji Yu-yun has not thought about how to deal with the problem with Irene yet. Soon, the magic version of the movie will be successfully developed. At that time, we can see if we can make money in the fairy tale world as crazy as I imagined. 0. Please give me flowers. As long as it succeeds, we can have a lot of money to buy a lot of resources to refine the magic elf power. It's really exciting. What kind of changes will happen when magic changes from liquid to solid? It's finally about to start. A figure with half-white hair stood quietly on the top of the palace of Wudang Palace in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Melial Alex. This is the future rogue who has been very low-key since he crossed over. After this last Grand Magic Martial Arts Conference, the energy of the Eclipse Gate will be completely absorbed. At that time, a time channel connecting to the period when the Dragon Clan dominated the world 400 years ago will be established. Future Rogue looked at the prosperous city in front of him and chuckled. The world will soon belong to me, Rogue Cheney. Single quote. Oh. Time is getting closer and closer. Magic Council is gone. Who else can stop the despair that follows? In a dark corner of the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Melial Alex, a man wearing a dark cloak and shrouding himself in darkness couldn't help but mutter to himself, Natsu. What should I do next? Another half a month passed in a flash. The discussion about the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference in the Kingdom of Fury has become more and more intense. Everyone is madly discussing the events of this year's Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference and which guild will be the final winner of the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference this year. And in this trend of discussion, some other discussions have appeared since some time. Discussion about a magic prop, New World. And the discussion about the magic prop, New World has rapidly increased its topicality in the trend of the upcoming Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference. Chapter 63. Knockout Round 1/4. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. Hey, I heard there are readers, so I will announce another book title I thought of at the beginning, which is Fairy Tale. My daughter is Urza. I am begging you to subscribe automatically. Ji Yu-yun certainly couldn't be idle during this period, because he had some ideas from the technological world on Earth before, so he easily made the magic props for the movie with the illusion magic of the fairy tale world. The name of the magic props is just as mentioned above, it is called New World, which is very black technology. As for scripts and movies, there is no need to worry about it. There are not all kinds of such things on Earth, Ji Yu-yun can just copy them, and because the main structure is illusion magic, Ji Yu-yun only needs to imagine it out of thin air, and there is no need to be as troublesome as on Earth and hire people to act. It can be said that the magic props, New world developed by Ji Yun is almost a business without capital. The props themselves are just some worthless parts, and the related illusion magic arrays are replaced by movable type printing, and Ji Yun can print a lot of them in minutes. Finally, the entertainment industry in the fairy tale world is still relatively lacking, especially the entertainment industry affected by text novels, so Ji Yue easily sold the magic movie after he got it done. Ji Yun priced a magic prop for watching movies at 100. In the past few days, Ji Yun only sold it in Magnolia City, and he almost sold 100,000 copies. This is 10 million in hand. After deducting some insignificant profits, Ji Yun can still have an income of nearly 10 million. Next, Ji Yun only needs to release a new plot movie every once in a while to make money again. After confirming the feasibility of the idea, Ji Yun directly outsourced the product and referred to the model of those distributors on Earth. Anyway, money is enough. Selling magic movies is enough for Ji Yun to study and refine the absorption of magic spirit power. As long as it can be sold to the whole world, even if there is only one movie plot, it is enough for Ji Yun to absorb magic spirit power until the magic power is abnormal. Well, liquid becomes solid. The money-making props have been successfully researched, and I don't have to worry about anything else. Ji Yun sat on the stool and stretched lazily, chuckled. Now the elimination round of the Great Magic Director Martial Arts should have officially started. It will take some time for the dealers to get their money back after all the things are sold. It also takes time to find and purchase high-level materials that can be combined to refine magic spirits. Then let's go to the capital of the Kingdom of Fury to watch the Great Magic Director Martial Arts. As early as 3 days ago, Makarov, the 6th-generation president of Fairy Tail, had led the Fairy Tail members to the capital of the Kingdom of Fury to participate in this year's Great Magic Director Martial Arts. If there is no accident, today is the elimination round of the Great Magic Director Martial Arts. Because of Rogue's alarmist words, the half-believing Princess Emerald finally held this year's Grand Magic Director Martial Arts Conference on a normal schedule during the continuous preparations. Today is the opening ceremony and elimination round of the Grand Magic Director Martial Arts Conference. Every year, countless wizard guilds come to participate in the Grand Magic Director Martial Arts Conference held by the Kingdom of Fury. If it is a one-on-one or one wizard guild against another wizard guild, the efficiency is absolutely very slow. So every year after the opening ceremony of the Grand Magic Director Martial Arts Conference held in the Kingdom of Fury, there will be an interesting elimination round. Maybe the elimination round is not the most exciting part of the Grand Magic Director Martial Arts Conference, but it is definitely the most interesting. And the Forgotten Fairy Tale also emerged in the elimination round, attracting the attention of quite a few people, and performed very well. Until the end of the elimination round, there were actually 2 teams shortlisted. The capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Malu Alex, the Palace of the Royal Palace, the Palace of Lanterns. A girl with green hair and a very charming figure, who looks very noble, is looking at the direction of the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Conference in the distance with a sad face. This is the Princess Emerald Fury of the Kingdom of Fury. Because the King of the Kingdom of Fury is a little old, Princess Emerald usually manages the Kingdom of Fury, which is also a kind of training. Alas! Looking at the extremely lively scene of the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Conference, Princess Emerald sighed softly. Ever since Future Rogue told Princess Emerald the half-true and half-false news, Princess Emerald has been very worried for some time. After all, the news that 10,000 dragons are about to invade this world and will start directly from invading the Kingdom of Fury is too explosive. Originally, Princess Emerald really didn't want to believe this kind of news, but after learning a few other small future information from Future Rogue, no matter how cautious Princess Emerald herself was, she had to become half-believing and half-doubting. The result of the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Conference was that Princess Emerald confirmed the information that Future Rogue told her. Your Highness. When Princess Emerald sighed, a short old man standing behind her asked in confusion, why has Princess Ning been so uneasy recently? What happened? This old man is Dayton, the Minister of Defense of the Kingdom of Fury. In the original book, he has always been against the Eclipse plan that changes history. Well, Minister Dayton, I got a great news from someone. After hearing what Dayton said, Princess Emerald said seriously. I must repeatedly confirm the accuracy of this news. Dadan, send someone to keep an eye on Fairy Tail. Don't interfere with them, just keep an eye on them. This time, the Wizard Guild Fairy Tail will be the key to the key. Chapter 64. Future Rogue 2/4. Please subscribe automatically. However, the Emerald Princess, who had been discussing with Defense Minister Dadan, did not notice that a shadow had appeared on the ground since some time ago and had sneaked into the shadow in the corner of the room, eavesdropping on her conversation with Defense Minister Dadan. This shadow was naturally not someone else, but Rogue from the future 7 years later. Rogue from the future was in a very bad mood recently, because things that did not happen in the future happened one after another, such as the Dragon Slayer that appeared from nowhere and Tartaros who attacked in advance. Obviously, since he came to this world, he has been very cautious and has never done anything out of the ordinary. Even if he told the Emerald Princess some news about the future, the Emerald Princess kept her mouth well and kept it secret. But for some reason, the past history has deviated greatly without him noticing. After all, in the memory of the future Rogue, these things have never happened. In the memory of the future Rogue, there was no Dragon Slayer from 400 years ago from the beginning, and there was no conflict between the Magic Council and the Dragon Slayer from 400 years ago. Tartaros, the last guild of the Dark Wizard Guild Baramel Alliance, also began to assassinate the top leaders and former counselors of the Magic Council a long time after the end of the Great Magic Director Martial Arts. So whether it was the conflict between Ji Yun and the Magic Council or the fact that former Speaker Crawford surrendered to Tartaros in advance, which led to Tartaros's early attack, future Rogue felt unprepared. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, history did seem to have changed unconsciously after his arrival, so future Rogue has been nervously observing the situation of the King of Fury and the Emerald Princess. The fact that the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference could be held so smoothly according to the original time is not unrelated to future Rogue. Future Zero has been trying his best to ensure that everything can be used as he remembers. Damn, that Dragon Slayer is a variable. Hiding in the shadows, future Rogue's eyes kept flashing cold light. In future Rogue's view, the reason why there are so many unexpected changes in the world is entirely because of the inexplicable addition of a Dragon Slayer from 400 years ago at the beginning. If the Dragon Slayer had not appeared, then the Magic Council would not have had such a big conflict with the Dragon Slayer, and the former Speaker of the Magic Council, Crawford, would not have defected to Tartaros so early. In short, the reason why things became so bad was entirely because of the appearance of Ji Yun. However, the strength of this so-called Dragon Slayer is indeed a problem. Although he wanted to kill Ji Yun as a variable as soon as possible, future Rogue was not an idiot. He knew about the commotion Ji Yun had caused during this period and some historical records. If the historical records about Ji Yun were true, then future Rogue really needed to think carefully about what he should do in the future. After all, Ji Yun in history killed dragons as easily as drinking water. Of course, future Rogue, who had never really seen Ji Yun take action, was like the Magic Council and Tartaros at the beginning, and did not believe that Ji Yun really had such a strong power as the history said. There was nothing they could do about it, since Tartaros's Hades Marred Gear and Rogue Cheney from the future were both among the strongest in the fairy tale world. They were unwilling to believe that there was a Ji Yun who was countless times stronger than themselves. Under the operation of the Emerald Princess, the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference was held in an orderly manner. The opening ceremony and the elimination round on the first day ended quickly. Both teams from the Fairy Tale Guild were selected, and their performance during the elimination round was quite eye-catching. For a while, because of the Fairy Tale Guild's outstanding performance in the elimination round, there were many voices that Fairy Tale would win the final victory in the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference. After all, Fairy Tale was the strongest guild in the Kingdom of Fury 7 years ago. Even though it had been silent for 7 years, from the beginning of being the last in the year to the end of not even bothering to participate in the competition. But then again, it sounds like being the last one every year is rubbish, but there is definitely no such thing as being the last one in the elimination round. That is to say, even if Fairy Tale's main elites were all sealed in Tinlong Island for 7 years, Fairy Tail could pass the elimination round every time it participated in the Grand Magic Martial Arts Conference, but was beaten badly by 353 in the later games. But you have to know that there are not many wizard guilds in the entire Fury Kingdom that can pass the elimination round. Fairy Tail, which has lost its main force, can still pass the elimination round of the Grand Magic Martial Arts every year. It has to be said that it is still very strong. And Ji Yu-yun also came to the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Malu Alex, again the day after the elimination round. Although Ji Yu-yun and the Magic Council had a big fight in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury some time ago, this is a world full of magic after all, so it didn't take long for the capital, which had become a mess, to become brand new with the help of magical magic. It was as if the battle between Ji Yu-yun and the Magic Council army in the capital a month ago had never happened. Oh, it's very fast. It's already been repaired so well in just 1 month. Ji Yu-yun sighed as he looked at the crowds of people around him. Because of the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Conference, the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Malu Alex, is always crowded at this time of year. Ji Yu-yun still likes this feeling of being full of people and being very prosperous. Chapter 65. Dragon's Tomb, 3/4. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. These few chapters are considered excessive. Anyway, I'm going to throw a tantrum and ask for automatic subscription. Ji Yu-yun's entry into the city did not cause any disturbance. After all, only a few people saw Ji Yu-yun's appearance in the previous battles, and after seeing Ji Yu-yun's strength, no one would be uncomfortable spreading what Ji Yu-yun looked like. In fact, basically all those who have seen Ji Yu-yun's strength take an attitude of avoiding Ji Yu-yun if possible. After arriving at the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Malu Alex, Ji Yu-yun was not in a hurry to watch the great magic martial arts, or there was no competition that he cared about, such as Urza's competition. Ji Yu-yun was not very interested. Now that he has developed a holographic virtual magic movie with illusion magic, Ji Yu-yun basically doesn't need to worry about money, so after arriving at Malu Alex, Ji Yu-yun found a place to stay and continued to purchase materials to prepare for refining magic spirit power. Ji Yu-yun could clearly feel that the magic power in his body was becoming more and more viscous as he continued to absorb the magic spirit power. The body that had been strengthened to the current limit by the immortality magic actually had a tendency to become fishy again. This made Ji Yu-yun more and more looking forward to what would happen when the magic power in his body completely changed from liquid to solid. At the same time, the series of changes brought about by the continuous improvement of the magic power quality also made Ji Yu-yun think of Zerf again. No, it was the god Anxur Ramel hidden in Zerf's body. Although Ji Yu-yun has always been very confident in his own strength, the god Anxur Ramel is still a very difficult and unknown existence. At least in terms of level, it is a higher level than Ji Yu-yun. Of course, the higher the level, the higher the level. Even if Ji Yu-yun really can't beat the body of the god Anxur Ramel at present, Ji Yu-yun can still use the secret method of overdrawing vitality to further improve the magic power in his body. You know, since Ji Yu-yun developed the magic of immortality, his vitality is about to explode. As long as Ji Yu-yun is willing to give up the vitality he has worked so hard to improve, even gods or even stronger beings can be defeated by him. Anyway, in the next few days, Ji Yu-yun didn't pay much attention to the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference, and Fairy Tail was similar to the situation in the original book. After shining in the elimination round, it encountered all kinds of pitfalls. There were only 8 teams in the official competition. On the first day, Fairy Tail took the last 2 places. Although this result was caused by various reasons, it still suffered all kinds of ridicule. The situation on the second day was not much different from the first day. 2 dragon slayers Natsu and Gajil participated in the competition, but the venue was on the transportation. In terms of the total score, the 2 teams of Fairy Tail were still the last 2. The next day was the third day that Ji Yu-yun was more concerned about. That was the day when Urza officially appeared in the competition, and it was also the day when Fairy Tail encountered the most intense ridicule. After all, the Great Demon Director Wushu Conference is only held for 5 days. Now it is already the third day. The scores of the 2 participating teams of Fairy Tail are actually the last 2. This has to be said to be a disappointing thing. People who remember the various glories of Fairy Tail 7 years ago have begun to be disappointed with Fairy Tail. Although the main force of Fairy Tail has all returned, it is still out of date after all. The gap of 7 years is not so easy to deal with. Ji Yu-yun, who knew what might happen today, came to the venue of the Great Demon Director Wushu conference early in the morning and waited. If there is no accident today, it will be the Demon Subduing Hall, or it must be the Demon Subduing Hall. After all, there is the existence of the future rogue. The future rogue will definitely make the Great Demon Director Wushu the same as the Great Demon Director Wushu in his memory, and Ji Yu-yun directly took the camera and prepared. It has to be said that every other world is a world with deformed technology. Obviously, even the existence of cameras has already existed, but there is no TV or anything. It has to be said that this is a place worth complaining about. Then the third day of the competition officially began. Ji Yu-wei took all the photos of Elsa's heroic performance. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Ji Yu-yun looked at the handsome Erza in the photo and nodded with satisfaction, smiling and muttering to himself. These are all very good memories. Those guys from Fairy Tail didn't even know how to take a photo to keep as a souvenir. After that, there was no more competition that Ji Yu-yun cared about. After Erza left the field, Ji Yu-yun left the great magic martial arts arena and continued to refine the magic spirit power for absorption, constantly improving the quality and purity of the magic power in his body. In this way, it was until the evening of the fourth day, which was the night when the battle between the two dragons in the original book ended and Fairy Tail became the first place. The great magic martial arts arena, the underground of the Dome Fra, in the dragon's tomb. A young girl with sky blue hair knelt in a simple magic money formation, looking at the dragon corpses around, and shouted loudly, "Dragon Slayer Secret Galaxy Drag." This is the Sky Dragon Slayer wizard Wendy Marvell in Fairy Tail. After following Natsu, Gajeel, Lucy and others here, looking at so many dragon corpses around, Wendy suddenly understood the use of a magic that she had never understood, the Dragon Slayer Secret Art, Galaxy. Then, in order to find out what happened here, Wendy used this magic. At the same time, when Natsu and others came to the basement of the Great Magic Director Martial Arts competition and saw a scene they had never seen before, someone knocked on the door of Ji Yu-yun's temporary rental house. Future Lucy, who had been at a loss and didn't know what to do, came up. Chapter 66. Meeting 4 quarters, please subscribe automatically. P.S. I'm going to show off again, begging all the readers to subscribe automatically. As long as she knew what Ji Yu-yun looked like, and Ji Yu-yun had never deliberately hidden her tracks, future Lucy, who had always been near the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, discovered Ji Yu-yun's existence after the start of the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference. In addition, future Lucy was curious about Ji Yu-yun herself. Future Lucy saw with her own eyes that Ji Yu-yun easily shattered the magic spirit power of the Magic Council with a sword. So after Ji Yu-yun accidentally saw Ji Yu-yun on the first day he came to the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Melial Alex, future Lucy secretly wrote down the place where Ji Yu-yun temporarily rented. The reason why she didn't find Ji Yu-yun immediately was entirely because future Lucy heard a lot of negative news about Ji Yu-yun after that, as well as some bad records about Ji Yu-yun in history, so she was a little hesitant about whether to contact Ji Yu-yun. After all, Ji Yu-yun's reputation has always been not very good, whether in history or after waking up from the ice coffin. 560. After hesitating for several days, the huge pressure of 10,000 dragons still made future Lucy breathless. Future Lucy, who did not know the secret magic fairy heart of Fairy Tail Guild, did not know that Fairy Tail actually had the possibility of killing 10,000 dragons in 1 second, for example, relying on the fairy heart to release 10,000 magic spirit powers to 10,000 dragons instantly. Future Lucy felt that her own guild could not be stronger than 10,000 dragons anyway, so she did not immediately contact the people of Fairy Tail Guild. It must be said that this is indeed quite strange. However, perhaps it was this behavior of future Lucy in the original work that allowed her to live to see Natsu and others in the past. After all, future Rogue also attaches great importance to the existence of Fairy Tail. Once future Rogue finds out that there is another future person in the past besides himself, he will definitely not let future Lucy live. After hesitating for several days, future Lucy decided to go to Ji Yun to explain the situation, hoping to get Ji Yun's help, so that what happened now could happen. Future Lucy. Ji Yun looked at future Lucy standing at the door in a dark cloak and asked a little strangely, "What's the matter?" Although it was a question, Ji Yun actually guessed the purpose of future Lucy, which was nothing more than the matter about Wanlong. After all, there was nothing else for future Lucy to find him except the matter about Wanlong. And future Lucy was one of the people who had seen Ji Yun's strength most directly. For example, when Ji Yun defeated Hades' Marred Gear and the Black Mage Zerf in front of Fairy Tail, it just gave people a feeling that Ji Yun was very strong, but no one had a clue how strong and terrible Ji Yun was. Mr. Dragon Slayer. After seeing Ji Yun open the door, future Lucy took a deep breath directly to Ji Yun and said, "I can't think of any way. I can't think of any way to solve Wanlong. Please help me." While speaking, future Lucy bowed deeply to Ji Yun, showing an unprecedented degree. Just as I said before, it was because I saw Ji Yun smash the magic spirit power with a sword that I could intuitively feel how powerful Ji Yun was. It was also because of this that future Lucy put the task of fighting against Wanlong and solving the Wanlong incident on Ji Yun. Now the Magic Council has almost collapsed. In the eyes of future Lucy, only Ji Yun is left who can turn the tide. All the others are so weak in front of Wanlong. Help. How do you want me to help? Ji Yun looked at future Lucy, who bowed deeply to him and almost knelt down, and shook his head a little helplessly and a little funny. Ji Yun could understand future Lucy's mood. But at Ji Yun's level, Ji Yun really didn't care much about the so-called Wanlong, so Ji Yun asked future Lucy a question. To be honest, Ji Yun was still thinking about using the dragon magic crystal in the dragon's body as raw material to refine a higher level of magic spirit power, to see if it could speed up the transformation of the magic quality in his body. Actually I don't know, I came to the past in a daze. After hearing Ji Yun's question, future Lucy said hesitantly, "I only know that after the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Conference ends tomorrow night, many dragons will appear, and many people will die. In less than a day, the Kingdom of Fury will be completely destroyed." Ji Yun did not listen to future Lucy's explanation, but raised his hand and waved slightly behind future Lucy, and a spear composed of shadows was casually shattered by Ji Yun. "I said, do you have to be so violent? You come up and hit me with a fatal blow." Looking at a half-black and half-white figure who appeared not far away, Ji Yun chuckled and said, "Or do you think you can easily kill people in front of me?" Future Rogue. Sure enough, I was wondering why there was such a big change. After hearing Ji Yun's words, the half-black and half-white figure slowly walked out of the shadows and appeared in front of Ji Yun and future Lucy. This is the last big boss of the Great Demon Director Wu chapter, Rogue Cheney from the future. Looking at the stunned future Lucy, the murderous intent in the heart of future Rogue began to boil, and said, "It turns out that there were other guys from the future in the past, Lucy Halfatelia, just like me. And Lucy Halfatelia is the sinner of the world, I hope you don't stop me." Seemingly sensing that Ji Yun was not simple, and not wanting to make a big deal, future Rogue began to fool Ji Yun like fooling the Emerald Princess. In this regard, Ji Yun could only say that not only was she not moved at all, but she even felt like laughing. Chapter 67. Bluff 1/4. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. Hey, it's time to listen to Long's bragging. I beg you to subscribe automatically. Future Lucy, who was standing next to Ji Yun, was stunned after hearing what future Rogue said. Although she was very surprised that she was not the only one who came from the future to the past in the past world, it was also speechless to be identified as a sinner. Looking at the future Rogue who was serious about killing her, the future Lucy said in defense, "Why do you say I am the sinner of the world? I didn't do anything. It's really inexplicable. I don't know if you know why the Kingdom of Fury has held the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference every year in recent years." Ignoring the future Lucy's defense, the future Rogue began her half-truthful narration, saying, "Although the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference can liven up the atmosphere of the country, the Kingdom of Fury still has its own purpose. That is to obtain huge magic power to charge the Eclipse Gate, open the eclipse gate, and travel through time. Travel through time. Future Lucy thought about how she came to this past world, which was indeed closely related to the eclipse gate. Yes, time travel. Future Rogue nodded with satisfaction at Lucy's cooperation and said, but there is another way to use the eclipse gate, which is the eclipse cannon. Relying on the energy accumulated over 7 years, it can release a destructive blow that kills all dragons. And just when the eclipse gate opened and the eclipse cannon was about to be used, someone closed it. That person is you, Lucy Hafatelia. It is you who made the world fall into despair and led to the destruction of the world. After that, Future Rogue no longer continued to explain anything to Future Lucy or Ji Yun. A dark and deep shadow like a black hole condensed in Future Rogue's hand, and once again turned into a black shadow spear and attacked Future Lucy. Originally, Future Rogue was very strange during this period. Why is this past world completely different from what he remembers? One thing after another happened that he never remembered, or that will happen a long time later. Now after seeing Future Lucy, Future Rogue finally understood that although he had always been very cautious and did not do anything to affect the past world, Future Lucy was different. From the conversation between Future Lucy and Ji Yun just now, Future Rogue knew that Future Lucy had been trying to change this world. So Future Rogue was so eager to kill Future Lucy, not only because Future Lucy wanted to change the future, but also because Future Lucy herself came from the future. And in the eyes of Future Rogue, even if what he said was unbelievable, it was enough for ordinary people to stand by and watch. However, the attack released by Future Rogue was once again casually dispersed by Ji Yun. I say, is it really okay to just open your mouth and talk nonsense like this? Ji Yun looked at Future Rogue, who was talking a lot of nonsense, seriously and said with a little laughter, if I remember correctly, the function of the eclipse gate has always been only one function from ancient times to the present, that is, to travel through time. When can the eclipse gate also be used to release attacks? Ji Yun likes the feeling of exposing others when they are bragging. It seems that you are determined to stop me, Dragon Slayer. Future Rogue's face turned cold after seeing Ji Yun stop him one after another. He looked at Ji Yun and said word by word, even if you know that Lucy Hafatelia wants to protect the sinners of this world. After all, he is the final boss of the great demon director Wu chapter. After being directly exposed by Ji Yun, he did not blush or feel emotional at all. Instead, he directly put the hat of protecting the sinners of the world on Ji Yun. So, Ji Yun looked at Future Rogue and said provocatively with a smile, I'll cover it up, so what? 51 yen. Of course it's for the stability of the world, except for you. Shadow Mode, Dragon Power. Shadow Dragon Sparrow Flash. After hearing Ji Yun's provocative words, Future Rogue's murderous intent could no longer be suppressed. A huge amount of magic power burst out from Future Rogue's body, turning into an invisible and intangible shadow and rushing towards Ji Yun. Boom! A huge roar sounded in the dark night. In the eyes of Future Lucy, Future Rogue, who turned into a shadow, was grabbed out of the shadow by Ji Yun and thrown to the ground. Shadow Mode, Dragon Power. Looking at Future Rogue lying in the center of the pit on the ground, Ji Yun chuckled and said, this is the first time I've been looked down upon like this. Since the first successful dragon slaying 400 years ago, few people dare to hide their strength when fighting me. Quote, what makes you so confident that you can defeat me with just the Shadow Mode and Dragon Power? Is it because of your sense of superiority from 7 years later? Just when Ji Yun was fighting with the Future Rogue, well, one-sidedly, a new series of changes also occurred in the Dragon Tomb underground of the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Conference. Wendy, who used the Dragon Slayer's secret art galaxy, successfully awakened the dragon soul among the many dragon corpses, and a full-color emerald green dragon with 2 long beards appeared in front of Wendy and others. This is the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis. And seeing the appearance of the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis, Wendy and others were also frightened by the funny Emerald Dragon Kirkanis, just like in the comic. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the look of Wendy and others being scared by him, the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis said happily, whenever I see humans being scared, I find it particularly funny. And Chapter 68. The Past of the Dragon Slayer, 2 quarters. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. I thought about this chapter for a long time and planned to write it like this. I don't know if it has the effect of showing off. I am Kilconis, once known as the Emerald Dragon. What happened here? Why are there so many dragon corpses? We woke you up from your slumber because we want to know this. I have nothing to say to humans, you go. I am not a human, I am a cat. Soga. That was more than 400 years ago. Looking at Wendy and others standing in front of him, the Emerald Dragon Kilconis fell into memories. Once, our dragon clan was the king of this world, flying freely in the sky, running on the land, and swimming in the ocean. We were at our peak. Everything in this world belongs to the dragon clan, and humans are just our food. However, a dragon who was extremely stupid objected to the dragon clan's notice, saying that he wanted to create a world where humans could coexist. There are those who agree and those who disagree among the dragon clan, divided into the coexistence faction and the opposition faction. I also expected such a result. After all, even as an old man in the opposition faction, I have to admit that human wisdom is indeed not inferior to our dragon clan, and it is indeed not impossible to become friends of the same clan. So in the end, a war broke out among your dragon clan. Are these all dragons, including you, who died in the war? After hearing the explanation of the Emerald Dragon Kilconis, Wendy and others suddenly realized that if this was the case, it would make sense, because there was an unprecedented internal war within the dragon clan, so many dragons died here. Foe. The Emerald Dragon Kilconis quickly denied it. Wendy and others said with a serious face. Just when the dragon clan was about to break out in a full-scale war, something happened that shocked all of us dragons, whether they were coexistence or opposition. Someone killed a dragon in front of millions of people without relying on any external force. Because of this incident, the war between our opposition dragon clan and the coexistence dragon clan was slightly eased, and our opposition dragon clan began to hunt down that human. When thinking of the extremely terrifying scenes 400 years ago, the Emerald Dragon Kilconis was a little trembling. It never thought that just a human could be so strong. But that person is really very powerful, and the dragons that chased him were defeated very easily. The coexistence dragon clan tried to reconcile the conflict between that person and our opposition. To be honest, that person did listen to it at the beginning, and after asking the defeated dragon to promise not to hurt the dragon clan again, it was fine. I do feel ashamed of my fellow tribesmen for this. Although many of my fellow tribesmen verbally agreed at that time, they went back to find helpers and opportunities to kill the human who brought them humiliation. But the more shocking thing happened. No matter how our opposition hunted down this person, that person was able to break through the siege in adversity. Gradually, more and more of my fellow tribesmen died at the hands of that person. To the extent that even my fellow tribesmen of the coexistence faction could not stand it. In the end, because of the repeated dissuasion and even obstruction of the coexistence faction, that person became impatient and killed the dragons of the coexistence faction and the opposition faction together. I never thought that the dragons, who were no longer harmonious because of the human problem, would once again become united because of a human. Single quote. But it's useless. I don't know when that person has become so strong that it's unbelievable. Even a terrifying existence at the level of Dragon King can't withstand that person's full strength attack. No, not even full strength. No one knows that person's name, but just the name of that person makes all the dragons tremble with fear. That was a long time ago. That person's name is Dragon Slayer, and his hands are stained with the blood of countless dragons. Quote. The Emerald Dragon Kilconis kept narrating, telling Wendy and others what he knew about the past. Wendy and others, who had been listening to the story, were shocked when they heard the word Dragon Slayer come out of the Emerald Dragon Kilconis's mouth. 0. Dragon Slayer. Lucy looked at the Emerald Dragon Kilconis in front of her and muttered to herself with horror, will the Dragon Slayer it mentioned be? Could it be that guy who was so strong that he killed Hades and Zirf in seconds? Is that guy really that strong? Compared to the shocked Lucy, Natsu was a little excited and said excitedly, I'm excited. Next time I see that guy called Dragon Slayer, I must challenge him. Baga, are you an idiot? Gajiel, who was standing next to him with his arms crossed, complained after hearing Natsu's excited voice, that guy kills people at every turn. If you provoke him and get killed casually, I won't care about you. Then, Mr. Kilconis, are all the dragons here killed by the Dragon Slayer? Wendy continued to ask Kilconis at this time. Wendy knew that after more than 400 years, the dragon soul of the Emerald Dragon Kilconis could not support for more than 3.4 years, so she had to ask quickly. After hearing Wendy's question, the Emerald Dragon Kilconis denied it. That man killed 10 or 100 times more dragons than the number here. In fact, in the end, our dragon clan had already given up and prepared to hide and wait for the Dragon Slayer to die. Although the Dragon Slayer is very powerful, the Dragon Slayer's battle with our dragon clan is not without a price, especially at the beginning. It overdrew most of its vitality. The lifespan of a mere human is too short compared to our dragon clan. But at this time, another change that we didn't expect happened. The dragons that died here are all because of another. Chapter 69. White Dragon, Shadow Dragon, 3/4. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. Hey, I'm begging for automatic subscription for this kneeling posture. Closing square bracket. At this point, the dragon soul of the Emerald Dragon Kilconis turned into dots of starlight and dissipated in front of everyone. After 400 years of vicissitudes, without the protection of the body, the dragon soul of the Emerald Dragon Kilconis had already reached a limit. The reason why it was able to appear again just now was entirely because of the last burst of light. The dragon soul of Emerald Dragon Kilconis has completely disappeared. After the dragon soul of Emerald Dragon Kilconis disappeared, Wendy, who had been kneeling in the magic circle with her eyes closed, opened her eyes and looked at Natsu and Lucy and others not far away and said, "In Eastern terms, it means that the obsession has ended." Obsession has ended. After hearing Wendy's explanation, Lucy complained with a stunned face. "We didn't do anything, just listen to the unreliable Emerald Dragon Kilconis 08, does this count as obsession? How much does that guy want to find someone to chat?" However, after complaining, everyone present fell into silence again. Just now, even Natsu, who had always been very jumpy, did not interrupt the words of Emerald Dragon Kilconis because the information revealed by Emerald Dragon Kilconis was too shocking. The information and achievements about the Dragon Slayer recorded in history are actually all true. What could be more believable than the affirmation made by a dead dragon soul from 400 years ago? Just by listening to the trembling tone of the Emerald Dragon Kilconis when he talked about the Dragon Slayer, you can feel how much the Emerald Dragon Kilconis fears the Dragon Slayer. The kind of fear engraved in the depths of the soul, which is still difficult to forget even after death, is something that no one present has ever seen. That Dragon Slayer, turns out, is really that powerful. Lucy looked at the companions around her who suddenly fell into silence and said a little dryly, "So powerful that even the dragons who ruled the world 400 years ago were afraid of it." Yes. Natsu did not mention the challenge to Ji Yun at this time, and said seriously, "That guy is really strong. Stronger than ever before. Don't worry, I don't think Mr. Dragon Slayer is a bad guy." Wendy looked at her companions who were a little worried and comforted them. "Didn't Mr. Dragon Slayer save Urza in the battle between Urza and Tartaros Hades Marred Gear last time? I think everyone will definitely not become enemies, right? Who knows?" Gajiel said lightly beside her. "I can feel that guy is a guy who does whatever he wants. Even if one day, that guy suddenly wants to destroy the world, I don't think it's impossible." As Gajiel's voice fell, everyone present fell into silence again. Ji-Yu-Ku, the pressure brought to everyone by this Dragon Slayer is too great. Just as the evaluation of Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer in history, a person without ambition but extremely dangerous. Everyone, including Natsu, subconsciously expects that there will be no day to be an enemy of Ji Yun. But who knows what will happen in the future? Boom, accompanied by a huge roar. Ji Yun once again casually knocked Future Rogue, who had completely exploded and activated the White Shadow Dragon mode, away. "So I'm saying, how come you want to be crazy and pretend to be awesome when you're so weak? White Shadow Dragon mode, you should know how others should call me, or how you call me. Although it's called dragon killing magic, it's actually just the power that the dragons lend to humans, a magic that can hurt dragons. I've killed countless dragons, and you can't even turn into a dragon, how can I take you seriously?" Looking at the Future Rogue who was lying in the deep pit and unable to move after smashing a huge hole in the ground, he smiled and said, "Also, old friend, You've been watching this guy for so long, aren't you going to come out and reminisce with me? Or, why do you think I let a guy who doesn't know the height of the world jump in front of me for so long? White Dragon, Wyslaja and Shadow Dragon, Skiadram. As Ji Yun's voice fell, the future rogue who was lying in the center of the pit with a face of despair and staring at the dark sky in a daze suddenly stood up from the center of the pit again, looking at him in disbelief. Ji Yun said, "What are you talking about? Wyslaja and Skiadram were killed by me and Sting a long time ago." I said, "Can your IQ be any more touching?" Ji Yun looked at Rogue, who was looking at his future with disbelief, and said with a smile, "Don't even mention you when you were a child. Even now you may not be able to break the dragon's defense, let alone kill it. You are really crazy. Also, aren't the White Dragon Wyslaja and the Shadow Dragon Skiadram ready to come out? You should know me better and know that I am very patient." Quote, Ji Yun did not continue to speak after he finished speaking, but waited quietly. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Just when future Rogue could not bear the shock and expectation in his heart and wanted to say something, two sighs came from future Rogue's body. After hearing these two sighs, future Rogue froze for a moment. Future Rogue clearly distinguished that one of the two sighs coming from his body was the sigh of Skiadram, the shadow dragon who raised him since childhood. Chapter 70. Hypocritical, 4/4. Please subscribe automatically. As two long sighs fell, future Rogue's heart could not stop beating fast. The fast-beating heart made future Rogue feel suffocated and he knelt down gasping for breath. The blood in his body began to boil slowly, and all parts of his body trembled with the beating of his heart, as if something was about to come out of his body. Feeling this, future Rogue suddenly understood what was going on. In fact, future Rogue had been wondering for a long time. The power of the dragon was so strong, and the dragon had such great power. Why could he kill the dragon that raised him when he was so weak? Even if the dragon really lay still and let him kill it, it would be impossible. Now, future Rogue understood everything. The shadow dragon Skiadram had never disappeared, but had been watching him grow in his body. Sting's dragon Wyslaja is the same. This is. Future Rogue simply covered his chest, looked at Ji Yun with a look of horror and said, Skiadram and Wyslaja are in my body. Always in my. Before future Rogue could continue to say anything, two beams of light burst out from future Rogue, one as deep as a black hole, and one as warm as holy light. Then two huge figures appeared in the sky, which were the shadow dragon Skiadram and the white dragon Wyslaja that had been lurking in future Rogue's body. Originally, when future Rogue provoked him, Ji Yun was going to kill future Rogue directly, but when Ji Yun was about to do it, he suddenly felt two very familiar breaths from future Rogue's body, which were the breaths of the white dragon Wyslaja and the shadow dragon Skiadram, so future Jay could jump so much in front of Ji Yuku. Back then, Ji Yun did receive a little favor from the coexistence faction dragon clan, especially when he was not strong. The virtuous dragon Belsarion once protected Ji Yun had been in the dragon tribe for a long time. Otherwise, Ji Yun would not have listened to the persuasion of the coexistence faction dragon tribe and made a concession at the beginning. Although the concession was related to Ji Yun's strength not reaching the level of invincibility at that time. However, it was more of Ji Yun giving face to the coexistence faction dragon tribe. It was just a pity that the opposition dragon tribe behind still wanted to kill Ji Yun, and some unknown coexistence faction dragon tribes came to take sides, but Ji Yun killed them all directly. So, it would be very troublesome if the reminder was too big. Looking at the white dragon and shadow dragon that appeared in the sky, Hengku casually waved his hand around and arranged a super large illusion magic to cover up all the movements here. Because Ji Yun had been studying illusion magic to make the holographic virtual magic movie device in his imagination for the past month, Ji Yun's mastery of illusion magic can be said to have made great progress. The battle between Ji Yun and the future Rogue just now was also because Ji Yun casually arranged a small illusion magic so that people did not notice the movements of Ji Yun. Ji Yun, I didn't expect that after 400 years, you have become even more unfathomable. The shadow dragon Skiadram looked at Ji Yun standing on the ground and sighed. It's really hard to imagine that you, who used forbidden magic and consumed so much vitality, can still live to this day. It's really unbelievable. The white dragon Wiselaja next to him sighed after hearing the sigh of the shadow dragon Skiadram. I originally came to the Eclipse Gate 400 years later to avoid you, but I didn't expect you to be alive. It's really disappointing. Of course, how could I die so easily? Ji Yu Yun looked at the white dragon and shadow dragon flying in the sky and sighed a little with some nostalgia, then looked at the white dragon and said with a smile, but I really didn't expect that Wiselaja would be in this guy's body. If I remember correctly, it seems that he killed Sting in the future. It seems that you are still the same as before, and you are still so sanctimonious. Speaking of this, Ji Yu Yun's eyes turned cold. Even among the so-called coexistence dragons, not all of them are wholeheartedly for the good of mankind, otherwise there wouldn't be so many coexistence dragons who would take Ji Yu Yun's side. After all, dragons are born high and mighty, how can they coexist peacefully with humans? Even if they can be equal on the surface, most of the dragons still put themselves in a very high position in their hearts. The only difference from the opposition dragons is that the coexistence dragons are not so bloodthirsty. There are very few dragons who are truly good for mankind and can truly treat humans as equals. Ji Yu Yun killed so many dragons and only saw two, the virtuous dragon Belsarion, Good King, and the fire dragon King Igneal. Most of the other coexistence dragons are just very close to a certain human, just like Ji Yu Yun. If anyone makes Ji Yu Yun upset, Ji Yu Yun will kill him with a knife. But if it's Urza or Irene, if it were so, then it might be different. This is called the difference between close and distant. In the eyes of most of the coexistence dragons, except for a few very few humans, most humans are not as important as their own people. The reason why the dragons in the original book became like that was because they were really angry. Therefore, 400 years ago, Ji Yu Yun would kill all the coexistence dragons and opposition dragons as long as they blocked him, regardless of whether they were coexistence dragons or opposition dragons. He forced the dragons that were about to have a civil war to unite and fight the boss. Chapter 71. Awakening 1/4. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. Well, the Black Dragon Acknowledge awakens, I beg all the readers to subscribe automatically. Closing square bracket. But even so, it is still useless, and Ji Yu Yun still beats the whole place. Now after seeing the white dragon Wiselaja emerging from the future rogue's body, Ji Yu Yun is even more certain of this. He is cold-hearted by nature. Or in other words, he has taken the point of, people who are not of my kind must have different hearts, to the extreme. The dragons, who are born with extremely powerful strength, find it difficult to take humans, who are as weak as ants, seriously. Even though humans, ants, are no different from dragons in terms of intelligence. But it is precisely because of this equality in intelligence that the dragons feel more pleasure in abusing humans. To be honest, when Ji Yu Yun was on Earth before, he always thought that the future rogue could kill Sting, because in the Tartaros chapter, everyone used up their last disposable power to eliminate the Feis on the entire continent. Now it seems that this is not the case. Moreover, in the original work, when the great demon director Wu was in the era of the invasion of 10,000 dragons in the future Lucy, Natsu and others did not see the fire dragon King Igneal and others come out even if they died in the final battle. There are many problems worth exploring, such as the coexistence faction dragons do not love humans as much as imagined. After all, 400 years ago, it was humans who betrayed the dragons who taught them the magic of dragon slaying. There is nothing we can do about it. After hearing Ji Yu Yun's ridicule, the white dragon Wiselaja was silent for a while. The situation was very complicated at the time, and the white dragon Wiselaja had no chance to save Sting from the hands of the future rogue. When everything was over, Sting had already died in the hands of the future rogue. After careful consideration and the persuasion of the shadow dragon Skiadram, they decided to move into the body of the future rogue. After all, the shadow dragon Skiadram could not just stand by and watch him kill Rogue to help Sting get revenge. This is how future Rogue's white shadow dragon mode is obtained, which is different from Natsu and Gajil's dual attribute mode. In addition, future Rogue's white shadow dragon mode can be maintained if the magic power is sufficient, while Natsu and Gajil are almost there. So, why did you call us out? Shadow dragon Skiadram was not willing to talk about this topic, and said to Ji Yu Yun, "You should also know that this is our last strength now, and it will disappear completely after this time." "Nothing. I just saw two old friends suddenly, which made me a little interested. Ji Yun looked at Shadow Dragon and said with a smile, by the way, I am a little curious about why the white dragon is in this guy's body. Now it seems that you two guys are more cold-hearted than most of the coexistence dragons. You can actually watch your adopted son being killed by someone. As for the problem of disappearing after appearing once. Quote, at this point, Ji Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the future rogue who had been in a daze, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Do you think he can still live after making me unhappy? While speaking, Ji Yun slowly raised his right hand, pointed it in the direction of the future rogue, and chuckled. Instead of being wasted by me in the end, it's better to come out and chat casually, what do you think? The huge pressure rose from Ji Yun, and the pupils of the Shadow Dragon Skiadram and the White Dragon Weislaja suddenly shrank, revealing an unbelievable look in their eyes. How can you still have such a powerful strength? Feeling the oppression coming from Ji Yun, the Shadow Dragon Skiadram said with horror, and you are more terrifying than 400 years ago. Have you completed your life history? Who knows? Ji Yun chuckled after hearing what the Shadow Dragon Skiadram said. A sword with an extremely cold aura appeared in the air. Ji Yun directly took the cold sword and slashed it in the direction of the Shadow Dragon, the White Dragon and the future rogue. A dazzling light appeared in the sight of the Shadow Dragon Skiadram, the White Dragon Weislaja and the future rogue. However, after the extreme light, there is endless darkness. Oh. At the same time, in a hidden corner of the Ishgar continent, a sleeping dragon with a black body and strange patterns on its black body seemed to feel something and slowly opened its eyes. The breath of the dragon. The black dragon with strange patterns murmured to himself, I didn't expect that there are still dragons in the world. It seems that there are still some fish that slipped through the net 400 years ago. Quote, speaking of this extremely strange black dragon was about to stand up, but just before it stood up, it paused in confusion, thought for a while, and then lay down again. Disappeared. There is no way to sense the dragon's breath anymore, is it an illusion? After not feeling the dragon's breath it had just sensed, this black dragon with strange patterns slowly closed its extremely empty eyes again and fell into a deep sleep again. This is the only fully dragonized dragon slayer in history, the black dragon Aknologia, known as the Wings of the End. 400 years ago, because he followed Ji Yun and picked up a lot of bargains and devoured a lot of dragon corpses, the dragon-killing magic, darkness, he learned underwent a qualitative change. It began a state that all dragons had never thought of. Dragonization. From a human, he became a dragon, possessing the power of a dragon, and even far surpassing that of a dragon. Chapter 72. Prelude 2 quarters, please subscribe automatically. As Aknologia continued to devour dragon corpses behind Ji Yun, his teeth gradually turned into fangs, and his body unknowingly grew dragon scales. While being a dragon, he possessed dark wings that did not belong to dragons. After Ji Yun completely crippled the dragons, the black dragon Aknologia continued to hunt the lone dragons. When the dragons found out that something was wrong, they had completely lost the power to resist. The dragon corpses that Natsu, Lucy, Wendy and others found in the underground of the Great Demon Director martial arts competition were killed by the black dragon Aknologia. Two dragons, and that guy who looked very powerful, just like that, they were killed like that. The future Lucy, who had been watching the battle in a daze, was shocked when she saw Ji Yun kill the Shadow Dragon Skiadram, the White Dragon Weislaja and the future rogue in one blow. Although she had guessed it in her heart when she saw Ji Yun shatter the magic spirit power with one sword, when the scene she guessed in her heart really appeared in front of her, future Lucy couldn't help but be shocked. So what? After hearing the shock of future Lucy next to her, Ji Yun shrugged indifferently and said, have you forgotten what you called me just now? It seems so. After thinking of Ji Yun's terrible record and title recorded in history, future Lucy also became suddenly aware. After all, this is the Dragon Slayer, who killed the dragons who dominated the world 400 years ago and frightened them. If he couldn't even easily deal with 2 dragons, how could Ji Yun be recorded in history, and how could he frighten the world's overlord dragon clan 400 years ago? But, Mr. Dragon Slayer, what should we do next? There is such a big commotion here, the people from the Kingdom of Fury will come here soon. Future Lucy looked at the shadow dragon, the white dragon and the future rogue who were cut in half by Ji Yun and said a little strangely, "No, there is such a big commotion, the army of the Kingdom of Austria should have appeared a long time ago." While speaking, Future Lucy looked at the surrounding environment strangely. From the attack of Future Rogue on Ji Yun just now to the appearance of two extremely conspicuous figures, the Black Dragon Skiadram and the White Dragon Weislaja, it has always been very quiet, and not even one person heard the commotion here and came to check the situation. Okay. No one will come to check the situation. After hearing what Future Lucy said, Ji Yun waved his hand impatiently and said, "These two conspicuous guys will disappear by themselves when it's almost dawn. As for the other guy from the future, is it strange that someone suddenly died in such a big city?" After that, Ji Yun ignored Future Lucy and returned to his room and closed the door. Looking at Ji Yun who returned to the room, Future Lucy opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something or ask something, but in the end she didn't say it or ask it. After thoroughly seeing Ji Yun's powerful strength, Future Lucy always had a huge doubt in her heart, why Ji Yun didn't exist in the future where she was. If the Dragon Slayer was not just a myth recorded in historical materials when the 10,000 dragons invaded, but was a real existence like now, perhaps all the results would be different. It seems that I really don't need to worry about anything. Future Lucy laughed at herself and muttered to herself, "Besides, what's the use of my heart?" Thinking of this, Future Lucy was disappointed, turned around and disappeared into the darkness. After crossing from the future to here, Future Lucy has been trying to find a way to solve the problem of the invasion of 10,000 dragons, but she couldn't come up with a good solution until the end. Now that she feels that the invasion of 10,000 dragons doesn't seem to need her to worry about it, Future Lucy suddenly became confused, not knowing what the meaning of coming from the future to the present through the eclipse gate is. 0. Confused and not knowing what she should do next, after hesitating for 10 times, she subconsciously walked towards the temporary residence of the Fairy Tale Guild in the main capital of Fury. Perhaps, only Fairy Tale can make Future Lucy feel a little warmth and comfort. Previously, she was busy with the problem of the invasion of 10,000 dragons, and Future Lucy had no time to see her former companions. She could only see Natsu and others fighting on the live screen of the Great Magician. Now that she doesn't have to worry about the next thing, it might be a good choice to meet her former companions. Gradually, Future Lucy, who was a little lost, slowly became lighter. She turned her attention to Ji Yun again. Ji Yun didn't care what Future Lucy was feeling. After all, in Ji Yun's view, what Future Lucy was worried about was just a joke to him. Ji Yun even had his own little thoughts about the Eclipse Gate, such as hunting dragons of various attributes to obtain the dragon magic crystals of the corresponding attributes in the dragon's bodies, and using them to synthesize magic spirit power. Would the quality of magic spirit power be greatly improved? You know, dragon magic crystals are very precious things. Each dragon magic crystal can be a rare dragon slayer. It is too extravagant to use dragon magic crystals to synthesize magic spirit power. However, Ji Yun felt that this was something worth trying. Thinking of this, Ji Yun's mouth curled up slightly, and he murmured to himself, "It's really exciting. When the magic power changes from liquid to solid, what surprising changes will happen?" In this way, time quickly came to the 5th day of the Great Magic Director Wu, which was also the last day of the Great Magic Director Wu. Chapter 73. Secret Magic. Fairy's Heart 3/4. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. Well, I beg all the big guys to give me the automatic subscription. The last day of the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Competition is a full member survival battle. A total of 6 teams are placed in a specific city venue to fight. As for why there are 6 teams, one of the teams, Raven Tail, was removed from the list. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, the 2 participating teams of the Fairy Tale Guild were reorganized into one team. As the last day of the Great Demon Director Martial Arts arrived, the Emerald Princess of the Kingdom of Fury also began her own plan and ordered the captain of the kingdom's army to capture Lucy. Faced with this situation, Fairy Tale could only let Juvia replace Natsu to participate in the finals, while Natsu, Mirajan, Wendy Lucy and others sneaked into the palace to rescue Lucy. Well, that's right, the captured Lucy is 653, Lucy from the future. Although it is Lucy from the future, Fairy Tale is not going to pretend that nothing has happened, but to prepare for rescue as in the original book. Even, it is ready to go to war with the Kingdom of Fury. Fairy Tale has this ability. To be honest, sometimes even Ji Yun himself would envy the members of Fairy Tale. There is one thing that cannot be denied, that is, Fairy Tale can indeed give people a kind of warmth that they have never felt before. At the Grand Magic Martial Arts Conference, in the audience of the Fairy Tale Wizards Guild, Wanlong, Makarov sat on the wall with a serious face thinking about what future Lucy said last night, thinking about the memories that future Lucy said. Makarov sighed softly. Yesterday, future Lucy decided to return to the Fairy Tale Station after mustering up her courage. After coming to this past world for so long, future Lucy's heart is actually quite tired. Only the fairy tale that has been completely destroyed in her memory can make future Lucy feel a little relaxed and comfortable from the bottom of her heart. Then naturally, all the members of the Fairy Tale Guild were shocked. They never thought that 10 Lucy from the future would appear in front of them. Lucy told everyone in Fairy Tale everything she knew. After hearing the future described by Lucy, Makarov has been looking a little worried like he is now. After all, unlike Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer, dragons are still very scary and terrifying to other people. And no one will forget the powerlessness of the Black Dragon Aknologia in Tinlong Island 7 years ago. The appearance of 10,000 dragons will be more intimidating than the Black Dragon Aknologia anyway. Little Makarov, are you still thinking about what happened yesterday? Seeing Makarov sitting on the wall of the audience with a serious face, Fairy Tale's first president Mavis floated over slowly and said, "If it doesn't work, use that. 10,000 dragons have exceeded the limit of any force in existence. It is definitely not something that can be solved by fighting desperately. Even the Dragon Slayer did not kill 10,000 dragons 400 years ago. If there are really 10,000 dragons after today, then the only thing we can do is to use that. Only by using that can we have the ability to resist or even annihilate in front of 10,000 dragons." First generation. After hearing Mavis' words, Makarov, who was originally thinking seriously, suddenly raised his head and looked at Mavis, asked with a look of horror, "Do you want to use that?" Of course, once you use that, even 10,000 dragons or even 100,000 dragons can be easily killed. But, you know it yourself, first generation, once you use that, everything will be irreversible, and no one knows what changes will happen to the world at that time. 1. That endless magic power may even directly lead to the destruction of the world. I know, Makarov. Mavis looked at Makarov with a look of horror and smiled gently, looked at the blue sky, and said, "That is the hope of Fairy Tale. From the day that it appears, the meaning of its existence is to protect Fairy Tale, isn't it, Makarov? If even Fairy Tale, if you can't even protect your family, then what's the point of having that?" Hearing this, Makarov took a deep breath, fell silent, and his eyes began to flicker. I don't know how long it took, but Makarov's flickering eyes became firm. If the Fairy Tale Guild will be destroyed and the members of Fairy Tale will be destroyed, then even if the world is destroyed and we are enemies of the world, what does it matter? I know, first generation. Looking at the upcoming Grand Magic Martial Arts Finals, Makarov said word by word, "If there is really no way to resist a desperate situation, we will use it. We will use our Fairy Tale's secret magic, Lumen Starlight, Fairy Heart. No one can hurt my children. No one can make my children cry in despair, even if it is 10,000 desperate dragons." Thinking of the crying of Lucy in the future last night, Makarov's eyes, which seemed very gentle, became more fierce than ever. Mavis 3.1 just smiled at Makarov and didn't say anything. "Yuri, worried and Precht, did you see that? Fairy Tale, I don't know when it became such a great guild." With the announcement, the finals of the last day of the Grand Magic Director Martial Arts officially began. However, neither Mavis nor Makarov noticed that their conversation was inadvertently heard by Ji Wei, who was performing a small-scale child-sensing magic not far away. Interesting. Ji Yun looked at Mavis and Makarov not far away and touched his chin, muttering to himself with interest. The Heart of the Fairy. Chapter 74. The martial arts performance ends. 4 quarters. Please subscribe automatically. To be honest, Ji Yun really didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. Today, Ji Yun's main purpose was just to come and watch Urza's game and take a few close-up photos of Urza. That's why Ji Yun used illusion magic around himself so that no one around him could detect his existence. After all, the organizer of the great magic martial arts would not let a guy who was not a participant break into the competition venue. But he didn't expect to hear the conversation between Makarov and Mavis when passing by the audience seats where the Fairy Tale Guild was located, and heard an incredible existence. In fact, as a guy who has read the original on Earth, Ji Yun also knows that there are 4 major magics in the Fairy Tale Guild, namely the 3 major super magics that are displayed in the open and the secret great magic that is absolutely hidden and only the presidents of the past can know. There is no need to say much about the 3 major Super 08 magics that are displayed in the open, namely the Fairy Law, the Fairy Glory and the Fairy Ball. These have no attraction to Ji Yun at all, but the other one is not necessarily. The secret magic of Fairy Tale is the supreme secret that cannot be told. It is also the ultimate weapon of Fairy Tale, which can definitely give hope to Fairy Tale when it is desperate. Lumen Starlight, also known as the Myth of Light, is actually the heart of the fairy. The heart of the fairy is constructed with Mavis's body as the core, and her heart will continue to beat after her death. In order to revive Mavis, the second-generation president of Fairy Tale, Precht, used various dark magic resurrection techniques on Mavis, but they did not work. It must be said that Precht is indeed a genius, and even Zirf praises him. Precht relied on half of his life and talent and the life-sustaining ability brought by Mavis, immortality. The two merged to produce magic that no one can understand, permanent magic, the heart of the fairy. As the name suggests, it will never be exhausted, and can have endless power and magic, but there is no way to control it. It is a bit similar to the immortality magic studied by Ji Yun, which contains the concept of endless and endless. Endless magic, I don't know if it's true. If it is, then maybe it will solve a big problem for me. Looking at Mavis and Makarov not far away, Ji Yun just pondered for a while. In the fairy tale world, the magic and vitality in the wizard's body are closely intertwined. If the magic is consumed too much, it will fall into a negative and weak state, and may even suffer from the terminal disease of magic asthenia. When Ji Yun just crossed over 400 years ago and didn't realize the cruelty of the world, he often opened up all kinds of brain holes, such as finding the spatial coordinates to return to the Earth through the study of space magic and then actively crossing the space. After all, since he has crossed over to the world of fairy tale, it means that the Earth must exist. Even if there is no way to return to the Earth, it is also very good to travel through time and space, travel to various worlds, and see various worlds, but this idea was quickly dispelled by Ji Yun because of the magic aspect. No one can guarantee that the new world will have the required magic power. If there is no magic power, then the magic power in Ji Yun's body will be used up little by little and will not be replenished at all. Even if Ji Yun has now developed a semi-finished immortality magic to greatly increase the vitality in his body, it is not safe to exchange magic power with vitality. Now, if it can be confirmed that the heart function of the secret magic fairy in the Fairy Tale Guild really has endless magic power as described, then Ji Yun may just take some time to study space magic. But that is all for the future. The most important thing at present is to take a picture of Urza's handsome appearance as a souvenir. Thinking of this, Ji Yun no longer paid attention to Mavis and Makarov not far away, and jumped directly to the competition area of the Grand Magic Martial Arts Arena. At this time, the final of the last day of the Grand Magic Martial Arts has begun. Everything is not much different from the battle situation in the original book. Not long after the finals started, the 4 hounds of the Wizard Guild, who were relatively backward in strength and unlucky, were knocked down and eliminated first. Then it was Blue Pegasus. Although Blue Pegasus was indeed very strong, if it was not a very serious occasion, it was just for fun. So after the 4 hounds appeared, Blue Pegasus was quickly knocked out by all its members and became the second Wizard Guild to be completely eliminated. As time passed, the sky gradually became darker, and the competition area of the Grand Magic Martial Arts Arena became more and more intense. The Wizard Guild's Mermaid Eyes and Snake Princess Scales were eliminated one after another. In the end, only Fairy Tale, the strongest Wizard Guild in Fury Kingdom 7 years ago, and Swordbite Tiger, the strongest Wizard Guild in Fury Kingdom now, were left. Needless to say, The final result was that when the bright moon appeared in the sky, Fairy Tail won the final victory. On the other hand, Natsu and others in the Lantern Palace of the Royal Palace of the Kingdom of Fury also made very smooth progress. Without the interference of the future rogue, they successfully rescued the captured future Lucy from the hands of the kingdom's army. In short, the annual Great Magic Director Martial Arts competition of the Kingdom of Fury came to a successful conclusion at this moment. Just after the final result of the Great Magic Director Martial Arts competition came out, the Emerald Princess, who had been quietly waiting for the result in the Lantern Palace of the Royal Palace, finally took further action. It seems that the future man did not lie to me. Looking at the Fairy Tail and his group standing proudly on the magic screen, the Emerald Princess said with a serious face, "It seems that soon 10,000 dragons will invade this country." Chapter 75. Eclipse Gate 1/4. Please subscribe automatically. Your Highness, what should we do next? After hearing what Princess Emerald said, the Defense Minister of the Kingdom of Fury, Dayton, a short old man who had been standing not far from Princess Emerald, asked with a worried look on his face, "Our country does not seem to have enough power to fight against 10,000 dragons." "Don't worry about that." Princess Emerald looked at Minister Dayton with a worried look on his face and said with a smile, "In addition to telling me some information about the future, that future man also told me another use of the Eclipse Gate. Originally, our Eclipse plan was to use the Eclipse Gate to travel through time and go back to the past to kill Zerf, so now we can use another use of the Eclipse Gate to open the Eclipse Cannon. After 7 years of continuous collection and accumulation of magic power, the Eclipse Gate has already accumulated a considerable amount of magic power. At that time, we only need to release it in one go towards the location of the 10,000 dragons, and then we can destroy the 10,000 dragons. Since it has been confirmed that the information that Future Rogue told her is correct, Princess Emerald naturally believes in the other information that Future Rogue revealed about herself. She believed in the so-called Eclipse Cannon 100%, believing that even if there were really 10,000 dragons appearing in her country, she could destroy them with the Eclipse Cannon released by the Eclipse Gate. After saying that, Princess Emerald quickly rushed towards the central square. Because the Fairy Tail Guild's participating team had an increasing advantage in the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference, and even won the first place in the Swordbite Tiger yesterday, so before the end of yesterday's competition, Princess Emerald had basically confirmed that the things that Future Rogue told her were true. So she had already secretly prepared people to move the Eclipse Gate from underground to the central square to launch the Eclipse Cannon against Fang Long, who might appear at any time. It must be said that Princess Emerald was brainwashed very thoroughly by Future Rogue. At the same time, on the other side of the Wadang Palace, Natsu and others who were responsible for rescuing Future Lucy finally defeated the Hungry Wolf Knights of the Kingdom of Fury with great effort, and took Future Lucy all the way out of the underground Naraku Palace of Wadang Palace. Because there was no Future Rogue to help solve the problem of the Hungry Wolf Knights, it took Natsu and the others a little longer to get rid of the Hungry Wolf Knights than in the original book. Of course, also because Future Rogue was killed by Ji Yu-yun yesterday, Future Lucy did not die in the Wadang Palace, but followed Natsu and the others out of the Wadang Palace and came to a place she would never forget. "It's here," Future Lucy said to her companions and her past self. "When I lost consciousness and woke up again, it was in this place." The palace had collapsed, and there were flames everywhere. The moon in the sky was extremely scarlet. Quote, "At that time, there were countless dragons flying in the sky, and there were many corpses around, including Mr. Ichia of Blue Pegasus and Mr. Jura of Lamia Scale. Everyone was dead. As she revisited the old place, Future Lucy, who had become a little more open-minded because of seeing her companions again, once again fell into fear and despair about the future. Although Ji Yu-yun personally killed 2 giant dragons in front of Future Lucy yesterday, Future Lucy still didn't believe that Ji Yu-yun could fight against 10,000 dragons. But at this moment, Future Lucy felt a warm hand touching her hair, and feeling the warmth in the palm, the fear in Future Lucy's heart calmed down a little. "Lucy." After hearing what Future Lucy said, Natsu beside her said seriously, "Even if we don't know what will happen tomorrow, or even after a while, it doesn't matter. We are doing our best to live in the present, this moment. Don't worry, I will always be with you and won't leave you alone. Anyway, let's go to the central square to meet the old man and the others." Our fairy tale will definitely be the first place, and there will be a very generous bonus at that time. Natsu. Future Lucy looked at Natsu with a bright smile, and her eyes were a little dazed, as if she saw the figure in her memory that was finally swallowed by the flames and never stood up again, and then she nodded. Yeah. As time passed, the night became darker and darker. The bright moon in the sky slowly moved above everyone's heads. If you can observe carefully at this time, you can even observe a trace of blood hidden in the bright moonlight. Princess Emerald also explained some things about the Eclipse Gate to all the wizards present. Natsu and others also returned to the team with Future Lucy and listened to Princess Emerald's explanation. Everyone knew that soon there would be 10,000 dragons appearing in the sky of the Kingdom of Fury, the kings to attack the Kingdom of Fury, and began to plan for the battle preparations later. Even in Ji Yun's opinion, these preparations are useless. Except for a few dragon slayers who can hurt the dragons, other magicians, even the magicians of the 10 holy magicians, cannot break the skin of the dragons. It's almost time. If the Eclipse Gate is not opened, then I will really be a little sleepy. Half lying on the lawn not far from the Eclipse Gate, Ji Yun looked at the bright moon in the sky with a hint of blood, and then looked at the densely packed magicians not far away and yawned slightly. If it weren't for the celestial spirit magician needed to open the Eclipse Gate, Ji Yun would have done it himself. Chapter 76. Coming 2 quarters, please subscribe automatically. The following things naturally became simpler. Except for the addition of a dumbfounded Future Lucy and the loss of a future rogue full of ambition and conspiracy, everything was not much different from the original. After encouraging the morale of the wizards in the Wizard Guild as per international practice, Princess Emerald did not waste any more time and directly chose to open the Eclipse Gate, which had accumulated magic power for 7 years. The gate, which was tens of meters high, slowly opened, revealing a misty light inside the gate. No one could reveal what the misty light was like after seeing the light. However, based on Princess Emerald's previous description, everyone subconsciously imagined that there must be a super large magic cannon in the misty light in the Eclipse Gate, which could instantly release huge magic power and kill all enemies. However, just as everyone was waiting with confidence, the eyes of Future Lucy and Lucy suddenly changed at this moment, and a feeling of extreme uneasiness kept emerging from their hearts. This inexplicable feeling was something Lucy and Future Lucy had never felt before. It was as if there was a voice in their hearts constantly reminding them to quickly close the gate of the Eclipse Gate. Otherwise, something terrible would happen. And Future Lucy and Lucy also noticed that the bright moon above their heads had turned scarlet at some point, and the scarlet light made Future Lucy and Lucy feel uncomfortable from the bottom of their hearts. The gate of the Eclipse Gate must be closed, otherwise something very bad would happen. This was the thought that Future Lucy and Lucy had in their minds at this moment. Future Lucy and Lucy didn't know that a giant dragon would come out of the Eclipse Gate. They just simply felt that they had to close the Eclipse Gate. Just as Future Lucy and Lucy were preparing to act, they were horrified to find that their bodies were imprisoned at this moment. Not only could they not move their bodies, but they couldn't even open their mouths to speak. How can I let you two close this door like this? After waving his hand at the Future Lucy and Lucy's location to release a space confinement, Ji Yun looked at the completely opened Eclipse Gate and chuckled. You know, there are many precious materials on the dragon. This time, releasing more dragons should save me a lot of trouble. Although Ji Yun has killed countless dragons along the way, there's one thing Ji Yun has to admit, that the dragons in the fairy tale world can indeed be called the darlings of the world. They are born with extremely strong bodies and extremely huge magic power, and the magic power in their bodies is much stronger than that of humans in terms of quality and top. Ji Yun also relied on his imagination to create a way to actively absorb magic power and refine the quality of magic power, and finally he was able to slowly hurt or even kill the dragon. Under normal circumstances, no matter how hard humans try, they can't cause even a little damage to dragons. After all, as mentioned before, in the fairy tale world, except for a few rare opportunities, the magic power of most people is fixed from birth, grows with growth, and begins to decline after reaching the peak of the body. And no matter how talented humans are, they can never compare to the dragons with powerful magic power at birth. That's why Ji Yun wanted to kill some dragons to see if he could get some materials he might need. After all, Dragons are the best in the fairy tale world in terms of strength and other aspects. As an enemy, they are very powerful and terrifying. If they are used as materials or food, they are also very satisfactory, especially the magic crystal that condenses the essence of the dragon race. Ji Yun is already a little impatient to try it out. What is the difference between the magic spirit power extracted from the dragon magic crystal? Just like that, in the horrified eyes of everyone except Ji Yun, the dragon slowly appeared from the Eclipse Gate. No one expected that what emerged from the Eclipse Gate was not the Eclipse Cannon that Princess Emerald had mentioned before, but the dragons that had disappeared from the continent for hundreds of years. How could it be? Princess Emerald looked at the giant dragons that slowly came out of the Eclipse Gate one after another in front of her with a look of astonishment, and said, "Why would the dragons come out of the Eclipse Gate? That future person deceived me." Princess Emerald could never have imagined that Future Rogue would deceive herself in this way, and she could not imagine what benefits Future Rogue could gain by deceiving herself in this way. Of course, Princess Emerald could not have imagined that Future Rogue, the future person, had already died. As the giant dragons slowly came out of the Eclipse Gate one after another, an unprecedented sense of suffocation emerged in the hearts of everyone present. It's really scary. Is this the dragon that once dominated the world? Makarov looked at the giant dragon that slowly walked out of the Eclipse Gate and murmured to himself with a serious face, "There are still 10,000 dragons like this. It's obvious that just one dragon makes people feel desperate. 10,000 dragons like this. Even when I fought with the Black Dragon on Tinlong Island, I didn't feel this desperate." Similarly, Mavis, who had been standing next to Makarov, also regretted with a serious face at this time. "I should have thought of it a long time ago. The purpose of the Eclipse Gate is obviously to travel through time. How could it have an attack method like the Eclipse Cannon? I'm afraid this princess was deceived by someone and connected the Eclipse Gate with the era when the Dragon Clan was still active. But, what is the purpose of this person doing this?" Chapter 77. The Era of Dragons as Kings 3/4. Please subscribe automatically. We must quickly view this dangerous gate. After seeing dragons slowly coming out of the open Eclipse Gate, this was the thought of everyone present except Ji Yun. However, the Eclipse Gate is not so easy to close after it is opened before the accumulated magic power is exhausted, unless the celestial spirit keys of the zodiac can be used at the same time to summon all the celestial spirits. However, the future Lucy and Lucy were completely imprisoned by Ji Yun using space magic, and the Emerald Princess, who is also a celestial spirit wizard, was in a state of trance. In this way, as more and more dragons came out of the Eclipse Gate, the army of the Kingdom of Fury and various wizard guilds also retreated again and again, and slowly the Eclipse Gate was full of dragons. Just this moment, the number of dragons that came out of the Eclipse Gate far exceeded the 7 dragons in the original book, reaching more than 20, and as time went on, the number of dragons coming out of the Eclipse Gate continued to increase. This is a bit rare. Looking at the dragons that kept coming out of the Eclipse Gate, Ji Yun just let out a slight exclamation and muttered to himself, "It seems that these dozens of dragons are all gathered together, and there are not even dozens of dragons. It may be a bit exaggerated to say that there are tens of thousands of dragons, but hundreds or even thousands should be possible. Maybe because the dragon race is too favored by God, even though the dragon race has the power that other races are unlikely to get from birth. The overall number of dragons has indeed not increased. It has always maintained a number of just over 10,000, and even after Yun's massacre, the number of dragons once approached 3 digits, so when the dragons had not yet fallen 400 years ago, it was rare to see dozens of dragons or even more gathering together, even before Ji and the Black Dragon's double massacre. In addition, the dragons are really huge and it is really inconvenient to squeeze together. So if there is nothing very necessary, the dragons are usually busy with their own things and rarely gather together. If 2 or 3, 4 or 5, or even 7 or 8 get together to reminisce about the past, it is still common sense, but if dozens of them appear together, then it is a big problem. Something very important must have happened to the dragons. Gently touching his chin, looking at the dragons Ji who kept coming out of the Eclipse Gate, Yun started to think. Where is this place? Compared to the humans who were always more sober, the dragons who came out of the Eclipse Gate were a little confused. looking at the humans who were surrounding him and other members of his clan with vigilance. A dragon with a body as green as emerald and 2 long whiskers on his chin said in a slightly strange way, "Why are there so many humans around? Oh, there are also many beautiful girls, which really makes me drool." This dragon who looked like a pervert no matter how he looked or heard was the dragon ghost, Emerald Dragon Kilkanis, who had been chatting with Natsu, Wendy and others in the dragon's tomb before. "Wendy, look." Natsu naturally noticed the very eye-catching Emerald Dragon Kilkanis, and directly pulled Wendy, who was not far away, and said in surprise, "Who is this dead guy? This guy is alive again." "No, he is not dead." Quote, after hearing Natsu's surprised voice, Carla, a pure white kitten standing at Wendy's feet, said seriously, "This Emerald Dragon Kilkanis probably came from the era when he was not dead yet. The era when the Dragon Clan was king and dominated the world." "What should I do?" Wendy asked in panic as she looked at the situation in front of her. "Zero. Please give me flowers." No matter how naive Wendy was, no matter how much she believed that the Dragon Clan would not be as brutal as recorded in history, she could not help but start to panic. After all, the power between humans and dragons was too unequal. This was a kind of uneasiness that kept emerging from the bottom of her heart and from the depths of her soul. "It's over." Looking at the giant dragons that continued to emerge from the Eclipse Gate, the Emerald Princess muttered to herself with a dazed look on her face, "Because of me, the Kingdom of Fury is over. It's all my fault." I easily believed what that person said. Just one dragon already gives people a feeling of extreme suffocation and oppression, let alone the situation where dozens of dragons appear in a group. Oh, if there are really 10,000 dragons, I am afraid that not only the Kingdom of Fury, but even the whole world will not be able to stop Fang Long's footsteps. Oh. Let's focus on the dragons again. Because they are not controlled by the dragon-controlling, funny magic of the future rogue as in the original book, the dragons that appeared from the Eclipse Gate did not immediately attack humans. Instead, they all looked at the humans who surrounded them with interest. In the era of 400 years ago, this situation has not occurred for a long time. When facing dragons, most humans will give up the last resistance, so that even the opposing dragons feel that playing with humans has become meaningless. Just like that strong, you have to resist to your heart's content to have fun. Kilkanis, the humans here seem very interesting. A giant dragon that appeared in the Great Demon Director Wu chapter of the original novel said to the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis not far away, "It has been a long time since I saw a human who dared to fight a dragon. Although I don't know why I appeared here, I think this place is very interesting. The humans here can become my toys." Chapter 78. It's so noisy, 4/4, please subscribe automatically. P.S. Ahahaha, let me start showing off. It's interesting. After hearing what Masha Gurea said, Emerald Dragon Kilkanis touched the 2 whiskers on his chin and said with an approving look, "But there are not enough humans like this for us to share, and they can't even fill the gaps between my teeth, what?" Before he finished speaking, Emerald Dragon Kilkanis felt an inexplicable palpitation suddenly emerge from the depths of his heart, and his originally relaxed and comfortable expression suddenly froze. He had no time to react, and a sharp pain came from his body. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar, in the eyes of everyone in shock, Emerald Dragon Kilkanis, who was just chatting and laughing with another dragon, was blown up out of thin air. The dragon that had not yet completely walked out of the Eclipse Gate was smashed back in, and then the Eclipse Gate, which had been constantly making huge noises, suddenly became quiet. The humans who were originally panicking and discussing, and the dragons who were chatting and laughing, all became quiet at this moment. Both humans and dragons looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. Such a huge dragon that exudes such a terrifying aura was kicked away out of thin air. How is it possible? Makarov looked at the situation in front of him and swallowed his saliva subconsciously, saying, "What happened to that dragon just now? Why was it suddenly thrown up? What happened at that moment just now?" At that moment just now, someone launched an attack on the abdomen of the Emerald Dragon. At that moment, the Emerald Dragon was directly thrown up by the attack, and then the dragon that had not yet completely come out of the Eclipse Gate was smashed into it. Maybe it was the mastermind who deceived the Emerald Princess who took action. Quote, after hearing Makarov's doubtful voice, Mavis explained with a serious face. It is estimated that among all the people present, only Mavis can barely understand what happened just now. However, after explaining to this point, Mavis herself became more confused. After all, judging from the situation just now, the mastermind who asked the Jade Princess to activate the Eclipse Gate to connect to the past time and space did not seem to simply want to put the dragons of 400 years ago into the present era 400 years later. Otherwise, the giant dragon with a green body would not be directly knocked away, and the giant dragon that had not yet come out of the Eclipse Gate would be smashed back to the era of 400 years ago. What is the purpose of this mastermind who deceived the Jade Princess? Mavis began to ponder. No matter how she thought about it, Mavis could not guess what the purpose of this mastermind was. The behavior of this mastermind was too strange and puzzling. Could it be, this guy wants to? Thinking of this, Mavis' pupils suddenly shrank, and she thought of a terrible possibility. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the slender figure with white hair that suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. Too slow. Ji Yun looked at the dozens of dragons standing in front of him, and casually cancelled the illusion magic that had been set up around him. He stretched lazily and chuckled. Come out one by one, hurry up. Please go back and call more dragons and fly them all over at once, okay? I'm going to fall asleep if I wait this slowly. Quote. While speaking, Ji Yun once again knocked another dragon away in front of everyone, and smashed it into the Eclipse Gate again. Although I don't know how many dragons there are on the other side of the Eclipse Gate, there must be many more than the dragons that have appeared here. If I really have to wait slowly one by one, who knows how long it will take. It is not a good choice to kill all the dragons coming over directly. What if the dragons on the other side of the Eclipse Gate know that there is a fatal danger here and don't come? As for the era of killing directly to the other side of the Eclipse Gate 400 years ago, Ji Yun directly passed it. Although it is not impossible to destroy the Dragon Clan again, Ji Yun does not want to sleep for another 400 years. 0046808308 Filu 1532411291. So, after thinking about it for a while, Ji Yun decided to use appropriate force to slap the dragons that came here back, so that after the continuous accumulation of anger, the dragons on the other side of the Eclipse Gate would definitely not sit still. Maybe if they were a little stupid, they would all rush over at once. In short, in order to harvest as many dragon magic crystals as possible, Ji Yun felt that it was necessary to wipe these dragons well. After all, they were used to being high and mighty, and it would be easy for them to explode with a little provocation. In fact, just as Ji Yun imagined, after the Emerald Dragon Kilkonis was knocked to the other side of the Eclipse Gate by Ji Yun, although the movement of the Eclipse Gate suddenly became quiet, a louder movement was soon heard. Who is it? In the depths of the Eclipse Gate, the Emerald Dragon Kilkonis's big head suddenly stretched out and rushed towards Ji Yun, roared loudly in the direction where he was. Who on earth is it? How dare you sneak attack me, Kilkonis? I will tear you apart alive. Although he didn't see who hit him, the Emerald Dragon Kilkonis could still feel the direction of the force that hit him, so the furious Emerald Dragon Kilkonis roared directly in the direction where Ji Yun was. After hearing the roar of the Emerald Dragon Kilkonis, Ji Yun gently scratched his ears, blew a little, and his eyes became cold. Ah, it's so noisy. Chapter 79. Daily Crushing, 1/4. Please subscribe automatically. Since minor injuries have no effect, then a slightly heavier one will do. As Ji Yun finished speaking, an extremely bright sword light with a chilling aura flashed across everyone's sight. Before the people or dragons around could notice anything, the wail of the Emerald Dragon Kilkonis was heard. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Ji Yun cut off one of the arms of the Emerald Dragon Kilkonis, who had previously revealed an extremely terrifying aura. The huge arm fell from the Eclipse Gate and hit the ground, making a dull crash, and the bright red blood gushed out like a rushing river. Old man, the arm of the Circle of Heaven. After being stunned for a long time, the Emerald Dragon Kilkonis looked at the arm that fell on the ground with a horrified face, and realized what had happened. But in the same way, the Emerald Dragon Kilkonis finally found out who was attacking him. Looking at Ji Yun, who was standing not far from the Eclipse Gate, the Emerald Dragon Kilkonis was in disbelief. The Emerald Dragon Kilkonis would never have thought that his arm would be cut off by a mere human one day. You know, From ancient times to the present, human magic has not been able to cause any harm to the dragon race. Even the so-called forbidden magic of overdrawing vitality can only make the dragon race a little painful at most, and still cannot cause any harm to the dragon race, let alone break bones. And now, don't say break bones, it's a direct severe injury to the limbs, which is almost unprecedented in the history of the dragon race. How is it possible? Looking at Ji Yun, the Emerald Dragon Kilkanis said in disbelief. It's just a mere human, how could it be possible to cut off my arm directly? Obviously, it's just my food. You really have no memory at all. Quote, looking at the scene that had become quiet again, Ji Yun chuckled and said, don't you dragons know anything else to say except, just a human, and, clearly just a human. Quote, I don't know how many times I've heard such words from you. I'm tired of hearing them. As he spoke, Ji Yun casually snapped his fingers and used the magic power in his body to condense a huge golden magic circle in the air. The golden magic circle revealed magic that even the dragons felt frightened. To be honest, in order to catch as many fish as possible and catch as many fish as possible from the Eclipse Gate, it is really tiring to maintain a strength that is stronger than a single dragon or even dozens of dragons, but not to the extent that the dragons feel desperate. Considering this situation, Ji Yun could only abandon his high-intensity and high-attack magic, and just follow the magic of most wizards in the fairy tale world, simply squeeze the magic together and instantly form a beam of light and release it to cause bombardment. Then, the magic circle released by Yun was shining with dazzling light. An unprecedented huge beam of light came out from the magic circle in the sky, and smashed the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis, whose arm was broken, back again. Boom! Although the other side of the Eclipse Gate was the world of 400 years ago, even if it was like this, everyone in the dragon present could clearly feel that the space was constantly vibrating, and even obvious cracks appeared. Perhaps the intensity of the attack caused by simply squeezing the magic power together and releasing it all at a certain moment would be it was disappointing, but the scope of the destruction and the noise it caused were definitely fake. If someone was on the other side of the Eclipse Gate at this time, they would be able to clearly see a huge mushroom cloud rising up, and then a huge pit with a radius of more than 10 miles appeared. There were dragons flying in the sky, but the dragons that originally looked very scary were now in a very embarrassed state, and in the center of the huge pit with a radius of more than 10 miles, there was a half-dead green dragon lying. This half-dead green dragon was the Emerald Dragon Kilkanis, who was first Ji Yun cut off his arm with a sword, and then was blasted back by Ji Yun. Even the crudest means of using magic power could not withstand the high quality of Ji Yun's magic power. The reason why the dragons can ignore most of the magic of human wizards is not because the quality of magic power in human wizards is far inferior to that of dragons. Therefore, even if Ji Yun simply squeezed the magic power together and released it all at once, the magic shock wave can cause considerable damage to the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis. In short, the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis will not be able to stand up again in a short time. The situation on the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis side also completely angered those dragons flying in the sky who were embarrassed by Ji Yun's blast. It's just that the noise Ji Yun made just now was indeed a bit loud, and the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis looked a bit miserable, so for a while these dragons were still in a state of doubt. Turn your attention back to Ji Yun. Although it seemed like a long time had passed, from Ji Yun knocking the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis away to the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis coming back in anger and having his arm cut off by Ji Yun and being blown away again by Ji Yun, it was all just a short period of time. It was not until Ji Yun once again blasted the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis into the Eclipse Gate that the people present came back to their senses. Really terrifying. Makarov looked at Ji Yun standing not far from the Eclipse Gate and swallowed his saliva subconsciously, saying, as expected of the legendary Dragon Slayer, even if I have seen it before, it is still shocking. Chapter 80. The Dragon Slayer is the enemy. 2 quarters, please subscribe automatically. It seems that there should be no problem. After hearing Makarov's sigh, future Lucy also breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of the terrifying scene of Ji Yun killing 2 dragons with a sword in front of her last night, future Lucy felt inexplicably relieved. Although there may be nearly 10,000 dragons on the other side of the Eclipse Gate that have not yet come out, the Eclipse Gate is only so big for the Dragon Clan, and at most it can only allow one dragon to appear from the Eclipse Gate at the same time. As long as Ji Yun can quickly kill the dozens of dragons around the Eclipse Gate, then he only needs to guard the Eclipse Gate, and with the strength that can kill dragons in seconds that he showed in front of him last night, he can completely achieve a one-man defense against 10,000 men, even if there are 10,000 dragons. And as long as they can guard the gate, they don't have to kill 10,000 dragons. They can find a way to close the Eclipse Gate in advance. The only thing they need to worry about now is whether Ji Yun can deal with the dozens of dragons that have come out. If Ji Yun can't deal with the dozens of dragons that have come out, then everything is empty talk. However, judging from some historical evaluations of Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer, and the strength and decisiveness that Ji Yun has always shown, Lucy thinks that these dragons should not be a problem for Ji Yun in the future. Even if these dragons are taken out casually, almost everyone present can be helpless. At most, Natsu, Gajil, Wendy and other dragon slayers can barely rely on dragon-killing magic to temporarily drag a few giant dragons. If dragon-killing magic wants to become powerful, it must be bathed in dragon blood. The reason why the black dragon Aknologia is so powerful and completely exterminates the dragon clan when Ji Yun freezes himself is because it swallowed and bathed in a lot of dragon blood behind Ji Yun. No, things may not be as good as we imagined. Just when Lucy in the future was slightly relieved, Mavis, who had been thinking, raised her head and said seriously, "Things are even more complicated than we imagined. According to some information about the Dragon Slayer in my memory and the combat power shown by the Dragon Slayer before, the combat power shown by the Dragon Slayer just now is also very strong, but it is not actually using its full strength. Even if the Dragon Slayer's strength is what it showed just now, the attack caused by the Dragon Slayer just now is enough to destroy the Eclipse Gate. As long as the Eclipse Gate is destroyed, everything will return to its original state. However, the Dragon Slayer did not do this. Not only did he spare the Dragon Clan, he also did not choose to destroy the Eclipse Gate. The Dragon Slayer seems to be trying to anger the Dragon Clan, or the Dragon Group behind the Eclipse Gate 400 years ago. Quote, "From the beginning, Mavis has been thinking about the purpose of the mastermind who misled the Emerald Princess by telling her the wrong information, and also thinking about the identity of the mastermind. Now, after seeing Ji Yun's series of strange behaviors, and the fact that the real mastermind, Future Rogue, had been killed by Ji Yun yesterday and had not appeared, Mavis directly pinned the identity of the mastermind who caused all these things on Ji Yun. After all, from the beginning, although Mavis did not know what Ji Yun's purpose was, she could still see that Ji Yun had a very strong purpose. He knew what he wanted to do from the beginning, or he knew that the dragon would appear from the Eclipse Gate from the beginning, and he had already made various psychological preparations. It must be said that Mavis's analytical ability is really very sharp. He can analyze the overall situation just from some very subtle details, and he is generally correct in his analysis. However, because the real mastermind, Future Rogue, had already knelt down to receive his lunchbox, Mavis was destined to have no way of knowing Ji Yun's purpose. What exactly is Yun's purpose? We can only analyze in increasingly remote directions. To anger the dragons behind the Eclipse Gate, which came from the world 400 years ago. After hearing Mavis' analysis, Natsu, Wendy, and Gajil asked with a strange look on their faces, "Why does that guy want to anger the dragons behind the Eclipse Gate? Is he going to fight with the dragons behind the Eclipse Gate?" At the same time, Natsu, Wendy, and others who had seen the dragon soul of the Emerald Dragon Kilkanis in the Dragon Tomb under the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Arena before also subconsciously realized it in their hearts. I understand why the Emerald Dragon Kilkanis was so afraid of Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer. According to the story told by the Emerald Dragon Kilkanis at that time, the Emerald Dragon Kilkanis's impression of Ji Yun should have always been in the state of legend, otherwise he must have died in Ji Yun's hands instead of in a dragon tomb. Now it seems that the reason why the Emerald Dragon Kilkanis is so afraid of Ji Yun is that he is afraid of Ji Yun. It was because he was scared by Ji Yuku's good Zhao in this era. After all, he was knocked away without saying a word when they met, and his hand was cut off before he could even yell, and then he was shot. It was so scary. Although I don't know what the ultimate goal of the Dragon Slayer is, it is definitely not just for fighting. We must figure out why the Dragon Slayer angered the Dragon Clan. Mavis looked at Natsu and others who were puzzled and explained seriously. Perhaps the biggest problem we need to face is no longer the invasion of thousands of dragons, but how to deal with the Dragon Slayer whose purpose is unknown. Maybe, there may be a conflict of purpose between us and the Dragon Slayer. Be prepared for the Dragon Slayer to be an enemy. Chapter 81. Recognition 3/4. Please subscribe automatically. As Mavis finished speaking, the fairy tale people, who were a little relieved, became quiet again. You should know that Ji Yun's strength was fully demonstrated in the last Tartaros incident. Marred Gear, the Hades who defeated Makarov, the 10 wizard saints, in a few moves, could not survive a single move in front of Ji Yun. The legendary Zirf could not survive a few moves in front of Ji Yun. Although few people understood the battle between Ji Yun and Zirf at that time, everyone could still see that Zirf lost to Ji Yun. Natsu and others who had already chatted with the dragon soul of the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis in the dragon's tomb before, at this moment, they remembered the description and fear of the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis about Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer. You have to know that 400 years ago, Ji Yun alone was able to kill the dragons who dominated the world and wipe them out. Wouldn't it be like wanting to die quickly if you were to be enemies with such an existence? Even Natsu swallowed his saliva subconsciously after hearing Mavis' words. The first-generation president. After hearing Mavis' conclusion, Wendy said with an embarrassed look, Mr. 537 Dragon Slayer is so powerful, can we really beat him? Although the first-generation president's analysis is very correct, Mr. Dragon Slayer seems to be helping us every time. Wendy, you are right. After hearing Wendy's words, Mavis said hesitantly, indeed, except for the news that the Dragon Slayer killed 1,000 magicians of the Magic Council at the beginning, there was no news of the evil deeds of the Land Dragon Slayer. So it's not appropriate to draw a conclusion so early. Although the Dragon Slayer did show strong subjectivity and purpose after the Eclipse Gate was opened, nothing is absolute. Maybe there is something I haven't thought of. However, no matter what the situation is, we need to be prepared for the worst and can't be too ideal. Speaking of this, Mavis's thoughts were subconsciously a little erratic. Mavis thought of what she had experienced 100 years ago when she had just left Tinlong Island and went on an adventure with Yuri, Ward and Precht. At that time, because she was too optimistic, she thought that she could get away with it by relying on illusion magic, which almost led to the death of all members by the president of the Blue Skeleton, and Precht's right eye was injured. It was not just the human side that was shocked and horrified by Ji Yun's series of actions just now. The dragons were also surprised and even horrified because Ji Yu easily beat the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis half to death. In fact, many dragons have recognized Ji Yun. I remember, isn't this guy the guy that Belsarion protected some time ago? The dragon named Masha Gurea, who was closest to Ji Yun and had just chatted with the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis, looked at Ji Yun carefully. Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I heard that Leopold was killed by you. Oh, is this the human who killed Leopold? I see, if it was the human who killed Leopold, it wouldn't be surprising that he had such strength. What's not surprising? A mere human could actually kill a dragon. I'm already so surprised. Okay. I think it's a coincidence that this human was able to kill Leopold. After all, Leopold had been seriously injured in order to kill Belsarion, and this human is a little more terrifying than a normal human wizard. Don't be ridiculous. Didn't you see the strength that this human showed just now? It only took a moment for that guy Kirkanis to have his arm cut off, and even I felt a little palpitation from the beam of light. It was definitely enough to hurt us. Yes, this human is indeed different from the human wizards we have seen before. This human definitely has the power that is not less than ours, or even slightly greater than ours. We can't be careless. I think that guy Kirkanis was just careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been killed so quickly. After all, if you are careless in front of your own kind, it is not impossible to be killed instantly. Leopold. Oh, I remember now. You were talking about the Earth Dragon. It is indeed called Leopold. After hearing what Martha Gurea said, Ji Yun's expression was slightly stunned. After a little confusion, he suddenly realized that Leopold was the first dragon that Ji Yun killed with his life. Ji Yun still remembers the name of this dragon very clearly. After all, it is one of the few first times in his life. And if the wise dragon Belsarion had not caused a serious injury to the dragon named Leopold before dying, Ji Yun estimated that with his immature strength at that time, even if he burst out 90% of his vitality, he would not be able to kill the dragon. At most, he could run away from the dragon and cause a little injury to the dragon. At that time, he was really close to death at the hands of the dragon named Leopold several times. If he had not given up 70% or 80% of his vitality, if it were not for Leopold or the dragon clan's nature of looking down on humans, Ji Yu would have died. Therefore, even if Ji Yun killed countless dragons later, he never forgot the dragon named Leopold. At the same time, Ji Yun also roughly understood the era of the current group of dragons. If he was not wrong, the era of these dragons should be the era when he had just killed the dragon named Leopold 400 years ago. Chapter 82. The Top of the Pyramid, 4 quarters. Please subscribe automatically. In this way, everything makes sense. If I remember correctly, Ji Yun remembered that the dragon clan was about to go to war. At that time, the anger between the opposition and the coexistence faction of the dragon clan had reached a peak. In fact, the death of the virtuous dragon Belsarion was the last straw that broke the camel's back. If Ji Yun had not killed the severely injured Earth Dragon Leopold at that time, perhaps the civil war in the dragon clan would have really started. You know, the virtuous dragon Belsarion has many old friends in the coexistence faction. It's just a pity that Ji Yun could only desperately kill the dragon named Leopold in order to protect himself, and because of this incident, the dragon clan was shocked, and the opposition dragon clan temporarily suspended the conflict with the coexistence faction dragon clan. After all, whether it was the death of the virtuous dragon Belsarion or the killing of the Earth Dragon Leopold by humans, it was not a small matter. Later, the pursuit of Ji Yun made Ji Yun in a state of no way up to heaven and no way down to earth for a period of time. Human. After hearing Ji Yun's tone of realization, Masha Gurea's eyes narrowed slightly, with a dangerous light flashing in her eyes, and said, "I admit that you are different from ordinary human wizards. You have a power that human wizards have never had in history, and you have a power comparable to that of our dragons. You even successfully killed my fellow Leopold with this power that you humans have never had, and have a feat that humans have never had, killing dragons. But, don't be arrogant." At this point, Masha Gurea roared at Ji Yun. The huge magic power burned and boiled crazily in Masha Gurea's body, and huge pressure rose from Masha Gurea's body, making everyone present except Ji Yun feel suffocated. Whether in the original work or now, the dragons have never shown their true fighting power in front of humans. Whether it is the 7 dragons in the Great Magic Director Wu or the Black Dragon Aknologia at Tinlong Island, they are all just playing. At most, the Fire Dragon King Igneal and the Black Dragon Aknologia in the Tartaros incident in the original book were slightly serious, but even so, it was still not the true strength of the dragon. At that time, the Fire Dragon King Igneal had already died, and the only one-time power left was impossible to exert 100%, and the Black Dragon Aknologia's strength level dropped greatly because of FEIs. Finally, when FEIs was about to explode, he was completely crushed by the Fire Dragon King Igneal, who was not fully exerting his strength. Now, the full-scale explosion of magic power by Masha Gurea made everyone present, except Ji Yu, clearly know how terrible their previous idea of fighting with dragons was. Even if the Eclipse Cannon of the Eclipse Gate really existed, even if the Eclipse Cannon could really kill most of the dragons among the 10,000 dragons, what would it matter? Just a few hundred or even a dozen of them would not be something that everyone present could handle. However, among all the people present except Ji Yun, although everyone was very shocked, Fairy Tail was a little different. Although everyone in Fairy Tail was very shocked by the pressure and magic revealed by Masha Gurea, the expressions on their faces were slightly subtle. Because everyone in Fairy Tail was very surprised to find that the pressure and suffocation they felt from Masha Gurea were far worse than the feeling they felt from Ji Yun before. They were completely different. In the Tartaros time, the suffocation that Fairy Tail felt from Ji Yun could almost kill people directly from suffocation, but Masha Gurea. At most, It was a little difficult to breathe, and there was no big impact at all. It's this line that I don't know how many times I've heard it. Ji Yu-yun looked at Martha Gurrea, who was roaring at him, and said lightly, "Change your style a little bit." After that, Ji Yu-yun took a step forward. Boom! Everyone felt that the ground they were standing on was shaking wildly, and the surrounding buildings seemed to be buzzing because they could not bear the vibration and they were about to collapse at any time. 0. Seeking flowers. In an instant, Ji Yu-yun, who was very powerful but lazy in the eyes of everyone, suddenly changed, as if he had become the dragon slayer who dominated the world and created the heyday of human magic as recorded in history. A breath like a prehistoric beast burst out from Ji Yu-yun, who originally looked extremely lazy, and everyone present subconsciously stopped breathing. This is the most primitive instinct of life. When facing an absolutely strong existence, you dare not move even for a moment. Then, in the eyes of everyone's horror, Ji Yu-yun disappeared from the spot, appeared above Masha Gurea's head, and kicked her directly. Boom! Masha Gurea's dozens of meters tall body was kicked away by Ji Yu-yun in an instant, but in the next moment, Ji Yu-yun appeared above Masha Gurea's head again, and stepped on her directly and decisively. Boom! Even the ground of the central square that had been repaired and reinforced by magic began to crack crazily, and the cracks spread like a spider web, accompanied by Masha Gurea's belated wailing. Do you know? Ji Yu-yun looked at Masha Gurea, who was wailing crazily under his feet, and chuckled. When you are a prey, you have to try your best to please the hunter in order to survive. A rabbit cannot escape from a lion. It can only survive by pleasing the lion. Roaring is also a right only for lions. In front of me, you are like an ant. What qualifications do you have to roar? Looking at Martha Gurea, who was completely speechless and could only rely on constant wailing to relieve the pain, Ji Yu-yun spoke word by word, with a cold light in his eyes that he had never seen before. Chapter 83. It's time to announce GG, 1/4, please subscribe automatically. As Ji Yu-yun finished speaking, a teeth-grinding shock and bone-crushing sound came from Masha Gurea, and all the bones on Masha Gurea were completely broken and shattered by Ji Yu-yun. Although Ji Yu-yun used magic to fight with others after traveling here 400 years ago, since Ji Yu-yun has almost studied the magic of immortality and applied it to himself, Ji Yu-yun's strongest point has become Ji Yu-yun himself. After all, magic power itself has the function of enhancing vitality and physical fitness. In the past, Ji Yu-yun just felt a little troublesome when he didn't use it. Now, in addition to hunting prey, Ji Yu-yun simply wants to show off in front of Urza. Sure enough, punching the flesh is the romance of men. Ji Yu-yun looked at Masha Gurea, who was wailing under his feet, and chuckled and muttered to himself, then stepped on it again, and Masha Gurea's wailing stopped completely. The scene fell into silence again. However, this time, the silence was really complete. Neither humans nor dragons expected that a dragon would die here, and they died before they could even react. Everything happened too quickly. It was only a matter of a moment. Humans who had been prepared for it were a little better. After all, although there were not many people who knew Ji Yu-yun, there were still many. In addition, those who stayed here were basically of high status, so it was normal for them to know what Ji Yu-yun looked like. Ji Yu-yun's title of Dragon Slayer was not a joke, but a real record of battles recorded in history. The Ji Yu-yun recorded in history was much more perverted than now. There was even historical speculation that the reason why the continent was divided into two was entirely because of the final holy war between Ji Yu-yun and the dragons. Otherwise, no one could explain why Ishgar was split into two straight lines after the final holy war. Although no one believed this, they were mentally prepared for Ji Yu-yun's extremely terrifying strength, even surpassing that of the dragons. So not many people on the human side were shocked when they saw Ji Yu-yun kill the thunder named Masha Gurea. There was nothing they could do about it. Isn't it normal for a dragon slayer to kill a dragon? If a dragon slayer couldn't kill a dragon, then it would be abnormal. Compared to the slightly prepared humans, the dragons, who had always been in a high-handed state, were completely confused. They could never have imagined that Ji Yu-yun actually possessed such a powerful force. This kind of power is probably not something that ordinary dragons can possess. You should know that Masha Gurea's strength is not bad among the dragons, especially in terms of defense, but now he was killed by Ji Yu-yun, a human. Among the dragons, only the Dragon King can achieve this level. You know, the timeline these dragons are in is not long after Ji Yun successfully killed the first dragon in his life. These dragons still have the impression that Ji Yun has strength beyond that of ordinary human wizards, but he just got a bargain and killed a seriously injured dragon. Ji Yun, a mere human, can actually have the strength of the king among the dragons. How could these dragons not be surprised? It's a lie, it's a lie. Martha Gurea's breath disappeared, and Martha Gurea is dead. I remember Martha Gurea seems to be a diamond body, but he can kill Martha Gurea so easily. I'm afraid the strength of this human is not what we heard. It is definitely a Dragon King level existence, and even among the Dragon Kings, it is quite strong. Quote, well, that's right, even if it's a Dragon King, not every Dragon King can kill Martha Gurea so easily. It must be the strength of the top Dragon King. 0. How can a mere human have such strength? Although I don't want to admit it, the problem we need to face now is still very direct. What should we do next? If this human has the strength of the top Dragon King, even if we fight together, there is no possibility of winning. Yes, if it's a weaker Dragon King, we still have some hope, but if it's the top level, I think we should run faster. A-hole, run away. A mere human. Have you forgotten what we were doing before? That's right. This should be a gate that can travel through space. Call all the people on the other side of the gate. Even the top Dragon King can be easily crushed, and we also have a Dragon King. Because Ji Yun was too strong, and all the dragons around him became timid. They were arrogant, but that didn't mean they were fools. The dragons present could see that Ji Yun's strength was far beyond their own. Many dragons were even weaker than Masha Gurea, who had been killed instantly by Ji Yun. However, being timid doesn't mean that you won't die. Since the purpose of provoking the dragons from 400 years ago behind the Eclipse Gate has been achieved, it's time to hunt the first wave of prey. With a dazzling sword light flashing, a dragon closer to Ji Yun had no ability to resist and was cut off by Ji Yun's sword in the air. The fall of the huge head brought a perfect end to the discussion of all the dragons present. Hey, quote, Ji Yun looked at the dragons who were completely shocked by him, and waved his hand at the body of Martha Gurea who had been killed by him. Then a fist-sized gray crystal slowly floated into Ji Yun's hand, and he chuckled. Have you finished the discussion? The hunt has begun. Quote, Chapter 84. The Arrival of 10,000 Dragons, 2 quarters, please subscribe automatically. Facing Ji Yun's hunting, the dragons that had previously run here through the Eclipse Gate had no power to resist. It didn't take long from the beginning to the end. Except for the 2 dragons that Ji Yun let go of, all the dragons that ran to the Eclipse Gate from the world 400 years ago were beheaded. The red blood of the dragons almost turned the entire central square blood red. Ji Yun also collected a lot of dragon magic crystals, but because of the mixed properties, Ji Yun did not collect all the dragon magic crystals that were configured with magic spirit power. However, Ji Yun did not need to worry about this. Just after Ji Yun beheaded the last dragon in front of all the dragons present, the 2 dragons that Ji Yun released finally played a decisive role. The Eclipse Gate, which had been silent since Ji Yun blasted the Emerald Dragon Kirkanis back, began to vibrate continuously, as if even a time and space could not conceal the huge movement on the other side. Then a dragon that was much stronger and bigger than the average dragon suddenly flew out of the Eclipse Gate. Along with the flight of this dragon, the dragons of the Water Emperor began to fly out of the Eclipse Gate in an endless stream. Because of Ji Yun, the dragons that appeared from the Eclipse Gate this time were no longer walking out slowly like before, but flew out of the Eclipse Gate at an extremely fast speed. In just a short period of time, hundreds of dragons were flying in the sky of the Kingdom of Fury, and there were still dragons flying out of the Eclipse Gate. After all, the proportion of the opposition dragons in the total number of dragons is more than 60%, and there are nearly 3,000 opposition dragons who just gathered together to discuss and hold meetings. And in the era 400 years ago, there were still a steady stream of opposition dragons rushing here. You know, the death of dozens of dragons at one time is not a trivial matter. Well, not bad. There are still wind attributes and fire attributes. There are many dragons with water and earth attributes. Quote, Ji Yun looked at the increasing number of colorful dragons in the sky and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "This way, the dragon magic crystals used to make magic spirit power should be able to be gathered." Quote, while Ji Yun was looking at the flying dragons in the sky, the dragons were also looking at Ji Yun. Through the two dragons that Ji Yun deliberately let go, they finally learned that Ji Yun, a human, had the strength of a dragon king. And even among the dragon kings, he was at the top level. You should know that the dragon king was a very rare strong man among the dragons. Even the humans who were always looked down upon by the dragons had to pay attention to them. From the dozens of dragon corpses with their heads cut off not far away, it can be seen that Ji Yun's experience was not false. For a while, the dragons flying in the sky did not act rashly, but still waited in the sky. At the same time, as time passed, the dragons in the sky became larger and larger. After seeing that the dragons did not attack at the first time, Ji Yun was happy to stand on the ground and wait. After all, if the dragons were killed too early, what if the dragons behind the eclipse gate were scared? If it is not very necessary, Ji Yun didn't want to go to the other side of the eclipse gate. After all, Ji Yun couldn't guarantee that after he left, someone would dare to close the eclipse gate. Even if Ji Yun used space magic around the eclipse gate, it would still be the same. Once Ji Yun passed through the eclipse gate, there would be a whole space and time gap, and the magic power combined into magic here would lose Ji Yun's control and become invalid. As for why the attack Ji Yun just released could affect the other side of the eclipse gate, it was completely because it was a magic shock wave without any technical content. After rushing to the other side of the eclipse gate, it was still a magic shock wave, and even if it lost Ji Yun's control, it could still cause great damage. Of course, there are some differences. That is, the magic shock wave released by Ji Yun before passing through the eclipse gate can turn, but after passing through the eclipse gate, it can only attack in a straight line. Therefore, Ji Yun has been trying so hard to catch as many dragons as possible on the other side of the eclipse gate into the space and time where he is. However, Ji Yun was able to remain calm in front of the ever-increasing dragon swarm in the sky, but the others present would not think so. The dragons that almost filled the sky of the capital of the Kingdom of Fury made everyone feel desperate from the bottom of their hearts. Even the fairy tale people who had seen Ji Yun's strength, and even Natsu and Wendy who had listened to the dragon soul of the Emerald Dragon Kilkanis telling Ji Yun's achievements in the Dragon Tomb, all subconsciously despaired. Everyone subconsciously had an idea in their minds that even the legendary Dragon Slayer would probably be unable to cope with so many dragons. Moreover, everyone is not blind, and everyone, Li Hao, can clearly find that the few extraordinary dragons in the dragon group are obviously more powerful and terrifying than other dragons. In the future, Lucy looked at the extremely familiar scene in front of her and muttered to herself with despair, "Are we going to experience despair again? Is this what my future self said about the coming of 10,000 dragons?" After hearing the desperate words of future Lucy, who was standing next to future Lucy, said in horror, "There are so many dragons, even if there are not 10,000, there must be several thousand. Can the Dragon Slayer really get rid of them all?" Hey, future me, there is no Dragon Slayer in your memory, right? The Dragon Slayer should be able to do it. After all, he is the Dragon Slayer recorded in history. Chapter 85. The Massacre Begins, 3/4. Please subscribe automatically. As for the fact that Lucy in the future can talk, Ji Yun had already removed the space magic that imprisoned Lucy in the future when he appeared to remove the illusion magic. In short, today, after 400 years, humans who had long forgotten what the dragon race was except for its name once again felt the terror of the world overlord, the dragon race, 400 years ago. At the same time, just as Ji Yun was confronting the giant dragons that flew out of the eclipse gate, in a very hidden corner of the Ishgar continent, a series of changes also occurred because of the appearance of 10,000 dragons. Dragon. Yes, it's the breath of a dragon. The mountains and forests that had always been very peaceful and serene, at this time, heard an unprecedented roar, and countless birds and animals were present. Following the roar, a huge black figure suddenly spread its black wings behind it, and flew directly into the air, roaring with extreme anger. The body is much stronger than that of an ordinary dragon, and the scales are as dark and deep as a black hole, which makes people feel fearful. On the dark scales, there are extremely strange 600 light blue patterns. This is the black dragon Aknologia, known as the wings of the end in this world. Before, when the white dragon Weislaja and the shadow dragon Skiadram appeared in the future rogue's body, it was also awakened, but because Ji Yun quickly killed the white dragon Weislaja and the shadow dragon Skiadram, there was no action, just feeling that it was an illusion. But this time it was different. The 4-digit dragons kept rushing out of the Eclipse Gate for the black dragon Kunologia. It was really eye-catching. If the white dragon and shadow dragon that emerged from the future rogue's body before were at most equivalent to slightly pushing the sleeping black dragon Aknologia, and barely waking up the black dragon Aknologia from his sleeping state, then, the thousands of dragons that suddenly rushed out from the Eclipse Gate were like a hammer hitting the black dragon Aknologia directly after he was asleep. Flying in the air, the black dragon Aknologia's heart was filled with unprecedented hostility, and his empty eyes flashed with unprecedented murderous intent. Then the pair of black wings with strange patterns on the back of the black dragon Aknologia suddenly flapped, and the black dragon Aknologia turned into a black rainbow light and disappeared on the spot, flying quickly towards the direction of the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Malu Alex. What a nostalgic and disgusting breath. The black dragon Aknologia felt the dragon's breath getting closer and closer, and murmured to himself with emotion, "It has been more than 400 years. I, Aknologia, haven't killed a dragon and drank the dragon's blood for 400 years. Ha 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 ha, dragon, I, Aknologia, am here. I, Aknologia, swear to kill all the dragons in this world." Turn your attention back to Ji Yun. In just a short period of time, the number of dragons flying out of the Eclipse Gate has reached more than 2,000 and nearly 3,000. The Eclipse Gate, which was originally constantly making noises, has also calmed down a little. The dragons that were holding a meeting on the other side of the Eclipse Gate have almost all passed through the Eclipse Gate and crossed time to come here 400 years later. Human. Until this time, the dragon that was leading the group at the beginning, which looked much stronger than the average dragon, spoke to Ji Yun. "It's really unbelievable to us. You actually have a power that is difficult for even our dragons to possess. But, this scene is really a bit nostalgic." Looking at the dragons flying in the sky of the capital of the Kingdom of Fury, Ji Yun murmured to himself with a little sigh, completely ignoring the words of the leading dragon in the sky. "Last time, it seemed that there were so many dragons flying around in front of me and making a lot of noise." While speaking, Ji Yun stretched out his arm, and the huge magic power in his body turned into blue cold magic power and began to condense in front of Ji Yun, and then compressed to the extreme. Then a sword of ice that everyone present was very familiar with, revealing an extremely cold breath, appeared in Ji Yun's palm. This is, after seeing the ice sword in Ji Yun's hand, future Lucy thought of the first time she met Ji Yun in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury. Ji Yun shattered the Magic Council's strongest trump card, the Magic Spirit Power, in front of her. No, it was not just the Magic Spirit Power that was shattered. Even the space seemed to be shattered by Ji Yun's sword. Thinking of the space cracks where Ji Yun's sword passed last time, and the extreme darkness behind the space cracks, future Lucy felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Before future Lucy could continue to sigh, Ji Yun casually swung a sword at the dragons in the sky. At this moment, everything seemed to have stopped. Everyone's heart, which had been beating uncomfortably, stopped, and all the air currents around stopped at this moment. Even the world itself was dimmed at this moment and lost its original color. In the eyes of everyone, Ji Yun was directly the sword that Yun swung out, the sword light that was dazzling to the extreme. Then when everyone came back to their senses again, the world was once again filled with its original colors and returned to normal, and a heavy red rain began to fall in the sky. Chapter 86. Relaxed and comfortable 4 quarters, please subscribe automatically. The sky that had just been filled with dragons was cleared by more than half as Ji Yun struck with his sword. Feeling the bloody breath coming towards them, and watching the dragons falling like dumplings in the sky, no one could recover from the huge contrast, and everyone's eyes were dull. When they saw so many dragons coming out of the Eclipse Gate, the people present with slightly weaker minds even collapsed to the ground and cried in despair. For this, Sometimes Ji Yun felt that the dragons were indeed right. Compared with the huge and powerful dragons, most humans were really too weak as ants. Of course, this does not simply refer to the dragons and humans, it should be more extensive, and it is more appropriate to describe it as the strong and the weak. Any weak person is like an ant in front of the strong. For example, the dragons now, who were so powerful, terrifying, and desperate in everyone's eyes, are now like ants in front of Ji Yun. A casual knife can kill a large number of them. This is all a lie. Urza looked at the dragon corpses falling from the sky and the heavy rain falling on his head and said, "Is the power of the dragon slayer really that strong? Just one sword can cause such an effect. It is indeed as recorded in history, the strongest that cannot be surpassed, Urza." After hearing Urza's sigh, a girl with long snow-white hair, bangs combed to the top of her head, and a pair of deep blue eyes wearing a dress came over and said with a smile, "It's really a relief. Since the Dragon Slayer is here, I think these remaining dragons should be no problem." Quote, the white-haired girl who came close to Urza to talk was Mirajan Strauss, Urza's childhood nemesis. She had a very bad personality and a hot temper when she was young. She often fought with Urza and they became friends. Yeah, it seems that there won't be any more accidents. Urza looked at Ji Yun who was standing not far from the Eclipse Gate and smiled and replied, "Although I had already made a very exaggerated estimate of Mr. Dragon Slayer's strength, I didn't expect that I still underestimated Mr. Dragon Slayer in the end." Quote, Mr. Dragon Slayer is much stronger than we imagined. I even think that the historical speculation that Mr. Dragon Slayer split the continent with 10 swords is not impossible. Hey, I remember Urza is very familiar with Lord Dragon Slayer, right? Mirajan looked at Urza and asked with a smile. I remember that when Urza was in Magnoria, she often went back to pester Lord Dragon Slayer, who was said to have a terrible temper and could die miserably if she was not careful. People like us don't dare to contact Lord Dragon Slayer. I heard that Lord Dragon Slayer is a weird person with a changeable temperament. It would be bad if we accidentally make Lord Dragon Slayer angry. No way, I feel that Mr. Dragon Slayer is quite easy to talk to. Before, when I heard Mr. Dragon Slayer say that he knew my mother whom I had never met, I often disturbed him, and then learned some information from him. After hearing Mirajan's words, Urza was slightly stunned, because in Urza's impression, although Ji Yun has always been impatient with me, but he is unexpectedly easy to talk to and has a very good temper. He is not like the person described in history, who is a weird, changeable and extremely dangerous guy. As that's so, after hearing Urza's words, Mirajan looked at Urza with a little strangeness, and then asked with a little curiosity, could it be because Urza-chan is a special existence for the Dragon Slayer? Maybe it's Urza-chan's father, after all, he knows Urza-chan's mother. 0. Please give flowers. How is it possible? Urza didn't believe it, after all, the time didn't match at all. The Dragon Slayer is a myth that existed 400 years ago. Even if you add the 7 years I was sealed on Tenro Island, I am less than 30 years old. Maybe even my mother's age is not even a fraction of the Dragon Slayer's age. But then again, the Dragon Slayer looks so young even though he is hundreds of years old. It's really enviable. Quote, because Ji Yun suddenly showed the power of absolute dominance, the people who were a little scared before suddenly became leisurely. Although everyone was covered in blood, what could be better than being able to continue living? Not only Urza and Mirajan were chatting about completely irrelevant topics, but even others subconsciously started to find topics to chat about in order to ease the fear in their hearts. Anyway, although the 10,000 Dragons invasion incident was full of twists and turns, it is finally over, isn't it? Turn your attention back to Ji Yun. After clearing out most of the dragons at once, Ji Yun began to collect his spoils. The magic crystals in the bodies of the dead dragons flew into Ji Yun's hands and disappeared. Because he is proficient in space magic, Ji Yun actually has his own portable space, just like the storage belts and storage rings in online novels, which can store personal belongings anytime and anywhere. And the portable space is quite huge, and all the magic crystals in the dragons are Ji Yun's. Yun stored it in the portable space he created using space magic. Although there are not really 10,000 dragons as imagined, there are almost 2,000 to 3,000 dragon magic crystals, which is enough for him to do research for a long time. You know, the magic power of dragon magic crystals can be supplemented by external forces, otherwise there would not be the second generation of Dragon Slayer. Chapter 87. The Despair of the Dragon Clan. 1/4. Please subscribe automatically. While Ji Yu-yun was busy collecting his trophy, the dragon magic crystal, which had roared at Ji Yu-yun in midair and was lucky enough not to be split in half by Ji Yu-yun's sword, looked at the surrounding scene with disbelief. How could such a thing happen? What a great power! How could such power exist in this world? It's just a human, how could it have such power? In its eyes, it was already quite surprising that Ji Yu-yun, a human, could have the power of the top Dragon King level. After all, humans have been as weak as ants for a long time, and they are completely incomparable to the dragons. Even if the so-called 937 taboo magic of the human wizard, the so-called exhaustion of vitality, could not cause much damage to the dragons. At most, they were punched by the consciousness. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu-yun is much more powerful and terrifying than he imagined. It was only a moment, a trance, and most of the people flying around him and flying in the sky were split in half and killed on the spot. The blood of the people was flying in the sky, and the city on the ground and everything in the city were painted blood red. Everything was so fast that there was no wailing before death. Staring at Ji Yu-yun, who was constantly harvesting spoils, the dragon's heart was constantly surging with unprecedented anger, like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years, and was about to usher in a thorough eruption in the next moment. I, respected as the king by my people, am Kleos, the king of red dragons. Quote, and I, who am honored as the king and the king of red dragons, am now standing here watching this human slaughter my people and desecrate their corpses. The giant dragon that just roared at Ji Yu-yun, or the red dragon king Kleos, began to mutter to himself. As he continued to mutter, the face of the red dragon king Kleos began to burst one after another, and his eyes looking at Ji Yu-yun began to be filled with endless anger and murderous intent. For the dragon race, it is an extreme shame to be slaughtered by the ant-humans that they once looked down upon. It is obvious that they have always been ants that have difficulty even in the most basic resistance. When will they be able to step on the heads of the world's overlord dragons? Unforgivable, absolutely not to be avoided. This is a shame that the dragon race has never had. However, at the moment when the red dragon king Kleos was about to be overwhelmed by anger and attack Ji Yu-yun, looking at Ji Yu-yun turned his back to him, and the red dragon king Kleos felt an endless chill in his heart. This chill froze the volcanic anger in the red dragon king Kleos' heart that had been dormant for thousands of years and was about to erupt completely in an instant. Not only the red dragon king Kleos, but all the other dragons who barely survived Ji Yu-yun's first wave of attacks all felt an astonishing chill towards Ji Yu-yun. You know, the dragons are no different from humans in terms of wisdom. Apart from the powerful power that the dragons are born with, the dragons are actually afraid like humans, but compared to humans, it is difficult for anything in the fairy tale world to make the dragons, who are born with extremely powerful power, afraid. And now, Ji Yu-tien is the dragon who knows what true fear is. In just a short moment, Ji Yu-yun killed more than half of the dragons that escaped from the Eclipse Gate. 4-digit dragons died in an instant. How could it be impossible for the surviving dragons to be terrified? Is this guy really a human? It was just a moment, and all the fellows around him died. Terrible, horrible, the strength of this human is definitely beyond the limit we can handle. Although the facts are in front of us, I still don't dare to believe that humans can have such powerful power. Can they crush animals and monsters like ants? What should we do next? Fight this human? What a joke, fight this human. Haven't you seen the power this human just showed? I'm afraid that in a moment, we can sleep forever like those of our kind. I'm also a little reluctant to fight that human, there is no suspense at all, too strong. Hey, you guy, what are you saying? That human has killed so many of our kind, are we just going to sit here and watch? I don't care about that, I just want to live well now, I don't want to die here. Hey, Ji Yu-yun didn't even need to do anything, the dragons themselves quarreled over a series of questions from Ji Yu-yu, and then the giant dragon, who had been completely afraid of Ji Yu-yun, suddenly flapped a bunch of wings behind him and wanted to fly away, wanting to stay away from Ji Yu-yun, who was extremely scary in his eyes. Hey, Hey, isn't it good to live a little longer? After feeling that a giant dragon was about to fly away, Ji Yun put down the things in his hands slightly, looked at the giant dragon running away and chuckled. Why do I have to do it so quickly? The next moment when Ji Yun was about to do it, Ji Yun frowned slightly, and then turned around slightly to look in the opposite direction. Then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, a huge blue-white light column flew from a distance, completely covering the giant dragon that was about to escape. Boom! Accompanied by a violent earthquake, everything returned to calm again. Chapter 88. Black Dragon Acknowledge 2/4. Please subscribe automatically. The giant dragon that was completely frightened by Ji Yun and ran away was instantly killed by the beam of light just now. Then a roar filled with great anger came from the sky, the roar of a dragon. Oh, it seems that an extraordinary existence has come. Ji Yun waved his hand at the dead dragon and summoned the dragon magic crystal. He looked at the dark figure that appeared in the sky from nowhere and chuckled. It is much stronger and more robust than ordinary dragons, even ordinary dragon kings. The dragon's scales on its body are as deep and dark as black holes, and there are strange patterns on the scales that make people feel ominous. There is no doubt that this is the only fully dragonized dragon slayer in history. 400 years ago, after Ji Yun froze himself, he killed all the remaining dragons. He is called the Black Dragon Acknowledge, the King of Dragons. At the same time, Zirf called it the source of evil. It is a dragon that destroys everything and can only bring despair and pain. Every time the Black Dragon Acknowledge appears, it means that the end of the era is coming, so the Black Dragon Acknowledge is also known as the Black Feather of the End, the Wings of the End. The terrifying attack that killed a giant dragon in 1 second was released by the Black Dragon Acknowledge who had just arrived here, and it killed a giant dragon that was only concerned with escaping. Acknowledge, who had an inexplicable hatred for the dragons, would not let the dragons run away from him. To be honest, the Black Dragon Acknowledge really did not expect that today, 400 years later, the world would still have so many dragons surviving in the world. As for the survival of the dragons, the Black Dragon Acknowledge absolutely could not tolerate it at all. The philosophy of the Black Dragon Acknowledge's life was to completely kill the dragons. Then the Black Dragon Acknowledge began to attack the surviving dragons crazily without caring about anything. If the Black Dragon had not been killed by Ji Yun before, the Black Dragon Acknowledge may not dare to be as arrogant as it is now. After all, thousands of dragons are no joke. They can already eliminate the gap in strength to a certain extent. There is no way to do this. Although the Black Dragon Acknowledge should be considered to be a being that surpasses all dragons in terms of strength, the strength of the Black Dragon Acknowledge is limited compared to the top Dragon King. But if it is the current situation, then the situation is different. Although there are still many dragons left on the scene at this time, the strength of the Black Dragon Acknowledge is not just talk. There is a reason why it seems so weak in Tartaros and not as strong as imagined in the original book. In the original book, the reason why the Black Dragon Acknowledge in the Tartaros chapter does not seem to be as strong as imagined is entirely because the White Legacy Magic Pulse Bomb Faith is about to be launched. After all, the effect of the White Legacy Magic Pulse Bomb Faith is to destroy all the magic power in the world. People like Ji Yun who are not affected by the White Legacy basically do not exist. Ji Yun and Fairy the normal magicians are strong people in the Tail world become stronger in a completely different way. The magicians in this world have always followed the natural way to become stronger, while the magic power in Ji Yun's body is plundered and completely labeled with Ji Yun's own label. It can be understood that Ji Yun's body is a world and the outside is another world. The two worlds are completely unrelated and unconnected, so the White Legacy FEIs cannot affect Ji Yun's inner world. In short, the Black Dragon Acknowledge will also be affected by the White Legacy FEIs. That's why the power and magic power were suppressed to the lowest point when the White Legacy FEIs was about to be launched, and in the end, even the Fire Dragon King Igneal, who could not use his full power, could not beat it. Now, because of seeing a large number of dragons, the Black Dragon Acknowledge, who was furious and fully fighting, directly ignored Ji Yun and others standing on the ground, and directly began to attack the dragons in the sky frantically. In this way, the Fury King, who had just been repaired not long ago in the aftermath of the battle between the Black Dragon Acknowledge and the Dragon Group, became very bad again. The only thing that was fortunate was that, because they knew they would fight with dragons, the Kingdom of Fury had already asked the civilians in the capital to take refuge. So there were no casualties. On the human side, the originally relaxed atmosphere became tense again because of the arrival of the Black Dragon Acknowledger. Especially the main members of Fairy Tail, they had a very deep impression of the Black Dragon Acknowledger. On the Tinlong Island 7 years ago, no matter how hard they fought, they could not hurt the Black Dragon Acknowledger. It has to be said that this matter is really quite desperate. Isn't this the Wings of the End recorded in the Apocalypse, the Black Dragon Kunology? Damn, why did this guy appear here at this time? Makarov was driving the Black Dragon Acknowledger on the ground, and he subconsciously felt a little fear and disgust in his heart. Makarov had no good feelings towards the Black Dragon Acknowledger, who almost killed him and the children in the guild. However, while he hated it, Makarov was also a little curious about why the Black Dragon Acknowledger would fight with his group of dragons. Could it be that the Black Dragon Acknowledger was a friendly force on his side? Subconsciously, Makarov had this thought in his mind. Not a friendly force. Mavis, who had always stood beside Makarov, seemed to know what Makarov was thinking, and explained with a serious face, anyone can become a companion, but the Black Dragon Acknowledger is not. Chapter 89. The True Identity of Wings of the End, 3/4. Please subscribe automatically. Mavis, who has loved reading since childhood and is very interested in learning knowledge and applying it, knows things that many people don't know. After all, sometimes things recorded on the surface need to be deduced from personal understanding to a deeper level. For example, Shang Redis, who has ancient documents in the Blue Pegasus Tri-Men's team, can rely on ancient documents to query all the recorded information and knowledge in the world, but if Shang Redis himself does not have this subjective consciousness, even the ancient documents will not be able to do anything. The general description is that K is needed to solve a problem, but K must be found, and Shang Redis, who has ancient magic, only sees the surface K and does not use the knowledge he knows as flexibly as Mavis. The era 400 years ago was not only a chaotic era, but also an era where epics and myths coexisted. In the era 400 years ago, there were not only great heroes one after another, but also extremely evil sinners one after another, and there were also dragons who never took humans seriously. Therefore, Mavis has been very interested in the era 400 years ago since she was a child. 10 organic golds went to various libraries to find out if there are any materials about 400 years ago. Among them, Mavis naturally knows about the 3 most famous mythical beings 400 years ago. Ranked first, the myth among myths, the Dragon Slayer. Almost no one knows the name of the Dragon Slayer, or those who know the name of the Dragon Slayer seem to have never been prepared to announce the name of the Dragon Slayer to the world, but just relying on the series of shocking achievements of the Dragon Slayer, it can be remembered forever in history that in a certain era, there was an existence called the Dragon Slayer who swept the world and was invincible. Then there is the ancestor of the Black Wizard Zirf and the Black Dragon of the Wing of the End Acknowledger. I won't say much about the ancestor of the Black Wizard Zirf for now. In fact, the ancestor of the Black Wizard Zirf is more mysterious than the Dragon Slayer. The reason why he is remembered by history is simply because of the demon created by the ancestor of the Black Wizard Zirf. Every day, he shouts that everything is for Zirf, who likes to stir up trouble and kill people everywhere, is the ancestor of the Black Wizard. It is impossible for Zirf, the ancestor of the Black Wizard, not to be remembered. In fact, there is almost no history about Zirf, the ancestor of the Black Wizard. Mavis knows more about Acknowledger, the Black Dragon of the Wing of the End. After all, compared with the unknown Dragon Slayer and the ancestor of the Black Wizard, there is still a lot of information about Acknowledger, the Black Dragon of the Wing of the End. If Mavis really wants to say who she knows best among the Dragon Slayer, the ancestor of the Black Wizard and the Wing of the End, it is undoubtedly Acknowledger, the Black Dragon of the Wing of the End, who has the most deeds and the most obvious purpose. The Wing of the End, the Black Dragon Acknowledger, backquote. Single quote. Mavis looked at the Black Dragon Acknowledger who was madly attacking the dragons in the sky, and a complex look flashed in her eyes. She said, "He hates the dragons very much and also despises humans very much. He is dismissive of them. The reason why he didn't attack us but kept fighting with the dragons in the sky was simply because we were too small and didn't want to pay attention to us like ants. Quote, he is also a human being, a dragon slayer 400 years ago, but now he is extremely disdainful of humans. I have to say that this is really a complicated thing. Wait. After hearing Mavis' explanation, Makarov interrupted Mavis and said in disbelief, First generation, you said that the black dragon acknowledger of the wings of the end is a human. And a dragon slayer from 400 years ago. At this time, the fairy tale people who were still watching the wonderful battle between the black dragon acknowledger and the dragons in the sky also shifted their attention. All looked at Mavis in disbelief. You know, there are 4 dragon slayers in fairy tale, Natsu and Wendy and Gajil and Laxus. How could they not care about what Mavis said, that the black dragon acknowledger is a human, and a dragon slayer from 400 years ago? Backquote. Yes, what's wrong? Looking at the fairy tale people who were all looking at her with surprised expressions, Mavis said with a strange look, the information I read in the library before was indeed recorded like this. Quote, the winged black dragon of the end, acknowledger, was originally a human. After slaughtering too many dragons and bathing in too much dragon blood, his teeth slowly changed into fangs, and dragon scales gradually grew on his body. That's about it. To be honest, I was also very surprised at the time. I didn't expect that the winged black dragon acknowledger was actually a human and a dragon slayer. After confirming it from Mavis again, the people of fairy tale were instantly in disbelief. If the winged black dragon acknowledger was a dragon, it would be easier to think about it. After all, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. But if the winged black dragon acknowledger was originally a human and a dragon slayer, then it would be very confusing. It is very confusing why the black dragon acknowledger attacked them when they were on Tinlong Island. The battle in the sky is still going on fiercely. Although the strength of the black dragon acknowledger is indeed very strong compared to the dragons, there is still a dragon king on the dragon side. The red dragon king Cleos dare not fight with Ji Yun, but he can fight with the black dragon acknowledger. In this way, the red dragon king Cleos and the black dragon acknowledger was entangled, and other dragons were entangled nearby, and for a moment, there was a stalemate. Chapter 90. Disdain and Sword Swinging, 4 quarters, please subscribe automatically. The red dragon king Cleos and the black dragon acknowledger turned into a red rainbow light and a dark rainbow light respectively, colliding crazily again and again in the sky of the capital of the Kingdom of Fury. Bang, bang, bang. The two shocking forces collided again and again, making deafening roars. It was obviously just the simplest collision, but it gave everyone present a feeling of the end of the world. But, it's still a clear gap. After harvesting all his trophies, the dragon magic crystal, Ji Yun stood on the ground and watched the battle in the sky, smiling and muttering to himself. The reason why we can hold on is because we are holding our breath. When this breath is completely released, it will be the end of everything. Although they are dragon kings, the gap between dragon kings is also very huge. While speaking, Ji Yun slightly turned his body and glanced at the location of fairy tale not far away. Seeing Natsu excitedly watching the battle of 537 in the sky, he chuckled and said, even if it comes to this, you are not going to come out. Or is it because I am here that you are not going to come out? Originally, Ji Yun thought that after the black dragon acknowledger came, the giant dragons in Natsu, Wendy, Gajil and others would not be able to help but show up and fight with the black dragon acknowledger. Unexpectedly, even in this situation, the dragons such as the fire dragon King Igneel hidden in Natsu and others are still not going to appear, as if they are watching the show from the sidelines. What Ji Yun didn't know was that at this time, the fire dragon King Igneel and the sky dragon Grandine and other dragons in Natsu and others' bodies were also stunned, and had no idea what was going on. They also didn't know the origin of the black dragon acknowledger that suddenly appeared and fought with the dragons. It was different from the original story that the black dragon acknowledger chose to attach to Natsu and others and travel through the Eclipse Gate to 400 years later, the 10 times the fire dragon Lord Igneel and others traveled through the Eclipse Gate completely unilaterally because of Ji Yun. Back then, because Ji Yun completely exploded and no longer had any mercy on the dragons and some special reasons, the fire dragon King Igneel and others chose to travel through the Eclipse Gate. or to avoid Ji Yun and come to an era where Ji Yun did not exist. Then, it is like this now. Not only did Ji Yun not die, but he was jumping in front of him, and there was also a black dragon of unknown origin who attacked the dragons crazily. In short, the dragons in Natsu and others' bodies are now confused and have no idea what happened. In addition, with Ji Yun, the dragon slayer, here, they just stay in Natsu and others' bodies. Anyway, even if they really come out, they can't beat Ji Yun. Compared with 400 years ago, Ji Yun has become more terrifying. At the same time, the battle in the sky has finally changed. The Red Dragon King Cleos, who has been fighting and colliding with the Black Dragon Acknowledger with all his breath, finally can't hold on and just stopped above Ji Yun and others. Why? The Red Dragon King Cleos looked at the Black Dragon Acknowledger facing him not far away and roared in disbelief. Why do you, as a fellow race, want to slaughter our fellow race? Although it is a stalemate, in just this short battle, more than a dozen dragons have died because of the Black Dragon Acknowledger AIFC. Even with the help of the surrounding dragons, it is only a matter of time before the Red Dragon King Cleos fails. Of course, the reason why the Red Dragon King Cleos was a little weak was because he paid 10% of his attention to Ji Yun, who was watching the battle on the ground when fighting with the Black Dragon Acknowledger. After all, Ji Yun just killed 4-digit dragons in front of the Red Dragon King Cleos. How could the Red Dragon King Cleos feel at ease to fight another dragon in front of Ji Yun? Otherwise, according to Ji Yun's estimation, the Red Dragon King Cleos should be able to hold his breath for a little longer. However, the Black Dragon Acknowledger did not respond to the roar and questioning of the Red Dragon King Cleos, or disdained to respond. Although Cleos is also a dragon king among the dragons, let alone compared with the Black Dragon Acknowledger, he is far behind the Fire Dragon King Ignaru, and is not qualified to let the Black Dragon Acknowledger speak. The Black Dragon Acknowledger responded to the Red Dragon King Cleos by opening his mouth. A huge amount of magic power gathered in the mouth of the Black Dragon Acknowledger. Then 10 blue-white beams of light rushed towards the direction of the Red Dragon King Cleos. After seeing the attack of the Black Dragon Acknowledger, the Red Dragon King Cleos quickly avoided it. The last ones who faced the roar of the Black Dragon Acknowledger were Ji Yun and others standing on the ground. For the Black Dragon Acknowledger, it didn't matter how many human deaths his attack would cause, and it didn't care whether Ji Yun and others would die because of his attack. The Black Dragon Acknowledger only cared about killing the dragon. Hey, I was just going to watch the show, but I didn't expect to be affected. Forget it, it's actually meaningless. Let's clean up quickly and see what's so special about the magic spirit power extracted from the dragon magic crystal. Ji Yun looked at the blue-white light column getting closer and closer to him, and then Ji Yun waved his hand casually. In the eyes of everyone who had already been shocked and numb, the roar of the Black Dragon Acknowledger instantly turned into starlight and disappeared. As long as it is not an attack with time and space attributes, Ji Yun really doesn't even need to take action. Then Ji Yun once again swung a sword at the dragon group in the sky, including the Black Dragon Acknowledger. Chapter 91. Roar of Despair 1/4. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. My God, I wrote this chapter bit by bit, and it took me nearly 3 hours to write it. Dear readers, please give me an automatic subscription for the author's hard work. Ji Yun's sword-swinging action looked very slow, and everyone could clearly see the moving trajectory of the ice sword. However, when everyone around realized that Ji Yun had started to attack, the ice sword in Ji Yun's hand had already drawn a beautiful arc in the air. A few extremely fine ripples began to appear where the ice sword passed, and the wind attribute magic power gathered and compressed madly at the tip of the ice sword, and gushed out. As Ji Yun completely swung the ice sword in his hand, a crescent-shaped green sword light with an extremely sharp breath emerged from the ripples in the air. At the same time, with the emergence of the green sword light, the world once again lost its original color and fell into a pause. Whether it was the shaking earth, the dragon corpse falling from the sky, or the consciousness of all the people or dragons present, they all stopped at this moment, and everything was frozen at this moment. In this world that has lost all colors and is only gray, only Ji Yun himself, the green sword light he swung out, and a touch of blue in the sky still have color. At this time, Ji Yun also reacted, and his eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the blue in the sky that was extremely eye-catching in the surrounding gray colors. The blue pattern on the black dragon acknowledged that makes people feel ominous and weird. This is quite interesting. Ji Yun looked at the strange pattern on the black dragon acknowledged and murmured to himself with a little curiosity, it can still retain its original color at this time. It seems that it is not just a decorative pattern. But, what is the use of this unusual pattern? Before Ji Yun could continue to think, the strange blue pattern on the black dragon acknowledged flashed as the blue sword light approached. The black dragon acknowledged, who was frozen at the beginning, regained his consciousness. Then the black dragon acknowledged suddenly felt an extreme palpitation in his heart. At this time, the black dragon acknowledged noticed the blue sword light that was constantly thinking about himself and the surrounding dragons approaching. Moreover, the black dragon acknowledged could also feel the extremely rich breath of death from the blue sword light. Subconsciously, the black dragon acknowledged wanted to flap the wings of the end on his back to leave here, but the next moment before flapping, a more dangerous breath emerged in the heart of the black dragon acknowledged. It was as if his neck was tightly pressed by an invisible big hand, and the extreme suffocation was coming. Unable to flap his wings to dodge, this blue sword light exuding the breath of death completely locked him in. There was no other way except to resist. Under the pressure of death, with the help of the strange blue pattern on his body, the black dragon acknowledged was completely furious. Destruction. Destruction. Destroy everything in front of you completely. Crazily mobilize the magic power in the body, constantly thinking about opening the roaring mouth to pour out, madly condensing and squeezing, and as the black dragon acknowledged madly mobilized the magic power in the body, the blue pattern on its body began to bloom with unprecedented light. Ran Judao's dazzling blue-white light ball was the final condensation of the black dragon acknowledged. Looking at the cyan sword light that was constantly approaching him, the black dragon acknowledged roared madly. How could I, acknowledged, die here? The black dragon's roar. A blue-white light column that shook the world and even caused a few cracks in the gray world came out of the black dragon acknowledged's final roar and penetrated the sky. Oh, seeking flowers 0.0468083008 Fulu 1532710021. Then in an instant, the blue-white light column collided with the cyan sword light. Boom! As the blue-white light column and the cyan sword light collided, the gray world that was frozen by Ji Yun's slashing was shattered, and what appeared in everyone's eyes was a world of only blue, white and cyan. Similarly, as the gray world was shattered, the people whose consciousness was frozen also regained their consciousness at this moment, and with the recovery of consciousness, they felt suffocated. The three extremely bright colors of blue, white and cyan suffocated everyone who regained consciousness, and at the same time, the crazy roar of the black dragon acknowledged echoed in everyone's ears. Bang, 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 bang. The blue pattern on the black dragon acknowledged began to flicker continuously, and the flickering rhythm was constantly accelerating, and then cracks appeared one after another, and began to spread wildly like a spider web. Finally, in everyone's eyes, the blue-white light that had been fighting with the blue light shattered, and then the blue sword light swept through the sky, including the bodies of all the dragons. The sky once again began to rain blood, and one dragon after another fell from the sky. Of course, the desperate efforts of the black dragon acknowledged were not without effect. At the last moment when the blue patterns on the black dragon acknowledged's body were all cracked, the blue-white light barely made the blue sword light swung by Ji Yun deviate a little bit, so among the many dragon corpses falling from the sky, there was only one black arm. Just a little distance allowed the black dragon acknowledged to survive the sword light swung by Ji Yun at the cost of breaking one arm. Well, there is also the blue pattern with cracks all over his body. Chapter 92. The Escaped Black Dragon, 2/4. Please subscribe automatically. The dragon blood kept falling from the sky, almost covering the entire capital of the Kingdom of Fury. The dragon corpses made the dragon clan look so sad. Once upon a time, it was the overlord of the world. At this moment, the only thing left in the sky was the black dragon acknowledged. And even the legendary black dragon acknowledged was in a very bad state. In order to survive Ji Yun's sword, the black dragon acknowledged paid a huge price and barely survived. Staring at Ji Yun who was standing on the ground and looking at him with a smile, the black dragon acknowledger seemed to think of something, and then his empty pupils shrank suddenly. You are. The black dragon acknowledger looked at Ji Yun's familiar figure and said with some difficulty, Dragon Slayer. It's amazing. After 400 years, you are still alive. How could the black dragon acknowledger forget the existence of Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer? 400 years ago, he kept picking up leaks behind Ji Yun and finally successfully transformed into a dragon and became the black dragon acknowledger. At the same time, the black dragon acknowledger who had been following Ji Yun to pick up leaks also knew very well how terrible the strength of Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer, was. The historical predictions of Ji Yun's strength were just the tip of the iceberg. The reason why the black dragon acknowledger did not discover the existence of Ji Yun before was simply because he was too disdainful of humans, so he did not pay attention to the humans on the ground from the beginning. Even if there are a few Dragon Slayers in the Fairy Tail Guild and the Swordbite Tiger Guild, how can the Dragon Slayer's breath compare with the dragons flying in the sky? The most important thing is that the black dragon acknowledger really didn't expect Ji Yun to still be alive in this world, and there is no sign of aging at all. Although after Ji Yun was unsealed and awakened from the ice coffin, the world was full of news that Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer from 400 years ago, had reappeared, but who made the black dragon acknowledger not live in human society at all. In short, after a series of coincidences above, the black dragon acknowledger fell into such a situation. Facing Ji Yun, the Dragon Slayer, it is absolutely impossible to win. After knowing what kind of existence is standing in front of him, the black dragon acknowledger directly gave Ji Yun an invincible label, absolutely impossible to be defeated by himself. In addition, all the dragons around had been completely wiped out by Ji Yun, so there was no point for black dragon acknowledger to stay here any longer. Even if there were a few Dragon Slayers among the group behind Ji Yun, it was the same. Even if, under normal circumstances, Black Dragon Acknowledger would not hesitate to deal with these Dragon Slayers when he met them, but today was a special case. Although Black Dragon Acknowledger liked to destroy, it did not mean that Black Dragon Acknowledger was a fool. The reason why he acted as he pleased before was simply because no one could control him. In fact, until 200 years ago, Black Dragon Acknowledger was quite honest. Black Dragon Acknowledger was not sure whether Ji Yun was still alive, so after completely pushing the dragons into the abyss, he found a place to live in seclusion. It was not until 200 years ago that he felt that Ji Yun should have passed away that he started to wander around, and he had been wandering around until he met Ji Yun today. Thinking of this, the arm behind the Black Dragon Acknowledger suddenly flapped, and made the same choice as the god Anxur Ramel in Zeref's body in the Tartaros world. The best strategy is to run away. In the surprised eyes of everyone including Ji Yun, it flew away. Run away. Ji Yun was slightly stunned when he saw the Black Dragon Acknowledger flying a long distance in an instant. He didn't expect that the Black Dragon Acknowledger would run away directly like the god Anxur Ramel in Zeref's body. When Ji Yun saw the Black Dragon Acknowledger bursting and roaring wildly in front of his attack, he thought that the Black Dragon Acknowledger was ready to fight him to the death, but it turned out to be so disappointing. In fact, not only Ji Yun was stunned, but even the people who had become numb because of a series of events before were also surprised. No one expected that the Black Dragon Acknowledger would run away so easily. Ji Yun cut off his arm in front of everyone. I say, is this really the Black Dragon Acknowledger we know? Natsu, who had been in a daze, saw the Black Dragon Acknowledger running away without hesitation and shouted in surprise, "The roar just now made me feel like I was burning. I say, running away is the right choice." After hearing Natsu's shouting, the future Lucy beside him looked at Ji Yun and said helplessly, "After all, if you fight against the Dragon Slayer, I'm afraid there is no hope of winning even a little bit. Instead of dying meaninglessly in the hands of the Dragon Slayer, it's better to run away and continue to live. If you can continue to live, who doesn't want to continue to live?" At this point, looking at the dragon corpses scattered everywhere around, the future Lucy's eyes became confused again, thinking of the corpses of her companions one by one in her memory, and even if she was desperate, she had to fight desperately in front of thousands of dragons, and finally died in the roar of a dragon. Natsu. Now, All the dragons that killed her companions died here in a miserable state. And the companions who had become corpses and could no longer laugh or joke with her were still standing beside her alive. Thinking of this, Lucy in the future said softly in the direction of Ji Yun. Arigato, the Dragon Slayer. Chapter 93, Escape. Not true, 3/4, please subscribe automatically. Ji Yun didn't care about the movement behind him. He casually collected the dragon magic crystals in the group of dragons he had just killed into his personal space. Then Ji Yun looked at the black dragon Acknowledger that had long disappeared from his sight and chuckled, "Run. How could you run away from me when you don't even know space magic?" As Ji Yun's voice fell, the space in front of Ji Yun began to ripple slightly, and then everyone around was surprised to find that the figure of the black dragon Acknowledger appeared in a small space in front of Ji Yun. The black dragon Acknowledger that appeared in this small space was flying at a very high speed, but no matter how fast it flew, it couldn't fly out of the range of this small space. Pure power can indeed crush everything. Even when the power is strong enough, even the so-called time and space have no calendar for you. Ji Yun looked at the black dragon Acknowledger in front of him, which was still flying rapidly, and didn't know what situation he was in. When the black dragon Acknowledger in 08 said lightly, "But when this pure power meets a stronger power than itself, the result is also absolute. It will be absolutely crushed by a stronger existence than itself, without even the slightest resistance." Speaking of this, Ji Yun directly stretched his arm into the small space where the black dragon Acknowledger was projected, and directly grabbed the tail of the fast-flying black dragon Acknowledger in the stunned eyes of everyone around, and then pulled his arm out of the small space and swung it to the ground. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the black dragon Acknowledger, which had obviously flown a long distance, was forcibly grabbed by Ji Yun's tail and pulled back. Even after being thrown to the ground by Ji Yun, the black dragon Acknowledger was stunned. He had already run far away, but why did his tail suddenly tighten, followed by a sharp pain, and finally a huge roar, "I am back. Is this the power of the Dragon Slayer?" Looking at Ji Yun standing in front of him and smiling at him, the black dragon Acknowledger felt desperate from the bottom of his heart. How can he play when he is being stared at by the Dragon Slayer? Just lie here and wait for death. The black dragon Acknowledger is no longer ready to struggle. Not only the black dragon Acknowledger was stunned, but everyone around Ji Yun was also stunned. They were completely numb to the powerful strength shown by Ji Yun. They didn't expect Ji Yun to show such a weird method. He directly pulled the black dragon Acknowledger out of another space out of thin air. Does this mean that in front of Ji Yun, he can't even run away? It's really terrible, die. Makarov looked at the scene in front of him and said seriously, "Obviously, his strength is so terrible, but his methods are so weird and changeable. I'm afraid there is really no one in the world who can be his opponent." After seeing the terrible strength and weird and changeable methods shown by Ji Yun, Makarov is now really a little doubtful whether his own guild's secret magic Lumen Starlight, Fairy Heart is Ji Yun's opponent. Can the so-called endless power really defeat Ji Yun? Although the Fairy's Heart is said to be a secret magic and the final and strongest trump card of Fairy Tail, it has never been used since it was created, so Makarov is not really sure whether the so-called endless power of the Fairy's Heart can really defeat the Dragon Slayer, a powerful existence that completely exceeds people's cognition. Even until now, Makarov has not understood what it means to have endless power by using Fairy Tail, what kind of 10 shapes are shown in it. And even Mavis is not clear about the Fairy's Heart. Perhaps the only one who knows is the genius who created the Fairy's Heart, Precht, the second-generation president of Fairy Tail, who has long died in Zaref's hands. Yeah, after hearing Makarov's sigh, Mavis, who had been watching Ji Yun thinking, also nodded and agreed. I didn't expect that the two myths in history were so vulnerable in front of the Dragon Slayer. Although the Fairy Heart is the strongest and final trump card of our guild, the consequences of using it are also unknown. Endless power is just endless power. We don't know how to control the so-called endless power if we can't use the eyes to control it. I think it won't be the opponent of the Dragon Slayer. No matter how dangerous the situation was before, I didn't make up my mind to use it. It's because of this. At this point, Makarov sighed softly and said, "If you only have power but don't use it, I'm afraid it will bring very bad results. Endless power is like a devil, which makes people yearn for it and fear it at the same time. However, in general, this incident has finally come to an end, little Makarov. Mavis looked at Makarov with a bitter face and said with a smile, "Who can tell what will happen in the future? We just need to cherish the present now. As long as we cherish the present, we will definitely have a future. I think there will be nothing for us to do next. The great demon director martial arts is over. We won the first place and all the debts we owe can be paid off. It's time to celebrate." Chapter 94. The End of the Black Dragon, 4 quarters. Please subscribe automatically. However, although they were discussing about celebrating, no one on the scene made any move. After all, Ji Yu-yun was still there. If Ji Yu-yun didn't move, then everyone around him wouldn't dare to move at will. There was nothing they could do about it. Ji Yu-yun had just shown a terrifying strength far beyond their cognitive limit in front of everyone. It was probably Urza from the Fairy Tale Guild who could act a little more naturally. After all, after the Tartaros incident, Urza was the one who had been in contact with Ji Yu-yun for a while without fear of death. Urza's understanding of Ji Yu-yun was probably the highest among all the people present. In addition, Urza inexplicably felt a sense of security from Ji Yu-yun, so Urza acted very naturally when facing Ji Yu-yun. At most, they were shocked by the powerful strength shown by Ji Yu-yun, not as horrified as others. They turned their attention back to Ji Yu-yun. Ji Yu-yun didn't care whether the people around him were waiting for his next move or not, as long as they didn't disturb him, it was fine. Looking at the black dragon acknowledger lying motionless on the ground, or rather, looking at the strange blue patterns on the black dragon acknowledger that were already covered with cracks, Ji Yu-yun touched his chin and began to think. In that moment just now, Ji Yu-yun could clearly feel that a force that definitely did not belong to the black dragon acknowledger burst out from the black dragon acknowledger. Although it only burst out for a moment and then withered, the power that burst out at that moment was still quite strong, otherwise it would not have survived Ji Yu-yun's attack. Even if Ji Yu-yun did not use his full strength at all, even if the black dragon acknowledger still paid an extremely heavy price. However, this still made Ji Yu-yun quite interested, and things became more and more complicated. Just like the so-called Angsur Ramel god who appeared in the previous incident of the gate of the mansion and temporarily took over Zaref's body. The world behind Fairy Tale may not be as simple as described in the original book. That's why Ji Yu-yun didn't kill the black dragon acknowledger immediately after pulling it over, but carefully looked at the blue pattern on the black dragon acknowledger. It's just that maybe because he had consumed all his energy in the fight with Ji Yu-yun just now, Ji Yu-yun didn't find anything different from the blue patterns on the black dragon acknowledger. Thinking of this, Ji Yu-yun smiled a little helplessly and muttered to himself, "What am I entangled here?" After that, Ji Yu-yun casually grasped the black dragon acknowledger's heart in the void, then the breath of the black dragon acknowledger was constantly weakened and disappeared in the perception of everyone around him. Ji Yu-yun crushed the heart of the black dragon acknowledger out of thin air, killing the black dragon acknowledger. Then, the huge black dragon acknowledger in everyone's eyes began to change dramatically. The body of several tens of meters tall began to shrink continuously, and the fangs began to change and gradually turned into the teeth of humans, and the black scales on the body slowly turned into the darker skin of humans. At the same time, there were blue patterns on the skin of the dragon. Finally, a person with waist-length white hair and a very ferocious look appeared in front of everyone. There was a very beautiful blue necklace on the chest. There was also a pendant-like thing in the center of the blue necklace, which could be turned over. This made Ji Yu-yun pause a little while preparing to let the dragon magic crystal in the black dragon acknowledger's body break out of the body, and he opened the necklace pendant on the neck of the black dragon acknowledger with a little curiosity. As expected, there was a group photo inside, a group photo of the black dragon acknowledger and another little girl who looked 70% similar to the black dragon acknowledger. Seeing this, Ji Yu-yun sighed softly. He gently closed the necklace pendant in his hand, threw it at the black dragon acknowledger, and then waved in the air. A pillar of fire emitting a scorching breath wrapped the black dragon acknowledger and the necklace pendant on its body. Another poor man. Ji Yu-yun looked at the pillar of fire that was rushing straight into the sky, and put away the dragon magic crystal in the black dragon acknowledger's body, and then muttered to himself in a trance, "But, I'm numb." Of course, the pillar of fire that was emitting a burning breath and shooting straight into the sky completely dissipated. When the black dragon acknowledged and the necklace pendant on his body were completely reduced to ashes, Ji Yun had already disappeared from everyone's sight. In short, it was indeed as Mavis said, and this incident finally came to an end. Although the capital of the Kingdom of Fury was once again destroyed because of this incident, and it was destroyed very thoroughly, the King of the Kingdom of Fury still insisted on holding an extremely grand celebration banquet. Fairy Tail, who won the first place in the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Conference, was naturally the protagonist of this celebration banquet. Although many places have become different from the original book due to the appearance of Ji Yun, at least there is not much difference between this celebration banquet and the original book. After that, the Kingdom of Fury, Xian Zhaozhao, began the reconstruction work in a grand manner. The damage to the capital did cause a lot of losses to the Kingdom of Fury, but overall, the Kingdom of Fury still made a lot of money. After all, there are many Gu the dragon corpses that Yun was too lazy to take were left in the capital of the Kingdom of Fury. You know, there are treasures everywhere on the dragon, not to mention thousands of dragon corpses. And all the dragons were killed by Ji Yun with one blow, and the preservation is quite perfect, which is definitely enough for the Kingdom of Fury to build a city that is hundreds of times more prosperous than before. Of course, the Kingdom of Fury is just thinking about it in their minds. These are all Ji Yun's spoils of war. They dare not use them casually. At most, they help Ji Yun collect them and use some scraps. However, even the scraps are enough for the Kingdom of Fury to repair the capital that has been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle and make it more prosperous. Chapter 95. The Coming War, 1/4. Please subscribe automatically. P.S. Well, this chapter is a foreshadowing, and the author begs all readers to subscribe automatically. After the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Conference was completely concluded and the celebration banquet of the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Conference was held, the Kingdom of Fury began a major renovation work. After all, the capital is the face of a country, and it cannot be sloppy. The Fairy Tail Guild also returned to Magnolia after receiving the first prize of the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Conference. Being able to pay off the debts owed, all the members of Fairy Tail were in a very good mood. At the same time, the situation is similar to the original book. After knowing that the Fairy Tail Guild won the first place in the Great Demon Director Martial Arts Conference and made Magnolia proud, the head of Magnolia called on the citizens of Magnolia to rebuild a new guild building for the Fairy Tail Guild. This made the Fairy Tail Guild, who were already in a very good mood, even happier. You know, although the first prize of the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Competition is indeed very generous, Fairy Tail has also owed a lot of debts in the past 7 years, especially the debt owed to the Dust Ghost, a lone shark wizard guild. So even if the first prize of the Great Magic Director Martial Arts Competition is really very generous, there will not be much money left after paying off the lone shark owed to the Dust Ghost, and it is definitely not enough to repair a huge and spectacular guild building like the one in front of you. However, not everyone in Fairy Tail is happy. Compared with the happy guild members around him, Makarov, the guild leader, became a little silent and worried at this time. President Mirajan, who had always been more careful, also noticed the situation on Makarov's side at this time. Looking at Makarov with a serious expression, Mirajan asked in a strange way. What happened, President? You don't seem to be in a very happy mood. After hearing Mirajan's slightly curious question, Makarov, who had been in deep thought, suddenly came back to his senses. Looking at Mirajan, who was looking at him curiously, he laughed dryly. Nothing happened. I was just thinking about something. After all, this time, it's not simple at all, isn't it? After saying that, Makarov pretended to be relaxed and took the lead to run to the newly renovated guild building, leaving Mirajan with a slightly worried expression on her face. Because she had always been a bar girl in the Fairy Tail Guild Hall before, Mirajan knew her own golden-haired Makarov very well. Under normal circumstances, Makarov would never show such a thoughtful and serious expression just now, which means that something must have happened, but Makarov is not convenient to tell her. Since it is not convenient to tell her, Mirajan can't continue to ask, and can only put this matter in her heart for the time being. Anyway, Makarov is an absolutely reliable existence for everyone in the guild, isn't he? Mirajan will never think that the matter is far more serious than she imagined. Except for Mavis, the first-generation president who just followed Makarov, no one noticed that after leading the way into the guild building, Makarov's originally disguised old naughty expression instantly fell, and became more serious than ever. First generation, I should have thought of it long ago. Makarov said to Mavis in a serious manner from an angle that Fairy Tale could not see. Perhaps an unprecedented war will begin soon. After returning to Magnolia from the celebration banquet held by the Kingdom of Fury, Makarov suddenly thought of an unprecedented serious matter, that is, the Magic Council has been in a state of suspension since the Tartaros incident. Neither the Speaker nor the Councilors have been selected, and even the army has been completely defeated in the battle with Tartaros, leaving only some remnants. The Ishgar continent and the Western continent have never been so harmonious. In the past, the Magic Council has always been at the forefront, so Makarov basically does not need to worry about this matter. But now the Magic Council is completely in a scrapped state. The magic elf power used to deter the Western continent in the past cannot be used in a short time. The power of the Western continent, the Ilbara's empire, will never ignore the Ishgar continent, which is almost defenseless and like a pile of loose sand. For the Ilbara's empire in the Western continent, this is a great opportunity for invasion. Thinking of this, Makarov took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Things suddenly became extremely bad. Mavis also fell silent beside Makarov. Compared with the optimists of most other members of the Fairy Tale Guild, both Makarov and Mavis are very mature and rational, and they understand very well how cruel this world is. Now it is not a question of whether the war will come, but when the battle will come. Yeah, Mavis looked at Makarov and nodded gently, saying, war will indeed come soon. Sheep can't negotiate with hungry wolves, little Makarov. As Mavis' voice fell, Makarov suddenly became silent, opened his mouth to say something, but found that he had no way to refute Mavis' words. That's right, sheep can't negotiate with hungry wolves. Just like that, the quiet atmosphere lasted for a long time, forming a completely opposite contrast with the noisy scene outside the guild. Then Makarov's eyes became firm, and he said to Mavis, who had been watching him quietly beside him, "First generation, I still want to try. After all, once the war really breaks out, there will be no way out for both sides. I want to persuade them, even if the persuasion fails in the end, it can delay time." Chapter 96. Calm on the surface 2/4, please subscribe automatically. For now, let's ignore Makarov's affairs. Anyway, with the end of the great magic director Wooly in the Kingdom of Fury, everything has returned to peace. However, this time, because the great magic director Wooly caused too much noise, in order to avoid causing a commotion, the enforcer of the Magic Council, Doranbolt, modified the memories of most of the people involved. The news that the dragons, who had disappeared for 400 years, had descended on this world again was too much, and the Eclipse Gate was the dark magic of Zirf, the ancestor of the dark magician, and it was not suitable for publicity, so the news about what happened in the great magic director Wooly was completely suppressed. Except for the high-level officials of the Kingdom of Fury and the members of the Fairy Tale Guild, all the other people present at the time had their memories modified by Doranbolt. As for why the memory of the Fairy Tale Guild was not modified, of course it was because Doranbolt was a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. And sometimes if not enough people tell the truth, then even if it is the so-called truth, no one will believe it. For example, Natsu said outside that he saw thousands of dragons, and the family would just treat it as a joke. No one would really believe what Natsu said, even if what Natsu said was true. In short, after the great magic director Wu incident, Ji Yun did not become popular again in the world. On the contrary, because the news has never spread, it has gradually been forgotten by people. After all, whether it was Ji Yun's confrontation with the Magic Council in the Kingdom of Fury or the slaughter of the dragons that ran out of the Eclipse Gate, they were completely suppressed by Doranbolt's memory magic. There was no way around it. The former involved the face of the Magic Council, the 10th store was even more involved in the dark magic of Zirf, the ancestor of the dark magic expert, the Eclipse Gate and the dragons. Even the Tartaros incident was completely suppressed by Doranbolt of the Magic Council. After all, the Magic Council's performance in the Tartaros incident was not very glorious. The Magic Council, which supervises the entire Ishgar continent's wizard guild, was actually wiped out by a mere Dark Guild Tartaros, including all the senior council members, including the Speaker. Although this happened entirely because the former Speaker of the Magic Council, Crawford, betrayed and defected to Tartaros, it is even more embarrassing to say that the former Speaker of the Magic Council actually betrayed and defected to the enemy. In summary, Dorenbolt, who has not yet recovered his memory and still has a certain degree of affection for the Magic Council, is trying his best to use memory magic to suppress the impact of these incidents as much as possible. The reason why the Ilbara's empire on the western continent has not made any obvious moves until now is also because Dorenbolt suppressed these incidents very hard. The Ilbara's empire is not sure whether the Magic Council has really collapsed completely. After all, the Ishgar continent is generally quite normal. Things naturally became simpler afterwards. In the short term, the Ilbara's empire in the western continent was not sure whether the Magic Council in Ishgar had completely collapsed, so there was no obvious action. It just kept sending people to Ishgar to gather intelligence. The world was still as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Ji Yun was also very calm. After collecting enough dragon magic crystals, Ji Yun started his own research. He didn't care about anything in the outside world. As long as it didn't disturb him, Ji Yun didn't care whether the outside world was collapsing or cracking. Ji Yun constantly tried to use dragon magic crystals of various attributes to extract higher quality magic spirit power, and use higher quality magic spirit power to increase the transformation speed of the magic power in his body, and transform from liquid to solid as soon as possible. 0. Asking for flowers 0. In the process of continuous attempts, Ji Yun finally extracted the magic spirit power he expected through the dragon magic crystals of different properties. At the same time, the magic spirit power extracted from the dragon magic crystals is indeed as expected at the beginning. The quality of the magic spirit power is far superior to that of ordinary magic spirit power, which is about 4 to 5 times the quality difference. Originally, it took 1 or 2 years to completely transform the magic power in Ji Yun's body from liquid to solid after absorbing the magic spirit power. Now, after Ji Yun absorbs the high-level magic spirit power extracted from the dragon magic crystal, it only takes a maximum of 3 months to make the magic power in his body reach the level of transformation into a solid state. Oh, very good, very good. Next, if I just keep this state, then I will be able to usher in a new transformation in 3 months. After absorbing the high-level magic spirit power extracted from the dragon magic crystal, Ji Yun was very happy to feel the magic power in his body boiling wildly and concentrating little by little, which was obviously turning into a more viscous state. As the quality of magic power continued to increase, Ji Yun could clearly feel that every cell in his body was jumping wildly. Every cell was passively strengthened because of the improvement of magic power. You should know that Ji Yun's body had long been strengthened to the limit because of the magic of immortality, which means that Ji Yun was constantly surpassing his limit every minute and every second. This wonderful feeling is absolutely unprecedented. Although it is unknown how much Ji Yun's transformation will be after the magic power in his body completely changes from liquid to solid in 3 months, one thing is known, that is, if anyone interferes with Ji Yun during this period, then he will definitely die in a rhythmic manner. Of course, Urza is an exception.